Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 74. God. When hearing the corrective words from Romon's mouth, some old wizards couldn't help but cover their chests, looking at the graceful figure with unbelievable eyes, walking in front of Romon with enchanting steps. And because she has not yet adapted to her new body, Elizabeth rubs Romon's body intimately like a snake. For a time, deathly silence became the entire content under the Palace of Truth at this moment. On the side, looking at Elizabeth's image and figure that looked like a witch, causing disaster to the country and the people, as well as her behavior that made people dare not look directly at her, people like Professor McGonagall bought the embargo aside one after another. On the other hand, Professor Flitwick, who was completely conquered by Romon's display of skills, couldn't help but want to reach out and touch Elizabeth in front of him, and then pulled his hand away as if he thought of something. But his eyes couldn't help but look towards the motionless snake body not far away. Romon, then, what should we do with this thing? Hearing this, Romon smiled and glanced at Elizabeth in front of him. The latter suddenly understood. She could not see any specific movements. The next moment, the snake body that had lost all movement and even lost its vitality. It turned into a strong erotic energy on the spot and swarmed towards Elizabeth. Just like a baby swallow returning to its nest, as these things were completely absorbed by Elizabeth, everyone immediately noticed that Elizabeth, who was originally only wearing a long dress, suddenly had some necklaces and gem-like videos on her body. There was even a snake-shaped gold earring hanging on her ear. There was a sense of nobility like a queen in an instant. No. Everyone looked at Elizabeth at this moment, and a word appeared in their minds. The Demon Queen. The people who originally came because of the attack on Gringotts now looked at Elizabeth, who was obviously more difficult to mess with than before, and was even dubbed God by Romon. Immediately everyone chose to knowingly stop their activities. But at this time, Cornelius Fudge seemed to suddenly think of something, and his body was trembling slightly with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Romon with passion in his eyes. The body bowed slightly involuntarily. Professor Romon, regarding your proposal just now, I think it is indeed very necessary, but after all, we at the Ministry of Magic do not have any experience in improving wizard banks. Romon put one hand around Elizabeth's slender waist, which felt quite real, and looked at Fudge, who was already in front of everyone, showing an almost unabashed flattery to him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. After glancing at the gloomy Dumbledore not far away, he slowly spoke. Don't worry about Minister Fudge. This is not a big trouble. In fact, it is just a problem that can be easily solved. The Muggle world has a lot of banking experience to learn from. We only need to make some policy improvements based on the current situation of the wizarding world. It can be up and running quickly. Minister Fudge, if the British wizarding community wants to progress and develop rapidly, the problem is not how to move forward in the future, but, there are some rotten guys who don't know how to live or die, and they are blocking the progress of the great British wizards. The way. As he said that, Romon reached out and patted the other party on the shoulder. I believe that as long as you are Minister Fudge, you will be able to lead everyone to eliminate these cancers that hinder development and lead the British wizarding world into the next era, right? I have full confidence in you. The words "I have great confidence in you" instantly made all the officials from the Ministry of Magic who followed Fudge look at Fudge with a taller look. The latter almost had a heart attack on the spot without being excited. Facing Romon's support, Dang even nodded and bowed repeatedly. Professor Romon, don't worry. You have generously put the path to a higher realm of wizards in front of the British wizarding world. Now, no matter who it is, dare to block the next reform of magic at this time. There will be no place for him in Azkaban. Looking at Cornelius Fudge, who had blazing fire in his eyes and a murderous intent, Romon couldn't help but feel even happier. He glanced vaguely in the direction of Hogwarts Tower. Stupid Senior Tom. They all think about using violence and killing to solve problems, but they never seriously think about the fact that wizards are human beings too. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is a common instinct shared by all people. He has the power to destroy them and the temptation to drive them crazy. Just the Ministry of Magic. Haha, that's it. Night has fallen on the British wizarding world, and it is now bedtime at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, at this moment, all the little wizards, no matter what age they are, from that academy, are all excited in their respective dormitories, excitedly exchanging what they saw today. In Harry Potter's dormitory. I found it, Quetzalcoatl, in Mayan mythology, dominates the morning star, invented books, calendars, and brought corn to mankind. Quetzalcoatl also represents death and rebirth, and is a priest. The patron saint of God, no, should I call him God now, or Professor Romon? Oh my God, Professor Romon really created a god. Miss Elizabeth must be a god now. That terrifying magic circle must be the evolution of the magical creatures that the professor taught in the course before. Seeing the excited Shameless and Neville, even Ronald was huddled on his bed at this moment, carefully flipping through a book about the myth of Quetzalcoatl in his hand. This kind of book would have been borrowed from the library long ago if they hadn't acted quickly enough. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and looked through the window at the dazzling Eye of Truth above the Palace of Truth. Originally, his world was only a small space in the stairwell of his aunt's house. Later, Hogwarts let him know that there is magic in this world. Then, Romon appeared and told him that magic can even create gods. Professor Romon once said that dead people can also be resurrected. Harry looked in the direction of the Palace of Truth, and secretly made up his mind to study hard, become a powerful wizard like Professor Romon, and then resurrect his parents. A person as powerful as Professor Romon must still be studying hard and making progress, right? Elizabeth, you have just created the body of a god. If you don't actively improve it now, I'm afraid you may encounter some problems. Romon watched helplessly, and tied himself to the bed excitedly. His long purple wavy hair hung casually on the huge capital, and Elizabeth, who was rubbing her body seductively, persuaded her kindly. Master, don't you understand yet? You killed me a long time ago. If there is anything wrong with my body, only you, Master, can find it, right? As she spoke, Elizabeth bit her red lips, her strange snake eyes matched the other person's seductive gesture. Romon said. Fake. Elizabeth, using this low-level binding spell on me is simply an insult to me. I will punish you severely. Ah! Master, you really know me so well. Miss Adams, I can feel that you seem to be very unhappy. A stiff voice came from beside him, and Wednesday glanced at the closed golden door in front of him. On the other side of the door was Romon's bedroom. It's just that the people inside don't seem to be resting at the moment. Wednesday glanced coldly at the alchemy doll Oriana that was holding the wine next to him, obviously ready to send it in, snorted coldly, and went back to his room. This night was definitely the first night Romon had ever had after traveling to this world. There was no doubt that Elizabeth was plump and enchanting, and she was self-taught. It made him truly feel the pleasure of conquering the gods. At the same time, at this moment, Cornelius Fudge also felt what is called the second spring of life. When he returned to the Ministry of Magic that night, he directly summoned the entire top management of the Ministry of Magic. There was no need to consider the feelings and conditions of that department as in previous meetings. After everyone arrived, Fudge slowly stood up and looked around. Since the goblins have controlled Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, they have not shown any progress or changes in the past 1,000 years, and they have become more and more neglectful of Gringotts' security recently, which is my decision. Starting today, the British Ministry of Magic officially takes over Gringotts, which was originally the responsibility of the goblins. Who agrees? After saying that, Fudge was the first to raise his hand. Wow! And the moment the other party raised his hand, The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement raised his hand in approval. The director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters raised his hand in approval. The director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures raised his hand in approval. Department of Magical Traffic. As everyone in the room unanimously agreed, the excitement in Cornelius Fudge's eyes became more and more intense. This is the feeling of real power in your hands. This feeling of having the entire Ministry of Magic agree with you just by opening your mouth. Cornelius Fudge was actually a little intoxicated for a while, unable to extricate himself. However, after a brief expansion, Romon's figure immediately appeared in his mind, making him wake up instantly. All of this was given by His Majesty the Silver Demon King, without Romon's words of support. Today, not to mention that everyone agreed to follow him to do such a crazy thing, he was able to order the Aura Operations Department, which is considered to be very powerful as the Minister of Magic. Diagon Alley. Gringotts. Because of Elizabeth's attack, Gringotts has been undergoing some architectural repair work these days under the joint protection of the Ministry of Magic and the Gringotts Goblins. When Connolly brought everyone here, several senior elf clan members who were currently in Gringotts came out one after another. Minister Fudge, for you to appear here, it seems that you have obtained a reasonable explanation from the Silver Devil. However, why didn't you see those of our tribe who were kidnapped by him? RT. Looking at the ugly dwarf in front of me, each one is short and can't even reach his crotch. At this moment, they were still arrogant, talking to themselves as if they were admonishing servants, and even opened their mouths to ask themselves to hand over their tribesmen. Fudge's eyes couldn't help but a cold light flashed away. Sorry, Chief Goblin Kedraco, let's put aside the matters about your tribe for the moment. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, we have an important decision to make and will inform you. Under the confused gazes of these top elf clan officials, Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, walked out from behind Fudge and handed a prepared document to him. Kid. Chief Elf Letko, because you, the Elf Clan, have managed Gringotts, the only wizarding bank in the wizarding world, for thousands of years, there has been no change or progress, let alone any witchcraft. It has the effect that a bank should have, and there have been frequent theft incidents recently. With the approval of the senior management of the British Ministry of Magic, Gringotts will be owned by the Ministry of Magic from now on, and will be managed and operated by personnel directly dispatched by our Ministry of Magic. Please lead all your goblins who are in Gringotts right now and come out immediately. We need to take over everything inside. Walter. What are you talking about in your sleep? Kedrick looked at the Ministry of Magic wizards in front of him in disbelief, and even directed the Aurors to walk towards Gringotts. He felt that everything in front of him was full of dreams. However, Fudge had no intention of being polite to the other party at this moment. He spoke coldly. Let's not talk about whether it was sleep talking, but at least, Kedrick, the dreams of you greedy and corrupt fairies have indeed been completely shattered from this day on. Point 0. In addition, we will also conduct a complete investigation of Gringotts' existing accounts. If any problems are found, the Department of Magical Law will give us an accurate trial. No. You can't do this. You are committing banditry. Gringotts belongs to our goblin clan, and this was an iron law established thousands of years ago. Fudge pushed the other person away. After thousands of years, this iron law should have become rusty and broken. Kedrick looked like he really wanted to forcefully seize the Ministry of Magic from Gringotts. Even though he didn't understand why, looking at this at the moment, he couldn't care less. The next moment he angrily pulled out his wand. Elves! Drive away these shameless bandits! No one can take away a single galleons from Gringotts today. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, 2 magic spells shot out instantly. Expelliarmus. Collapse. Kedrick didn't even have time to release a spell. In an instant, the person who took action removed the wand in his hand, and at the same time, his whole person was thrown away by a spell. At this time, the wizards in Gringotts who received Key Draco's orders also pulled out their wands. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out in Gringotts. Aurors from the Ministry of Magic and some department officials, as well as pure-blood wizard families like Lucius and others who took the initiative to join, began the work of clearing away the goblins in Gringotts. 2. The sound of being released lasted from night to dawn. From the above-ground buildings of Gringotts to the complex and varied underground treasure trove below, British wizards can be seen everywhere fighting with the Goblin clan. From time to time, some wizards will come out of the door of Gringotts carrying injured companions. At this moment, at the gate of Gringotts, 2 or 3 hills composed entirely of goblin bodies have been erected. The dark wizards hiding in the dark, or the anonymous Death Eaters, saw such brutal ministry of magic aurors, and they all became nervous and hid tighter. At this time, Dumbledore's figure quietly appeared in Gringotts' treasure house. Seeing the goblin running for his life, he immediately took action and grabbed him. Cast a powerful disembodiment. Mr. Minister, I think we have really done something great this time. A slightly messy Barty Crouch appeared next to Fudge with a stack of documents in his hand. After taking the document and reading only a few pages, the expression on Fudge's face instantly lost control. What fuck? They actually secretly took all the wealth saved by those fading families for themselves. Barty Crouch shook his head. Mr. Minister, I'm afraid the situation is not just that. We have found some traces. They may even secretly attack some orphans of wizard families. Before these children have even before becoming a wizard. It's crazy. With the Ministry of Magic taking over Gringotts, it has only been a day. A piece of news content from 2 major newspapers, the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, instantly detonated the entire British wizarding world. A mandatory investigation by the Ministry of Magic found that during the time when the goblins were in charge of Gringotts, over a period of nearly 100 years that could be recorded, a total of more than 17 million of the wealth of corrupt wizards had been secretly embezzled. Gingallen Jr. Chapter 75. A mandatory investigation by the Ministry of Magic found that during the nearly 100 years when the goblins were in charge of Gringotts, a total of more than 1,700 gold galleons were secretly embezzled from greedy wizards. Most of them come from families that have lost their descendants of wizards, and the sale of some wizarding contraband in Nocturne Alley. Hiss, this is simply unbelievable. In the Hogwarts restaurant, Harry, who was eating while looking at the contents of the Daily Prophet he had subscribed to, forgot to chew for a moment. Now, in these newspapers, the Minister of Magic Fudge, holding a large amount of evidence of the goblins' secret crimes, appeared in person and made a statement in front of a group of British wizards that wizards' banks should be controlled by wizards themselves. Do you also think this is incredible? In fact, no one thought that even if Minister Fudge hadn't suddenly ordered a search of Gringotts, none of us would have even known that these dirty goblins had secretly robbed Gringotts behind our backs. So much wealth. Entering the restaurant, Draco, who happened to be passing by Harry Potter, paused and spoke softly. He even ignored the strange looks from the Gryffindor lions around him and pushed the red-haired Ronald aside and sat next to Harry. Harry, it seems like nothing to you, but I know from my father that you are definitely lucky and a lucky guy. Harry Potter blinked in confusion. Hermione, who was sitting opposite, suddenly spoke. If you hadn't awakened your wizarding talent, or if you hadn't attracted the attention of the wizarding world because of what happened back then, Harry, you might have been secretly assassinated by the goblins in Gringotts. Walter. Looking at Harry Potter, whose expression changed drastically and he was obviously startled, Draco pointed to a line in the newspaper in his hand. The goblins in Gringotts have a wide range of connections. In addition, the goblins are a race inherited from the ancient times of wizards. They have many methods that we don't know about, such as trace detection by the Ministry of Magic. They have nothing to worry about at all. And people like you, Harry, whose parents are both wizards and unfortunately passed away, leaving behind a descendant of wizards who have not yet awakened their wizarding talents, will undoubtedly become their target, as for their purpose. Without the heir, no one will be able to withdraw these gold galleons from Gringotts in the future. Harry Potter. When Hagrid took him to Gringotts, he thought of the inheritance his parents left for him. It was a small mountain, and it looked like tens of thousands of gold galleons. If it weren't for the scar on his forehead, I'm afraid that he would have become the target of those ugly goblins, as Draco said. At this moment, Harry Potter finally felt the true meaning of what Hermione said more than once: the wizarding world is a life and death sure field. Seeing how lively they were chatting, Ronald, who was pushed aside, couldn't help but interrupt. My family has withdrawn all the savings in Gringotts. Harry, if I were you, I would definitely withdraw the money as soon as possible. After all, Gringotts will lose its goblin management next. What are the specific requirements? What to do, no one knows yet. However, such a kind reminder immediately attracted unabashed ridicule from Draco on the side. Ha! Poor Weasley, do you really think that everyone's savings can be carried away in a small bag like yours? Harry Potter's parents were also very good wizards back then, and as their only son, Harry alone has more wealth than your entire Weasley family. Such merciless ridicule made Harry Potter wave his hands in embarrassment. Draco completely ignored Ronald, whose face was flushed with anger and embarrassment written on his face, and looked at Harry in front of him again. In the entire Hogwarts, if there was anyone whom Draco could regard as a friend, there is no doubt that Harry must be ranked first. Especially now that both of them have become snake whisperers. There was something interesting and new that he always wanted to be the first to share with Harry Potter. Don't worry about your savings. Let me tell you, this is the latest news. I know it from my father's letters. Next, the Ministry of Magic will take over the operation of Gringotts, and Romon professors will also join in and be responsible for guidance. Walter. Professor Romon? He actually knows how to open a wizard bank. At this moment, everyone momentarily ignored Ronald, who was humiliated, and looked at the proud Draco in shock, in disbelief. Hearing this, Hermione, who was sitting nearby eating and reading, curled her lips. Compared to the banking industry in the Muggle world, the banking operation model in the wizarding world is simply a disaster. Although Professor Romon's father is a Muggle, he has a very large industry in the United States, such as banks. Professor Romon's family has it, and it is said that the scale is not small. Even when I was at home, I read in the London Times that the value of Professor Romon's father's bank was enough to buy the whole of London. Hiss! Oh my God, this is so crazy! At this time, even the young wizards who had no interest in the Muggle world in the past gasped in shock. Draco, who was completely unaware of the news, finally showed a shocked expression. Although they had no idea about the wealth of the Muggle world, adjectives like buying the whole of London immediately gave them a relatively clear idea in their minds. And right here in the Hogwarts restaurant, the young wizards were intensely discussing what happened in Gringotts. At the same time, Hogwarts headmaster's office. Dumbledore's figure flashed and appeared in the office in an instant. However, when he saw the figure who had obviously been waiting in the office, his expression changed. Professor McGonagall was seen looking at Dumbledore, who had just returned with a gloomy expression. Albus, I can feel the scent of goblins in you that cannot be concealed. The Ministry of Magic sent an alert notice to Hogwarts, saying that some goblins successfully suppressed Gringotts' escape. If I remember correctly, you know the structure of Gringotts' treasury best. Why do you do this? Seeing Professor McGonagall not even giving himself a chance to explain, he was already completely sure of what he had done that night. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and could only nod and acknowledge his actions. Minerva, I do all this for the wizarding world. Go and have a look at Gringotts. The bloodstains at the gate cannot be cleaned now. Hundreds of goblins are fighting in this conflict. That's their own fault. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Professor McGonagall. I saw the other party take out a wrinkly, even slightly moist document from his arms and place it on Dumbledore's desk. Albus. Some people deserve mercy, but some people deserve to be burned by the flames of hell countless times in hell. Look. Open your eyes and see, who are the people you saved. It's amazing how much we've done. These children, they were all supposed to appear on the admission book 1 or 2 years later. Because of those dirty guys you saved. Their names appeared on their tombstones when they were very young. Dumbledore picked up the paperwork on the table. On it was a piece of information about the descendants of the wizarding family, some from recent years, and some from a long time ago. Without exception, they all died in various accidents due to various accidental reasons before awakening the wizard's talent. Then their original family line was completely severed. If the misfortune of these people before could be attributed to accidents, as all the dirty things behind these goblins in Gringotts were exposed, the so-called coincidences also revealed their original truth. Tell me where you hid all those damn goblins, Albus, and I can pretend that you were kind to the wrong people at the wrong time. Professor McGonagall asked coldly. However, after looking at Dumbledore who slowly read these documents, he raised his head and stared at himself calmly. The emotion in this old friend's eyes was so cold and unfamiliar. Sorry, Minerva, the power I can borrow is getting less and less. The goblins are a pawn that I can't give up. McGonagall. After a long silence, Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. To fight against Romon. Dumbledore nodded. However, just when he was about to use his years of friendship with the other party as a bargaining chip to draw McGonagall to his side, Professor McGonagall had already taken a step back and slowly opened the door. He walked out of Dumbledore's office without looking back. Albus Dumbledore, I won't denounce you, but, from now on, you are just Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, not the White Wizard Dumbledore. Night. Following another tumble, Romon finally relied on his powerful magic support and his body's strong recovery power to once again knock down the stubborn beauty snake god Elizabeth. He glanced at the backs of the layers of beds illuminated by the moonlight. Romon took a deep breath, feeling unprecedentedly fresh and uplifted. Looking at the quiet Hogwarts castle outside the window, Romon couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Regarding the battle he had launched today, with the virtue of that old guy Fudge, Romon was 100% sure that with his support, this guy would definitely choose to attack Gringotts without hesitation. Even in the 2 ridiculous days between him and Elizabeth, it is very likely that this matter has been dealt with. Haha, I have only been out of Azkaban for 2 or 3 months. I have nearly half of Hogwarts under my control, and the Ministry of Magic is now in my possession. Professor Dumbledore, how are you going to deal with it? After standing by the window for a while, he casually put on a nightgown and walked out of the bedroom. He saw the same Wednesday walking out of his room. Seeing the other party snorting disdainfully, turning around and walking outside, Romon didn't give this little goth loli any chance to be a little naughty. He stretched his arms forward, and the next moment he directly hugged the opponent. Romon Kowalski, I'm warning you, if you dare to leave me on the bed where the snake woman lay, I will never let you go. Romon raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. It seems that you don't like to solve the next thing in bed. So, what do you think of the moonlight by the window? Wednesday. Early the next morning. On Romon's side, he walked out of his palace of truth refreshed and alone. He was in a good mood and prepared to go to the Hogwarts restaurant to enjoy the admiration of the little wizards. At the same time, from these little wizards, when harvesting a wave of information from Dharma Temple, a sneaky figure at the palace door immediately attracted his attention. Silver, His Majesty the Silver Demon King. Looking at the cowering Filch, Romon instantly remembered what he had promised to him before. Unfortunately, he had been entangled by Elizabeth, that evil snake goddess, for the past 2 days. Just after last night, he met another little boy who needed training. Which? On the contrary, he forgot about the other party. There was a flash of light in his hand, and a dark purple glass bottle the size of nail polish appeared in Romon's hand. While casually throwing it into the opponent's hand, Romon, who had just taken a few steps out, seemed to have thought of something. He took out a checkbook out of thin air, scrawled a check, and handed it to the excited Filch in front of him. After using my potion, you will learn how to serve the Palace of Truth from now on. First of all, Romon stretched out his hand and pointed at the other person, with undisguised disgust on his face. Take this check and go to London to tidy up yourself. You should look like a noble wizard, instead of looking like a tramp in London. Seeing Romon's leaving figure, Filch immediately knelt down on the ground in excitement, wanting to say some words of thanks, but in the end, he could only burst into tears. Regarding Filch, Romon didn't take it seriously. Although the other party is also responsible for patrolling Hogwarts, and his job is to catch little wizards who don't sleep well at night and run around. But the other party's ability did not have any impact on Romon back then. There is absolutely no sense of disgust like Romon had when he was targeting Bloody Baylor. Romon went to the restaurant and enjoyed the admiration and praise of the little wizards. At the same time, he felt that the Dharma temple in his mind was increasingly filled with books and knowledge, and a bright smile bloomed on his face. When smiling, in an underground secret room at Hogwarts, Dumbledore, on the other hand, looked at a stone in his hand that looked like broken glass mixed with a lot of impurities with a troubled expression, his eyes flickering. Magic stone. Something that my old friend Nick Melly asked me to keep for safekeeping. However, now, when he thought about the terrifying Romon he would face next, Dumbledore had to think carefully again no matter how unwilling he was. It was the suggestion of Grindelwald, his good friend who is still imprisoned in Nurmengard. Make some progress on some things that you couldn't compromise on before. Dumbledore pondered. After hesitating for a moment, he finally pondered and slowly stretched out the magic stone in his hand towards the mirror of Ariste in front of him. After a ripple, he used a magic spell to hide the magic stone in the magic mirror. In the next few days, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, Dumbledore once again summoned a group of professors from Hogwarts, and set up some so-called magical mechanisms to protect the Philosopher's Stone in a secret room in Hogwarts. The meeting ended. Snape looked at Dumbledore leaving with confusion. Professor McGonagall doesn't want to care about anything about Dumbledore now, he just wants to manage Hogwarts well and develop well. As for Professor Flitwick, he has recently been completely immersed in the research and study of the magic theory given by Romon, and cannot extricate himself, even though Dumbledore said that the thing to protect is a very important magic stone. Still no big reaction at all. Among the crowd, perhaps only Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, excitedly began to report today's events to Voldemort at night. Master, why do I feel that this so-called protective magic stone is like an obvious trap? Did we get exposed? Voldemort gritted his teeth in anger when he saw that the waste he possessed looked like he was about to be in trouble when Dumbledore didn't even react. Idiot! Calm down, of course this is a trap, but I'm afraid the purpose of this trap is not simple. Chapter 76. Time flies and another month passes. As the Ministry of Magic, under the leadership of Fudge, conducted more and more in-depth investigations into Gringotts, the things they uncovered became increasingly shocking. Taking human life lightly and secretly devouring the savings of wizard families who have no heirs can only be said to be the most common things these goblins do. Secretly supporting wandering werewolves, committing crimes around the world, robbing precious magic materials, or coercing wizards to hand over treasures passed down from some ancient ruins. There are even plans to secretly bribe some important personnel from the Ministry of Magic to work for their goblins, attempting to secretly rule the entire British wizarding world. When these unimaginable things were discovered, the top officials of the Ministry of Magic were furious, and people in the British wizarding world even shouted at the goblins. The British wizards in the past only knew that the goblins of Gringotts were very greedy and did not have a good attitude towards wizards who wanted to take away their deposits. However, I never thought that behind the scenes, it could be even more dirty and sinister. Finally, when the investigation against Gringotts was halfway through, about half a month later, under the auspices of Minister Cornelius Fudge, the British Ministry of Magic made a formal decision and signed an order. Deprive all the pure-blood goblins in the British wizarding territory of their legal status and rights, and all the rights that they could originally enjoy with the wizards will be cancelled. From then on, the goblin clan in the UK could not even be classified as a separate race. The status is even lower than that of the werewolves, who are easily out of control. Be together with existences like magical creatures. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic directly issued the highest level of wanted orders for those members of the goblin tribe who worked in Gringotts and did not know how to escape during the clearance process. Among them, the lowest level goblin bounty is above 3W gold galleons. At this time, the entire British wizarding world became more lively than ever before. And in this extreme environment where the pressure on the goblins and Dumbledore hidden behind the scenes was unprecedentedly huge, Romon was living quite happily every day. With Elizabeth completely transformed into a human form, and her fiancé Wednesday taking the initiative. In addition to studying spells and potions, his daily life also included some different entertainment activities. At the same time, in addition, after nearly a month of transformation in the Palace of Truth, Oriana, the great housekeeper of the Alchemy Doll, finally has a real job. Run the Potion of Truth workshop. Master, according to your request, the Truth Potion shop can now produce 100 bottles of Merlin's second visit at midnight for Squib's awakening every day. 100 bottles of Golden Galleon's Law that increases the upper limit of the wizard's magic power. 100 bottles of Borrow Another Life from Heaven to quickly recover from severe bleeding injuries. 100 bottles of the Magician's Old Face that can be restored and kept unchanged for 3 years, the treasure of laid off and re-employed people. And 10 bottles of Snape's Tears that can bring back a wizard killed by the death curse within 1 hour. Judging from the scale of the potion breeding ground you are preparing now, this is already the maximum production volume that the potion shop can support today. Listening to Oriana's story, Wednesday, who was sitting next to Romon and peeling oranges for him with an unhappy expression, could not help but curl his lips. What a poor and tasteless naming! Romon didn't pay attention to the other party. Didn't he ask the tough-minded Miss Wednesday to put on a maid outfit last night? When the other party was obviously at a disadvantage, he made the other party say something in a daze that was impossible to say given the other party's personality. Words? It's been this look since this morning. However, the potion breeding ground does need to be expanded. Just relying on the medicine fields in the space folding suitcase, even with its own superb magic circle method, has greatly accelerated the maturity and growth of these potions. The internal space of the suitcase itself is enough to support the output, but it is still too small. Fortunately, Romon looked out the window. Not long after the school started at Hogwarts, the young wizards had begun to build the building, which was controlled by him, the great alchemist, and was clearly called the Warcraft Fortress. It was finally banned. Lin Periphery, construction completed. Next, he will carry out large-scale alchemical transformations inside the building and install a large number of magic arrays and alchemical techniques that are not available in this world today. This makes this place an important base for his future production of magical biological materials. As for potions, Romon has also prepared to use the same method to let these little wizards gain proficiency in the Dharma Temple while building a similar form of potion garden. It only took half a day after Romon told his younger brother Cornelius Fudge that the potion shop was built directly through the owl and that mass production of potions could begin. That night, in the Hogwarts dinner restaurant, the daily profit that the little wizards subscribed to and delivered by owl appeared in their hands one after another. When they saw the most eye-catching title on the newspaper, almost everyone exclaimed in surprise, and their eyes instantly looked in Romon's direction. At this moment, Romon was sipping Miss Pansy's green tea with a leisurely expression. Behind him, Hermione was standing on tiptoes, massaging his shoulders seriously. In Romon's opinion, that serious look and decent techniques were. This girl must have studied it in books. Teacher Romon, is your potion shop ready to produce potions? Draco Malfoy ran over first, holding up the Daily Prophet in his hand with excitement on his face. Romon raised his eyelids slightly and nodded. It seems that our Mr. Malfoy is very interested in these potions, but unfortunately, except for the Golden Galleon's law that increases the upper limit of magic power, other potions are temporarily unavailable at your age. Miss Hermione, who was carefully squeezing Romon's shoulders, heard this. His eyes lit up. A potion that can increase the upper limit of magic power? Professor Romon, can this increase it a lot? This question instantly made the originally messy restaurant become silent. The little wizards who saw the content in the newspaper couldn't help but look at Romon. It has been more than a month since Professor Flitwick obtained Romon's magic theories. While the other party was studying, he handed over some new magic theories that he had learned to a group of young wizards. This process had been going on for more than a month. The emergence of these magic theories made the young wizards significantly improve their learning and application of magic spells. It's going to be a lot faster. As a result, the growth limit of some young wizards is only their own slowly increasing magic speed. In the opinion of Professor McGonagall and others, this is caused by the human body itself and cannot be solved by magic. However, the emergence of potions that increase the magic power limit gave everyone hope for a breakthrough. Among them, Harry and others, who were sitting in the Gryffindor seats, were waiting for Romon's answer with excitement. If this effect was really powerful, no matter what they said, they would definitely buy a bottle. Such thoughts can't help but arise even for Ronald, who is not very popular in Gryffindor. After sorting out the people around him, Ronald, a wizard who was tired of learning in the past, calmed down and started studying magic seriously, and his progress in the level of magic was rapid. He stared at Romon on the other side of the professor's seat and clenched his fists slightly. He needs to prove his strength throughout Gryffindor, and at the same time prove to Romon that he is not the weakling he says he is. However, Romon's next words made him, a Weasley, fully understand what it meant. One step to heaven, one step to hell. In the Book of Wizards, the information about each wizard is relatively accurate. According to your current magic level, most first-year wizards are between EF, and second to third-year wizards are basically between DE scope. A bottle of Golden Galleon's law can at least increase the magic power limit of you first-year wizards to about D level. In other words, it will allow you to directly have the level of magic power that you only have in the third grade. This will allow you to learn more advanced magic spells, and the magic theories taught to you by Professor Flitwick will also have more opportunities to be used in magic practice, which will enable you to be more capable than compared with other young wizards of the same level. They officially entered the study of alchemy and potions earlier. Draco's face turned red with excitement at this moment. He lay down in front of Romon's desk and eagerly asked the question that everyone was looking forward to. So, Mr. Romon, how much does your potion cost? Romon smiled slightly, glanced at the young wizards at the scene, and some Hogwarts professors who were also paying attention, and slowly uttered a sentence. For 1,000 gold galleons, the price may increase but cannot decrease. Hiss! 10,000 gold galleons! My goodness, Merlin, the latest Nimbus 2000 only sells for 3,000 gold galleons. Oh my god, can this bottle of potion be sold at such an expensive price? Seeing that even Draco, who came from a well-known family, was frightened by the price, the smile on Romon's face showed no intention of diminishing it. He smiled. Mr. Malfoy, knowledge is wealth. The effect of the potion is powerful enough, and only the Truth Potion shop in the entire wizarding world can produce it. If I am happy, the price can be increased to 20,000 gold galleons tomorrow. The name of the potion Golden Gallon Law is not chosen casually. A bottle of potion can give you the level of magic you had in 3rd grade when you were in 1st grade. How many advanced magic spells can you learn in the 2 years when others are making slow progress? You can even become a potionist or alchemist with some experience. If you have outstanding talent, it's just 10,000 gold galleons. The wealth created by knowledge is truly terrifying. Draco, who was still a little hesitant at first, suddenly hardened his eyes after hearing Romon's words. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran towards the outside of the restaurant. He wanted to write a letter and ask his father to send him money immediately. As long as he had this bottle of magic potion, he could learn high-level magic spells at a faster speed. Please give me flowers. And you can also officially start learning your parcel tongue and the 4th unforgivable curse, torture whip of the undead. Draco, who was thinking about something in his head, accidentally bumped into a black figure at the door of the restaurant without paying attention. Mr. Malfoy, although it seems that you are in a hurry, it is best not to run so fast in a place like a restaurant. If you bump into some little witches, you may injure them. A familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar voice came into my ears. Covered in Draco. When he raised his head and looked up at the person coming, his eyes were stunned for a moment, and he opened his mouth and murmured at the man in front of him. He has long tawny hair shawl, wears a crisp black suit and tie, and his face looks a bit old, but it gives people a feeling of having experienced many vicissitudes of life. He has a tall and straight figure, a pair of shiny leather shoes on his feet, and even some accessories that only gentlemen would wear, such as handkerchiefs. Meow. A cat meow came from the man's feet. Draco lowered his head and saw this familiar long-haired cat. No matter how unbelievable it was at this moment, he couldn't help but scream out the other person's name. F. Filch. Walter, ugh. He was about to blurt out a British curse. The next moment, the shadow of a wand swiped in front of him. Draco was shocked to find that his mouth suddenly disappeared on the face. Under everyone's disbelieving gaze, Filch gently picked up Mrs. Loris, who had obviously gone through pet grooming, with a smile full of confidence and calmness. Mr. Malfoy, I think your father must have taught you about addressing people, although privately I don't mind becoming friends with interesting little wizards like you. Friend, but in Hogwarts, you need to call me Mr. Filch. You. Draco sobbed excitedly, but Filch, under the stunned gaze of all the young wizards, slowly came to the professor's seat with Mrs. Loris in his arms. Ignoring Professor McGonagall, who stood up nervously and prepared to ask something in confusion and shock. Under the gaze of everyone, Filch knelt down on one knee in front of Romon. Your Majesty the Great Silver Demon, your servant Argus Filch, I salute you and thank you for the new life you have given me. I am willing to serve your will in the future until my death. At this moment, the entire Hogwarts restaurant was silent, and everyone stared blankly at the man in front of them who had no connection with the Filch in their memories. The brain was completely shut down on the spot. Filch? That man, he is Filch? The janitor in charge of patrolling the castle. Oh my god, this world must be crazy. I'm crazy too, god, why can he change so much, and why can he cast spells? Isn't he a squib? Wait, it's Professor Romon's potion. That Merlin's second visit at midnight? God, I can't believe this. It's true. I'm going to do it right now. Write a letter home, my aunt is also a squib, she can finally become a wizard. I'm also going to write a letter. Professor Romon is worthy of being evaluated by the Ministry of Magic as the existence of contemporary Merlin. My god, it's amazing. Ignoring the young wizards who could no longer sit still, Romon looked at Filch in front of him for a long time and nodded with satisfaction. With the original bottle of potion in a month's time, Romon asked the other party to go to some of his Muggle businesses in the UK to undergo an image transformation. Now it seems that the other party is no matter in terms of clothing or speaking style. They basically met their requirements for their subordinates. After all. Romon glanced at Professor Quirrell sitting in the corner. Romon couldn't bear to pay attention to Senior Tom's almost lunatic asylum-like aesthetic in the selection of his subordinates. Slowly raising his hand, an invisible force lifted the other person up. Yes, although your current strength is still a little behind, at least as the special assistant to the honorary principal in the future, there is still no problem. McGonagall was surprised. Special assistant to the principal? Professor Romon, I think this issue needs Professor Dumbledore's approval. However, before he could finish his words, he was roughly broken by Romon's wave. If Dumbledore is dissatisfied with my decision, he should at least understand how many people in the school are still there if he has not shown up at school for nearly a month. We'll remember him. McGonagall. After taking a look, he saw that the seat belonging to Principal Dumbledore had been vacant for more than half a month, and then looked at Romon, who had barely concealed his purpose at this moment. A strong feeling of worry could not help but appear in Professor McGonagall's heart. Chapter 77. The next day, it was early morning in Hogwarts, which was originally quiet and harmonious. With the influx of some people from outside the school, it became unprecedentedly lively. In front of the Palace of Truth, in front of a newly established huge store, under Romon's guidance, Oriana decorated the place like some electronic experience stores in Romon's previous life. This kind of shop style, which is not yet available in the Muggle world, immediately made the wizards who had received the news early and were waiting here couldn't help but express surprise. Gentlemen and ladies, the Truth Potion shop is about to open. Please obey the order here and line up quietly. If Professor Romon is dissatisfied due to some inappropriate behavior, we cannot guarantee what will happen. Filch, who had specially changed into a more enthusiastic suit, waved to everyone present with a smile on his face. However, his appearance immediately aroused the curiosity of some wizards. Hey! Filch, according to our children, your squib syndrome has really been cured? Can you use magic spells now? Hearing this, Filch did not explain anything. He shook the hand holding the wand slightly. The next moment the wizard raised his hand to ask, the robes on his body became much neater in an instant. Sir, although I know that you came here very early and are a little embarrassed about it, but Professor Romon hates people who don't have a good image. Seeing such a beautiful hand take on a new look, Jiren's eyes couldn't help but light up. But Filch, who was enjoying such a shocked look at this moment, couldn't help but look up at the towering Palace of Truth, which was currently on the top floor. Romon, the great demon king who gave him new life, is there. Maybe he's watching them right now. Whoa! Jojo frowned and bit his red lips. 810 bursts of magic power poured into the opponent's body, and was conducting a comprehensive inspection of Wednesday's own body. Perhaps when his own magic power poured into the body, the feeling as if a foreign object had entered the body made Wednesday the lady felt extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Romon's movements were also very fast. With the influx of magic power, he got the information he wanted in almost a few minutes. The magic power was quickly drawn out of the opponent's body in an instant. Miss Adams, please don't look at me with such strange eyes. I swear, things are really not what you think. Romon shrugged innocently. Wednesday said nothing, silently stood up and walked towards his room. Romon slapped his mouth and admitted that the feeling of strange magic entering the body would make people feel a little uncomfortable. But counting the time, it will be Halloween in a few days. And my fiancé's birthday is on Halloween. Outside the window, as hundreds of alchemy mechanical dolls controlled by Oriana appeared, the thinly packed and exquisite potion shop finally opened its door. Almost as soon as the door opened, a beautiful woman squeezed in at the front shouted loudly without hesitation. Please bring me a bottle of each potion, thank you. Walter. However, Such words instantly aroused strong dissatisfaction from the people behind him. "Mrs. Parkinson, what on earth are you talking about? When you were talking to us just now, you were clearly talking about buying a potion to enhance magic power for that little girl Pansy. Why now? God, you can't do this, there are so many of us here." Objection. "Parkinson's family, you are cheating. Damn it, your whole family is this kind of thing." The protest coming from behind became more intense as Mrs. Parkinson readily took out a bill with a special seal and handed it to the puppet in front of the counter. After the latter put it into the counter, it became more intense. However, after Mrs. Parkinson saw the medicines in front of her, her face briefly showed a look of pain, but she immediately became excited. Ignoring the looks of the pairs of people around her, who seemed to want to execute her on the spot, she hurriedly collected these potions, which cost half of their family's savings and were worth nearly 40,000 gold galleons, into Scout. "Parkinson, you are breaking the rules." Just when she was excitedly preparing to leave, a person in the team suddenly spoke. Turning to look at the other party, Mrs. Parkinson's face immediately showed a mean and disdainful look with just one glance, even though she was extremely beautiful and charming. That mean tone and demeanor made her look like a femme fatale at the moment. "Wow, Mr. Weasley, I can't believe you actually appeared here. I thought you Weasley family members would only appear in places like flea markets, but Mr. Filch just said that this place is not, no accounting will be accepted. Hee hee." Looking at Mrs. Parkinson, who sneered and twisted her body out of the store, Arthur Weasley couldn't help but turn pale. However, he couldn't help but look at the potion price list that was hanging in the shop. Merlin's Second Visit at Midnight, price, 5,899 gold galleons, current stock, 99/100. Golden Galleons Rule, selling price, 1W gold galleons, current stock, 99/100. Borrow Another Life from Heaven, price, 6,500 gold galleons, current stock, 99/100. Laid Off and Re-employed Treasure, price, 4,599 gold galleons, current stock, 99/100. Tears of Snape, price, 12,999 gold galleons, current stock, 9/10. God, this is more profitable than robbing Gringotts. Arthur Weasley had obvious embarrassment on his face as he looked around. Although almost most people, after seeing this price, obviously felt a little uncomfortable. Deficient. But everyone is very firmly standing in their own team position. No intention of leaving at all. "Arthur, it looks like we are in trouble. We are not that well off," Mrs. Weasley whispered beside Arthur. The Weasley family is indeed notoriously embarrassed, at least like Mrs. Parkinson just now, who bought a house at once. Even if they sell their humble residence, they will never be able to afford it. "I can only buy a bottle of magic power increasing potion. Bill is now in 4th grade. He needs this bottle of potion to increase his magic power so that he can cope with the upcoming wizard exams." When Molly Weasley heard this, she really hoped that her other children could each have a bottle. But he could only follow the team forward in embarrassment, silently making his request to the doll at the counter. When the Weasleys walked into Hogwarts with this bottle of potion, which could almost be said to have emptied the entire family's savings, they were in the dining hall of Hogwarts. Mrs. Parkinson, who bought the medicine first, is already here. "Mommy! You are so awesome! I didn't expect you to buy it so quickly." Pansy took the potion from her mother's hand, and then raised her eyebrows proudly at Draco in front of her, causing the latter to snort coldly, but kept looking towards the entrance of the restaurant. "Not just this bottle of potion, I bought a bottle of all Professor Romon's potions," Mrs. Parkinson said, and showed it to Pansy. During this period, she also specially gave her the most anticipated laid-off and re-employment treasures, took it out and showed it. Although the name of this potion sounds malicious, it can maintain a youthful and beautiful image for 3 years. This is simply too fatal a temptation for a beauty-loving woman like Mrs. Parkinson. Suddenly, Mrs. Parkinson, who was talking excitedly to her daughter, seemed to have seen something. A meaningful smile appeared on her face, and she looked at a figure who had just walked into the restaurant. "Professor Snape, I have to say that you are indeed the most famous potion master in the British wizarding world. Your tears are worth 13,000 galleons. If I were you, I would never let go of this opportunity to make a fortune." Looking at the gently shaking potion in the other person's hand, Snape's expression froze as he just walked in. Of course he knew what the thing in front of him was. Not only did he know the name of the potion, Snape had also figured out its ingredients, but it took more than a month to decipher it. After spending a lot of potion materials, he was unable to make Romon's potion, which could save people who were hit by the death curse. Looking at Snape turning away in embarrassment, Mrs. Parkinson was not worried at all that her daughter, a Slytherin student, would make things difficult for her in the future. "I don't know if Professor Romon will come to the restaurant," Mrs. Parkinson murmured, as if she had thought of some extraordinary scene. Her legs could not help but move slightly closer to the middle, and she spoke to her daughter quite proudly. "Pansy, really, you can never imagine how charming your Professor Romon was back then, the kind of charm that makes people unable to feel any hatred at all. Even if it's because of that bottle of potion. I really don't hate him, I'm just sorry. It's a pity that I should have been more bold, otherwise your father would never have the chance to take advantage." Pansy glanced around carefully, and deliberately reminded her mother that this occasion is not suitable for you to show your girly love brain. But fortunately, all the little wizard's attention at this moment is in the direction of the entrance of the restaurant, waiting to see if his parents can buy the medicine for him. "Wow! Harry Potter bought the magic potion!" An exclamation came, and everyone looked around, only to see an ecstatic Harry Potter, holding a bottle of potion tightly, coming in from the entrance. Some of the little wizards who saw this scene showed envious expressions. Among them, the Muggle-born Hermione, because she didn't have that many galleons at all, could only look at the students around her in despair. As more and more parents of the little wizards brought them magic potions, waves of magic power began to oscillate violently throughout the restaurant. Even Harry swallowed the golden galleon's law in his hand under everyone's gaze at this moment. The effect of the potion unfolded on the opponent's body almost instantly, causing Harry Potter's body to slowly start to float, and his hair seemed to be attracted by something. Waves of wind and waves centered on the other party and began to oscillate around. A hissing sound, like a poisonous snake spitting out a message, came from the direction of Slytherin on the side, and Draco was also the same at this moment. However, the magic power lingering on his body turned into a phantom like a poisonous snake. It made a sound like a warning to the surroundings. "Wow! Draco, you! He's so handsome now!" Younger brother Gao exclaimed excitedly, and at the same time, he poured the potion sent by his father into his mouth. The whistling magic power fluctuations began to emerge and increase. Seeing the young wizards from wizarding families getting potions and starting to increase the magic power in their bodies in front of his eyes, Ronald couldn't help but anxiously stood up from his position. Got up. Just when he turned around, he saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley hurriedly walking in. "Mom and Dad!" Ronald excitedly ran in the direction of the two of them, along with his two twin brothers. However, seeing the expectant expressions on their sons' faces, the Weasleys could only respond with awkward comforting smiles. Then, under the astonished gazes of several people, he nervously took out a bottle of potion from his arms and handed it to his eldest son, Bill Weasley, who was walking with him. "Bill, you are about to face the wizard exam, and you need this potion even more." Ronald looked at this scene blankly. Although he knew the situation of his family and had a certain premonition of such an outcome, the moment it really happened, Ronald couldn't help but clenched his fists unwillingly. He looked at those familiar classmates. Forget about the heirs of big families like Draco, Harry Potter, whose parents passed away, also queued up to buy a bottle this morning because of his huge inheritance. Even Neville, his grandmother sent him a bottle of Golden Galleon's Law. Why am I obviously a pure-blood wizard? Ronald murmured. Walter? Ronald, what did you just say? Mrs. Weasley didn't hear clearly, but Ronald had already shaken his head and returned to his position silently, quietly watching the magic power fluctuate on his body, which obviously became much stronger. Of Harry Potter and others. Slowly hide the envy in his eyes. There is no doubt that the entire British wizarding world has experienced the talent of Silver Demon Lord Romon in potions. However, when these little wizards who took the Golden Gallon Law tested their current strength in the arena in front of everyone, they already had great expectations. Everyone, Wizards 3.2, were all shocked to discover that they still underestimated the effect of the Romon potion itself. In the arena, Draco and his father Lucius, who came later, stood opposite each other. The next moment, Draco's mouth suddenly uttered bursts of sounds like the hissing of snakes. In the shadow behind him, a big snake as thick as the mouth of a bull and completely black in body suddenly appeared. Shoot out from behind him. He launched an attack towards Lucius. The upside-down golden bell. A spell was swung from Lucius's wand, but the next moment, Draco in front of him had already finished reciting the spell. Split into pieces. Boom. The energy fluctuations caused by the collision of spells made Draco, who was obviously inferior to Lucius, take a few steps back. However, at this moment, the Ogates poison-spotted python that Lucius bought for him was still. Old Faithful fulfilled the orders Draco gave him. Draco paused, barely controlled his body, and waved the wand in his hand again. Expelliarmus. Boom. Looking at the Malfoy father and son who were fighting back and forth in the arena for a while, the wizards around them all showed obvious shock. Among them, those who came from pure-blood wizard families looked on with fervor. In the audience, they ordered the poisonous python to attack through Parseltongue while waving their wands incessantly. Now the opponent is only in the first grade, but the level of spells he masters now is no less than, and even after adding the advantage of Parselmouth, it is even more than that of Hogwarts. Chong 3rd grade wizards. Harry, I think you can also learn to fight like Draco. You are also a Parseltongue, so you shouldn't waste your talent. Chapter 78. With Halloween just around the corner, and the special existence of Romon this year, Hogwarts is full of something special compared to previous years. As Halloween approaches this year, all the little wizards are showing quite a bit of excitement. Of course, for some people, this Halloween is still full of challenges. Ms. Granger, instead of allocating all your time and energy and trying to do well in all subjects, I suggest you select the subjects that you need to focus on for the time being. For the sake of Romon's good sense for you, a free tip, there will be a nice surprise for you little wizards this Halloween. If I were you, I would step up my offensive spells during this time. Practice. Hermione, who was reading seriously in a classroom, heard this and looked up to see the cold Wednesday, looking at her calmly. Ignoring Hermione's confused look, Wednesday continued to talk to himself. Of course, there is another thing. Halloween night is probably the busiest, so it's best to think about what to do during the day. After looking at Wednesday, who walked straight outside without any explanation, Hermione stood up from her seat after being silent for a while. Walking towards the outside of the classroom. Wednesday, who was hiding in the corner, also snorted softly when he saw Hermione heading in the direction of the spell training ground. Facing the little wizards all around who greeted him enthusiastically after seeing him, there was no sign of relaxation or softness on Wednesday's face. Looking at the Halloween decorations that had begun to be decorated, my eyes flickered. A boring day. Wednesday's question of whether Halloween was boring or not was not yet decided, but Dumbledore, who had just returned to Hogwarts, was in a particularly good mood. In the Warcraft fortress that Romon has completed at the moment, he is arranging magic arrays and alchemy arrays, expanding the space area inside the building, and adding some arrays for better cultivating corresponding magical creatures. When Dumbledore, who used to wish Romon would turn into thin air when he saw him in the past, now walked in calmly. As soon as he entered the Warcraft fortress, Dumbledore was startled by the huge space inside that nearly dislocated his jaw. From the outside, the actual area of the so-called Warcraft fortress is no different from a larger Hogwarts castle. However, when Dumbledore walked into it, the first thing he saw was a raging volcano that was constantly rising into the air, exuding bursts of sulfur smell. This terrifying method of directly stuffing a mountain into a building made Dumbledore, who was originally going to make some harsh mockery of Romon in terms of alchemy, swallow the words on his lips silently. Standing at the foot of a volcanic mountain that is at least 300 to 400 meters high, I looked at the scattered rubble everywhere. Not a soul in sight. If it weren't for the fact that you can see spider web-like magic circles everywhere, composed of some special text symbols, emitting bursts of fluorescence on the ground that can be seen in this space. Dumbledore was really not sure that Romon was here at the moment. Romon! Where are you? After shouting loudly and seeing no response, Dumbledore couldn't help but take out his wand and cast the amplifying charm again. Waves of sound spread inside the building, but after waiting for a long time, Dumbledore didn't get any response. Just when he was about to take a step forward to search here. As soon as he raised one foot, a warning voice came. Professor Dumbledore, if you don't want to turn into a pile of ashes on the spot, I advise you to take your feet back. Dumbledore was startled, and when he turned around, he stumbled. If Romon hadn't raised his hand slightly on the spot and used a burst of magic power to hold the opponent back, he spent a lot of energy to calculate the comprehensive magic array 5 realms demonic array, and he would probably have been killed before he knew it. Under certain circumstances, this old thing may cause some potentially fatal problems. This comprehensive magic array in the Dharma Temple has a higher value level than God Alchemy God's body. The reason why it can be officially arranged by Romon today is entirely because he has spent more than 10 years and gradually accumulated the huge magic principles and alchemical principles. The theoretical knowledge on magic spells given to Professor Flitwick is nothing compared to the knowledge support needed to build the 5 realms demonic array. Professor Dumbledore, even though I forgot to put a death sign for trespassers at the door, I still need to remind you that here, I can easily and quietly kill you. And no one would even have any clues. Dumbledore, who had just stood upright, saw the haze in his eyes disappear. He was determined to turn around and be thick-skinned. After he was sure that Romon would not take action now, he let out a light laugh without any reluctance. I'm sorry, Professor Romon, for disturbing you, but I really didn't expect that you would come up with such a big surprise for Hogwarts. Even though I can't understand these things, it gives me a huge headache. Alchemy, but with the space extension spell you have applied to this place now, this will definitely be a quite great work. Romon didn't say anything, just hugging his chest and quietly watching this old guy put on a hypocritical performance. Regarding the so-called surprise for Hogwarts in the other party's words, Romon was not only not angry at all, but even wanted to laugh. He knew that the old man Dumbledore must have been secretly planning something during the period of his disappearance, which was nothing more than to drive him away from Hogwarts, preferably from the British wizarding world. Of course, Romon also dared to conclude that this old guy had definitely thought of killing him somewhere. But he also knew very well that Dumbledore was definitely not stupid enough to think that he would be his opponent. It is still unknown whether Dumbledore can defeat Elizabeth, who has completed divine alchemy and divine body. Noticed the undisguised contempt in Romon's eyes. The smile on Dumbledore's face finally slowly faded. Romon, you are indeed a very great wizard, and I am willing to admit that the contribution you have made to Hogwarts and the British wizarding world during this period is indeed huge. But you are too radical. This change should not be as drastic as you have made. The Gringotts incident is just the beginning. I can already see how much destruction you will bring to the British wizarding world when you send something like the Book of Wizards to the entire British wizarding world in the future. Seeing Dumbledore chattering to him endlessly like an elder admonishing him, Romon's original curiosity about the purpose of his visit was instantly wiped out. He grasped the void in his hand, and the next moment the majestic dark magic turned into a ferocious dark hand, instantly grabbing Dumbledore, who was still beeping endlessly. He was about to wave the elder wand in his hand when he saw the other party. Romon didn't even raise his eyelids. Next moment, with a scream, Dumbledore covered his arm in shock, and was caught in the air by the hand of darkness. The elder wand, which was originally in his hand, has also fallen into Romon's hand. The Deathly Hallows, legend has it that it is the most powerful wand given by the god of death. Romon murmured and looked at the wand in his hand. However, as his magic entered easily, and almost showed the inner structure of the wand in a way that Dumbledore could not figure out, a disappointed expression suddenly appeared on Romon's face. It's really sad. This kind of wand is just contaminated with some power of death, and coupled with a legend that sounds very mysterious, it can become the holy death in your mouth. Romon threw it away casually, like throwing away garbage, and instantly threw the elder wand out of the Warcraft fortress, followed closely by the embarrassed Dumbledore. Romon shook his head slightly as he looked at Dumbledore, who was rolling heavily on the snowy ground outside in a miserable state, with one of his arms broken by himself. It's unbelievable. My father had two people he admired very much. One was my godfather Newt Scamander, and the other was you, the greatest wizard of this century. Boulado. I have listened to him tell all your legends and experiences since I was a child. You are indeed a legend of a generation. But, look at you now. The greatest white wizard? Haha, how embarrassing. The pain in his arms and Romon's humiliation, which was so overwhelming, made the muscles in Dumbledore's face tremble violently. Then, Romon's warning voice came again, along with a magic barrier that suddenly rose at the huge entrance of the Warcraft fortress. Have you seen that volcano? If you dare to break in without permission again, that will be your crematorium. When Dumbledore appeared in the school doctor's office with this attitude, there is no doubt that Madame Pomfrey was stunned. Originally, she wanted to ask the other party how she ended up like this, but because of Dumbledore's cold look, she slowly chose to shut up and heal the other party. When Romon appeared in the restaurant during dinner on Halloween night with a smile on his face, Dumbledore once again regained his composure and kindness, as if there was no conflict between the two today. Haha, I feel relieved to see Professor Dumbledore in such good health. After all, as the principal, you can't miss such an important holiday, right? Dumbledore smiled. Of course, Merlin bless me, an old man like me can always be so stubborn and wait at Hogwarts. The two of them sang together as if nothing had happened. However, Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to the two of them, felt obvious discomfort. Finally, as Dumbledore gave a speech celebrating Halloween, with a wave of his hand, the exquisite dinner instantly appeared on the table in front of the little wizards. Dinner begins. However, Romon looked at Miss Wednesday, who was sitting in the seat behind him, obviously a little distracted, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Dang dang dang! He gently tapped the wine glass in front of him, and the sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. After discovering that it was Romon, the little wizards who were still chewing their mouths of food all stopped and looked over with their mouths full of oil. Romon stood up slowly, smiled and spoke under the gaze of everyone. 19 years ago, I came to Hogwarts in the UK as an international student from the wizarding world in the United States. At that time, there was a little girl. I'm a few years younger. Perhaps because of a joke made by both parents, she has been my follower for several years. She is very weird in the eyes of others, a complete freak, but I know that she is a very serious girl with good pursuits. Listen to Romon's slow narration. Everyone immediately realized what was happening and turned to look at Wednesday behind him. As a Gryffindor, Hermione also looked towards Wednesday. Ha! Everyone already knows who I'm talking about. However, my fiancé, who came here from the wizarding world in the United States and helps me diligently every day, is now here. However, no one has reacted yet. Looking at Wednesday, who finally stood up slowly under the gaze of everyone. Emotions such as nervousness and anticipation rarely appeared on the other person's face, and Romon's smile couldn't help but become stronger. He has now discovered that he can't find anything more interesting in Miss Wednesday than losing control of the other person's expression. This is true during the day, and even more true at night. Romon slowly took the slender hand of Wednesday, who was obviously at a loss, and then kissed him gently in public under the gaze of the other person's pupils. "Happy birthday, my dark fiancé!" Snapped. In the void, 2 gift boxes decorated with exquisite gems and ribbons appeared in front of Wednesday. "Although I've been working on both of these for a while, I thought it would be a good time to give them to you as a birthday present, Miss Wednesday Addams, who is about to become a powerful wizard." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the scene burst into warm applause. Even Dumbledore, a guy who had no dealings with Romon, immediately gave a happy smile of blessing in front of these little wizards. Applause gently from the sidelines. "You think I forgot?" Hearing Romon whispering jokingly in his ear, Wednesday, who always had a cold and paralyzed face, could not help but feel a blush appear on his face at this moment. The eyes that were still listless before dinner became full of energy. At Romon's signal, he slowly opened the 2 gift boxes in front of him. This small gesture immediately aroused the curiosity of the little wizards around him. "Hello, no. They all stood up from their seats and stood on tiptoes, wanting to see the gift from Romon. A bottle of strange potion with a mixture of billowing darkness and fire, and an ordinary-looking fiery red stuffed bear bought from a Muggle toy store. Before Wednesday could take the initiative to ask, Romon smiled slightly. "I named this bottle of potion Adam's Witch. It is a more sophisticated work that I perfectly created based on your bloodline and combined with the power of darkness. Take it. After that, you will immediately master powerful magical power." As soon as these words came out, Dumbledore, who was still clapping happily on the sidelines, his smile froze on the spot. Romon's special bloodline power, which is similar to the power of Obscurus, has already caused them a lot of headaches. Now, there is a new work. However, Romon ignored the old guy's reaction and looked at the stuffed bear aside, with a somewhat weird smile on his face. "I named this stuffed bear Tiburus. My dear, believe me, you will definitely praise my taste." Romon hasn't finished speaking yet. There was a boom. The door of the restaurant was suddenly knocked open by a figure in a panic. "Troll! In the basement! There are several trolls!" Professor Quirrell rushed in with a face full of panic, and saw Romon's eyes full of meaning. Then his eyes briefly paused on the potion in Wednesday's hand, and said, murmured, I think you should know." There was a snap and he fainted on the ground. After a few seconds of dead silence, the next moment, the little wizards in the entire restaurant screamed in terror. "Ah! Quiet!" Seeing everyone barely calm down after Dumbledore shouted, Dumbledore had just given the order for the little wizards to return to their dormitories. A voice sounded. "Professor Dumbledore, shop." Chapter 79. Professor Dumbledore, wait. In the Hogwarts dining room. After Dumbledore shouted loudly, the little wizards who had temporarily calmed down all looked at Romon next to Dumbledore. Somehow, the little wizards who were originally panicked when they heard about the existence of a giant monster in Hogwarts immediately calmed down after seeing the existence of Romon. Even young wizards like Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, whose abilities have greatly improved recently, are all ashamed of their lack of composure just now. Merlin, even if the giant monster is very scary, it is far from being something that ordinary junior masters can fight against. But are they still ordinary little wizards today? Draco clenched his fists and glanced towards the door of the restaurant, with a fierce look in his eyes. Even if they are no match for the trolls, as long as Professor Romon is still in Hogwarts, no matter how many there are, these trolls will never be able to make a difference. Professor Romon, what do you mean? Dumbledore asked coldly. Romon smiled slightly, took one of Wednesday's little hands, and took a step forward. It's just some trolls, why bother to mobilize so many people? Although it's not clear why these dirty guys appeared in Hogwarts, but I think this is quite a big deal. Nice fun game. Game. Dumbledore raised the noise instantly. He looked at Romon in disbelief, as if he were looking at a madman. Professor Romon, I know you have always been uneasy about common sense. I also chose to turn a blind eye to the things you did in the past, but, do you know what you are talking about? That's a troll. It has terrifying physical strength, strong resistance to spells, and a very terrifying and aggressive existence. Letting these things stay in Hogwarts for 1 second longer is a disservice to the lives of these little wizards present. Responsible. With that said, Dumbledore didn't give Romon any chance at all, and turned to look at Snape and Professor McGonagall. Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout, now you will personally lead the young wizards of your respective colleges back to their dormitories. 11. No one is allowed to leave the dormitory until the troll has been completely eliminated. As he said that, he took a special look at Romon, who looked strangely at the side. His eyes held the majesty that a principal and a great white wizard should have. This is a mandatory order from me, Albus Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Everyone must obey it immediately. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall and others looked at each other and hurriedly walked towards the young wizards in their own college. The young wizards of Gryffindor are arranged neatly, with the prefects at all levels taking the lead. Keep an eye on all the wizards and don't fall behind. Follow me back to the Gryffindor dormitory immediately. Slytherin Academy, leaders of all levels will lead the team, and be careful of the trolls that may appear in the guest area. Ravenclaw. Watching the little wizards, led by the professors and senior prefects, line up neatly and leave out of the restaurant. Romon, who was staring at Dumbledore's warning gaze, smiled slightly. He stretched out a hand and snapped his fingers. Next moment, cracking waves of magic power, accompanied by streaks of golden red light, bloomed from each little wizard's body. Everyone was startled and looked down, only to realize that the thing emitting light was the wizard's book of each of them. Each wizard's book slowly flew out of the pockets of the young wizards, automatically and without wind. As the pages turned, lines of text appeared on a comm page. Halloween Special Event Silver Devil's Prank Reward. On Halloween night, there will be a large number of Halloween monsters, pumpkins, sheet ghosts, weird armors throughout Hogwarts Castle, as well as special monsters from the 4 major colleges. Find and kill these monsters and you will get a specific amount of Halloween candy. The amount of Halloween candy collected will directly affect the overall value of the Silver Devil Christmas gift that the little wizard can get at Christmas. Tip 1. The troll that breaks into Hogwarts will receive certain magic enhancements. If you kill or expel it from Hogwarts, you will be rewarded with a random magic item on the spot. Of course, little wizards, please note that the benefits are the same as risks always coexist. Tip 2. All the little wizards' book will have an opportunity to activate the protection magic to ensure your safety when encountering fatal danger. But this will also mean that the little wizards will start from this time. Special Events Exit. The dazzling lines of information elicited bursts of exclamations from the little wizards present. At the same time, the expressions of the professors who saw the special event organized by Romon changed. Professor Romon, stop doing this nonsense, this kind of thing is too dangerous. Professor McGonagall shouted anxiously, but at this moment Romon burst into laughter. He opened his arms, and the majestic dark green magic power spurted out from his body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, you swallowed up the entire Hogwarts restaurant in an instant. On the ceiling at the top of the restaurant, the magic pumpkin ornaments that were originally floating trembled the moment they came into contact with this magic power. Immediately, round pumpkin monsters with Halloween-specific pumpkin expressions fell from the ceiling in an instant. Wow Kaka! Shouting incomprehensible sounds, holding sticks that looked like pumpkin handles in their hands, they instantly knocked the little wizards away before anyone could react. He rushed towards the outside of the restaurant. And somewhere where the little wizards couldn't see, sheets with ghostly faces were fluttering out from the direction of the little wizards' dormitories. Wandering around the castle unconsciously. Amidst the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, some warehouses in the castle or the medieval armor used for decoration in the corners seemed to come to life. Walk straight down from the pedestal. Roman Kowalski. What the hell are you kidding about? Dumbledore roared angrily, but Chuanhao's laughter became even more unrestrained. He opened his hands and looked at the little wizards present with confusion and encouragement in his eyes. Should you go back to your dormitory and be a good Halloween baby, or pick up your wand and have a fun Halloween night? Tricks or candy, happy Halloween! Seeing that after Romon shouted, a dark green flame suddenly rose from his body at the next moment, and with a crash, Wednesday disappeared into the restaurant in an instant. The only laughter that was full of the devil's characteristics was still echoing in the castle. Everyone in the entire restaurant couldn't help but look at each other. Dumbledore clenched his fists tightly, feeling the obviously lively Hogwarts castle, and the murderous intention against Romon in his heart was boiling fiercely. Professor McGonagall, take the little wizards back to the dormitory immediately. The strong order was spoken again, and Professor McGonagall and others nodded. And just when these deans took the students from their respective houses, they walked out of the Hogwarts dining hall and prepared to go towards the dormitory. Wakakaka! Amidst the bursts of funny and evil screams, 3 or 4 yellow-orange pumpkin monsters seemed to have sensed something. They raised the wooden sticks in their hands and rushed towards these little wizards. Split into pieces. Collapse. Wingardim Leviosa. Boom. Before McGonagall and one of the other professors could take action, several curses were instantly transmitted from the direction of the little wizard in the academy. After a short scream, the pumpkin monsters hit by the curse trembled and exploded on the spot. It turned into bursts of crystal light and disappeared. An afterimage flew from the direction where they originally were, and instantly arrived in front of the few net masters who had just inspired Shang. Draco of Slytherin. Gryffindor's Hermione, Harry, and demolition wizard Shameless. The thing that could be seen flying for a short time was an ordinary-looking candy. It slipped into the wizard's book of several people in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Several people looked at each other and were shocked by the fragility of Pumpkin Monster. Their eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the deans of their respective colleges. No. Don't even think about it, all little wizards, return to your dormitory immediately. Although Professor McGonagall was also angry, he still insisted on carrying out Dumbledore's orders unwaveringly. However, Hermione, who was standing in the team, thought of the reminder from Wednesday, as well as the tempting event rewards in the wizard's book. Without anyone expecting it, he suddenly rushed out of the crowd and ran towards a corridor on one side. Miss Granger! Come back! Seeing how bold a little girl like Hermione was, Draco immediately winked at several of his followers and the little girl Pansy at Slytherin Academy. Suddenly, there was a commotion in Slytherin, and many impatient young wizards chose to disobey the Principal Dumbledore's order. Joined the Halloween activities of Romon, the Silver Devil. When Dumbledore heard the noise and walked out of the restaurant, his already extremely ugly face turned completely livid. Several professors from the dean stood at the door awkwardly and blankly, and beside them, in addition to their respective superiors, they were reluctant to stay here. There was not a single little wizard in sight. Once he felt it, the anger in Dumbledore's heart could no longer be contained. With an angry roar, and under the horrified gazes of several professors, he suddenly pulled out his Elder Wand. Hogwarts can no longer tolerate this guy's continued existence. Professors of Hogwarts, you immediately eliminate all monsters in the castle and bring the little wizards back to their dormitories. Please give me flowers 0. Professor McGonagall's pupils trembled. And you, Albus, what are you going to do? Although he knew that the other party must have planned many terrible things secretly during this period, looking at Dumbledore who had pulled out the Elder Wand at this moment, it was obvious that he had no intention of continuing to compromise. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but asked anxiously. Dumbledore's grey beard trembled, he took a deep look at several people, said a word, and disappeared on the spot in an instant. I'm here to end all instability, today. The Palace of Truth. In a burst of light, Miss Wednesday appeared on the top floor with Romon's arms around her waist. She was pregnant at the moment. She was still holding the 2 gifts given to her by Romon, with obvious confusion and surprise in her eyes. Master, when you come back at this time, it seems that you must have admitted that what is put on the table for Halloween should not be junk food that has no aesthetic taste. Elizabeth twisted her waist and moved toward Romon with a charming and obviously lustful look. It seemed that as long as Romon nodded, he would be placed on the dining table in the next second, causing Miss Wednesday in Romon's arms to frown. Then, as if he thought of something, he faced Romon in surprise and asked the question he had been wanting to ask just now. Can this potion really allow me to become a wizard and learn magic spells? Her face was filled with anticipation, but Romon was laughing proudly. Miss Wednesday seems to still lack some confidence in my potion abilities. You might as well try it yourself now. Hearing this, Wednesday looked at the mysterious Romon and finally opened the potion bottle silently. As the bottle of Adam's Witch potion enters the mouth, a majestic dark energy is mixed with bursts of sulfur smell that makes Elizabeth feel extremely disgusted. As the center, spread out. 000. Looking at the figure wrapped in billowing darkness and gradually flying, the smile on Romon's lips began to grow. Master, you have really given this woman an incredible gift. Looking at Elizabeth, who came over with a resentful look and a pout, lying on his shoulder, Romon rolled his eyes speechlessly. There seem to be more gifts for you these days. Bar? Miss Wednesday basically doesn't take much away from you. Romon shook his head slightly and was about to say something when he looked away from the palace as if he suddenly sensed something. The figure quickly disappeared from the spot. On Halloween night, the flying snow pulled Dumbledore's white hair and beard into a mess. However, at this moment, he was holding the Elder Wand in one hand and walking step by step towards the Palace of Truth. Suddenly, his steps paused slightly. It seems that our Professor Dumbledore is ready to draw his sword against the Demon King. It's really interesting. Do you think you are still my opponent now? In other words, during the month of missing, our Professor Dumbledore found something powerful enough to kill me. Romon was wearing a jet black suit, and the cape of an American 4-star potion master behind him was rustling in the wind and snow. Joking sounds came from the flying snow. In the Hogwarts castle not far away, from time to time there were little wizards shouting excitedly and releasing magic from time to time. Light. Looking at Romon's joking expression, he didn't put himself in his eyes at all. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, and the magic power surged from his body. The Elder Wand in his hand was emitting an ominous magical light. Romon Kowalski, I have to say that each of the magic principles you gave to Flitwick is a great work that can be remembered by the wizarding world, but you will also be buried today on what you are proud of. Thunderbolt explosion, fierce explosion. A loud roar, a curse that had never appeared in the wizarding world, was issued from Dumbledore's air at this moment. In an instant, a terrifying flaming lion appeared above Romon's head and struck it with a palm. The fierce flames instantly engulfed it. Dumbledore waved the wand in his hand, accompanied by strange movements with his other hand. The next moment, the flame lion turned into a violently rotating tornado of flames, and bursts of rumbling explosions like muffled thunder kept coming from the flames. However, it was so gorgeous that it even instantly attracted the spell of some young wizards in the castle. The next moment, Romon's iconic teasing and ridicule came. Under the surging darkness, Romon stepped directly out of it. A good learning talent. It combines the high-level explosive curse and the fire curse. It also solves the shortcomings of the explosive curse's short continuous damage event and the slow attack speed of the fire curse. Not only by Professor Dumbledore, your work. There's no art at all. Dumbledore's pupils shrank and he looked at Romon, who slowly raised his hand, just when he thought the other party was going to release some powerful spell. Haha, it seems, Dumbledore, you have a new opponent. 10. Chapter 80. Haha, it seems that Dumbledore, you have a new opponent. As soon as Romon finished speaking, in the flying snow behind him that had become so thick that it almost suppressed his sight, a figure in a black dress slowly walked out of the terrifying white. Facing the roaring flames surrounding Romon, a fire suddenly rose in his hand. Boom! Not like Dumbledore, who still needs to chant a spell and wave a wand. The blood-red flame turned into a ferocious flame bear, roaring, and instantly collided with the flame lion under Dumbledore's spell. The terrible energy collision shattered the white snow flying around, and instantly melted the surrounding snow within hundreds of meters. White steam rose up, covering the battle scene. At this moment, everyone in the castle could only vaguely see the flame monsters that were constantly fighting and colliding in the mist, as well as the figures that were confronting each other in the distance, exuding terrifying magic fluctuations. But it was Miss Wednesday Addams who had completed the potion fusion. Fire is raging and the wind is roaring. The elder wand in Dumbledore's hand was blazing with light, the spell he was chanting in his mouth, and the magic principles he was releasing were easily seen through by Romon at a glance. There is no doubt that they are all improved versions based on the original magic spells in the wizarding world using the magic principles I taught Flitwick. Compared with the original fire curse, this kind of compound blessing of multiple magic spells, coupled with the blessing of the Elder Wand, was cast by Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century. The effect it brings is no less than 100 times more powerful than the ordinary fire spell. On Halloween night, the raging flames spread and roared in the open space in front of Hogwarts and the Palace of Truth. The terrifying fire seemed to ignite the entire sky above Hogwarts. As for Dumbledore, who was standing in the blazing flames, his white robes also reflected a layer of firelight that was like divine light. The flames became terrifying as he waved the Elder Wand in his hand, like a world-destroying monster that had been awakened, roaring towards Wednesday in front of him, encircling and roaring towards him. Master, are you sure you haven't taken action yet? This old thing has learned your spell. This human woman will never be able to withstand such an attack. Before entering the Palace of Truth, Romon had already dodged out of the fighting range at some point. When Elizabeth saw this scene, she couldn't help but give a warning. Romon smiled slightly. Of course, Elizabeth, what you said is not wrong. Although the Adam's Witch potion is based on the Dark Tyrant's crown, I added a lot of undead materials and spent a lot of energy to prepare the potion. But Wednesday has just gained the power of this potion after all. Looking at the confused Elizabeth, Romon chuckled and crossed his arms. But, Elizabeth, have you forgotten that the gift I gave to our Miss Addams is not just the bottle of potion? You don't really think that the teddy bear is really just an ordinary teddy bear, do you? As soon as these words came out, there was also a sudden and drastic change in the field. Originally, the hellfire cast by Dumbledore's curse was suppressed on a large scale on Wednesday, and it seemed as if he would be engulfed in blazing flames at any time by Dumbledore's curse. At this time, the red bear that had been casually tied around the opponent's waist suddenly seemed to have come to life. He took the initiative to break away, followed by a deafening roar of the Bear King that resounded through the night at Hogwarts. The next moment, the originally ordinary little bear suddenly expanded and turned into a bear with scarlet flames burning all over its body, its legs standing upright, like a legendary druid. Amid the terrifying roar that seemed to shatter a person's eardrums, the flames that had originally surrounded Wednesday and crazily oppressed him were instantly pushed away by an invisible force. Roar! The whole body was burning with blazing flames, like a giant bear from hell. When it stood up, it actually reached a terrifying height of about 10 meters. Like a monster driving a tsunami, it took a heavy step towards the opponent with the flame spell cast by Dumbledore. Boom! The ground shook. Dumbledore was frightened by the terrifying monster that suddenly appeared, and took a few steps back. Squinting his eyes with difficulty, he looked at this almost nightmare existence. From the other party's body, he could even feel a magical energy that surpassed that of an adult dragon. However, if it were just this, Dumbledore would have underestimated Romon, the great alchemist's work, not to mention it was a birthday gift to his fiancée, Miss Adams, whom he had not seen for many years. As the pressure caused by the flames around him suddenly decreased, Wednesday breathed a sigh of relief. There was a cruel and fierce light in his eyes painted with black eyeshadow. "Professor Dumbledore, why do I seem to smell something burning?" The blood-red flame energy in his hand suddenly flicked out. Without giving Dumbledore a chance to react, a sharp shout came from the raging flames of hell. "Tiburus! Bite him to death!" Roar! In Hogwarts Castle, a magic spell suddenly struck the armored monster that was about to charge at him with the sword in his hand, and he didn't care about the candy that flew into his wizard's book. Professor McGonagall was lying nervously by a window in the corridor of Hogwarts. Outside, the blazing flames made even her feel a burning sensation coming from her eyebrows. "God, what on earth is that?" Seeing that Wednesday, who had inexplicably possessed such terrifying power, was suppressed by Dumbledore, but with the addition of a terrifying violent bear, he was instantly at a disadvantage. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but let out a scream. Professor Flitwick and others, who also felt the strong fluctuations of the magic battle outside, also rushed over. Compared to the outside, this was already considered the top battle in the British wizarding world. In the castle, these Halloween monsters are fighting with the little wizards. Monsters are nothing at all. Even Professor Flitwick and others temporarily forgot at this moment that there was a giant monster that Romon had said was wandering around in the castle that had been strengthened by his magic. At this moment, everyone is like Professor McGonagall, lying by the window looking at the thrilling battle outside. "I have completely lost my ability to think. How could just a bottle of magic potion and a teddy bear give Ms. Adams, a squib, such terrifying magical power in such a short period of time?" When the headmaster of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout, a part-time herbology professor at Hogwarts, asked this question to Snape, the potions professor, in confusion. The eerie silence at the scene fully demonstrated how terrible the impact of what was happening in front of them was on the people present. McGonagall and Professor Flitwick also turned their attention to Snape, who had been studying Romon's potions during this period. However, the latter was a circle pharmacist who was considered the top in the British wizarding world in the field of potions. At this moment, he could only hesitate and couldn't explain why. During this time, he had been seeking to crack the bottle of potion that gave him near nightmares through the known formulas and the few phrases revealed by Romon after that lecture. Snape's tears. However, even this bottle, in the air of Romon, is his work in the 2nd grade. But it caused Snape to fail for nearly 2 months without making much substantial progress. This bottle of low-level potion is like this for the time being. How could he figure out the potion that Romon took out to give to his fiancée? Looking at Snape, who frowned and said nothing, everyone could not help but feel a strong feeling of sadness from the bottom of their hearts, even though they had already made a decision in their hearts. Being able to teach at Hogwarts and hold the position of Dean, Professor McGonagall and others present here, just take one, are the top beings in a certain field in the British wizarding world, and even the world's wizarding community. However, the appearance of Romon caused earth-shaking changes in this inherent status in their perception. Just when a few people were still a little melancholy and confused, in the battle outside, a violent explosion shocked everyone back to their senses. Then looking down, everyone was shocked to find that Dumbledore was knocked out for no apparent reason. If he hadn't gotten up quickly enough, he would have been instantly swallowed up by the blazing flames. However, even so, the hearts of Dumbledore, McGonagall and others were instantly squeezed as they watched Dumbledore, McGonagall and others waving their wands and casting water control spells, struggling against Wednesday's man and bear. Albus. It seems that Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore are indeed friends who have worked together for many years. However, it seems that Professor Dumbledore has not chosen to be smarter on some things because of you, an old friend. At the familiar voice, everyone turned around and saw Romon with a gentle smile on his face. Beside him, Elizabeth was lying gently on his shoulder. Half of her graceful body was pressed tightly against Romon, not taking the people in front of her seriously at all. Damn it, are you going to kill him? Dumbledore rescued you from a hellish place like Azkaban a few months ago. Professor McGonagall reprimanded angrily, and Professor Sprout on the side quickly grabbed him. I'm afraid that McGonagall will be poisoned by Romon just like Dumbledore, who was being violently ravaged outside the window at the moment. However, they obviously thought Romon was too unbearable. He prefers to do this kind of thing as a process rather than as a result. Haha, Professor McGonagall, I think I need to correct something. If Dumbledore had not gone to Azkaban, I would have easily left that place, whether you believe it or not. Before getting entangled in such meaningless and boring questions, I don't think we should go directly to the topic of today. Hearing this, everyone's hearts jumped violently. Romon, what are you going to do? Romon stared at Professor Flitwick, whom he respected in front of him, and then glanced at McGonagall and others who looked wary. Speak slowly. Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, attacked me in public as the honorary headmaster, and unleashed a curse on such a scale. It was definitely not a friendly exchange. Seeing the smile on Romon's face, Professor McGonagall suddenly realized something. Gritting teeth. You're going to steal Hogwarts? Romon suddenly sneered. Dear Professor McGonagall, although I know that you value Hogwarts more than your life, but why has Hogwarts not brought any progress to this magic school? Dumbledore, in your eyes, is the respectable headmaster. Why is it that when it comes to me, who allows you to improve the Transfiguration Curse courses and train more young wizards who can skillfully master the Transfiguration Curse, you have to use such derogatory terms as stealing? Where's the bad vocabulary? Romon's words made the angry Professor McGonagall speechless. Romon looked at Professor Flitwick, who was in trouble in front of him. Professor Flitwick, you must have had a rough understanding of how great my curse theory is during this period of time. However, I want to say, what you know now is not even the tip of the iceberg here. Choose me, Ravenclaw, and all of Hogwarts will receive more advanced, more powerful, and greater magical knowledge, and Hogwarts will be in my hands. It has become the highest holy place in the hearts of wizards all over the world. Professor Flitwick. There is no doubt that these words of Romon definitely hit Professor Flitwick immediately. Just a few words made the latter's face turn red with excitement. He almost opened his mouth and agreed immediately, but the next moment he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced out the window hesitantly. Romon, I want to know, what are you going to do with Professor Dumbledore? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately fell on Romon. At this moment, amidst the fierce confrontation of spells outside the window, one could still faintly hear Dumbledore's incantation, which was obviously weak due to his old age. Romon slowly came to the window. I have to say that this old guy Dumbledore still has some real abilities. At this moment, with the change of the spell cast and the thick water vapor surrounding him, even though he looked embarrassed, he was still reluctant to do so on Wednesday and Thursday. With Bosie's joint attack, they will not be defeated for the time being. However, McGonagall and others are very clear. Dumbledore is too old. But Wednesday is very young, and he has just mastered this power at this moment, and is still learning more precise control in actual combat. Dumbledore's defeat will only be a matter of time. What to do with Dumbledore? To be honest, when asked suddenly, Romon really couldn't come up with any specific measures. Just kill him? Let's not talk about the influence of the other party's representative in the wizarding world. Killing such a non-Kain who has extremely strong magic talent and can also provide the Dharma Temple in Romon's mind with the proficiency of an emperor in the use of advanced magic spells. Romon really couldn't bear to kill him like this. In addition, there is also the relationship between his godfather and the others. However, looking at the silent Romon, McGonagall and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At least they haven't made up their minds yet. Although Dumbledore is extremely pedantic now, and he has been planning some shady things secretly in recent times, but I don't think this can directly obliterate the achievements he has made for the wizarding world. As long as he learns to be smarter, I don't mind letting him off for my godfather's sake. Of course, the premise here is, our white wizard Professor Dumbledore, you can become smarter like you did when you fought against Grindelwald. Romon said with a smile, with an obvious hint of danger in his smile. However, looking out the window at this moment, Dumbledore was being pressed closer and closer by Wednesday, and was about to reach his limit, and even had an obvious intention of retreating. Professor McGonagall finally took a deep breath and made his choice. Boom! With another fierce curse confrontation, the open space outside Hogwarts exploded. Dumbledore, who was panting violently, stumbled back again under the impact of this magic power. Seeing the violent bear that was about to rush in front of him with its bloody mouth open, no matter how unbelievable it was, Dumbledore, the legendary white wizard, still had to face it at this moment. Accept this cruel reality that he cannot accept no matter what. Gellert, the reality seems to be more cruel than you think. Dumbledore's face turned pale and he couldn't believe that he couldn't even defeat the squib girl in front of him. Chapter 81. Roar. A black shadow came over the head like a dark cloud. The smell of volcanic sulfur emanating from Tibur's ferocious mouth was clearly transmitted into Dumbledore's nasal cavity. The latter held the Elder Wand tightly in his hand, trying to resist or dodge. However, looking at the behemoth that was almost in front of him, Dumbledore couldn't help but close his eyes in despair, and the words of his good friend Grindelwald echoed in his mind. The era where the Silver Demon King lives will be a more dangerous era. Just when Dumbledore thought he was about to make friends first and go to see Merlin, a voice suddenly came. Well, Wednesday, I think the situation is pretty much settled now. Slowly opening his eyes, the giant bear Tibur's in front of him, who could only reach one knee of the opponent when he stood up, slowly stood up, and the blazing flames were extinguished from the opponent's body. Then, under Dumbledore's shocked gaze, he shrank and transformed back into the small teddy bear before, flying to Wednesday's waist. There is no more appropriate time than now to kill this old guy. Why? Looking at Romon who suddenly stopped him, Wednesday frowned slightly. The next moment, Romon's finger gently tapped the latter's eyebrows. Such an intimate gesture, especially under the gaze of Professor McGonagall and others, made Miss Wednesday's eyes suddenly become erratic. Although what Miss Adams said is correct, I don't want a future holy place like Hogwarts in the wizarding world to be stained with a trace of blood. After hearing Romon's words, Dumbledore, who struggled to get up from the ground, gasped and cursed. Hypocritical. Romon turned his head slightly, his eyes cold. However, such a simple action instantly startled Professor McGonagall and others nearby. Right now, Wednesday alone could beat Dumbledore into this horrible state if Romon and Elizabeth on the side also followed suit. That way, Dumbledore wouldn't even be able to keep his ashes today. That's enough. Albus. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, but you openly killed Professor Romon, the honorary headmaster recognized by the Ministry of Magic and the school board. If I were you, I should wait silently for the answer. It will be handled by the Ministry of Magic. Don't make the same mistake again and again. Dumbledore's eyes widened and he looked at Professor McGonagall, who was standing on Romon's side, in disbelief. Then he couldn't help but look at the other branch deans. Snape shook his head slowly, his eyes twinkling. 813 Professor Dumbledore, your irrational behavior today is indeed no longer suitable for you to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. Just let it go. Professor Flitwick also sighed and shook his head, comforting the other person. Professor Dumbledore, I think the Ministry of Magic will focus on your contribution over the years, and Professor Romon has promised us that he will not pursue you too much. You have been busy for the wizarding world for most of your life, and it is time to rest. Professor Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff, had red eyes and said nothing, but silently glanced his head to the side. At this moment, Dumbledore truly felt what it meant to be separated from one another. What a shame, Romon's joking voice came again at this time. I think Mr. Grindelwald must be more familiar with this feeling of being betrayed by a friend than you, right? Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who was obviously out of breath due to excessive consumption of magic power during the battle, heard this. The rickety body burst out with a magical power full of anger and hatred. Roman Kowalski. Looking at Dumbledore, who was waving the Elder Wand in his hand and looking like he was about to fight again, Wednesday and Elizabeth instantly stood in front of Romon. However, the next moment, a voice that Dumbledore had never expected suddenly came. Expelliarmus. The Elder Wand came out of his hand, and Dumbledore looked in disbelief at his old friend, Minerva McGonagall, who was using the wand at this moment. His mouth opened wide and the shock in his eyes made McGonagall feel heartbroken. However, Romon's previous conditions were very clear. If Dumbledore was smarter and surrendered, he could still save his life. But if you continue to resist stubbornly and wait for the result of the greatest white wizard in the world, there is only one way to be destroyed. Albus, that's enough, it's over. Snape flied the Elder Wand and disarmed Dumbledore's Elder Wand. After a moment's hesitation, he silently handed the wand to Romon, who had been watching the scene with a smile. Don't move, Albus, this is definitely not just a warning. Professor McGonagall suppressed the regret in his voice and winked at Professor Flitwick beside him. The latter immediately cast a binding spell, and Bulido took control. As for Dumbledore, who was tied up in a big way, his eyes that were originally full of anger gradually dimmed at this moment, even though he knew that he had disappointed his old friend McGonagall a lot. However, he was pointed at by the other party's magic wand, and several other branch deans also took action to stop him. This incident had a huge psychological impact on Dumbledore. What a pity, Professor Dumbledore. I thought you could at least tolerate it until Christmas this year, but I really didn't expect that you would dare to attack me like this just by learning some of the curse theories I brought up. I did overestimate you. Romon looked at Dumbledore, who had become his prisoner, with disdain, and shook his head in disdain. Then he looked at the other branch deans present. Everyone, why are you so serious? From today on, the history of Hogwarts and even the wizarding world will enter a new page. Let the decadence end today. Romon looked at Snape aside. Professor Snape, this is obviously not the right time to notify the Ministry of Magic and the School Board of Trustees. Please keep our Professor Dumbledore under your custody until the Ministry of Magic arrives tomorrow. Snape was silent for a moment and nodded slowly. Okay, professors, I think we can go and admire our little wizards and have a great time. To be honest, during the more than 10 years in Azkaban, the most difficult thing was to not even have one. There are no holidays to celebrate. Seeing that Romon didn't take Dumbledore seriously at all, he just threw it to Snape casually, directly holding the two beauties' slender waists, and headed towards Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall and others at the scene looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little confused. I don't know whether what they did was right or wrong. And at the same time, Professor Dumbledore lost to Miss Wednesday. Walter, Merlin, isn't Miss Wednesday a squib? By the way. Potion. It's the bottle of potion that Professor Romon gave to Miss Wednesday. Can you get such a powerful power from just a bottle of potion? Hogwarts, by the windowsill in the corridor. Although at this moment, the other little wizards are all alone or in groups throughout the castle, looking for the Halloween monsters created by Romon in an attempt to get more candies. Thus, in the next Christmas, I will receive an even more powerful gift from the Silver Devil. All the little wizards went crazy. Only Draco and the others were looking at Dumbledore with dull eyes at this moment, who was already being dragged by Snape and heading toward a dungeon in the castle in a slightly embarrassed manner. A look of disbelief. Everyone's main focus was still on Wednesday, who was hugged by Romon. Before that, everyone knew exactly what kind of existence Wednesday was. A muggle who grew up in the American wizarding world and whose family race is a bit weird, and Romon's fiancé. In the eyes of everyone, Wednesday without Romon doesn't even deserve their respect. But now, they watched the battle outside from beginning to end. It didn't last long, but it allowed them to see a completely different Wednesday. Professor Romon seems to have said that if you kill or drive out the trolls that break into the castle, you will be rewarded with magic items. Will you be rewarded with powerful magic potions, even if they are not as valuable as Miss Adams's? Explosion genius Seamus Finnegan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. And just as he finished speaking, Draco, who was still lying at the window, immediately pulled his two followers and ran in one direction. Hermione thought of this immediately. If we don't want to be overtaken by those Slytherin guys, we'd better act quickly. Hearing this, Harry and Neville were startled, and hurriedly followed. Running in the corridors of Hogwarts this night was more lively than any other day. Everywhere, little wizards can be seen in groups of 3 or 2, fighting some Halloween monsters. Under Romon's deliberate control, these Halloween monsters that he briefly resurrected using methods similar to alchemy can always be targeted because the young wizards he faces are of different grades and show different combat capabilities. Just as Harry and the others were heading towards the place where they imagined the troll might exist. Along the way, you can always meet many seniors. While releasing various advanced magic spells, they cooperate with each other to deal with countless Halloween monsters who are agile and strong. God, I really can't believe it. How did Professor Romon do it? Those armors actually look like living people. Neville, who was chasing closely behind them, saw this scene and shouted in surprise. However, Hermione and the others didn't wait for an answer. The huge creature that suddenly walked out of a corner in front of them stunned them instantly. Hermione held the wand in her hand and murmured. Obviously, Professor Romon has prepared an even bigger surprise for us. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a terrible whistling sound, accompanied by a huge mace, which hit several Xiaogang head-on. Wingardim Leviosa. Boom! A dull explosion exploded on the giant monster's body with smoke and dust. While causing the opponent's body to stagger, it also allowed Hermione and others to successfully retreat some distance. However, Simo, who was holding the wand at the moment, couldn't help but swallowed his saliva when he looked at the silver armor on the troll body that exuded a dense light. Zarache! How to fight this? This mutation curse of mine, which can instantly seriously injure or even kill the opponent when it hits the acromantula's vitals, has no effect on this giant monster at this moment. It didn't cause any harm. Hermione bit her teeth secretly and raised her wand instantly. Hit him on the head. Split into pieces. Boom! Roar! In an instant, Harry, Neville and Seamus also reacted and joined the battle instantly. However, at this moment, facing the combined force of these 4 people, they were attacked by Romon. Reinforced Troll. It also showed considerable destructive power at the same time. In just a moment, the fighting here turned the entire corridor into a mess, with broken floors and bricks everywhere. At the same time, Draco also led several young wizards in Slytherin and found a giant monster wandering confusedly in a bathroom. The battle began as Draco, a parcel mouth, took the lead in releasing his own poisonous snake. However, compared to Hermione and the others, they were hesitant when releasing the spell, and were even worried that things around them would be destroyed. Several young wizards from Slytherin immediately released their most powerful spells as soon as they came up. Or use the low-level fire curse and explosion curse, or control everything around you and cast the levitation curse to violently attack the giant monsters. The sounds of fierce fighting could be heard throughout Hogwarts. This scene shocked Professor McGonagall and others who had walked all the way to the restaurant. Professor Romon, this is too dangerous. Didn't you say that those monsters will show different combat capabilities depending on the opponent? If one of them is not good, there will be big problems. Question. After hearing Professor McGonagall's worried words, Romon, who had already sat majestically in the seat that originally belonged to Principal Dumbledore, looked unconcerned. All so-called worries about dangers originate from one's own ignorance and unknown about some unknown matters. Just like what Romon has shown now, he has the ability to turn items into monsters. Since Professor McGonagall and the others did not have enough knowledge base to guess the principles behind the appearance of these things, the first thing they thought of was naturally the so-called danger. Benevolence. Professor McGonagall, although I understand your mood at the moment, it is best for you to sit here quietly and wait. The little wizards are having a great time now. The author said. The corners of Romon's mouth curled up slightly. Nothing really interesting has appeared yet. Walter? What else are you doing? Hogwarts, in a corridor. Several members of the Weasley family were gathering together. As the eldest, Bill frowned and looked at his wizard's book. No, it's far from enough. Let alone 100, it's not even enough for 90 candies. At this speed, Fred and George will be caught up by others soon. Well, there's Ronald. We can't rest any longer, we have to speed up and collect more candies. Fred and George looked at each other and nodded silently. However, this is really hard for Ronald, who is in first grade. While following his brothers, other first-year wizards could kill the pumpkin monster with one spell as long as they seize the opportunity. He at least needs 2 or 3 hits. And the opponent's speed will be increased a lot. However, at this moment, he was exhausted physically and mentally, but there was no record of even a single candy in the wizard's book. As the eldest son of the family, Bill urgently needs to improve his strength because of the upcoming wizard exams. For this reason, he asked his younger brothers to give him free exams. The twin brothers, who may be more interested in this Halloween event themselves, have nothing to do with it. Ronald was filled with resentment at this moment. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly bloomed on top of the wizard's book in Bill's hand. Immediately afterwards, the wizard's book on Ronald and others also had the same effect. Romon's voice came from it. The Halloween special monster from the 4 major colleges has arrived, and the wizard general marks the location of the monster. Killing this special target will randomly drop various items including gold galleons, magic scroll, alchemy treasure, magic potion and Halloween candy. Kind of trophies. Ronald suddenly had a thought. Bill, this thing is obviously not something I can deal with. Why don't I deal with those pumpkin monsters by myself, and then give you the candy? Chapter 82. Hear Ronald's words. Bill, who originally disliked his younger brother for not being able to help him at all, nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Watching Bill taking his 2 twin brothers, holding the wizard's book in their hands, and hurried in the direction of Gryffindor, Ronald stood there and looked at their backs, with a good brother smile on his face disappear slowly. Haha, collecting candies for you? Bill Weasley. A disdainful snort came out. Taking out his own wizard's book, Ronald looked at the new page with a map of Hogwarts on it. They are located in the red-marked positions in the student areas of the 4 major branches. Slytherin's snake, Gryffindor's lion, Ravenclaw's eagle, and Hufflepuff's badger are marked on the map. Obviously, that is the location of the Academy special monster that Silver Demon Lord Romon mentioned, and you can get massive rewards after killing it. However, Ronald only glanced at it, thinking about what he was looking for on the map. After a while, as if he had made some kind of decision, he immediately headed in one direction. Hogwarts dining room. Romon was sitting in the principal's seat, enjoying the massage from Elizabeth's weak and boneless hands. As for our Miss Wednesday, with her character, she still couldn't behave like Elizabeth in the presence of outsiders. Move. At this moment, he was looking through a book on the principles of magic spells that Romon had taken out with a serious look on his face. However, unlike Romon's ease, Professor McGonagall and others were not relaxed for a second at this moment. From time to time they would glance towards the door of the restaurant, fearing the next second. Several young wizards carried the seriously wounded and ran in panic. However, it seems that he is afraid of what will happen. A burst of rapid footsteps suddenly came from the door of the restaurant under the nervous gaze of Professor McGonagall. 817. Professor Sprout suddenly stood up nervously, and then, "Mr. Weasley, what happened? Is someone injured?" Seeing Ronald Weasley, who was panting and obviously running all the way, Professor Sprout immediately stepped forward to ask anxiously. Ronald shook his head in confusion. But he couldn't help but look towards Romon, who was sitting in the principal's seat. They had also seen the battle outside Hogwarts just now, and at this time, Romon, the winner and honorary principal, sat in that position without any scruples. So what will happen in the future is self-evident. Thinking of this, Ronald couldn't help but swallowed again. Professor McGonagall also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Ronald say that no one was injured. "So, Weasley, do you want to withdraw from this so-called Halloween event? If so, I will send you back to Gryffindor's dormitory immediately, and I will cast a spell to prevent those monsters from breaking in and disturbing your rest." However, just as Professor McGonagall was talking dutifully, Ronald, who came back to his senses, hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. "No. Professor McGonagall, you misunderstood. I will not withdraw from the event. I am just here to get some things." With that said, he quickly came to the dining table under the gaze of all the professors. With a clanking sound, he put a sharp knife into his arms. On the Gryffindor side alone, Ronald collected at least 500 to 600 table knives, and this was even when he couldn't hold them all. Ronald looked at Ronald with a pile of table knives wrapped in a tablecloth and chewing a piece of chicken roll in his mouth. Professor McGonagall and others were a little confused by his actions. However, Ronald didn't pay any attention to the gazes around him, and just dragged the package in his hand with difficulty and headed out of the restaurant. Just when he reached the door, his footsteps stopped. Looking back, he looked firmly at Romon, who was sitting in the principal's seat. "Principal Romon, I am a red-haired Weasley, but I will definitely prove to you that I am not a weak Weasley." Romon raised his eyebrows slightly. "I look forward to your performance. In my case, opportunities are fair to everyone who works hard and dares to take risks." Watching Ronald, Professor McGonagall, and others leaving, they were all nervous. However, with Romon, the Silver Devil, sitting here, they couldn't even leave the restaurant, not to mention what stopped them. But at this moment, Ronald was dragging a pack of table knives along the way, heading in one direction with a clear goal. Along the way, I looked at Ronald, who was chewing chicken rolls and dragging a package behind him. Almost everyone immediately cast a strange look. Some people immediately gave Ronald the ridicule he was used to. "Ha ha ha, look, we are collecting candies from monsters, but our Weasley is scavenging. This is Weasley, their wizarding robes are passed down from generation to generation. Humph, get out of here. Dirty Weasley." Ronald didn't say anything. From the moment his parents gave the bottle of Golden Galleon's Law to his eldest brother Bill, they had to endure the gap brought by this family because of poverty. Ronald has already undergone a huge transformation at the spiritual level. In the past, such ridicule might have caused him anger and shame. But at this moment, he swallowed the chicken roll in his mouth with some difficulty, wiped his mouth casually with the sleeve of the wizard's robe, and Ronald continued to drag his package in the direction of the target. Soon, there were fewer and fewer people around, and the dust on the floor became thicker and thicker. This is an area of the castle that very few people visit in Hogwarts. It used to be some abandoned warehouses and the like. However, feeling the slight vibrations coming from the ground at his feet, Ronald's eyes suddenly brightened. The moment a giant monster wearing armor and holding a mace appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Ronald immediately pulled out his wand. Split into pieces. A magic spell was fired, instead of aiming at the giant monster's head. Instead, it accurately hit the opponent's wrist holding the mace. With a cry of pain, the mace fell to the ground. It was at this time that Ronald opened the package behind him with madness in his eyes. The magic wand in his hand shook slightly, and the magic flowed. Wingardium Leviosa. Amidst the clinking sound of table knives, hundreds of table knives slowly flew up in the dim castle corridor, reflecting the cold light. With another wave of the wand in Ronald's hand, it instantly shot out of the air. Roar! In the Hogwarts restaurant, the corners of Romon's lips curled up slightly. Watching the boy Ronald, after casting a low-end version of the magic spell 10,000 Swords returning to the sect, blinded a pair of the troll's eyes on the spot, and also escaped the opponent's crazy attack. He ducked behind the giant monster. Another move flying curse flying dinner knife. Hundreds of table knives jingled or hit the giant monster's armor, then fell aside in a burst of sparks. Or it can penetrate deeply into the giant monster's body, causing the opponent to drip with blood instantly. A chuckle came from Romon's mouth. In the Dharma Temple in my mind, the improvement of proficiency in keywords such as principles of summoning spells and detailed explanation of magical creatures and trolls are second to none. What makes Romon find it quite interesting is what kind of achievements Ronald, the red-haired Weasley whom he looked down on before, can achieve. At least for now, it seems that he is not as hopeless as that good-for-nothing Arthur. Looking at the confused Professor McGonagall, Romon smiled meaningfully. Professor McGonagall, congratulations, Gryffindor will have another talented little wizard. However, it seems that you will be under a lot of management pressure in the future. Professor McGonagall was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. At the same time, Hogwarts is located in a dungeon in the direction of Slytherin. Dumbledore, who was still looking depressed in front of McGonagall and others, suddenly stopped pretending after seeing that there was no one else around except himself and Snape. Severus, I underestimated the Silver Demon King. I thought that I could at least find out some of his strength, but currently, he is more difficult to deal with than I expected. Looking at Dumbledore being tied up, he still seemed unwilling to give up. Snape asked suddenly after being silent for a long time. Professor Dumbledore, I have always had a question, why did you choose the latter between competing with Roman Kowalski for his contribution to the wizarding world, and using so-called moral constraints and wizarding laws to drive the other party away? Where is the person? You know, this guy Romon, if it was necessary to challenge the British wizarding community before, he would mercilessly execute all the British wizards present. I know him, he can definitely do it. Do you really think that this kind of person will be bound by the so-called morality and law? Dumbledore, who was still talking about his gains this time with his mouth open, as if he would not die this time and would continue to fight Romon, suddenly became mute on the spot. Doesn't he know that the most direct and effective way to compete with Romon for influence is to compete with the opponent's hard power? Of course he knows. However, no matter how much Dumbledore didn't want to admit it, he was already old. As the body ages, the inability to sustain magical power becomes more and more obvious during battles. I'm too old to think about it, let alone letting young wizards start a fierce confrontation with magic spells. He even wished that these little wizards would throw away their magic wands, and all the little wizards in the world would continue singing Makabaka every day. For Roman Kowalski, who had brought such great changes to Hogwarts and the British wizarding world, he had already felt an instinctive fear reaction. Again. No matter how much you don't want to admit it, as Snape said, compete with Romon for strength? Compete for the innovation of that magic principle? Competing against that powerful magic potion that is like a miracle drug? Or is it the opponent's ability to create a miraculous palace of truth with just a raise of his hand? Dumbledore felt that even if he was possessed by Merlin, he would not be as terrifying as him. The existence of Roman Kowalski in this world was outrageous enough. How could a second one appear? Looking at Dumbledore, who finally calmed down, Snape shook his head slightly. If before, he still had to consider the Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, and Voldemort who was still hiding there, now he no longer cared about these. He had only one idea in his mind. Resurrect Lily, and then be with each other forever. Roar! After a weak wailing sound, the Slytherin bathroom looked like it had been demolished. The giant monster, whose body was covered with signs of purple poisoning and bruised all over, finally fell to the ground with a bang. And at the moment when the other party fell to the ground, Draco and the others, who had also consumed equally serious magic power, finally relaxed their tense spirits and fell limply to the ground one by one. Zarashe! I don't want to go through a second battle with this kind of ghost thing. Wow! As Goyle, one of Draco's followers, lay on the ground and vomited. His body was filled with smelly monster bodily fluids. It was affected in the battle just now. With the stench lingering, his spells almost knocked Pansy Parkinson flying away several times. If the opponent didn't have a armor protection wind elf hand given by Romon before, when the opponent is about to be attacked, the push effect will be triggered and the opponent will be piled up to safety. Now Pansy is afraid that the protective spell of the wizard's book has been activated. I hastily withdrew from the event. FK. Draco, I will never team up with this stupid pig again. He almost killed me. Pansy cursed angrily, having already learned a lot of swear words from her mother at a young age. However, Draco at this moment simply couldn't care less about her reaction. In front of everyone, after a moment, the giant monster was seriously injured and died. A golden energy suddenly rose from his body, and the energy condensed into small treasure chests in the blink of an eye. They flew into the hands of several people present. Draco opened the treasure chest almost immediately, and with a burst of light, it bloomed and disappeared. The treasure chest disappeared, leaving behind a bottle of pitch-black potion. A message appeared on the wizard's book. Sea-level magic potion Shadow Snake's Dagger. After being administered to snake magical creatures, it can greatly increase the intensity of the target's venom sac toxin, and can add a magical chaos effect to the original toxin effect. Draco's eyes suddenly lit up. Pansy on the side also let out a scream of surprise. Ah! What beautiful shoes! Everyone turned around and saw a pair of small, dark boots. Draco looked at Pansy, who was holding the pair of boots that seemed to have the effect of speed blessing, and looked at his two followers in confusion. How can this thing be so beautiful? However, at this moment, his followers Goyle and Crabbe were also holding a wizard robe with a strange red cloud pattern, with 0.3 love on their faces. Draco! Look, this wizard robe named Idealist can actually increase the magic recovery speed by 20%, and it can also activate the floating spell in a short time. Merlin on top. Goyle excitedly held the wizard's book and handed it to Draco, but he forgot that no one else could see the content except himself. Pansy on the side curled her lips. You guys are really getting a big deal. And that's about it. In a corridor in a remote location of Hogwarts. With a bang, the bloody monster's body in front of him hit the ground heavily. The table knife fragments were scattered all over the floor, clinking and trembling. Ronald was also watching with cold sweat, his head hit him right between his legs, and he almost missed the giant monster that hit him with a wave of meteorites, and he gasped violently. After a brief period of shock, he gradually looked at the giant monster that had lost its breath. Ronald also fell to the ground limply. And at this time, in a burst of golden light, a treasure box slowly floated in front of him. Tremblingly, he reached out and opened it. Next moment, a dead grey magic power instantly shot out from the treasure box and entered between his eyebrows. In an instant, a huge amount of information, accompanied by bursts of magic power, entered Ronald's body. The originally empty body began to fill up with magic power at this moment, accompanied by waves of swelling and pain. Ronald is ecstatic. My magic power is growing fiercely. What made him even more ecstatic was the magic spell that appeared out of thin air in his mind. A-level curse, soul curse, painful curse. By gazing into the target's eyes and reciting the curse, it will cause extreme pain to the target. The more evil thoughts and emotions in the user's heart, the greater the power. At this moment, Ronald clenched his fists. He made the right bet. Chapter 83. Roar. Attack, attack. Don't stop the spell. Pay attention to the front row to release armor protection. At the entrance to Gryffindor's dormitory, in the spacious hall. Different from the previous situation where the fat lady was guarding the door, at this moment, in front of the entrance of Gryffindor's lounge, there was a huge lion with a yellow-brown body, 2 wings on its back, and the luster of stone reflected on its body. While roaring, he resisted the spells of the Gryffindor wizards present and launched a counterattack. When Harry Potter and his team had just dealt with a giant monster, they followed the map in the wizard's book and came here with information on their faces. A few young Gryffindor wizards screamed and flew away above them, and the smiles on their faces instantly froze in place. Roar! Hermione's eyes widened. She was still feeling a little swollen after just dealing with the troll, but in an instant she felt as if she had been poured a bucket of ice water on her. No way! Harry, we will never be a match for this big guy. Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, several more figures were violently slapped away by the lion and hit the opposite wall heavily. Looking at the shining, obviously activated wizard's book protection spell on them, Harry couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva at this moment. Looking at the dark green gemstone necklace around his neck, although his current magic level is at the 3rd grade, with the help of the tree spirit heart pendant he just got, it should be even higher. However, he looked at the little Gryffindor wizards who rolled to the ground and were thrown aside like garbage. Harry couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to retreat. Although the rewards that the big guy in front of them can produce are definitely much more than the giant monster they killed, looking at the situation in front of them, everyone feels that it is better to take advantage of this little time to find more click on the normal Halloween monster and collect some candies. However, the appearance of Harry and the others was immediately discovered by the prefect responsible for organizing the attack. Harry! Quick, quick, go to the 3rd row. You all go to the 3rd row. If you defeat this big guy in front of you, everyone can get the reward. We Gryffindors must be the first to defeat this monster. Looking at the excited Gryffindor prefect, Harry and the others didn't even have the chance to refuse, before they were hurriedly pulled into the wizard array. Later, Ronald, who came to inquire, quickly appeared next to Harry. Glancing at the brothers who were fiercely launching magic attacks against the big guy in front of him, Ronald could not help but feel a flash of indifference in his eyes. The magic wand in his hand, along with the little wizards around him, mechanically releases some simple spells. Either restrict the movement of the big guy in front of you, or cast a protective spell on the senior Gryffindor wizard in the front row. A simple paddling movement was quickly copied by Harry Potter and the others who were also uninterested. Just when Harry Potter and the others were thinking about how to escape and look for more Halloween monsters, Ronald on the side suddenly spoke. Harry, I apologize for my previous offense to you, but I still want to say that I will catch up with you soon. I am not a weakling. Harry turned his head to look, only to see that Ronald had already turned his head and continued to stroke the water mechanically to release the spell. And the same situation also happened in the halls of several other colleges. The figures in the magic portraits hanging on the surrounding walls looked at the little wizards being beaten away one after another by monsters that looked like their own guardian beasts. Like bowling balls, they all couldn't bear to cover their eyes. Ravenclaw, although not as big as Gryffindor's lion, spread his wings and fanned them, and immediately there was a fierce strong wind, sweeping the entire place. Some young Ravenclaw wizards or some weak witches can instantly fall flat on the spot. But the little badger on Hufflepuff's side has the ability to clone himself. With a shake of the body, dozens of identical little badgers appeared in the audience and rushed into the crowd in an instant. The little badger was hit and almost vomited out his Halloween morning meal. For a time, there were wailing sounds everywhere in several colleges. Slytherin! Hiss! Draco, who originally thought that he could easily defeat the big snake in front of him with his Parseltongue ability, was slapped away by the opponent as soon as he got up. If his younger brother Goyle and Crabbe hadn't reacted in time, they would have thrown him to the ground. At this moment, Draco had already flown out of Hogwarts Castle from the broken wall on one side. Fake! There is no way we can deal with this kind of monster. The power of the spell is simply not enough. If I could learn all the theories taught by Professor Flitwick and increase the destructive power of the spell, I would definitely be able to defeat this damn scamp today. Quickly dodge! This guy is coming again. Even in terms of combat, the talented senior wizards of Slytherin Academy were defeated one after another in front of the Orakai with its terrifying defensive power. As the new star of Slytherin, Draco's biggest trump card at this moment, snake venom and Parseltongue, were of no use in front of this false snake. Just when everyone saw the big snake that stood upright and was more than 10 meters high wandering around again, screaming in shock, they had already given up the idea. A gloomy voice suddenly came from behind the Slytherin wizard team. The divine edge is shadowless. Crack! An invisible stream of light passed by, and in an instant, at the 7-inch vital position of the big snake in front of him, the shell suddenly broke into pieces, vaguely revealing something emitting golden light inside. Professor Snape! Everyone exclaimed. Dressed in black robes and accompanied by a surge of magic power, Snape appeared at the back of the team with a gloomy face and a wand in his hand, like a bat spreading its wings. Facing the shocked gazes of everyone, he used a unique ups and downs tone and glanced around with stern eyes. Today, if I see anyone who dares to back down, I don't mind sending him to Professor Romon personally and entering the Forbidden Forest every day to collect magic potions. So, those of you who are still lying on the ground, do you need me to have someone prepare a coffin for you? In an instant, the Slytherin wizards, who were still in a sluggish mood, seemed to have been given a shot of vitality. Those lying on the ground who had already thought about withdrawing also hurriedly got up. With Snape's command, the wands in their hands released the magic spell again. Hogwarts, among the restaurants. Feeling that Snape, the dean, was directly involved in this event without any hesitation, Romon couldn't help but look meaningfully at the other deans of the college present. McGonagall and others felt a little uncomfortable under Romon's gaze. What bad intentions do you have, Romon Kowalski? Professor McGonagall's vigilant gaze made Romon shrug his shoulders boredly, and then he laughed jokingly. Professor McGonagall, it seems that what you are going to face next is not only the reform and improvement of the level of spell teaching that I am about to launch. It is indeed more difficult to calm down the upcoming grievances of the young wizards. Professor McGonagall and others were puzzled. However, soon, a rumble that resounded throughout Hogwarts came as the sky gradually grew brighter. Romon's majestic voice also came from the wizard's book carried by everyone present. The Slytherin Academy special monster has been killed, and the Halloween special event Silver Lord's prank reward has ended. All the little wizards come to the Hogwarts dining hall. As this voice sounded, Gryffindor and other young wizards from several colleges who were still fighting hard, the college monsters in front of them froze on the spot, and then slowly became like a phantom. Disappear in place. No. 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 Damn it. It's just a little bit close, we're just a little bit close. Why did Slytherin get rid of their house monsters so quickly? Oh my god, I only have a dozen candies. I was hoping to kill this academy monster and get more goodies. It's over, I don't have any candy. On the Gryffindor side, when Ronald saw his frantic brother Percy shouting unwillingly in the crowd, a happy emotion flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the wizard's book in his hand. The number representing the candy inside is still 0. However, Ronald now has no extravagant expectations for any future Christmas gifts. In his wizard's book, the detection level for his magic power has reached, although it is still a little behind Harry Potter and Draco's D+, but Ronald tried hard to control the corners of his mouth and prevent his happiness at the moment from being too obvious. Unlike the spell scrolls that Harry Potter and Draco got from Romon, the spells that Ronald got were learned directly, similar to the existence of memory infusion. In other words, if there was a fight, Ronald already had a good chance of winning. "Ronald, did you get a lot of candy?" However, at this moment, the corners of his mouth that kept beating were still seen by Neville, who couldn't help but ask. "I only collected 17 candies, and I was able to get them only because Harry and the others helped me. I haven't seen you before." Some of the Gryffindor wizards around him looked over, and Ronald quickly suppressed his smile. However, this expression was still seen by his brothers. Just as everyone was heading towards the Hogwarts restaurant, at a corner, Ronald, who was walking, was suddenly grabbed by a big hand from behind. Then the whole person was directly pressed into a corner. "Ronald, how many candies have you collected? Now Professor Romon has asked us to gather in the restaurant. He must count the number of candies in everyone's hands. No matter how many you have collected, take them out for me quickly," Percy said eagerly, while the twin brothers beside him also shrugged. "Ronald, you should listen to Percy. We will have another chance in the future. I can see that Professor Romon is definitely a great wizard who likes new things, whether it is his spells and potions, or today this Halloween event couldn't be more fun." Seeing his brothers staring at him with burning eyes, Ronald felt resentful in his heart. However, at this moment, he really didn't have any candy. He shook his head and raised his hands on the spot. "I swear, I really didn't collect any candies. I couldn't grab them by myself." Despite how it sounds, there was something wrong with everything, but seeing that the other party didn't look like he was lying, Percy had to accept the result with disappointment. "God, what should I do now? I just heard that Ravenclaw's prefect, Pinlo Cravat, collected a total of 103 candies. Oh my god! Who knows why they have so many bedsheet ghosts over at Ravenclaw? If you give it to me, I can also." Listening to Percy's complaints, Ronald followed behind him, the gloating smile in his eyes getting stronger and stronger. Soon, everyone gathered back to the Hogwarts restaurant. Although there were broken traces of battle everywhere along the way, everyone's attention was focused on how many candies each other had in their hands. Just after Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff had all expired, the wizards of Slytherin Academy, under the leadership of their Dean Snape, slowly walked into the hall. The moment they saw Snape's figure, some clever wizards immediately thought of something. "Water shit. No way. No way. Slytherin is cheating." I asked why they were able to deal with such a powerful monster so quickly. It turned out that it was their dean who took action himself. "It's such a shame, Slytherins are really a bunch of rubbish." Amidst the bursts of complaints and low-pitched curses, the wizards on Slytherin's side frowned and were about to explode, but they immediately felt the stern warning from their dean. "Tell the eyes." They all sat in their seats in silence. After a brief discussion in low voices, everyone turned their attention to Romon, who was already sitting in the principal's seat majestically. In the original position of the honorary principal, there was Eliza Tien, who was holding her head and looking uninterested. Miss Wednesday was standing behind Romon on the left side holding a book, and Filch, who had changed his appearance, was standing on the right side holding Mrs. Loris. It was such an unexpected scene, but for some reason, when they actually faced it, in just the blink of an eye, the little wizards present actually accepted it one after another. No one had anything on their minds about Professor Dumbledore. Romon smiled slightly. First he announced the end of today's Halloween activities, and then he spoke again under the gaze of everyone. "The performance of all of you, Nyakians, apart from the number of candies in your hands and the gifts for the next Christmas, can give a clear evaluation. I think I am very. It is necessary to praise some young wizards who have performed particularly well here. Romon glanced around. Then he slowly read out the names of the people one by one. Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, Seamus Finnegan, and Neville Longbottom successfully relied on their excellent spell foundation and brave cooperation to kill a giant monster broke into the castle. As soon as these words came out, bursts of applause burst out from the scene. And some people also asked Gryffindor about the rewards Harry Potter and the others received. Immediately afterwards, Romon read out their names in front of Draco and the others with expectant eyes. At this moment, Snape, who was sitting in the Slytherin seat, also had a rare smile on his face. Subsequently, the last, yes, there is only one little wizard who can solve the last troll. With one person's power, through the application of the existing environment, coupled with his good spell skills and courage, he successfully defeated and killed a giant monster head-on. Everyone gasped and looked around, all looking at the senior wizards, especially the prefects of each college. However, these people also frowned and wondered. However, the next moment, Romon also called out this person's name. He is Gryffindor College, first-year wizard, Ronald Weiss. Waterfa. Who? Ronald Weasley. There was an uproar at the scene. Among them, people like Harry Potter and Draco who had killed the trolls knew best how difficult those trolls were to deal with after Romon's strengthening. The resistance to the spell is much higher. Even though there were so many of them besieging them, it took a lot of effort to get rid of them, and in the end they almost fainted from exhaustion. Weasley? How could it be Weasley? Chapter 84. Weasley? How could it be Weasley? Draco questioned in disbelief. However, after seeing Romon's glance, he shut up instantly and sat down with an aggrieved and disbelieving look on his face. However, those eyes with obvious disbelief were staring at Ronald, who was currently sitting at the Gryffindor dining table. And there are even more people who react like Draco at this moment. Even Harry asked his question with a shocked look on his face. Ronald, did you actually kill a troll? A human being? I mean, what did that troll look like that you encountered? Ronald hummed and smiled, his smile filled with uneasiness and pride caused by his age. It was very big, with a mace and a suit of armor that couldn't be penetrated. It really cost me a lot of effort. To be honest, I almost fell into the hands of that big guy. Although these words seem to sound full of humility, however, coupled with Ronald's expression at this moment that he almost wants to look at people with his nostrils, it makes people feel like, it's just a troll, I can easily solve it in just a few or two strokes. Neville and Seamus on the side also looked over with envy. Ronald, what reward did you get? You killed that giant monster alone. The Mongolian cultivator must have rewarded you with something more precious, right? Neville, at least there must be a lot of candies. I'm really envious that you can get a precious gift for Christmas. The envious looks from everyone, as well as the doubts and compliments coming from around him, made Ronald feel at this moment that every pore in his body was completely released. It made him want to stand up on the spot, jump on the table, and dance wildly regardless of his appearance. However, what he didn't notice at all at this moment was that a pair of eyes full of anger and violence were staring at him, unblinking, next to the senior Gryffindor's seat. Wow, poor Ronald, I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble now. Fred pouted, but he didn't mean to dissuade Percy. George on the side also shook his head. In their view, Ronald's behavior of hiding his benefits from them was simply an insult to their brothers and the Weasley family. Just as everyone in the restaurant was discussing and questioning the authenticity of Ronald's killing of the troll, Professor McGonagall, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Professor Romon, let's not talk about Mr. Weasley for now. Why can Professor Snape end this kind of activity between students? As soon as these words came out, the young wizards who were still arguing about how Ronald killed the troll immediately looked at Slytherin. The contempt and sarcasm in his eyes immediately made these little Slytherin snakes gnash their teeth in anger. At this moment, Romon, who was sitting in the principal's seat, blinked in confusion. "Spread your hands." Professor McGonagall, I don't understand what you mean." McGonagall frowned. "Professor Romon, you are so powerful that the entire Hogwarts is within your perception. I don't believe you don't know how Slytherin Academy killed the so-called Academy monster. This is obviously against the rules. This is a competition between young wizards. Professor Snape, as a professor, has personally stepped down. This is a disdain for fairness." Professor McGonagall was originally dissatisfied with this so-called Halloween event. Seeing that Gryffindor was at a disadvantage on his side, he immediately put aside his so-called dissatisfaction and immediately pointed his finger at Slytherin, who had obviously received more rewards because of Snape's joining. Hearing this, Gianwiachuo on the side also nodded repeatedly. "Professor Romon, if I were present, I believe that with my strength, I would definitely be able to kill the Ravenclaw's eagle first. Well, I mean, kill that Academy activity monster." On the side, Hufflepuff's Professor Sprout also nodded. Although he didn't say anything, he also expressed his dissatisfaction. They were all in the restaurant at the time and did not participate in the event at all. Unexpectedly, after hearing everyone's protests, the expression on Romon's face became even more unbelievable. They looked at Professor McGonagall and the others with confused expressions. I have a question. Professor McGonagall, you just said that the event I organized was a competition? Who told you?" McGonagall was stunned, but Romon looked at him innocently. "This is a game. Why should I hold a so-called competition on this happy Halloween? I have already made it clear in the wizard's book, game. At most it's just a game with rewards." Professor McGonagall and others were stunned. However, Romon, who was sitting in the principal's seat, still had an expression that said, "I don't understand." "Professor McGonagall, to be honest, just now you guys could have gone to participate in this interesting activity with the little wizards from your own college, and by the way, you could have corrected some minor flaws in the little wizard's spells during the process. But he insisted on staying here in the restaurant, disturbing our three-person world, so that my fiancé was embarrassed to be intimate with me." Romon said, but Wednesday behind him kicked Romon's chair in embarrassment. "Did I say in your wizard's book that Hogwarts professors are prohibited from participating in this event?" Now, it was McGonagall's turn to be stunned. As for the little wizards in Slytherin, they all clapped happily. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Principal Romon didn't prohibit professors from participating. That's right, the last college monster is obviously not prepared for us, but the deans of each college. Oh! Poor Gryffindor, while he was being ravaged by his own lion monster, Professor McGonagall was here in the dining room with his eyes closed and concentrating. That's enough, shut up. Come and bite me, Gryffindor." Seeing the chaos in the scene, Professor McGonagall's face suddenly fell. If Romon hadn't stopped talking in time to maintain order, these unwilling little wizards might have been caught and killed on the spot. Even so, the quiet little lions, little eagles, and little badgers couldn't help but look at their dean with disappointed eyes. In their opinion, the strength of the dean of their college must be stronger than that of Slytherin's Snape, an old bat. Such embarrassing looks made Professor McGonagall and others finally relax after Romon, the principal, ordered everyone to return to their dormitories to catch up on their sleep. "Professor Romon, you should at least not target us on this matter, you, Watching Professor McGonagall leave, Professor Flitwick also shook his head at Romon with a wry smile. "I'm afraid I'm going to be hated by these little guys for a while. Of course this is a joke, but regarding the results of this special Halloween event, except for the little wizards of Slytherin, the little wizards of other colleges will feel uncomfortable for at least a few days." Gryffindor House Lounge. The little lions filed in one after another, and when Ronald was about to go back to his dormitory and have a good sleep, a familiar hand pressed him down again. On the wall. Ronald, don't you think you should give me an explanation? We don't care for the moment what method you used to deal with the troll. But don't tell me that a troll didn't even drop a candy for you. Percy's face was gloomy. Even though there were some lion cubs around him who had not had time to enter the dormitory, he was so angry that he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He pinned his youngest brother to the wall. The magic power fluctuation belonging to the senior class radiates from his body. Even the two brothers Fred and George could feel Percy's crazy anger at this moment. At this moment, Harry and the others, who were about to return to the dormitory, saw that Ronald, who lived in the same dormitory with them, was treated like this. Even though they had some unpleasantness with each other in the past, they still wanted to stop him at this moment. But don't want to. The Weasley twins who were following Percy didn't say anything yet, but Ronald, who was pressed against the wall, spoke first. Harry, back off. This is my business, I can handle it myself. Looking at Ronald's cold, even unfamiliar eyes, Harry and the others, who had just taken 2 steps forward, couldn't help but pause. At this time, Ronald turned to look at his brother in front of him, Percy, the Gryffindor prefect. I said, I don't have any candies on me, so I don't need to lie to you. However, at this moment, not to mention Percy, even the little lions around him didn't believe that a person killed a troll without even dropping a Halloween candy. After all, both Draco and Harry Potter had said that in addition to 1 item reward, there were more than a dozen Halloween candies scattered in the treasure chest they rewarded. You are lying. Ronald Weasley, you just don't want me to get the first place in my year, do you? I know you are resenting that potion. I am the oldest in the family now at Hogwarts, and that potion should be give it to me, I told you. I don't have any FG candy. Percy looked at his brother who dared to resist him like this, and the strange looks from all around him. He, who already had a great reputation, felt that his dignity had suddenly dropped to the floor. Then take out the reward you got from the troll. Ronald Weasley, don't forget. Your last name is Weasley. Give me your things, give me 2. Looking at Percy, who had already begun frantically searching Ronald, even brother Fred realized that something was wrong. However, just when they were about to step forward and pull the 2 people apart, Ronald, who had been gritting his teeth, his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Percy Weasley, do you want my reward from the troll? Fine. I'll give it to you. Percy was overjoyed. Before he could react, he turned around and met Ronald's eyes. And the moment the 2 people's eyes came into contact, Percy was shocked to find that his body, especially his head, instantly froze. Please give me flowers. His eyes opened wider and wider involuntarily. Ronald opened his mouth, and between clenched teeth, some strange curses were squeezed out from between his teeth, like the endless curses and abuses of a man in desperate situation towards the murderer in front of him. And the moment this spell that no one understood came out of his mouth, a miserable howl, like someone being skinned and tortured, suddenly came from Percy's mouth in front of Ronald. The latter's body knelt down stiffly on the ground, his body twitching, but his head was tilted upward, his eyes wide open, no matter how weird the angle of his body was twisted due to pain. Now, it was as if there was an invisible shackle connecting his and Ronald's eyes. Against his excellent brother Percy, against his poor pure-blood wizard family, and against his own Weasley surname that made him feel sick, at this moment. Recited along with the soul curse, painful curse. A wave of emotions burst out from Ronald's heart. As a result, Percy Weasley's miserable howl immediately aroused the doubts of the little lions who had returned to the dormitory. What are you doing? Ronald, harm. FK. Ronald, you are crazy. This is Percy, your brother. Stop chanting the curse quickly, he is going to die. Seeing this scene, Fred and George rushed forward to stop it. But the next moment, George, who was standing in front of Ronald, was immediately stared into by Ronald's eyes, and their eyes met. Ah 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 ah! A shrill howl followed immediately from the mouth of the twin brother George. This terrible pain was as if the skin and flesh all over the body were being peeled away, the flesh and blood was dug out, and the bones were broken. Bitter. George almost wanted to roll his eyes and faint in an instant. However, his body fell backwards like a bow, but his head continued to move toward Ronald in a weird way. George! Ronald, stop! What on earth are you going to do? This time, after hearing Fred Weasley's scolding, Ronald's chanting of curses finally slowly stopped. Looking at the two brothers in front of him, their bodies were lying on the ground like dead dogs, twitching from time to time to indicate that they were still alive, but there was no trace of guilt on Ronald's face. He glanced around and nervously retreated to the surrounding Gryffindor wizard, his eyes resting on his brother Fred Weasley, who had already drawn his wand towards him. What am I going to do? Don't you know, Fred? Ronald said, not afraid of the wand in the opponent's hand. He raised his head slightly and looked up at his brother, who was a head taller than him. His eyes were full of disappointment and hatred. I'm telling you, one of the most basic human manners is mutual respect. From today on, no matter who it is, don't think of taking away from me what originally belongs to me. Percy Weasley can't do it, you and Fred can't do it, even your parents can't take anything away from me. Ronald looked around, with eyes that were as cold and crazy as those of Slytherin wizards, and roared at the young wizards around him that he had suppressed for a long time. From today on, no one is allowed to speak to me or speak to me. What's going on here? Oh my God, Percy! Just as Ronald finished speaking, a burst of exclamation came, and Professor McGonagall walked in. Ronald Weasley! I need you to give me an explanation. Come on, get a few people to take them to the school doctor's office. Ronald didn't speak, and several senior Gryffindors explained. When McGonagall heard that Ronald had mastered a kind of black magic that was similar to the Cruciatus curse, one of the unforgivable curses, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of Romon's meaningful smile today. Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor will have another talented little wizard. McGonagall was furious. Obviously, the curse that Ronald possesses at the moment, which is similar to the Cruciatus curse, must have been given by Romon. Invite Professor Romon to me. No need to worry, Professor McGonagall, you're here uninvited. He turned to look at Romon, who had walked into the Gryffindor lounge with a smile. Professor Romon, did you teach Ronald Weasley this dark magic? He almost killed his two brothers. Hearing this, Romon immediately shook his head. Professor McGonagall, there is no black or white in magic. Don't use morality to force the so-called black and white. It has nothing to do with the power of magic. Regarding Weasley's use of magic to defend himself, I don't think there's anything worth pursuing about fighting back. After all, he has shown mercy for the sake of his bloodline, hasn't he? Everyone around him was so frightened by Romon's attitude that they swallowed their saliva. Show mercy? That level of screaming is really nothing like it. However, at this moment, Ronald, who was silent, suddenly knelt down in front of Romon with a plop, under everyone's stunned gaze. Principal Romon, please help me, I want to quit the Weasley family. Chapter 85. I want, out of the Weasley family. Looking at Ronald Weasley, who was kneeling in front of him and saying such words with firm eyes, not to mention Professor McGonagall and the little lions on the side did not react. Even Romon himself was stunned on the spot at this moment. He thought that Ronald might do something that was extremely rare for a Weasley, but he didn't expect that he would act so aggressively. Professor McGonagall, who reacted, also shouted in horror. Walt! Ronald Weasley, what nonsense are you talking about? Quit the Weasley family? Are you crazy? Then, as if he thought of something, he turned to look at Romon aside with a serious look. Professor Romon, if this is your method, Please stop such despicable behavior immediately. This kind of attempt to divide other people's families should not be done by someone of your status. It should be made. Romon suddenly had a question mark on his face. Waterfa? Is his image of a bad person deeply ingrained in this old professor's mind? Professor McGonagall, when it comes to evidence, you might say that the magic I created that Ronald Weasley obtained may have affected his mind and thinking, but I must solemnly state something. All my magic, even if it has shortcomings, will only be in terms of difficulty of learning, power of the spell, and consumption of magic power. It will never have the so-called problem of the magic affecting the wizard's mind. Your idea is not only an insult to my personality, but also an insult to the supreme art that I pursue. Seeing Romon's confident expression, McGonagall, who was still looking firm at first, couldn't help but be stunned. Is it really not the fault of Romon, the Silver Devil? And when she turned to look at Ronald, the latter nodded without hesitation. Professor McGonagall, this is my own decision and has nothing to do with Professor Romon. If you have to give me a reason, the surname Weasley makes me feel sick. Walter. The little wizards around were in an uproar. However, when Ronald made this decision, he had already thought of most of the possible consequences. He took a deep breath and looked at Professor McGonagall with firm eyes. Professor McGonagall, everyone is proud of their family and their parents, proud of the glory of the family, and proud of their outstanding parents. They enjoy the glory brought by the family, and at the same time, their parents can give them blessing and support. Support. Even if Harry Potter's parents unfortunately passed away, he could still rely on the inheritance left by his parents to rapidly improve his strength. His parents did pass away, but their care was not there. So, what did the Weasley family bring me? Ronald clenched his fists angrily and glanced around, his eyes full of the depression and tyranny created by his long-standing inferiority complex. Just like Hermione Granger, who was born as a Muggle, a brand new wizarding robe that a Muggle family can support, but I have to wear the patched garbage left behind by generations of brothers. Or is it that even though we are from a pure-blood wizard family, we are unable to receive magic training early like Draco Malfoy and others? Or maybe it's my junk wand that was passed down from Charlie Weasley to my generation, and may even be passed on to my next generation. I'm done. Looking at Ronald, who has completely exploded, and who was about to withdraw from his family when he asked him, the little wizards who had some prejudices looked at Ronald at this moment and thought about Ronald's life in the past. There is no doubt that other little wizards, even those from Muggle families like Hermione, can regularly receive snacks or novelty things from their families. These things are completely absent from Ronald. Red-haired Weasley, restaurant big eater, poor redhead. The little lions at the scene couldn't help but fall silent due to some words that they could always hear from the people around Ronald. At this moment, Ronald's eyes were already red, and tears filled with unwillingness came out of his eyes. I'm not an idiot, I'm not a magic idiot. I listened very carefully to Professor Flitwick's class. Professor McGonagall, I studied the Transfiguration class and I worked very hard, but all this. There is no meaning in front of the cage-like surname Weasley. I risked my life for the reward of killing the troll alone. Damn it, that idiot Weasley thought he was already the Minister of Magic just because he was a prefect. He actually dared to argue with me when he opened his mouth. Rob. What the hell is he? Professor McGonagall swallowed. This situation, especially involving the Weasley family, as the head of house at Hogwarts, she really had no say in. At this time, Ronald also understood that there was absolutely no point in approaching Professor McGonagall about this matter. The body that Professor McGonagall had just pulled to his feet knelt down in front of Romon again. Professor Romon, I am willing to bear the infamy and criticism caused by making this decision. I accept all the consequences that I will face after losing the surname Weasley. Even if it means risking your life, Professor Romon. Please let me be Ronald, not Ronald Weasley, just Ronald. Romon looked at the red-haired Weasley in front of him, who was kneeling on the ground begging for him. However, in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the time when he was still studying at Hogwarts. Words exchanged with the father of the boy in front of him, Arthur Weasley. "Arthur, you really have excellent alchemy talents. If you use these talents in a business direction instead of thinking about joining the Ministry of Magic, the Weasley family will undergo earth-shaking changes." "Ha ha ha, Junior Romon, I'm sorry, thank you for your kindness, and thank you for helping me make improvements on the magic car. However, I think liking this kind of thing, just liking it is good. If it is mixed with other things, the original fun will be lost. If my family is really not that rich as you said, Junior Romon, then I am sure that our spirit must be very rich. This is Weasley. This is Weasley." Romon looked at Ronald Weasley, who was kneeling in front of him with tears in his eyes, almost cutting his own way. As a time traveler, even though he has a completely different mindset from ordinary people in this world. However, Romon is still in awe of wealth and power. In the years when he first traveled to this world, while still in the United States, he had already thought of becoming the eternal god of magic. But the first step was to help his father Jacob, who was originally a bakery owner, become a tycoon in the country. It's such a pity. I really don't know if your father would feel regretful if he saw his son abandoning his name and family because of poverty that he disdained." Romon murmured, then raised his hand, and Ronald, who was kneeling in front of him, was helped up by him. There was no promise, but what Romon said next instantly made Ronald overjoyed. "Soon, the Warcraft fortress I built will be put into use. At that time, all the little wizards in Hogwarts can go there to receive some part-time tasks. In addition to being rewarded with some magic-related things, completing the tasks. There will also be some financial rewards." Seeing Romon's back turning away after he finished speaking, Ronald's pale face suddenly became filled with color, and he bowed deeply to Romon's back. "Thank you for your help, Principal Romon, I will never let you down." That night, when Professor McGonagall wrote an urgent letter to inform Mr. and Mrs. Weasley about the incident, all the young wizards in the Gryffindor dormitory were intensely discussing Ronald's matter. And not long after the sky was bright. Ministry of Magic, London, UK. Fudge is currently discussing with a group of staff, combining the operation plan of the Wizarding Bank given to them by Romon, and comparing it with the current operating model of banks in the Muggle world. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a rapid knock on the door. "Mr. Minister, something happened. Something big." After hearing what his men said, Cornelius Fudge, who was still a little dissatisfied, suddenly frowned. After seeing the contents of the letter handed over by the other party, Fudge's expression changed instantly, but then he gradually became happy. But he started to curse. "Damn Dumbledore! Appointing him as headmaster is to cultivate more outstanding wizards for the British wizarding world. What on earth is he doing? Taking action against a great figure in the international wizarding community like Professor Romon. Who gave him the courage?" Suddenly, all the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic were shocked. Did Dumbledore and the Silver Demon Lord Romon take action? Was he kicked in the head by a donkey? However, when they saw Snape's letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in their hands, everyone's expressions suddenly became more exciting. Dumbledore, who they said had his brain kicked by a donkey, was not even qualified to fight Romon directly. He was beaten so hard that he couldn't hold his head up by a little girl from the American wizarding world who had been a squib the day before. Then the deans of several Hogwarts colleges joined forces to stop it. "Mr. Minister, it seems that Professor Romon has decided to officially take over Hogwarts. To be honest, if it is Professor Romon, I am even prepared to let my distant cousins go to Hogwarts. The most important thing for us now is to arrest this guy Dumbledore as soon as possible." That's right, as the principal of Hogwarts, when faced with outstanding people, he doesn't want to improve his level, but wants to eliminate them through force. This kind of behavior is no different from the Dark Lord. There was a sudden silence in the office, and everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the guy who said Dumbledore was the Dark Lord. Just when this person calmed down and felt a little embarrassed because of these glances, Fudge on the side slammed the table. That's right. There is no doubt that Dumbledore has now degenerated into a being like the Dark Lord. Professor Snape's letter said that the level of spells released by Dumbledore has completely exceeded the level of spells that may be used in normal discussions and quarrels. Cursed. He just wants to kill the great master wizard from the American wizarding world, Mr. Romon Kowalski. Pass my order, the entire Auror Operations Department will be dispatched. Come with me to escort Albus Dumbledore. In the Slytherin dungeons of Hogwarts. When Romon saw Dumbledore again, he was almost. The other party's appearance made him laugh on the spot. His body was wrapped in chains, and he was wearing a white robe stained with mud, and his hair and beard were still messy even though they had been sorted. Coupled with a rather religious meditation posture. Professor Dumbledore, maybe I should help you remove your hair and beard. At least this way, you will always give people an upright impression. Instead of covering your mouth with your beard, as if you want to hide the truth. After hearing Romon's words, Dumbledore slowly opened his eyes. However, the moment he saw several figures around Romon and what they were holding in their hands, the words that were on his lips were stuck in his throat on the spot. Fudge, who was standing next to Romon, took a step forward and saw that Dumbledore, who used to be polite to him, had become Romon's subordinate in such a short period of time. The offer Romon in my heart couldn't help but become stronger. Albus Dumbledore, we have received accusations from several professors at Hogwarts that you assaulted Mr. Romon Kowalski, the honorary headmaster, last night. He was alive and launched a magic attack with the intention of putting the opponent to death. Next we will escort you to the Wizard's Court for relevant trial and disposal. 190. As he said this, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic beside Fudge immediately handed a document in his hand to Dumbledore. There was no shortage of smiles with some schadenfreude on Fudge's face. Albus Dumbledore, although you have made a lot of contributions to the wizarding world back then, I am sorry that if the accusation against you is established and there is sufficient evidence, after considering Mr. Romon Kowalski is a wizard in the American wizarding world, we're going to have to consider putting you in Azkaban. When Dumbledore heard the name Azkaban, his beard trembled slightly as he originally felt calm. He looked gloomily at Fudge, the Minister of Magic in front of him, and several senior officials of the Ministry of Magic behind him. Although there was no special expression, the position and posture of everyone standing next to Romon from this moment fully explained the current situation of the Ministry of Magic. It's almost a no-brainer. If he followed them to the Ministry of Magic obediently today, then what awaited him would be a very quick trip to the Wizengamot trial, and then Azkaban. Dumbledore didn't say anything, and just slowly walked out of the dungeon under the vigilant gazes of several Ministry of Magic Aurors, the chains on his body jingling. Mr. Romon, please rest assured that we will definitely enforce the law impartially against such a guy who endangers the stability of the wizarding world, even Dumbledore. Fudge said beside Romon. However, just before he finished speaking, there was a violent fluctuation of magic power, accompanied by the shouts of several Ministry of Magic Aurors, which immediately made Fudge's expression change. By the time he ran out, apart from a few Aurors who had just gotten up, there were only a circle of fallen locks on the ground. Haha, it is indeed the same phoenix. I originally planned to explain to our Professor Dumbledore the precautions for returning to Azkaban, but now it seems. Romon looked at Fudge and others who looked ugly and even looked ashamed in front of him, and waved his hand. If he had stopped him just now, Dumbledore would never have had the chance to escape. Don't worry about Minister Fudge. Dumbledore is absconding in fear of crime and refuses to be investigated. I think the Ministry of Magic can now publicly issue a wanted order. By the way, as a society founded by Dumbledore, I think the Order of the Phoenix should also accept all aspects of investigation. Even if necessary, I think it is better to order disbandment. At the same time, there was a crash sound. Two figures appeared one after another in the outer area of Hogwarts, but they were Mr. and Mrs. Weasley who had received Professor McGonagall's letter. This is too much. Quit the Weasley family. Oh my God, doesn't he have any integrity? The two people were full of dissatisfaction. They had just entered the Hogwarts campus. The next moment, two figures stopped in front of them. Order of the Phoenix members Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley, please come with us to the Ministry of Magic for investigation. Chapter 86. Walter. Molly Weasley and Arthur Weasley, who were originally very aggressive and prepared to enter Hogwarts and ask questions about this matter, were already waiting at the gate before they even entered Hogwarts. Two Ministry of Magic aurors blocked the way. Albus Dumbledore, the former headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, attacked Mr. Romon Kowalski, who was also a professor at Hogwarts, due to personal reasons. When he was being transported to the Ministry of Magic, he fled in fear of the crime. Now the Ministry of Magic is safe. Minister Nellie Fudge has officially signed the arrest warrant against Dumbledore. According to the orders of the Ministry of Magic, all members of the Order of the Phoenix Magical Society, which was secretly founded by the wanted criminal Albus Dumbledore, must accept our unconditional cooperation. After hearing the words of the two Ministry of Magic aurors, the Weasleys, who were originally thinking about what happened to their son at Hogwarts, thought their brains had shut down on the spot. By the time they reacted, the two of them had been forcibly taken to a vacant room in Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall. I saw Professor McGonagall, who is also a member of the Order of the Phoenix, also here, signing some documents under the orders of several Ministry of Magic investigation officers. After noticing the Weasleys who were brought in, McGonagall sighed, shook his head and said nothing. Now, please give each of you a detailed description of the positions you hold in the Order of the Phoenix and the things you have done for the Order over the years. Don't try to hide it. Our Ministry of Magic has its own set of investigation methods. Mr. Arthur Weasley, as a staff member of the Ministry of Magic, must also know that I. Two interrogators from the Ministry of Magic, holding a quill, looked at the two people in front of them quietly. And just when the Weasleys looked at each other, although they didn't know why, considering that the current situation was not right, they could only explain it honestly for the time being. The door was once again pushed open with a bang. What was different from before was that at this moment, a loud voice filled with anger suddenly resounded throughout the entire scene. No. This is a frame-up. Professor Dumbledore can't be a criminal, you can't want him, all of this is the method of that BD Silver Demon. You guys were all deceived by that Silver Demon. That's Professor Dumbledore. Wouldn't you rather believe in the Silver Demon than Professor Dumbledore? Seeing Hagrid being forced and even chained, McGonagall stood up in horror. No. Hagrid, don't be impulsive. What you are doing now is in vain. Be honest and don't do anything beyond your capabilities. Calm down. However, the stubborn Hagrid became even more excited after seeing Professor McGonagall and others. Professor McGonagall 370. You should testify for Professor Dumbledore. He was completely forced to take action against the Silver Demon. He is an upright person you. Professor McGonagall, how could you betray him? Looking at the excited Hagrid, he even started to tear the chains. The top aura of the Ministry of Magic has been standing in the corner, silent all the time, wearing an artificial eye. Crazy-eyed Moody suddenly walked out, pointing his wand at Hagrid who was trying to break free from the rope, and chanted a spell on the spot without hesitation. Collapse. Hagrid. Looking at Hagrid who fell to the ground with a loud bang, Moody slowly put away the wand in his hand, while several aurors from the Ministry of Magic on the side had worked together to completely restrain Hagrid. Looking at Hagrid, who was handcuffed and shackled on the spot and dragged away as an accomplice, Professor McGonagall stretched out his hand to stop him, but was stopped by a look from Moody. Just watching helplessly, Hagrid, one of the old men of Hogwarts, was forcibly taken away in this way. And that very day, the entire British wizarding world exploded in an instant as one wanted order for Dumbledore was posted. Several wizarding newspapers such as the Daily Prophet went crazy and reported things about Dumbledore being wanted. Among them, some Hogwarts students and professors even admitted in front of the Ministry of Magic's cameras that Dumbledore had been dissatisfied with Romon for a long time, and then suddenly took action against Romon on Halloween night. The Ministry of Magic even obtained a magical image of the scene from Romon. When the entire British wizarding world saw those animated pictures of Dumbledore's action in the newspapers, even the wizards who were reluctant to believe it couldn't help but start to waver at this moment. In the picture, Dumbledore's crazy appearance of casting the fire curse has nothing to do with any kind of sparring. This is clearly a rhythm that not only kills Romon, but also raises his ashes on the spot. My Lord Merlin, such a powerful Dumbledore was defeated so easily. Not only that, I heard my nephew in Hufflepuff write and say that Dumbledore was originally planning to take action against Professor Romon, but was defeated by Professor Romon's squib fiancé from the United States. Walter. If you don't believe me, look in the newspaper. The person fighting Dumbledore in the flames was obviously not Professor Romon. The leaky cauldron. The wizards who used to talk noisily about things all over the world were now all gathered around a newspaper and having heated discussions. There are many dark wizards among them. In their hearts at this moment, Romon Kowalski is still a being that they want to kill on the spot. But with the word Silver Demon King, everyone seems to have reached a unified idea. They all kept silent. Instead, he called Romon Professor Romon. And after one person pointed to the animated picture on the newspaper and finished speaking, everyone was shocked to find that the figure surrounded by flames in the animated picture looked like a girl. Only. Squib. God, are you sure that this person who fought against Dumbledore's curse and was even able to defeat him is a squib? Everyone exclaimed, and the person who was asked had to nod even though he had an unacceptable look on his face at the moment. His face was solemn. Yes, I specifically confirmed with my nephew that this lady named Wednesday Addams was indeed a squib from an American wizarding family. On Halloween, it happened to be her birthday, so Professor Romon gave her 2 birthday gifts, one of which was a bottle of magic potion. Hiss. Master, today many wizards outside Hogwarts have sent us requests to enter the school and want to meet with you. In front of Dumbledore's pensieve, Romon glanced casually and asked Oriana to command the alchemy dolls to carry the thing out. The other things in this office were also moved out one by one, along with the dolls around them. On the Ministry of Magic's side, there is no need to have any suspense about Romon's appointment and the selection of the principal on the school board's side. If Fudge and Malfoy still want to live a good life, then Hogwarts will have to settle for Romon. In hands. After hearing Filch's report, Romon waved his hand casually. Reject them all. They are just some guys who come here for magic potions. Tell them that the Truth Potion Shop will release a bottle of powerful magic potions from time to time and sell them at auction to wizards all over the world. If you have this time to think carefully, you might as well think more about saving some gold galleons. After all, not everyone can possess powerful magic. And it's just like Romon thought. Just half a day after Dumbledore's wanted order was officially issued and made public to the entire British wizarding community, Fudge, the Minister of Magic. He just showed up in the Hogwarts dinner restaurant in person. Along with them, there are also some wizard family representatives on the school board. Lucius Malfoy came to Romon with a smile on his face, holding a framed and gold-gilded appointment document. Photographed by several newspapers including the Daily Prophet, Fudge stepped forward and looked at the Hogwarts professors and young wizards present. We are very sorry for the passing of Albus Dumbledore, and we also deplore it. The great white wizard who once dared to fight the Dark Lord for the sake of the entire wizarding world, in the end, distorted himself and lost his mind in the face of jealousy. I also lost my pride as a white wizard. As Romon's horseboy, Fudge did not hesitate. After briefly acknowledging Dumbledore's contribution, he launched a crazy criticism without mercy. If there was some restraint in the disparagement directed at Dumbledore at the beginning, at the end, the Minister of Magic around Fudge even said on the spot, "Dumbledore has become mentally black and has become a by. The Dark Lord's shocking remarks. Professor McGonagall clenched his hands tightly, shaking a little because of the exertion. But some of the little wizards present, especially the senior ones, also had different ideas. However, after looking at the figure standing in the principal's position, and then thinking that the other party had given them obvious strength, everyone chose to bow their heads silently. Finally, after Fudge finished speaking, this guy finally came to Romon with a face of reverence. Received the letter of appointment from Lucius's hand. Mr. Romon Kowalski, on behalf of the British Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts School Board of Trustees, I am honoured to invite you to serve as the new headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I hope that in the coming days, you can lead these little wizards and lead the British wizarding world. Create more brilliant achievements and make Hogwarts the supreme holy place in the hearts of teachers all over the world. Fudge's expression is spot on, and his acting skills are definitely at their best. Romon's smile was unfailing as he took the appointment letter from the other party's hand. From this moment on, he, Romon Kowalski, was imprisoned in Azkaban for 13 years, and was dubbed the Silver Demon by the entire British wizarding community. He is no longer the Silver Devil that everyone shouts about, but a great wizard who can bring great reform and improvement to the wizarding world. The new headmaster of Hogwarts. Later, when Snape on the side slowly took out the Elder Wand that originally belonged to Dumbledore and handed it to Romon with both hands, Professor Quirrell, who was hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but his eyes became hot. At the same time, after seeing Romon's majestic back, he unconsciously lowered his head. Dumbledore left Hogwarts in such a way, let alone they didn't expect it. Even Voldemort possessing Quirrell at this moment was something he never expected. And it was at this time. Wait. Romon, the newly appointed principal, also started his 3 things to do as a new official. As the new principal of Hogwarts, in order to live up to the trust of the school board and Minister Fudge, from today onwards, I officially order the changes to the existing rules of Hogwarts. The following reforms. First of all, the original Quidditch game can still exist, but each branch will not be able to use it as a formal college competition, it can only be used as a leisure entertainment for the little wizards. Event held. In order to further improve the actual wizarding abilities of the little wizards, I will personally design an in-school competition that is more in line with what a top magic school should have. Ignoring the uproar coming from below, Romon continued. Second, Hogwarts Library, cancel the restricted book area rules. All young wizards, after passing the upcoming long-term spell theory examination and signing the disclaimer, you can freely borrow all the spell books in it and learn the spells that you think are more suitable for your own situation. At this time, even Professor McGonagall and others were shocked and opened the restricted book area. There is a lot of dangerous black magic there. However, Romon doesn't care about this. Hogwarts has officially fallen into his hands, so let all the little wizards roll up and make Hogwarts his Dharma temple. A nursery that collects data and proficiency is my biggest goal. Third, I will set up the Silver Demon King's Library, which will contain a large number of magic scrolls, alchemy notes, and some new theories on potions that I designed and developed. Everyone, including Hogwarts professors, can use the demon points in the wizard's book to borrow it. And finally, Romon looked around, his eyes scanning the little wizard on the scene. Everyone who was glanced at by him lowered their heads at this moment, even if their faces were full of dissatisfaction with Romon for suppressing the Quidditch match. Finally, in the future, Hogwarts will set up a Demon King's Arena, where young wizards can freely engage in wizard duels, and use Demon King points as bets for the duel. The winner. You can get all the devil points. Senior wizards cannot take the initiative to challenge lower grade wizards. Lower grade wizards can take the initiative to challenge senior wizards, A and D. Senior wizards cannot refuse. 17. If the senior wizard loses to the junior wizard 5 times in a row in the same year, then what awaits him will not only be the consumption of gambling points, but also, expulsion. 1. Walter. Professor Romon, this is against the rules. We cannot expel young wizards just because they are not strong enough. Professor McGonagall couldn't bear it anymore and stood on the spot. Come out and refute. However, Fudge, who was standing next to Romon, still had a smile on his face and didn't express anything. Lucius on the side also showed no objection at all. Romon looked at each other calmly. Professor McGonagall, I know you want to say that every wizard pursues different things. You can't expect a potion master to also be a powerful dual wizard, right? Seeing that McGonagall remained silent, Romon smiled faintly. Don't worry, I respect and value every wizard's path. Therefore, I will indicate in the duel rules that as long as a potion master has the ability to independently refine potions certified by the Academy in the duel, he can use the magic potion he refined to assist in the battle. The same goes for wizards who practice alchemy. Suddenly, McGonagall was speechless. But at this time, Minister Fudge and Lucius on the side clapped together as if they had rehearsed for a long time. Fudge's smile was bright and red, and he even showed a smile of great reverence to Romon in front of everyone without concealing it. Professor Romon, no, Principal Romon, I seem to have seen the day when Hogwarts will become a holy place in the wizarding world. Romon smiled slightly, leaving aside whether it will become a wizarding holy place. At least, Romon will make it an excellent nursery in the eyes of the Lord. However, no matter what, at least it will not become Hogwarts Magic Vocational School like in the original book. The next day, the little wizards had just finished their morning lessons and came out of the castle one after another, chatting on the grass or practicing spells. Waves of light came from the wizard's book on their bodies. Chapter 87. Ronald, have you really decided to quit your family? To be honest, I still want to advise you not to do this. That is your family. Perhaps it was Ronald's apology and envy of his parents that day in the lounge that made Harry put aside his past conflicts for the time being. Looking at a man sitting on the grass, holding a book about magical creatures, Ronald looked at him and took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Ronald slowly raised his head. A pair of eyes stared at him, but Neville and the others standing next to Harry couldn't help but turn their heads to the side. Ronald didn't say anything about this. Instead, he looked calmly at Harry Potter, who was called the savior in front of him. Shen Guang paused briefly at the lightning scar on the other person's forehead. Asked. Harry, I heard from Neville and the others that you have lived in your aunt's house since you were a child. Now you have enough gold galleons to live alone outside, and you also have enough magic spells to protect yourself. If I ask you, if there is no regulation in Hogwarts forcing young wizards to go home during the holidays, do you still want to go back now? Harry was startled, not expecting that the other party would ask this. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of his closed-off place, the dusty stair compartment that would be filled with dust every time someone went up the stairs, and the attitude of his aunt's family towards him. Uncle's disgust, cousin's bullying, and aunt's constant targeting. You hesitated, Harry, they are your family too, aren't they? Why did you hesitate? With just one word from Ronald, Harry, who had prepared a lot of words, was left speechless on the spot. He even sat directly next to him, feeling equally confused. You are right, this matter is indeed very complicated. So, if you really quit the Weasley family, how will you live alone? You also said that you need money. Of course, I can lend you a 017. However, to Harry's expectation, Ronald calmly shook his head after hearing that he was willing to borrow money. There was a tough light in his eyes that even Harry couldn't help but look at. Suddenly, a completely irrelevant question was asked. Harry, do you think the name Ronald will one day become a famous surname in the wizarding world? Harry. Before he could figure out what Ronald Weasley was thinking, Harry was about to ask something when a fierce light suddenly bloomed on his body. To be precise, the wizard's book in his pocket was blooming with bursts of light. And this kind of situation is also happening to other little wizards at this moment. Seeing this scene, Ronald stood up slowly and couldn't help but look at the Palace of Truth not far away. Mouthing in his mouth, "Harry, I think what I've been waiting for is coming." Bursts of light radiated from the wizard's book on everyone in the entire Hogwarts school. In the dazzling light, lines of text slowly appeared on everyone's wizard's book. On the top floor of the Palace of Truth, the huge Eye of Truth exudes powerful magic fluctuations, with Romon standing aside. In just a moment, the upgrade of these wizard books has been completed. The wizard's book floats in front of each little wizard, and the pages of the book move automatically without any wind. On top of a completely new page number. As the lines of text slowly appeared, the new gadgets Romon prepared for the little wizards finally appeared in front of everyone. The Silver Demon King's Warcraft Fortress series of bounty missions is now open. From now on, little wizards can use a fixed amount of demon points to enter the newly opened special magic building Warcraft Fortress in Hogwarts to carry out advanced gathering and hunting bounty tasks. There are a large number of top magical creatures in the Warcraft Fortress, and most of them are very aggressive. The danger and difficulty of bounty tasks will increase, and the task rewards will also be greatly improved. But similarly, the protective spell possessed by Wizard's Book will not be able to provide multiple protection for the little wizard who enters it. Please enter with caution. Silver Demon King's Breeding Mission Daily Bounty Mission is open. In order to provide a large amount of potion raw materials for Truth Potion Shop, each environmental area in Warcraft Fortress will have a specific safe breeding area for the artificial cultivation and material collection of some special magic creatures. In order to encourage Muggle-born wizards and wizards with financial difficulties to study at Hogwarts with peace of mind, from now on, young wizards can use the Wizard's Book to receive relevant daily routines from Miss Oriana, the housekeeper of the Palace of Truth. Task: completing the mission will give you a fixed gold galleon's reward, as well as a certain amount of Demon King points. Tip: the minimum time to receive the task is 1 month. During the vacation, the young wizard can also apply to stay in school. The college will provide appropriate accommodation and food. As these contents appeared, the little wizards throughout Hogwarts couldn't help but excitedly started talking. If nothing else, with the content updates in these wizards' books, many missions that were not originally included in the previous Silver Demon King's bounty mission have appeared. The mission locations are all in Warcraft Fortress without exception. Moreover, the rewards above were so high that these little wizards almost went crazy. On the grass, Harry looked at the new content in the wizard's book. When he turned to the page about the bounty mission, he couldn't help but pause slightly. Silver Devil's Bounty Mission. B-level mission, Blood of the Invisible Beast. Go to Warcraft Fortress dense forest area to find and collect the blood of the magical creature Invisible Beast, and successfully bring it back to the Silver Demon King. Reward: any B-level magic potion *1, Demon King points, 2W attached, selection list. Tip 1, Invisible Beasts are one of the important properties of the Silver Devil, and are rare in number. You can use force in small amounts, but you cannot cause irreparable damage to the invisible beasts. Seriously injuring or killing the invisible beasts will fail the mission and will end your life. Tip 2, this task can be received by up to 2 people at the same time, and after completing the task, the rewards can be distributed freely through negotiation. A-level mission, collection of volcanic dragon scales. Go to Warcraft Fortress volcanic area and look for special dragon scales that have been contaminated with enough volcanic energy left behind by magical dragon creatures such as the Norse Spinosaurus in the crater. Reward: any sea-level magic memory scroll *1, Demon King points, 5k with selection list. Tip 1, the volcanic area is extremely dangerous. If you are not absolutely sure, it is best for the little wizard not to go outside the marked area, otherwise you will be buried in the belly of the dragon. Tip 2, this task is a repetitive task, and the reward marked on the task is the reward corresponding to 10 volcanic dragon scales. The more work you do, the more you will get. A-level mission. Looking at the bounty tasks one by one, Harry couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this time, there was movement around him. When he looked up, he saw Ronald already one step ahead, running towards the Palace of Truth. And those who had the same action as him were Hermione and others. At the same time, in the Palace of Truth. Looking at the returning Romon, Professor McGonagall didn't care about the changes in the wizard's book at all, and anxiously stepped forward. Professor Romon, the people at the Ministry of Magic are saying that Hagrid will be imprisoned in Azkaban. This is unreasonable. Professor Romon, Hagrid has no idea what happened between Dumbledore and you. Romon smiled slightly and motioned for Professor McGonagall to sit down, and immediately an alchemy doll dressed as a waiter came over and served both of them a cup of black tea. Professor McGonagall, I think you need to talk to the Ministry of Magic about these issues. Moreover, as far as I know, Director Crouch of the Ministry of Magic has already prepared to release Family X. But he insists on being in that kind of place, talking nonsense and insulting the officials of the Ministry of Magic. Romon shrugged, with a "that idiot asked for it" expression on his face, and spread his hands. That fool even went so far as to abscond in public and become a wanted criminal on Dumbledore's platform. He actually said that he would use his own head as a guarantee. Haha, Professor McGonagall, Minister Fudge and the others felt that this guy must know some of the most secret things about the Order of the Phoenix. Hearing this, McGonagall couldn't help but clenched his fists in anger. On the one hand, he was angry at Romon's suppression of Dumbledore after he came to power, and on the other hand, he was completely speechless at Hagrid, that stupid guy. There is no doubt that Romon had no intention of targeting these people in Hogwarts. He had already taken control of Hogwarts. The most fundamental purpose of the so-called investigation of members of the Order of the Phoenix is, at best, to disgust Dumbledore, who is absconding. If Hagrid had followed the procedures of the Ministry of Magic and completed all of this honestly, maybe nothing would have happened. However, it is obvious that McGonagall still does not know enough about Hagrid. When Romon then handed a document in his hand to her and sighed helplessly. Professor McGonagall's expression fell instantly. Professor McGonagall, I'm so sorry. Maybe you are right that Hagrid is a big fool. He may really know nothing, but this. Privately owning and hatching dragon eggs. I remember that Hagrid seems to have a lot of knowledge about magical creatures, right? Doesn't he know about the regulations of the Ministry of Magic? Professor McGonagall looked ashen and was silent for a moment, then stood up and walked outside silently. She really had no choice now. Originally, the fire could not burn that idiot Hagrid, but he had to come out to guarantee Dumbledore with his head when he was not clean. And just after McGonagall left, at the same time, the little wizards at Hogwarts also followed the guidance in the wizard's book and came to the huge Warcraft fortress. In front of a huge arched door that is more than 10 meters high, there is a dense halo full of magical colors, which is slowly operating like a portal. And these little wizards who came at this moment couldn't help but take a breath after seeing this magnificent scene. Even Snape and Professor Flitwick who came after passing the wizard's book were shocked beyond measure by the spectacle performed by Romon. Everyone, follow us, line up, and we will take you in. After waiting for a while, Romon, the new principal, did not arrive. Finally, Professor Flitwick couldn't hold it any longer and gave an order to the young Ravenclaw wizards present. After everyone was ready, they immediately took the lead and walked towards the Warcraft fortress. Along with the figure of Professor Flitwick, he disappeared into the halo in front of him. Waves of ripples spread out, and the little Ravenclaw wizards behind them hurriedly followed. Harry and the other little lions, who were not with their dean, immediately followed the Ravenclaw and walked into it. Accompanied by a brief moment of darkness in the vision. The moment they opened their eyes again, a refreshing sober air, accompanied by bursts of birdsong, rang in everyone's ears. Waldfa. A pretty-looking Ravenclaw senior also uttered a British curse that was completely inconsistent with her image. Harry Potter and others were also stunned for a moment after seeing everything around them. God, this place is so beautiful! Hermione covered her mouth in excitement, and even Pansy, who happened to hear Hermione's compliment among the Slytherin wizards who walked in under the leadership of Snape, didn't even need to nod. I saw that everyone was now in a place that looked like a small village. Neat wooden huts were built here, along the cobblestone path. Each of these huts had signs such as resting place, tool collection place, emergency treatment and so on. And the alchemy dolls that can be seen in the Palace of Truth are quietly carrying out their work. Everyone looked around, looking far away, and they were sure. The location where everyone is located is similar to a huge mountain basin, and in all directions, except for a flat plain grassland, there are mountains that seem to be connected to Wei Kong. A sign standing in the center of the village attracted everyone's attention. Warcraft Fortress Doll Village. In addition to this sign, there is also a sign at the crossroads in the center of the village that faces the four directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. Warcraft Fortress Dense Forest Area. Warcraft Fortress Volcano Area. Warcraft Fortress Desert Area. Warcraft Fortress Ocean Area. Everyone looked along the end of the path, and were shocked to find that the direction the road was leading looked like the back of the distant mountain peak. Hiss, no way! Can this really be done by the space extension curse? Professor Flitwick lay down on the ground excitedly, picked up a piece of dirt on the roadside, rubbed it for a while, and then took a deep breath. Then he couldn't help but touch the trees and houses on the roadside. Until the end, I couldn't believe that everything in front of me was real. Everyone stopped and walked, looking at the wizard's book in their hands, and soon came to a place that looked like a square. There were 4 circular stone slabs depicting magic circles that no one could understand. Is placed quietly on the ground. Book of Wizards provides corresponding introductions to these stone tablets. This 3.6 is a teleportation array that can go to other areas. Oh my god, isn't that all here? Is there something else on the other side of the mountain? Neville stood on the edge of a stone slab, shouting in surprise and uncertainty. He didn't hold back for a second and stepped on it slowly. Next moment. Wow! There was a rapid burst of light, accompanied by a whimper that Neville didn't even have time to make. The latter disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Mr. Longbottom! Professor Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff, was shocked. Without caring about anything else, he hurriedly stepped on the teleportation array. In the light, there was a feeling of dizziness, as if he had transformed, until his feet landed on the ground. In front of Professor Sprout, he stood stunned, and the next second Professor Sprout was completely stunned by everything in front of him. Looking around, it is like a wheat field in the Muggle world. Neatly planted potions are planted in different categories. Some of them, such as the Spirit Feather Butterfly and the Cassibdis Potion Bee, are very important to survival. Low-level magical creatures with extremely high environmental requirements. It is flying leisurely in the medicine field. At this moment, in the sight of the two of them, a sign was standing quietly beside the teleportation array. Warcraft Fortress Dense Forest Area, Safe Planting Area. At the same time, the top floor of the Palace of Truth. Elizabeth's figure suddenly appeared behind Romon. With a deep joy in his expression, a pair of jade hands gently climbed onto Romon's shoulders. Master, I seem to have found a good thing for you, a good thing that you will definitely like. Romon turned his head in confusion, and only a few minutes later. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, in front of a deep cave entrance, Romon's eyes flickered and he felt the huge figure inside. This is, Lu Wei. Chapter 88. Lu Wei. When Romon sensed and saw clearly the huge monster in the cave, which was 4 to 5 meters high, had 3 huge dog heads, and was terrifying in size. The other party's identity was immediately revealed in his mouth. Lu Wei. Hagrid's pet is currently being imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic and may even be imprisoned in Azkaban soon. During this time, after returning to Hogwarts, Romon himself had the magical creatures given by his godfather, plus the giant dragon from Gringotts, but for the three-headed dog of hell, Romon never gave up searching. However, because of his own appearance and huge influence, today's Harry Potter triangle is no longer as obvious as it was in the original work. Hermione spends her days immersed in studying various magical knowledge, or competing with Pansy Parkinson, her arch-rival in Slytherin College, for favor in front of Romon. Ronald now has a sudden awakening and directly gave up his surname Weasley, preparing to make a career out of his own efforts. And Harry, now also working hard, wants to become a powerful wizard, and then, one day, resurrect his parents. There is no concern at all about things like magic stones. The result of this is that Dumbledore, the dismissed headmaster, has no chance at all to prepare any savior plan. Naturally, the three-headed hell dog Lu Wei, who was sleeping soundly in the cave in front of him, no longer had the same gatekeeping function as in the original work. "Master, let me wake this guy up." On the side, Elizabeth, who was looking excited and had already thought about what reward she was going to get from Romon tonight, saw the three-headed hell dog that was still snoring loudly even though the two appeared at the entrance of the cave, and was preparing to go abroad. But he was gently interrupted by Romon raising his hand. Romon didn't say anything. The next moment, with a snap of his fingers, a crimson whip-like magic energy condensed out. Snapped. A crackling sound came from the void, and Neville, the three-headed hell dog who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. However, it didn't wait until it figured out what was going on outside. Next moment, the long whip in Romon's hand has rushed into the cave like a spiritual snake coming out of its cave. Roar! The angry howls shook the forbidden forest here, causing a large number of animals and magical creatures to flee in all directions. Romon, who was standing outside the cave, immediately felt the fierce struggle on the other side. Only, it seems that even without that guy Hagrid feeding you, this huge forbidden forest has allowed you to grow well enough, but I am a wizard, not that stupid guy like Hagrid who can only use brute force. As he spoke, Romon uttered a curse that others could not understand. The original chain in his hand exploded and scattered in an instant, and more than a dozen long whips rushed into the cave. The surge of magic power was accompanied by a violent tremor on the ground. A three-headed hellhound covered in scarlet color and exuding a strong ominous and violent aura was pulled out of the cave by the small Romon. Along with the opponent's crazy struggle, the long whip in Romon's hand seemed to have a thought. In the blink of an eye, it was like a group of snakes coiling around, tying the opponent into a ball. Roar! 3 huge dog heads shook wildly and roared. Then the next moment, Romon's hands once again split into more than a dozen long whips emitting strong magic waves. This time, 3 huge dog heads stared at the two of Romon except for a pair of eyes. I have lost all other ways of moving. Ignoring the violent emotions exuding from the 3 hellhounds in front of them, as well as the tied-up mouths that whined threateningly, Romon stepped forward, jumped lightly, stepped on one dog's head, and opened the eyelids of the other dog's head with one hand. Eyes without a trace of emotion carefully looked at the other person's pupils. Even though a layman couldn't tell anything about it, Romon was able to make a similar assessment of the 3-headed hell dog in front of him just by relying on such a small movement. Sure enough, from the intensity of your struggle and the sound of your roar, you can feel your health and strength. But I didn't expect that your actual condition is much better than I expected. This situation is not normal. After all, there are no volcanoes or abyss here that are suitable for you. Romon murmured, ignoring the struggle of a dog whose nose he had stepped on. The magic power was slightly mobilized, and the binding force on the 3-headed hell dog was tightened a lot in the next moment. This time, Lu Wei finally calmed down. No matter how unhappy he was, Romon's strength was already very obvious at this moment, even though it was very uncomfortable to be looked at by the other party like a piece of merchandise. However, the situation is stronger than the person, and even magical creatures understand the principle of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. However, with Romon's continuous inspection, he even cast a spell directly and extracted a stream of pure blood from the opponent's body. Looking at Romon with his hands spread out and his eyes closed, he felt a ball of blood about the size of a football floating in front of him. Elizabeth on the side kept quiet obediently. At the same time, a hand gently pressed on the head of the three-headed hell dog that was trying to break free. The dark golden snake eyes looked at the other party calmly, and after God alchemy, the aura on his body could already be called the powerful deterrent of the contemporary Dharma god, which instantly made Lu Wei lie quietly on the ground. I didn't even dare to think of struggling at all. Romon didn't take long here. However, when he opened his eyes and casually scattered the blood of the three-headed hell dog in front of him, his brows furrowed slightly. "Master, is there any problem?" Romon nodded, without saying anything clearly now, but waved his hand to Elizabeth. "Lock this guy to the volcano area, Elizabeth. You really brought me an amazing gift that is so precious that even I didn't expect it." Elizabeth's charming face suddenly burst into a joyful smile that only Romon could see. Elizabeth took care of such a three-headed hell dog as easily as she took care of a puppy. Romon had no intention of following and returned to his own palace of truth first. "Lie on the sofa and slowly close your eyes." The moment his consciousness entered the Dharma temple, in the void in front of him, 2 lines of golden text immediately appeared. Death magic factor extraction, 17 plus 2% completed. Research on the breath of hell, 0 plus 1% completed. Is it true? It is indeed the breath of hell. I didn't expect that this big man, Hagrid, gave me a huge surprise. Romon felt the new information coming from his mind. There was information about the death magic factor that had been researched before, and at the same time there was a familiar yet unfamiliar information. That was a breath, Romon's first formal contact. But in these years of magic research, especially when studying some black magic, he has gone through a certain amount of deduction and conjecture, and now the breath of hell officially appeared in front of him. In an instant, his research conjectures over the years were confirmed. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked out the window at the densely packed Hogwarts little wizards gathered at the entrance of Warcraft Fortress, but his thoughts were already focused on the magic power itself. With the level of wizards in today's world, Romon said that he has no rivals. This is not a matter of pride, but a very real reality. Originally, in his plan, his future was to cultivate the nursery of the wizarding world, and then harvest more knowledge of the Dharma temple to achieve a higher level. However, the appearance of the breath of hell today made Romon suddenly have a new plan. Underground in a seemingly ordinary town in England, Dumbledore was awakened from his dream by a rapid knock on the door. A layer of sweat broke out on his forehead and his eyes suddenly opened. Although Romon did not personally search and capture him, nor did he send subordinates like Elizabeth. However, the wanted pursuit by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic also made him, a white wizard, a little nervous. "I haven't had a good night's rest these days." Opening the door, a short but very ugly goblin tribe stood at the door. "Professor Dumbledore, Elder Bratty is here, please follow me." Dumbledore nodded and followed the goblin in front of him as he walked through the dim underground maze, which was similar in style to Gringotts' underground treasure trove. After twists and turns, when even Dumbledore was about to be knocked unconscious, a door finally appeared in front of him. As the door opened, Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock at the situation inside before he even walked in. Goblin. In other words, there are terrifyingly large numbers of goblins. At this moment, in a hall that looked like a Muggle parliament, people were sitting densely on the steps, staring at Dumbledore standing at the door with eyes like wild beasts. The moment Dumbledore walked into the door, the goblin behind him closed the door. Knock knock knock. An old goblin sitting on the high throne wore a golden crown that looked like a toad on his head. Dumbledore looked at the stunned man, and his reaction was completely within the expected range. He knocked on the table in front of him and spoke calmly. Professor Dumbledore seems to have a lot of questions. For the sake of saving many of our people that day, you can ask as many questions as you like now. Of course, how many you can answer depends on the situation. Dumbledore took a deep breath to calm himself down. He was shocked to find that he seemed to have discovered a great event, which could even be said to be a very terrifying event. Something that his best friend Grindelwald would never have thought of back then. These goblins here should not have registered their information with the Ministry of Magic, right? How many years have you been planning to lie to the Ministry of Magic and hide the number of people? Elder Braiti, what on earth do you goblins want to do? A question that had been anticipated for a long time. The ugly goblin elder, Braiti, glanced at these people at the scene. Sitting in a dark place, a quick glance showed that there were at least 1,000 and nearly 2,000 people. And the magic power fluctuations emitted by each goblin are faintly high. Even compared to some aurors from the British Ministry of Magic, they are not far behind. However, the people here can only be said to be the elite of the fairy clan that they have hidden. In addition, they also have a large number of ordinary goblin tribesmen. The number here is tens of thousands, and they are hidden in these underground cities they have built. Dumbledore, we just want to survive. We just want stability, and don't let us become slaves like the house elves today. We just want a dignified existence. The words explained in this way came from the mouth of the elf clan elder named Braiti. However, Dumbledore would not believe a word he said. Elder Braiti, you have hidden so many tribesmen and built such a huge underground city in secret. Do you still need to use such stupid words to deceive yourself and others? Seeing that Dumbledore didn't believe it, Braiti had no intention of arguing. He looked around at the elite members of the clan who were whispering to each other, and stated his purpose today. Professor Dumbledore, I know you want the Silver Devil to die suddenly on the spot. We now have a common enemy. You want the British wizarding world to return to the past, and our freedom is very simple. We want to return to the original era when we controlled Gringotts. At the same time, we want to have certain official seats in the Ministry of Magic, if you agree to this proposal. From today on, we, the goblins, will fully support you in your fight against the Silver Devil and the British Ministry of Magic. You take back your Hogwarts and the glory of being a white wizard. And we have obtained for the fairies truly equal rights with human wizards. How? After hearing Braiti's proposal, Dumbledore was silent for a long time. If he had indeed intended to win over an ally with the goblins, now the goblins have shown their hidden strength. But it made him have to be vigilant. The goblins themselves were an advanced race equal to or even superior to humans in ancient times. They were not stupid, so they naturally saw the reason for Dumbledore's hesitation at a glance. Professor Dumbledore, before the goal is achieved, it makes no sense to consider a future that is still like the moon in the water. You need allies, and we, the goblins, also need a big man who can stand in front of us. Only if we each show sincerity can we jointly fight against the now powerful Silver Demon King. And only we, the Goblin clan, can now support a lonely person like you, Professor Dumbledore. Other races, or wizards, don't have this strength. Although he was wary of the goblins in his heart, in the face of the cruel reality, Deng Bulletin, good King Zhao, Leto had to hesitate for a while and nodded in agreement. As the Goblin clan solemnly prepared the ceremony, Dumbledore and Brat, who was a Goblin clan, held their hands together and signed an unbreakable spell with their good friend. Now it is accompanied by the chanting of spells from both sides. Once again, a bond was formed between Dumbledore and the goblins. Soon, as the spells on both sides were established, the elders of the fairy tribe were obviously relieved. Ugliness seemed to be wrapped in foul-smelling moss, except for an expression that looked like a smile. Professor Dumbledore, we have specially prepared gifts in advance for this alliance. Believe me, you will feel lucky for this alliance soon. The fairies are definitely the only powerful allies you can find nowadays. Bratty took Dumbledore out of this huge council hall. After walking in the dim corridor for a while, a cave exit suddenly opened up in front of me. The moment Dumbledore stood at the entrance of the cave, he was immediately shocked by the magnificent scene in front of him and was speechless for a long time. That is a city. A huge city built deep in a huge sinkhole. Looking from a high altitude, you can see a large number of elves living and working. The clanking sound, similar to the collision of machinery, and the noisy human voice were clearly transmitted to the ears. Dumbledore looked casually towards a street below and could see short elves, either selling things or wandering on the streets. In fact, when Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, he could see elf wizards wearing medieval leather armor on every street, holding wands and patrolling. Welcome to the fairy city Rebenbright that our fairies have built with hundreds of years of hard work. From today on, this place will also serve as the base camp of our anti-Silver Demon Alliance. Dumbledore took a deep breath. Trademark Rebuild Brilliant, Rebuild Brilliant. Chapter 89. Romon also has no idea about the fairy city at this moment. With the official opening of Warcraft Fortress, at the same time, beside Warcraft Fortress, Romon also started the establishment of the next dedicated potion planting and cultivation place, Potion Garden. The establishment of the Potion Garden itself is much more difficult than the Warcraft Fortress. If it is like planting in Warcraft Fortress, some low-level magic potions in the planting area are okay, but Romon's Potion Garden will be used entirely for growing high-level magic potions from now on. It has greater requirements in terms of time, magic level and other environmental factors. To this end, Romon specially requested several time-turners from the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. The purpose is to study the basic principles of time magic it has collected. However, even with the blessing of the Dharma Temple, this progress is still maddeningly slow. In the Dharma Temple, Romon's consciousness has existed here for nearly 10 days. Seeing that Christmas is coming soon, Romon's proficiency in these new keywords that appear in front of him still hasn't made much progress. Death Magic Factor Extraction, 47% completed. Research on the Breath of Hell, 6% completed. Basic Principles of Time Magic, 1.2% completed. These three goals that Romon is currently focusing on are progressing at a very slow pace. Lu Wei, the three-headed dog from hell, has been anemic due to Romon's blood draws these days. Romon even went crazy during this period and used black magic to extract a small amount of bone marrow from the opponent's body. On that day, in Warcraft Fortress Volcanic area, whether it was the earliest Norwegian spiny-back dragon, or those other varieties sent by Romon these days through Mozzie Connolly Fudge, in the name of Magical Creature Research and Fire Dragon. They were all frightened by the miserable howl of the three-headed hell dog and huddled in their own caves. He didn't even dare to breathe. However, despite having the bone marrow of the three-headed hell dog as research material, Romon wasted less than half a month and only improved the progress of hell breath research a little bit, while death magic factor extraction increased the progress. There are more. However, it is still far from the completed goal. Romon is anxious. He glanced at several other inadvertently accomplished results flying in the air. Research on bloodline extraction of the three-headed dog from hell, 100% completed. Hell's Curse basic chanting, 100% completed. Research on the principle of controllable ghost derivation, 100% completed. According to legend, the three-headed dog of hell is a terrifying monster that guards the entrance to the underworld. It not only has terrible poison, but also has terrifying strength that even a giant dragon cannot shake. Moreover, it can not only swallow the flames of hell in its mouth, but also swallow the souls of dead people. Although the so-called three-headed hell dog Luwei is now a magical creature with 3 dog heads, Romon relied on his huge knowledge reserve and the blessing of the Dharma Temple. Successfully obtained this precious knowledge from the other party. But perhaps because his bloodline is too weak, the next step is to get it from the three-headed hell dog, which is probably more difficult than that. A burst of movement from the outside world brought Romon back to his senses. Sitting on the sofa, he slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was his fiancée, Miss Wednesday, wearing a black Lolita dress. At this moment, the latter was holding a notebook solemnly, with a black magic ratio made of black swan feathers sandwiched in the middle of the notebook. Romon, you can't leave everything to me. I'm too busy. Christmas is coming soon, and Hogwarts is currently hosting Quidditch again. Although it is no longer an official competition within the school, there are still many people participating, and I need to allocate my energy to prepare for this. Also, these holiday stay-in-school policies you have come up with require contacting too many young wizarding families. If it is a wizarding family, it is easy to say, how do you want me to deal with it on the Muggle side? There are not that many people at all. Watching Wednesday venting his little complaints endlessly. Romon, however, could tell at a glance that the other party was angry that he did not accompany her. She had been doing magic research for more than half a month, let alone any evening activities. Many times, Romon only eats a meal every 3 or 4 days. Other times, he relies entirely on the supply of his body's magic power to survive. Facing his fiancée, who obviously couldn't bear the loneliness and neglect, Romon decisively surrendered. Okay, I know I was wrong. Starting today, I won't be so busy for a while. So, Assistant Principal Adams, are you interested in enjoying the night view of Jwo's tonight? Wednesday pursed his lips and said nothing, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. Night. When Romon, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly appeared in the Hogwarts restaurant, everyone in the entire restaurant, whether it was the little wizard or the professors sitting in front, they all immediately stood up excitedly. Good evening, Principal Kowalski. Good evening, Professor. Say hello to you. Seeing how these little wizards were greeting each other with obvious enthusiasm despite their restraint, Romon smiled and nodded gently to everyone. When he walked to the principal's seat, Filch, who was wearing a khaki suit today and with his hair slicked back, immediately held the chair for Romon. After Romon sat down, he carefully brought Romon dinner. As Romon waved his hand, everyone who was standing sat back down one after another. Harry, what do you think Professor Romon is doing these days? Could it be that he is researching some more powerful magic potion? It could also be a curse. But what I'm most surprised about is that Professor Romon is preparing Christmas gifts for us. This is definitely not a simple thing. Professor Romon must be very tired. Harry looked in front of him speechlessly. After Romon appeared, he didn't even eat. He looked obsessively in Romon's direction with a small face and kept talking about Miss Know-It-All. However, although he could not understand the other party's reaction, Harry was looking forward to the Christmas gift she called it. Several of them worked together to kill a giant monster, and each of them received a small reward, but at the same time they also had a lot of candies. Level. But there are as many as 50 or 60. While several people on Harry's side were dreaming about what Christmas gifts they could get, Harry seemed to have thought of something. He looked to the side with an envious look on his face, while looking at a copy of Dark Curse Advanced Chapter Evil Thoughts as Knives that he had borrowed from the Silver Demon King's library for 3 days at the cost of 1,000 Demon King points. Ronald was chewing something unconsciously. Ronald, you will definitely get a more powerful reward. The candies awarded by a troll are all on you, so there are at least hundreds of them, right? Ronald came back to his senses. He was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the envious eyes of the people around him, and suddenly had no intention of explaining. He smiled shyly and lowered his head again to read the book in front of him. Regarding the power of Soul Curse Painful Curse, he already had a very intuitive feeling, but he still needed to control the power of this curse. After all, when he cast this spell on Percy Weasley and George Weasley before, he just wanted to teach them some lessons and let them know pain and fear. But they never thought that with just one move, they would both be lying in the school doctor's office for more than half a month. Only recently was I able to appear in the Hogwarts dining hall. At this moment, the little wizards in other colleges also lowered their voices, excited and looking forward to it. Because of Romon's appearance, they once again discussed the special Halloween event and the following Christmas gifts. "Lo, Professor Romon, it's been a long time. Thanks to your reforms, our teaching has become significantly easier. Even some little wizards who used to be very, very annoying to me are now in my class. Not very serious." The aroma of magic potion came, accompanied by some stuttering sounds. Romon turned around and saw Professor Quirrell with a flattering smile on his face. Although the current opponent is still wearing that ugly turban, the clothes on his body are obviously much neater and better looking, no longer as plain as before, just like his master Voldemort wrapped in black curtains. Romon also used magic potion to cover up his body because he said he hated the smell of garlic. Smiling slightly, he gently clinked a glass with the other party. It can be seen that Professor Quirrell is more accustomed to everything here than when he first came to Hogwarts. "I am looking forward to your teaching results this year. Not only our little wizard, but also all the professors here. If they have excellent results in the end-of-year teaching evaluation, I will give them a very good reward." Romon smiled and said to Professor McGonagall and Snape who were around him, but his eyes seemed to glance at Quirrell with deep meaning. Just this glance made Quirrell's heart tense instantly. Understand, Romon is also hinting to himself, or to his master. He returned to his position with a slightly unnatural smile, lowering his head and not knowing what he was thinking, or maybe he was secretly communicating with his master. Without Dumbledore, except for Romon, who was already aware of his existence, wizards of Snape's caliber could not sense the existence of Voldemort in Quirrell's body at all. And it was at this time that Professor McGonagall, who had been wanting to say something to Romon, finally couldn't help it anymore. "Professor Romon, the Ministry of Magic is going to transfer Hagrid to Azkaban today. Is this going too far? I think, if you come forward, the Ministry of Magic will definitely be willing to re-examine and make a decision. Even if it triggers him to do some work or to be imprisoned in some ordinary wizard prison." Professor McGonagall's tone was no longer as strong as before, and he clearly showed his pleading. "Please give me flowers." Romon didn't think anything about this. Smile slightly. "What was very happy was that I agreed to the other party. Professor McGonagall, sometimes I suggest you not to think of me as a hard-hearted person. I'm not a good person, but I'm not going to embarrass someone who doesn't know who I am. Stupid man." Swallowing the tender and juicy steak in your mouth, Romon continued. "I will inform the Ministry of Magic that Hagrid's punishment will be reviewed. The fire dragon will be recorded in Hogwarts as a research subject in Fortress of Warcraft, and Hagrid will also be appointed by the school Professor of Cultivation of Magical Creatures." Professor McGonagall was overjoyed. Professor Romon, are you saying that you are going to let Hagrid be a professor at Hogwarts?" McGonagall's voice was inadvertently amplified because of the surprise. But it was immediately heard by the little wizards present. Harry, who was brought to Hogwarts by Hagrid, couldn't help but look surprised. Looking at the glances around him, someone as calm as Professor McGonagall couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He seemed to be afraid that Romon would misunderstand that he was coercing him and was preparing to explain. "Explain something." But he was interrupted by Romon's gentle wave. Romon smiled, his face full of sincerity. "Rubbus Hagrid was not allowed to use magic spells because of some things back then, but I am still very willing to believe him. He is not a bad person, just a little stupid, so." This was tricked by Dumbledore. In the future, a large number of courses on magical creatures will be offered at Hogwarts, and will become a required course for all young wizards. For the time being, there is no one more suitable for Hogwarts than the big guy Hagrid. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall was completely relieved. "Great, Professor Romon, I want to thank you on behalf of Hagrid. If he knew about this, he would be very happy." Romon smiled and clinked glasses with the other party, not taking this matter to heart at all. If an insignificant Hagrid can capture the thoughts of these Hogwarts professors, it would be good. After the dinner, Romon immediately wrote a letter of advice to the Minister of Magic Fudge to the somewhat anxious McGonagall and handed it to him. Ignoring McGonagall's departure, Romon had more busy work to deal with this night. At night on the top floor of the Palace of Truth, Romon was accidentally handcuffed in the room by his fiancée with ill-intentioned intentions. That night, Romon was destined to be unable to go anywhere. Clang! The heavy metal door opened, and two wizard jailers holding wands, after checking the IDs of the people in front of them, let them in on the spot. This is a wizarding prison in England. Normally, it is responsible for temporarily detaining some prisoners who are waiting for trial, or in other words, waiting to be transferred elsewhere. As several wizards walked into the prison gate, not long after, a figure who was more than 3 meters tall and looked like a giant hybrid appeared, amidst the clanking sounds of chains. Was escorted out by several wizards from before. It was Rubeus Hagrid, one of the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the former warden of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. However, compared to the time when Dumbledore was first wanted, Hagrid is much more honest now. He doesn't need the wizard to point his wand at him, and just obediently does as he is told. The Ministry of Magic official responsible for transporting Hagrid to Azkaban, after completing the registration at the prison. He was preparing to take Hagrid, who had been put into the prison van, and set off immediately. However, the next moment... collapse. Wow! A sudden curse struck the prison car instantly, causing the prison car that had just flown into the air to fall to the ground. The wizards responsible for escorting had not had time to wave the magic wands in their hands. The next moment, they were knocked down by more than a dozen magic spells that followed. Amidst the sharp sirens, the entire jail's guards were immediately alerted by the sudden attack. However, there are more than a dozen short figures wrapped in cloaks here, and the wands in their hands have turned their direction again. They are facing the wizards coming for support, and there is an overwhelming and crazy release. Release a series of magic spells. Hagrid, who had just climbed out of the prison van, still didn't understand what happened. A white figure appeared in front of him and grabbed him. Professor Dumbledore, you... Wow! Without giving Hagrid a chance to speak, the next moment, Dumbledore directly used Disapparition, and instantly disappeared from the place with Hagrid, and immediately after, more than a dozen black-robed figures appeared on the scene. Immediately afterwards, they disappeared one after another. Ministry of Magic. McGonagall was delighted to receive a positive reply from Fudge, and he was not happy for long. A figure rushed in anxiously. Mr. Minister, something is wrong. The wanted criminal Dumbledore appeared in the wizarding prison in England and kidnapped the prisoner Rubeus Hagrid. McGonagall's face instantly turned pale. Chapter 90. Breaking news. Daily Prophet. Recently, the former headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the greatest white wizard of this century, and the recipient of the Order of Merlin, Albus Dumbledore, successively attacked Mr. Romon Kowalski and absconded in fear of crime. Later, he committed another crime. Together with several unidentified dark wizards, he attacked the English wizard prison and took away his accomplice Rubeus Hagrid. It is reported that Rubeus Hagrid once. The emergence of a Daily Prophet not only detonated the entire British wizarding world, but also instantly shattered the views of the young wizards and some professors at Hogwarts. In the principal's office, Romon looked helplessly at Professor McGonagall standing in front of him. Professor Romon, this matter is completely a misunderstanding. Ignore it. Dumbledore has no reason to do this. He must know that there is no serious problem with that guy Hagrid. It must be fake. The Ministry of Magic should conduct an in-depth investigation. No, I mean the Ministry of Magic should wait first. Hagrid will definitely show up on his own initiative. Looking at McGonagall, who was explaining anxiously but completely incoherently, Romon sighed. He knocked on the table lightly. Professor McGonagall, unfortunately, there were several wizards in the wizarding prison in England at that time. They saw Dumbledore suddenly appear and, together with others, kidnapped Rubeus Hagrid from the hands of Ministry of Magic officials. Not only do they have direct evidence of magical images, but they also have witnesses, and although the disembodiment shielding spell in the English wizard prison is not as good as that at Hogwarts, it is not something that ordinary wizards can ignore. Dumbledore not only appeared on his own, but also brought so many unidentified helpers with him. Romon shrugged, his eyes solemn. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore's kidnapping of Hagrid is no longer just an ordinary wizard attack. I'm sorry to say that he has now caused panic to the entire British wizarding community. In this matter, even I have no reason to stop the Ministry of Magic from increasing their investment in this matter and the pursuit of Dumbledore. As for Hagrid, I can only say that it is a pity that he is now Albus Dumbledore's accomplice. Otherwise, why would Dumbledore take the risk of attacking the wizard prison and robbing people by force? McGonagall was immediately speechless, and inevitably felt some strong dissatisfaction with Dumbledore at this time. If you want to find a place to hide and spend your remaining years peacefully. So with the opponent's strength and the world being so big, even if Romon is determined to kill him, finding the opponent's traces is definitely not an easy task. However, he, who was already wanted by the British Ministry of Magic, did not want to avoid suspicion at this moment. Instead, Hagrid's matter was not serious in the first place and they, Hagrid's old friends, could definitely solve it. Suddenly jumped out. And without making any noise, I don't know where I got so many powerful helpers. McGonagall didn't know what to do anymore. Not long after McGonagall came out of Romon's office dejectedly, Romon was about to continue studying the magic spell at hand, but he didn't expect another knock on the door. After a reply, the office door opened, revealing the iron triangle headed by Harry Potter. Seeing the look Romon was looking at her, Hermione suddenly jumped up. I was passing by and was a little curious, so. Romon nodded. During this period, whether it was his own decision or his instruction, Wednesday gave the know-it-all in front of him many basic magic books that Romon had created. Although she didn't give the other party any powerful spells, among the young wizards at Hogwarts, Hermione was definitely the most solid in terms of the principles of spells and the concept of using magic. Romon looked at Harry in front of him. So, what's the matter, Dr. Potter? When the name Potter was mentioned, Romon couldn't help but smile. Before Harry could speak, he said something inexplicable. To be honest, Harry, to some extent, your birth has something to do with me, so there is no need to be so formal. You can even regard me as your godfather. Romon said with a smile on his face, but in his heart he couldn't help but think of the animagus who was still imprisoned in Azkaban. If he knew that his godson was about to change the family and admit a thief as his father because of the intervention of his enemy, he would be so angry that he would bite off the chain, right? Although he didn't understand the meaning of Romon's words, Harry still took a deep breath and stated his purpose. Professor Romon, I read in the newspaper that Hagrid was kidnapped by Professor Dumbledore, and even Hagrid was classified as a criminal. You must have a way to save him, and Professor Dumbledore. Hearing that this was the case, Romon's eyes suddenly became speechless. After staring at the other person for a long time, Harry slowly stopped talking and then spoke quietly. Potter, I have to say that you and your father are really similar. With this self-righteous character, I have always been curious about why you don't think carefully about your own points before doing something. How much confidence can you bring to you if you are so weak that you cannot compare with the strength of a praying mantis? Romon slowly stood up and came to the other party. While looking down at Harry calmly, Hermione, Neville, and Ronald beside him had swallowed their saliva and silently took a step back. Mr. Potter, before you consider interfering with the operating mechanism of the entire Ministry of Magic and the laws of the British wizarding community, you might as well think about whether you have enough strength to defend yourself if you make a mistake one day. Or, as you say, Professor Dumbledore is powerful enough to escape under the eyes of the Ministry of Magic. After all, today's Hogwarts only has the first-year wizard Harry Potter, and there is no so-called savior of the wizarding world. Harry Potter, do you understand? Romon's voice was not loud, but the majesty and momentum revealed in his words were simply not something that Harry Potter in front of him could resist. He nodded with a pale face, bowed hurriedly, and ran out of Romon's office in a panic. He sent away Harry Potter, who didn't know what he meant, and warned the Gryffindors who were following him around. Romon simply forgot about Hagrid. Others might feel anxious and uneasy because Dumbledore, the White Wizard, has so many powerful wizard helpers. However, Romon has no such thoughts at all now. If Dumbledore wants to deal with him, he needs to deal with at least Miss Wednesday and Elizabeth beside Romon. At the same time, there are now a large number of pure-blood wizard families who support him. Romon cared nothing, however, fearing that power was being lost from the hands of Cornelius Fudge and Malfoy and other pure-blood wizard families, who are worried that their families will not be able to become wizard aristocrats with special bloodlines, have already joined the wanted and pursuit of Dumbledore. Even under the strong control of the Ministry of Magic and the pressure from the major families in the wizarding world, the Daily Prophet frantically criticized Dumbledore's behavior in the newspaper. News content often focuses on Dumbledore's past contributions and frantically outputs on Dumbledore's mistakes. Who has an inexplicable relationship with the first-generation Dark Lord, and who is powerful but does not personally deal with the mysterious man, causing a large number of people to die in their fights with each other. More importantly, the Daily Prophet based on this period of time, the most intuitive changes that have occurred among the little wizards of Hogwarts since Romon took office, madly attacking Dumbledore. Words such as incompetence, jealousy of the worthy, lack of enterprising spirit, rottenness, etc., seemed to have become stains that Dumbledore could not erase in just 1 month. In the Palace of Truth, in a room filled with medical equipment that looked like the Muggle world, bursts of magic power continued to emit here in a specific pattern. In a spherical glass cover that seemed to be wrapped in darkness, Romon's eyes flashed with golden light, but he could clearly see everything inside. Several basketball-sized animal eggs carved with strange magical patterns were quietly placed inside. If anyone were present, they would be able to recognize it at a glance as the eggs of the acromantula. However, saying it is an acromantula is a bit inappropriate. Well, Master, did you raise me like this at that time? You worked too hard. But, in this case, can't I call you X? Romon carefully observed the changes in these acromantula eggs and the fluctuations of magic power on them. A pair of jade lotus-like arms behind him gently hugged his neck. Elizabeth's cold red lips opened slightly, bringing bursts of wildflower-like fragrance into Romon's nose. Then from the other party's mouth, he spit out a title that instantly caused a tremor in the magic power in Romon's body. When this name came into his ears, Romon's face twitched. Gritting her teeth, she turned to look at Elizabeth with an expectant smile on her face and uttered a sentence. Which? Look at how I serve you. The two figures disappeared into the room instantly. However, not long after Romon and the others disappeared on this floor. In the darkness, a slight click sound came gently. Subsequently, in the magic power full of dark elements, a gap appeared on one of the acromantula eggs, and a burst of energy surged out from it. It patrolled around for a long time, silently moving towards the other 3 acromantula eggs. And go! Boom! Fairy City, ribbon bright. As a burst of twisted light appeared in mid-air, Hagrid's body was suddenly thrown out of it in a panic. He hit the ground hard and started vomiting violently. Professor Dumbledore, so in your opinion, can this weak half-blood giant bring great power to our alliance? I don't think that just by relying on this guy whose name I have never even heard of, he can bring great strength to our alliance. Let's get help from giants. A sharp and mean voice reached Hagrid's ears. When he raised his head with a pale complexion, he saw several short figures standing in front of him. Fairy Clan. Hagrid was startled, and at this time, Dumbledore also transformed from behind Hagrid and slowly walked out. Hagrid may not be as unbearable as you said. Elder Bratty, as I said, the Silver Demon King Romon Kowalski is not someone who can be dealt with in a short time. We need to be prepared to fight against it for a long time, and Hagrid has an excellent talent in the field of magical creatures, and magical creatures are very easy to get close to him. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Hagrid's eyes widened. At this moment, his thoughts were still stuck in the time when he was about to be taken to Azkaban, and he had not even recovered from the sudden prison break. Looking at the surrounding buildings that look like medieval towns, and the goblin clan that can be seen everywhere, Hagrid was completely confused. He stood up from the ground in a daze, and his height of more than 3 meters caused the fairies beside him to cast strange glances. It's like disgust and disdain. The goblins hate the tall giants, and at the same time they look down on hybrid giants like Hagrid. Dumbledore noticed that the goblins said nothing about Hagrid's contemptuous attitude. Now he wanted to implement his plan and confront Romon, the being who now controls the British wizarding world. You can't just count on the goblins who also have terrible purposes around you. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix and extremely loyal to him, Hagrid was undoubtedly the candidate that Dumbledore had in mind. Moreover, relying on the opponent's giant bloodline, maybe they can win the support of the giants after some lobbying. At that time, not only will the giants be able to contain the strength of the fairies in the alliance, it can also increase their chances of winning when they confront Romon again. Dumbledore thought this way, but when the goblins arranged a place for Hagrid to stay, at night, when he saw Dumbledore walking into his room, Hagrid immediately stood up nervously. "Professor Dumbledore, these goblins, how could they?" Before the question could be finished, Dumbledore waved his hand to interrupt him. Naturally, he knew why Hagrid was shocked. When he saw the terrifying power hidden behind the Goblin clan, he also felt a sense of horror. What happened in Gringotts as investigated by the Ministry of Magic is definitely just the tip of the iceberg. Those things that can leave evidence and traces are definitely only a handful. The traces of what the fairies did behind the scenes have long been eliminated. Hagrid, I know what you are going to say. Yes, these goblins have a big problem. They deceive the Ministry of Magic, have a hidden population of tens of thousands, and have secretly built such a large underground city. They are very dangerous. Hagrid nodded, but his face couldn't help but show confusion. Since you know these guys are dangerous, why do you want to join forces with them? Dumbledore naturally also saw Hagrid's simple idea. When you see danger, stay away from danger. This is Hagrid's simplest thinking mode. B.A. Hagrid, do you think that besides the goblins, who else in the entire British wizarding world can help us resist the rule of the Silver Devil? You are an old man from Hogwarts, and you also know what kind of existence the mysterious man is. Compared to the Silver Demon King, what do you think the mysterious man is? Hagrid was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but think of that terrible night. The whole person couldn't help but shuddered and shook his head repeatedly. There is no doubt that the Silver Demon is more dangerous than Voldemort, with just a bottle of magic potion. Hagrid stopped talking. As if he thought of something, he happened to look into Dumbledore's hazy eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Professor Dumbledore, you are not ready, you are a white wizard. However, this time, Dumbledore shook his head helplessly after hearing the name of the white wizard, and a copy of the Daily Prophet was thrown into Hagrid's hands. White wizard? I'm afraid I only have white clothes now. Hagrid picked up the newspaper, and then his eyes widened with anger at the big scarlet headline. Damn Daily Prophet! How can they slander you like this? Daily Prophet, reform is progressive and conservative is decadent. The great white wizard who once dared to challenge the Dark Lord is completely lost in the enjoyment brought by fame and wealth. For the sake of status, he is willing to fall. Stop Mr. Romon's magic teaching reform and go on a rampage promoting messianic rhetoric, the quality of Hogwarts graduates continued to decline every year during his tenure. The former White Wizard has become the corrupt Demon King hiding in the darkness of Hogwarts. Chapter 91. It seems incredible, but it's a pity, I, an old man, have been brought to this point by that young man named Silver Devil. It only took less than 2 or 3 months. Looking at Hagrid, who looked angry and incredulous, Dumbledore spread his hands. Looking desolate. To be honest, when he saw the newspaper for the first time, the evaluation of himself said that he had become a Dark Lord. Dumbledore was so angry that he laughed on the spot. However, after a brief moment of anger, he was filled with fear towards the young junior Romon. Perhaps I shouldn't have chosen to keep him in Hogwarts in the first place, and should have sent him directly back to the American wizarding community. No, I shouldn't have even let him study at Hogwarts. After muttering regretfully to himself, when Dumbledore came to his senses, Hagrid had barely understood what was happening. So, Professor Dumbledore, what are you going to do? What can I do to help you? Dumbledore, who was waiting for Hagrid's words, immediately felt happy. The Silver Devil is arrogant. After recently becoming the principal of Hogwarts, he directly built a huge Silver Devil's library, which contains tens of thousands of precious books on potions, and magic. Biology, magic, and alchemy are all involved. Since he is so conceited and selfless in taking out these things, then naturally we can't. Hagrid opened his mouth. He didn't know why he was brave enough to join the Great White Wizard Dumbledore's alliance against the rule of the Silver Demon. He was looking at Dumbledore's expression when he spoke. But there is always a strong sense of strangeness growing in my heart. He didn't say anything, but even he didn't notice that the sight of Dumbledore and the white wizard robe in his eyes had darkened unconsciously. We have a large number of our own people in Hogwarts. They have only temporarily succumbed to the threat of the Silver Devil. They will secretly pass on those precious magic books to us after they obtain them. And you, Hagrid, you have a very outstanding talent in magical biology. I already know what happened to you. You even know how to take care of big guys like fire dragons. From now on, all you need to do is cultivate a large number of magical creatures for us in this fairy city, and provide them for other people here to conduct research on potions and other aspects. Hagrid hesitated and nodded. But when he thought of the sinkhole town where monsters were everywhere, Hagrid couldn't help but feel an unnatural flash in his eyes. Compared to these ugly goblins, there was no doubt that Hogwarts made him feel more comfortable. Master, although Dumbledore has been driven away now, we have completely lost the clue to the Sorcerer's Stone. During this time, we have searched all the places in Hogwarts where things might be hidden. All for nothing. Master. Could it be that Dumbledore gave the Sorcerer's Stone to the Silver Demon? In Professor Quirrell's residence, Quirrell nervously turned his back to a mirror. Even he still can't get used to Voldemort's ugly, demon-like face in the mirror. But after hearing the trembling analysis from Quirrell's mouth, Voldemort directly rejected it without hesitation. It's impossible. With that guy's alchemy level, the Silver Demon King doesn't like the Philosopher's Stone at all. Moreover, is it possible for Dumbledore to hand over that kind of thing to someone who even he can't understand? Quirrell was silent. After a while, as if he thought of something again, he hesitated and spoke carefully. Then, Master, how about we ask the Silver Demon King to help us refine a magic stone again? Since he doesn't like treasures like the magic stone, it must be easy for him to make, and then Master, you can easily return to your peak state. Voldemort. A pair of cold eyes looked at the figure in the mirror. To be honest, if he didn't have suitable subordinates to rely on, the fool in front of him would never possess him even if he knelt in front of him and begged him. The Silver Demon King doesn't like the Philosopher's Stone. Could it be that he can like me? As a big figure who once stirred up troubles in the British wizarding world, Voldemort witnessed Romon's magical potions and alchemical methods in just 2 or 3 months during his time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's authority was trampled under his feet time and time again. He even easily took possession of the Ministry of Magic, which he had not been able to completely control at the beginning. Now there is no need to even use any threat of force. The Ministry of Magic and those pure-blood wizard families who once followed him are frantically searching for the whereabouts of Dumbledore throughout the British wizarding world. Who could have thought of such a number one figure? He had only been out of a place like Azkaban for less than a few months. If he had approached Romon before and wanted to reach a cooperation with the other party, but was rejected by the other party, Voldemort could still wishfully believe that the other party wanted to raise the price. Now, he really understands. The level is different. Whether it was him, the former Dark Lord, or Dumbledore, who had been forced to become a wanted criminal, they were no longer on Romon's level. Maybe now I can still attach myself to Quirrell and look for the Philosopher's Stone I want in Hogwarts. It's just Romon who likes to laugh at his own jokes. Thinking of this, Voldemort's heart was so filled with murderous intent that he couldn't help but become extremely cold. This kind of extreme humiliation reminded him of Tom Riddle, who was also a proud man back then, but even though he practiced black magic and made Horcruxes, he became like this. He is still proud, even arrogant. And just when Voldemort was in an unprecedented tangle, how to find a way to return to his peak. Hogwarts Slytherin area. Snape's owl fluttered its wings and landed on the window of his room, and then Snape stretched out his hand to let the other person in. He looked at the letter from Dumbledore in his hand, which had a special confusion spell added to it. Snape lifted the spell according to the agreement between the two, and soon the contents of the letter appeared in front of him. When seen, Dumbledore's letters indicate. The moment he united with the fairies and revealed the huge hidden power of the fairies, even Snape, who had long been disinterested in this aspect, couldn't help but tremble with his fingertips. His brows instantly knitted into the character Chuan. Subsequently, Dumbledore also stated in the letter that they were prepared to engage in a long-term confrontation with the Silver Demon Lord Romon. Let him exchange the precious books in the Silver Demon King's library as planned before, and then record them and pass them over there. If Snape had expected all this, Dumbledore's next instructions made his expression become serious instantly. Voldemort should still be hiding in Hogwarts, keeping a close eye on those who are secretly looking for the Philosopher's Stone. At the same time, protect Harry. The letter in his hand burned. Under the light of the fire, Snape's expression flickered at this moment. Voldemort. This name immediately brought back the painful memories of more than 10 years ago that he couldn't bear to look back on. When he thought that Voldemort was still searching for the Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts, Snape couldn't help but his eyes turned cold, and his mind immediately thought of the current Hogwarts principal, the Silver Demon Lord Romon. If it were the other party, he would definitely be able to easily deal with this guy Voldemort. However, just when Snape was about to immediately go find the other party and report the matter, there was a sudden pause as he stepped out of the door. Does Romon really not know? Such a question instantly made Snape hesitate again. After thinking for a long time, he silently returned to his room and closed the door. During the following period, Romon quickly received a report from his loyal servant, Filch. Professor Snape always patrols Hogwarts these nights, as if he is guarding against something. Upon hearing this report, Romon was stunned for a moment, and then understood the reason. He chuckled lightly and just held hands without saying anything. He has no intention of talking to the other party. Whether it was Voldemort who was looking for the Philosopher's Stone hidden by Dumbledore, or Snape who was in CAO's camp and worried about Han, these were all things that Romon didn't need to pay attention to. Instead of wasting time on these meaningless things, it is better to spend some time and quickly let the little wizards of Hogwarts grow up and become strong leaks. Earn more proficiency for your Dharma Temple, CGFE. And time, as the little wizards were looking forward to every day, finally arrived at Christmas. The flying snowflakes once again enveloped Hogwarts, which had just snowed a few days ago, and the little wizards also ushered in their rare vacation time. However, even though it was a day off, the learning atmosphere in Hogwarts was still strong. Located opposite the original Hogwarts library, in front of the gate of the Silver Devil's library transformed with the blessing of Romon's powerful transformation spell. A gate blessed by magic controls this place, and 2 alchemy dolls controlled by Oriana stand quietly beside it. There are many people coming in and out from here and the library opposite every day. Senior Pinello, thank you for spending your precious time explaining these things to me. To be honest, Professor Flitwick and the others are very busy right now. There are so many senior wizards surrounding them that I can't even squeeze in. Hermione said gratefully to the beautiful and intellectual woman in front of her. But upon hearing Hermione's praise, Pinello smiled softly and shook his head gently. She pushed a strand of flaxen hair hanging down from her forehead behind her ears, a small gesture that even a girl, Hermione, couldn't help but be fascinated by. Haha, Hermione, you are really a very studious little wizard. To be honest, until I saw you, I didn't believe what Professor Romon said before about the Sorting Hat being inaccurate. You really are, a natural Ravenclaw. When Romon's name was mentioned, Pinello, who was Ravenclaw's prefect and a famous school beauty at Hogwarts, couldn't help but have a somewhat erratic look in his eyes. Even now, Romon has become a big figure in the British wizarding world, and even in the eyes of wizards around the world. He will no longer be treated like a prisoner in Azkaban. However, the young wizards here in Ravenclaw still avoid Romon, the principal who was born in Ravenclaw, and they never seem to be willing to take the initiative to talk to people about the fact that Ravenclaw has a silver demon king. However, Pinello didn't think so. Due to the lack of demon king points, with the appearance of Demon King Arena, this quiet raven, Lao Jinhua also picked up the wand and showed off his powerful magic power. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, a beautiful smile suddenly bloomed on Pinello's face. It's like the flower bones unfolding on the hill under the rising sun. Tonight is Christmas Eve. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what gift Professor Romon will give me. Penelope Cravat looked at Xyophia's cheeks, and Hermione, who had originally planned to wish him a powerful magic spell, silently retracted her words. Judging from the other party's appearance, he seemed to be looking forward to something other than magic spells and potions. Somehow, Hermione, who originally had a good impression of the senior Pinello in front of her, became a little unhappy. As night gradually fell, it was another lively celebration dinner. Romon, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, was naturally present. Faced with the eyes that looked over at him, full of expectation and curiosity, Romon raised his eyebrows and looked back at the little wizard. They have a mysterious smile. This time, these little wizards were instantly made restless. If it weren't for the deans of their respective colleges glaring at them with warning faces, there would have been quite a few young wizards rushing back to their dormitories, climbing into bed and covering themselves with quilts. Professor Romon, have you really prepared gifts for all the little wizards? McGonagall asked quietly, and Romon smiled slightly. Professor McGonagall, since it is a holiday, everyone should be happy, right? Even the students who performed poorly in the Halloween event cannot be deprived of they're happy at Christmas, aren't they? Hearing this, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but have a happy smile on his face. Look at the little wizards present who are chatting excitedly with each other. During this period, she had been feeling a little depressed because of Dumbledore's incident, but she couldn't help but feel a bit of comfort. Now that Dumbledore had made the choice he was willing to make for his own purposes, Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and gradually relaxed. No matter what, as long as Hogwarts still exists, as long as these cute little wizards can still thrive, she must stay at Hogwarts forever and shine here. On Christmas Eve, quiet music sounded softly in the halls of Hogwarts. In the little wizards' dormitories of the 4 major colleges, although everyone was already lying on the bed, they were so excited that no one could fall asleep. From time to time, everyone would suddenly sit up and look at the Christmas tree in the bedroom. Until a mysterious energy slowly spread throughout Hogwarts without anyone noticing. Unknowingly, the entire Hogwarts little wizards began to have eyelids twitching, and sleep quickly made them gradually quiet down, and then, gentle snoring sounded. Early the next morning, Ronald screamed and suddenly woke up from the bed. Looking around blankly, Harry and the others, who were still sleeping soundly, hesitated for a moment. Ronald carefully walked out of bed and came outside the bedroom. Several exquisite gift boxes were present. It is quietly placed under the Christmas tree. I walked over excitedly and took a look. There was only one gift box that belonged to me. It is about the size of a small palm. When you open it, you will find a small bottle of magic potion inside. Magic Strengthening Potion Christmas Limited. After taking it, the magic level of a little wizard with F-level magic power can be increased by at least 1 level. Merry Christmas from Evil. Gift from the Silver Demon King. There was a slight joy on his face. Ronald, who originally thought that since he didn't have any candies, there would be no reward, couldn't help but feel happy. The thing is naturally not as good as the Golden Galleon's rule that Harry Potter and the others used before, but it is already very precious to Ronald. He quickly put the things away and took another look. Everyone else had 2 gifts, one from his family and one from the principal, Romon. He smiled to himself. He had already left the Weasley family, so naturally there would be no Christmas gifts from now on. But, looking at the gift boxes and packages placed under the Christmas tree, after hesitatingly glancing at his sleeping roommate, Ronald looked at a package, which seemed to be a piece of clothing. Before your father passed away, you entrusted this thing to me. This item now belongs to its original owner, please use it properly. Harry Potter, accept. Chapter 92. Before your father passed away, you entrusted this thing to me. This item now belongs to its original owner, please use it properly. Harry Potter, accept. Looking at the note stuck on the package in his hand, Ronald couldn't help but look towards the bedroom again. He never thought that Harry's parents, who had been dead for more than 10 years, not only left Harry a large amount of property, but now they also left other things behind. No matter how hard he tried to convince himself, Ronald could not help but feel a flame called jealousy in his heart at this moment. My parents and family are all still alive, but apart from telling myself to be united, to love my family, and to be frugal every day, they have no real concern at all. The pets were left behind by his brother, the wizard robes were passed down from his brother, and even the wand that almost everyone in the wizarding world he uses was passed down from his brother Charlie. At this moment, Ronald looked at the packages under the Christmas tree in front of him and deeply realized what is called a gift from God to parents and the sudden appearance of garbage disposal bins in the family. He couldn't help but clenched his fists, and a terrible evil thought suddenly emerged in his heart. Fortunately, during this period, Ronald read a magic book on the control of evil thoughts, which woke him up instantly, took a deep breath, and calmed down the extremely abnormal evil thoughts in his heart. After a while, the whole person calmed down a little. Listening to the steady gentle snoring in the direction of the bedroom, Ronald glanced hesitantly at the package in front of him, and finally, Ronald slowly reached out and opened it. When he saw the thin, cloak-like thing in his hand, he was stunned for a moment, and then tried it on himself. Walter. In the mirror, the whole person except his body disappeared in the mirror image, which made Ronald reluctant to scream out. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his reason allowed him to swallow the exclamation that had reached his lips in an instant. Nervously and excitedly, I glanced in the direction of 493 in the bedroom and found that no one was awake. Ronald couldn't help but take a step forward and looked in the mirror. His body was invisible and there was no clue at all. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva excitedly. Invisibility cloak, my God, it's an invisibility cloak. Ronald was breathing rapidly and kept rubbing his body with his hands. Finally, he couldn't hold it back and simply covered his head with an invisibility cloak. Looking at himself in the mirror, who had completely disappeared, at this moment, Ronald's feelings towards Harry Potter could no longer be described as just jealousy. There is no doubt that treasures of this level are extremely rare in the wizarding world. However, Harry's parents actually left him such a precious relic. Harry Potter, why do you have such a rich family? Why do you have so many good things even though you are an orphan? Why are you called the Savior? Ronald murmured, looking at himself in the mirror again after the invisibility cloak was taken off. Holding the treasured invisibility cloak in his hands, he looked at the package that had been opened in front of him, and a fierce battle began in his heart. He stood there with flashing eyes, wondering whether to make such a decision. An exclamation suddenly came from the direction of the bedroom behind him. Gifts! Oh my God, so many gifts! Ronald was startled. When he turned around, Neville, a fat man, had already run down the stairs excitedly. He quickly came to the Christmas tree and immediately found his gift box. One was given to him by his grandmother, and the other was clearly made by Romon. Harry! Shameless! Get up quickly! Christmas gifts! Professor Romon really prepared Christmas gifts for us. The loud scream instantly woke up Harry and Harry from their deep sleep. After a brief moment of reaction, they quickly ran down the stairs in their pajamas. Hey, Ronald, you woke up really early, why didn't you wake us up and give me my gift? Harry happily greeted Ronald, not noticing the sudden nervousness and unnaturalness on his face. Immediately, he squatted down and started looking at several gift boxes on the ground. When I saw that there was indeed a gift box of my own, a joyful smile suddenly bloomed on my face. But at this time, the person who had already opened his gift box let out an incredible exclamation. I saw the other party's hands carefully holding out an exquisite gilt bracelet that looked full of Middle Eastern religious style from the package. While looking at the description of this thing on the gift box, his mouth opened wide. Merlin! This is actually an alchemical treasure that can improve memory. Harry, my God, this is definitely a gift specially prepared for me by Professor Romon. Woohoo, this is too precious. Watching Neville cry on the spot after a brief moment of excitement, Harry and others also hurriedly came over. After seeing the information about the other party's gift, they all showed expressions of envy and joy. Prophet's Blessing Bracelet, it contains more than a dozen memory-strengthening spells inside, which can improve the wearer's memory and thinking understanding during long-term wearing. Note, when worn, magic power will be slowly consumed for a long time, and the user should always pay attention the situation of your own magic power to avoid falling into a sudden coma due to insufficient magic power. Neville, there is no doubt that this gift is definitely the most suitable for you. However, it seems that you need to improve your magic power. I feel that DS magic power is not enough. Simo blessed the other party with his mouth, but couldn't wait to open the gift box in his hand immediately. It is a small yellow-brown stone ball, which looks unremarkable. At least in terms of appearance, it cannot be compared with the bracelet in Neville's hand. Shameless, who was still a little disappointed at first, suddenly opened his eyes with excitement after seeing the description of the gift. Lo, long live Professor Romon! My God! My God! Seeing the excited Simo, who was about to start a fight, several people couldn't help but gathered around him. Artist's Heart, Blood Fusion. After use, the contractor can gain the ability to make magic clay. With specific spells, it can cause horrific damage. Note, Art is a big star. What is Patrick's star? Harry scratched his head in confusion and looked at the people. Seamus also looked confused. However, Simo couldn't care about these things at this time. He immediately pricked his finger with a needle and dripped blood directly on the artist's heart in front of several people. And the moment the blood touched the stone ball, the stone ball instantly turned into a golden light and merged into Xibo's body. Seeing Seamus quietly feeling the changes in his body, Harry hurriedly opened his gift box. As the gift box was opened, several purple scrolls came into view. Memory Scroll Charm Snake Substitute. After using it, you can immediately learn Magic Snake Substitute, cast it during battle, and instantly change positions with snakes within the range, which can be used to avoid attacks or other things. Why snake again? Harry frowned. Was it because he spoke like a snake? I had previously helped Draco and the others complete the task of entering the Forbidden Forest to collect Acromantula eggs, so I was rewarded with a cursed snake cave. For this reason, during this period of time, he put a lot of energy into learning the prerequisites for this spell, such as the appearance and summoning spell. Despite the more advanced new curse theory explained by Professor Flitwick, Harry's speed in learning these things was still a bit unsatisfactory. Although I don't understand it a bit, fortunately this time the curse is a memory scroll. Immediately after use, a memory is formed in the mind. As Harry used the memory scroll in his hand and slowly digested the magic knowledge that suddenly appeared in his mind, only then did he really focus on Ronald. "Oh my God, Ronald, where are your legs?" Harry exclaimed and took 2 steps back. His horrified look made Neville and Shameless on the side see what Ronald looked like at this moment. He was holding something like a cloak in his hand, which was hanging on the ground. While covering his lower body, it successfully made Ronald's lower body invisible on the spot. Ronald's heart tightened. "Well, this is an invisibility cloak." "Ronald, my God, Professor Romon was so generous. He actually gave you an invisibility cloak." Neville shouted enviously. Simo on the side also nodded repeatedly. However, not everyone can kill a giant monster strengthened by Professor Romon alone. "Ronald, you deserve this gift. This is Professor Romon's recognition of you." Ronald, who was about to hand the invisibility cloak back to Harry, suddenly froze. Looking at the envy and natural expressions of several roommates, he immediately understood that they all regarded this invisibility cloak as a special Halloween reward given to him by Romon. This made him look at Harry beside him for a moment. I saw that the other party was looking at me with curiosity and envy just like Neville and the others at this moment. "Ronald, put it on quickly and try it on, let me see what effect it has." Hearing Harry's urging, a slightly unnatural smile appeared on Ronald's face, and he silently put the previous note into his pocket with 10 hands. Such a small action did not attract the attention of many people. Then, when Ronald put the invisibility cloak entirely on his body, Harry and others all sent him various blessings and envy. At the same time, all the little wizards in Hogwarts also woke up from their sleep one after another. When exclamations of surprise came from the dormitory areas of each college, more and more little wizards saw the gifts that appeared under their Christmas trees. Among them, the little wizards who had Halloween candy themselves received Christmas gifts that matched their situation in the wizard's book and were more suitable for their subsequent growth based on different amounts of candies. Or a magic potion that improves magic power, thinking and magic control. Or various alchemical products that can bring them improvement. Or maybe some improved versions of low-level magic spells that are not very high in registration but are very practical. However, such surprises are not limited to the little wizards at Hogwarts. In Professor McGonagall's room, looking at the small gift box in his hand that was quietly placed on top of a pile of gifts from some old friends in the wizarding world after waking up, a simple postcard is attached to the gift box. A tribute to the headmaster of Gryffindor House with supreme courage, justice, and wisdom, Ms. Minerva McGonagall. From Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which you have devoted countless years to, Merry Christmas. Although there was no sign of Romon's own name, looking at the thing in front of him, McGonagall immediately thought that it was a gift prepared by the other party. Taking a deep breath, with a complex feeling. Emotionally, he carefully opened the gift box in front of him. A bottle of potion with a faint fragrance of maple leaves appeared in front of Professor McGonagall. It was a pale golden bottle with an unknown potion that seemed to have tiny bubbles swimming inside. A small note was placed inside. The story of Athena's fallen leaves. This is a bottle of magic potion whose level I can't even define. It's an unexpected surprise. The effect is in line with the sheer degree of the user's persistent pursuit of their dreams. The more relevant the degree is, the clearer and more determined the mind will be, the one who will receive the blessing of Athena. He glanced at the small potion in his hand, which looked like a muggle perfume bottle, and the introduction to the potion attached by Romon. McGonagall couldn't help but look at the potion carefully. But unfortunately, magic potion is not her strong point. After a brief hesitation, and looking through the window at the standing Palace of Truth, Professor McGonagall carefully opened the cap of the potion. Slytherin, Snape's pure king. Just like Professor McGonagall, Snape, who is also a Hogwarts professor, also received a Christmas gift from Romon, the Nightmare. It's still a bottle of potion. However, when Snape saw this potion, which shone as faintly as Lily's long golden hair, his hands were trembling. Dream time travel, one drop at a time, you can go to the dream you want, see the person you want to see, hug her, talk to her, and even own her. Poor Snape, remember, once a week, one drop at a time, if you take more, you will suffer the consequences that you are bound to regret. Meet the person you want to see, hug her, and even communicate with her. When such words are spoken by Romon, there is no doubt who this so-called she is. Snape, who had just dressed up and was getting ready for class, paused when he picked up a book and slowly placed the book on the table. Looking at the beautiful potion in front of me, I didn't know how long it took to sit on the sofa. Finally, Snape stretched out his trembling hand and slowly unscrewed the bottle cap. A ticking drop of golden potion fell into his mouth. After 2 seconds of brief silence, Snape felt everything in front of him disappear in an instant. In a burst of colorful light, he could not forget it. The sound came into my ears. Along with it, there was another slightly panicked and angry scolding sound. No. Lily. You freak, you are a freak. I want to tell Mom. His sight returned, and when he lowered his head again, a familiar fragrance of earth after the rain, accompanied by waves of tree roots, entered his nose. Snape was shocked to discover his body turned back to the self he once was when he was young. Touch, hearing, smell, everything, even after Snape pinched himself hard, the real pain made him look horrified. Roman Kowalski, how did you do that? Snape, who was mumbling to himself, looked at his hands blankly, and the next moment, a soft voice above his head made his body tremble. What are you doing here? When he raised his head tremblingly, in his eyes, blurred by tears, there was a figure that he could not forget no matter what. He was lying on the root of the tree, looking at myself in the hole. Seeing Snape in tears, Lily's face bloomed with a gentle smile that could soothe people's pain, like a ray of sunshine shining into an alley in winter. Facing Snape in the hole, he slowly stretched out a hand. Hello, I'm Lily, Lily Evans. Snape stiffened, and carefully stretched out a hand. The touch was soft and gentle, and accompanied by the familiar smile and voice, even though Snape knew that all this was the effect of the masked medicine. At this moment, I was still unable to resist and completely fell into it. Lily, I miss you so much, Do you know me? Forget it, do you want to go for a walk to the lake together? I always go there to relax when I'm in a bad mood. There was no chance to react, or in other words, Snape's brain was completely dull at this moment. Just like this, in the hallucination, being held by Lily's hand, walking by the lake in late autumn, it was just like when I first met Lily in my memory. The top floor of the Palace of Truth. Romon smiled half-heartedly. Snape, Merry Christmas. Chapter 93. What gift did Professor Romon give you? My God, I woke up this morning and couldn't believe my eyes. Look, this necklace is so beautiful. You said that Professor Romon gave me the necklace, is it because he is interested in me? I don't want to offend your sisters, but you might as well look behind you. There are many people who have obtained similar styles of necklaces, but the gemstones used are different because of the different effects. Hiss, these are actually real gems. God, Professor Romon's family is indeed as rumored. It has a high status in the American Muggle world. Hogwarts dining room. Even though all the little wizards' breakfasts had been served by the house elves at this moment, no one paid attention to the breakfast at all. They all chattered excitedly about the Christmas gifts they got. Among them, the girls discussed the most intensely. In fact, if the gifts that Romon prepared for those boys can be considered all-inclusive, based on the information passed back from the wizard's book, they were handed over to Oriana, the big housekeeper, to handle them. If there are a lot of low-level potions, spells or various alchemical gadgets. Among the basic cognitions that Romon instilled in Oriana, items such as jewelry are horribly harmful to women. However, in the warehouse of the Palace of Truth, there are a large number of flashy alchemy jewelry that Romon accidentally created when he was conducting leisure alchemy experiments or magic research. Or the ruby blessing necklace, which can improve the user's physical fitness and avoid minor illnesses and disasters, or the sapphire blessing necklace, which can increase the natural recovery speed of magic power to a certain extent. The name is very ordinary, and the effect is nothing special at all. However, the appearance is absolutely crazy and killing. It can be said that on Christmas Day, when Harry and the others came to the restaurant, almost most of the witches and wizards they met along the way had a string of dazzling-looking necklaces around their necks. Depending on the Halloween candy possessed by these wizards, the number of gems on their pendants and the workmanship also have different characteristics. Among them, when Ravenclaw's golden flower, Prefect Pinello, appeared in the restaurant, everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to the gorgeous pendant on his neck that looked like a peacock tail feather. Oh my god, what did I see? Oh my god, Prefect Pinello is like a fairy from mythology. Since it was the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts did not require the little wizards to wear their daily wizard robes. When Pinello came into view, wearing an elegant slim dress with a simple shawl outside, everyone's eyes focused on the necklace on her slender, swan-like pink neck. The magic power fluctuations emanating from Senior Pinello. Obviously, that necklace is not only more beautiful than ours, but its alchemical effect is even more powerful. There is no doubt that Pinello's Halloween candy number is more than 110. There are not many people in the entire Hogwarts who can have this number. Even if we have Prefect, forget it, let's not mention him. Haha, Percy Weasley is indeed the most dishonest Gryffindor Prefect I have ever seen. He competed with his brother for candy, and was even knocked down by his brother, haha. Harry, who was also attracted by the intellectual and beautiful Pinello, narrowed his eyes and heard a dissatisfied voice next to him. Snort. Looking back, it was Hermione Granger who had also arrived in the restaurant at some unknown time. However, the two roommates next to Harry were obviously attentive and good at talking. After Neville saw Hermione, he raised his own questions on the spot. Hermione, why didn't I see your necklace? Didn't Professor Romon give you a necklace? I see that many little witches have gifts like this. Even Hannah received a ruby necklace. Hermione's face suddenly darkened. A pair of eyes flashing with dangerous light stared at several people calmly. Ronald, who was on the side, was the first to realize something was wrong. He said, I suddenly remembered that I have to return the book, and was about to run away on the spot. However, at this moment, Ronald, who had just turned around to escape, seemed to have seen something incredible. He was stunned on the spot for a moment. And those who had the same reaction as him were most of the young wizards in the restaurant who saw the situation here. Walt, Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Mr. Weasley. It's best not to wander around in a place like the restaurant. I think if you knock something over, Mr. Filch today won't let you go. The sound was crisp and elegant, and gave people a familiar sense of solemnity, reaching everyone's ears. Hermione and Harry turned back in confusion, and the next moment, everyone was like Ronald, with their mouths wide open in silence. Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Miss Granger and Potter. Watching this person pass by them, he was different from the previous one wearing a dark green wizard robe. Instead, he was wearing a fashionable sapphire blue woolen open windbreaker with a turtleneck sweater underneath and boots. Figure. The Christmas restaurant, which was originally buzzing with discussions, fell silent for an instant. I saw McGonagall today. If it weren't for the familiar shadows that could still be seen in some outline details of his face, it would be completely impossible for everyone to connect him with McGonagall. You seem to be surprised, so as a professor at Hogwarts, can't you receive a special gift on this special day? Professor McGonagall, whose appearance had returned to the peak of his appearance, sat in his proper place. Although there was no trace of makeup, just a look up at this moment instantly made the little wizards present lower their heads. Soon, with the sound of hurried footsteps, Filch quickly appeared at the door of the restaurant, bowing first. In the entire restaurant, all the young wizards who had been discussing in low voices about McGonagall's return to youth fell silent, not knowing who started. He stood up from his position with a clatter, and the moment Romon's figure appeared at the door of the restaurant. Immediately, a neat greeting came from the entire Hogwarts restaurant. "Good morning, Professor Romon, and Merry Christmas." Romon was startled, then nodded gently to the little wizards with a gentle look. Wherever his eyes swept, some bold little witches involuntarily raised their necks, revealing the beautiful gem necklaces on their collarbones. "Seeing that you are quite satisfied with my gift, I feel relieved. Merry Christmas, little wizards, enjoy your lunch in peace. Hogwarts is closed for the past 2 days and you can play as much as you like. Whether you are going to play Quidditch or being chased by a dragon in the Warcraft fortress, just pay attention to safety." Romon walked through the crowd gracefully, and when passing behind Miss Know-It-All, who was obviously in a low mood, his big hand gently patted the other party's little head without anyone expecting it. "Miss Granger, remember, once the wizard abandons knowledge, the magic will also abandon the wizard." A gentle warning made Hermione stunned. At the same time, Romon was already walking towards his position as principal with a smile. Seeing this scene, Pansy Parkinson, who was still looking proud as he showed off the dazzling sapphire necklace around his neck to Hermione, suddenly became confused. The Slytherin wizard's unique dark eyes stared intently at this little muggle girl who was looked upon with special eyes by Romon. Pinlo, the prefect sitting on the side of Ravenclaw, looked at Hermione who was being admonished by Romon in public, and his eyes could not help but flicker slightly. A Ravenclaw witch beside her couldn't help but curled her lips. That guy is indeed a very outstanding person, but he is only considered outstanding in the 1st grade. If you want to say that the best wizard in Hogwarts is you, Pinello must be you. Pinello didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but have random thoughts in his mind. Ha! Professor McGonagall, it seems that the position of Vice Principal of Hogwarts can be left to you with peace of mind from now on. Romon watched as he regained his youth. His whole body had completely lost the slight twilight energy he once had, and became like a snow lotus in the Scottish Highlands that had just been moistened after a rain. Fresh and refined, dazzling, and at the same time it has a cool beauty. Even Romon, who knew the other person's actual age, couldn't help but show admiration. "Haha, Professor Romon, I thought you would praise my beauty when I was young, but I have to say that your reaction once again exceeded my expectations." Romon sat down and the servant Filch brought him breakfast. Romon shrugged with an indifferent smile. "Professor, as I said, the specific effect of that bottle of potion depends entirely on how persistent and serious you are about your dream. Although I am a wizard who doesn't like idealism, I don't care about the effect of this potion. The efficacy of the medicine, I have to say, is really outstanding. Professor, if you are even a little bit insincere and hesitant about Hogwarts, this beauty will not appear on you." McGonagall raised his eyes, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed the strange glances from the little wizards around him who were dining. He suddenly couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and coughed slightly. Looking at everyone, Yishi Xiaowang lowered their heads one by one. McGonagall pursed his lips helplessly. Professor Romon, if the families of those little wizards find out about me now, I'm afraid I will be regarded as some kind of witch who used evil spells. Hearing this, Romon laughed. Isn't this just right? I still like the Silver Demon King who eats the disobedient little wizard the most. Even McGonagall himself was not aware of the time when the two were communicating like this. Unknowingly, he was very concerned about Romon, the Silver Demon who had driven away Dumbledore and usurped the position of headmaster. Her attitude gradually began to change. Next, when Professors Sprout and Flitwick came to the restaurant one after another, they were all shocked on the spot because of the changes that had occurred in McGonagall. When he found out that it was Romon's Christmas gift that caused the problem, Professor Sprout, who was also a woman, couldn't help but look over. For this, Romon could only say sorry. This is just a lucky coincidence, but Professor Sprout, I swear if this happens again next time, I will definitely give you a surprise. Just as several professors were sitting down one after another, enjoying breakfast and chatting with each other, Professor Flitwick, who was sitting next to Romon and expressing his love for the Christmas gift conjecture on the construction of the magical core of the fairy heart to him, suddenly seemed to have an idea. What? His expression changed, and he looked towards the empty space on one side. Where is Professor Snape? He won't stay in the pharmacy all day again, will he? This is not a good sign. How can the body hold up like that? Haha, Romon, I am now. I'm curious, what gift did you prepare for Snape? Hearing this, not only Professor McGonagall, who has returned to his youth, is holding his chin and watching the chatting people quietly, but also Professor Sprout and others who are sitting a little further away. They all came together. Professor Quirrell, who was sitting in the corner, pricked up his ears. Romon glanced at Snape's position, but the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. How about asking Professor Snape directly about this question? It just so happens that I also want to know if he likes the gift I gave him. Romon said, looking towards the Slytherin dining table. With a look, Draco Malfoy, who seemed to feel something, immediately raised his head, and happened to see what Romon was looking at. Look! Romon didn't need to speak, he quickly wiped his mouth and hands and ran over quickly. Go find your Professor Snape and tell him that I invite him to come to the restaurant for dinner. When Rocco heard this, he immediately nodded and walked out of the restaurant with a smile on his face, as if he had gained some kind of wealth. And in fact, it is indeed the case. Looking at Draco, who was obviously doing something for Romon, not to mention Gryffindor and other young wizards from other colleges, even the prefects and senior wizards from Slytherin. They also showed envy one after another. Pansy couldn't help but pout. She wanted to try the tea art taught by her mother, but she looked at Professor McGonagall who was sitting next to Romon with a smile, holding his head and watching them chat. Pansy still chose silently, quietly holding the teapot and sitting in her seat. At the same time, Draco was looking for Snape in Slytherin Academy. In Snape's dormitory. Snape, who was immersed in the illusion of potions, lay slumped on the sofa, but his face looked as happy as if he was about to ascend to heaven. An uncontrollable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which was quite damaging to his image. Well done. In fantasy. Feel the warm feeling coming from your lips and the long-lasting fragrance. In the illusion, Snape and Lily had been together for 2 or 3 years. In Hogwarts, Potter and others who had bullied him had also grown up in front of Snape. Defeated for the sake of his men. And he didn't say that vicious word to Lily that he would regret for the rest of his life. Snape stared lovingly at the eyes in front of him that seemed to suck his soul in. At this moment, he had long forgotten that everything in front of him was an illusion. The whole person has completely fallen in at this moment. Lily, I have wanted to tell you for a long time. Lily, Severus, your time is coming. Lily's sudden interruption made Snape look startled. But the next moment, his whole expression suddenly changed. The illusion and everything around him suddenly began to become unreal. Twisted. Lily's hands touched Snape's cheek, and her gentle and affectionate eyes stared at Snape, whose eyes were full of pain and regret at this moment, as if she could comfort him. Of pain. My dear, we can meet again, but remember it must be at 10 weeks. Lily. When everything in the illusion disappeared, including Lily who gave him real warmth and touch, at this moment, Snape's body suddenly became tense as he was slumped on the sofa. The moment he opened his eyes, he screamed in panic. Dong dong dong, Professor Snape, are you in there? What happened? The knock on the door and everything around him changed, leaving Snape in a state where he could not react yet. In the illusion, he and Lily stayed together happily and sweetly for 2 or 3 years. When they came out of the illusion, the old memories had not yet come to their senses. He opened the door and saw Malfoy at the door. What's the matter? Professor Romon invites you to the restaurant. Professor Snape, did you cry just now? Chapter 94. Professor Romon invites you to the dining room. Professor Snape, were you crying just now? Draco was talking about the purpose of his trip. Halfway through his words, he saw the mark on Snape's face after the door was opened, leaving him speechless in shock. Snape stared blankly, his face was pale, there were even obvious tears on his face, and his eyes were red and swollen. He asked nonchalantly. Draco's question also instantly brought Snape back to his senses. While he wiped the marks on his face in a panic, he gradually recalled what happened 2 or 3 years ago in his mind. That's right, I received a gift from that guy Romon at Christmas, and I couldn't resist the temptation of meeting my loved one and gave it a try. Before that, he should be preparing to go to the Hogwarts restaurant for dinner as usual. Mr. Malfoy, I will be there soon, you go back first. Snape said that he was about to close the door in a panic. Draco nodded and was about to leave, when suddenly he seemed to think of something. There was a sudden pause on the foot. Professor Snape, if I convince Harry Potter to join Slytherin, you will help explain it to Professor McGonagall, right? Upon hearing this name, Snape's eyes, which were originally full of melancholy and loss, suddenly reflected a cold light. Staring at Draco in front of him. If the other person wasn't one of his most satisfied students, Snape would never be polite to him at this moment. Looking at Draco Malfoy who did not dare to look at him, Snape narrowed his eyes and once again transformed back into the Professor Snape who had made the entire Hogwarts students jealous. The wand was placed on Draco's chin without him expecting it. A cold and low voice sounded in Draco's ears. Mr. Malfoy, if you don't want me to use the forgetting curse to wipe out your last name and your dream of wizarding aristocracy, you'd better understand what you are doing today. When exactly did it come, and what should not be remembered, must be eliminated from my mind in the next moment. Understand? Seeing Draco's panicked nod, Snape gently let go of him. I will be heading to the dining hall shortly, Mr. Malfoy, but I think you can respond now to Professor Romon. Looking at Draco's hastily leaving, Snape stood quietly. In his mind, the sweet memories of 2 or 3 years in the illusion were so hypocritical after the medicine lost its effect. But it made him so unforgettable. In reality, the girl who cannot be loved. That honey that only the hateful James Potter could hear from Lily. And the physical touch that is too real to be seen in real life, and the gentle eyes. Snape's body couldn't help but stumbled, and he hunched up while holding on to the wall. No matter how strong his will was, in the face of the illusion that was too real to be ignored, cracks finally appeared at this moment. When Romon and others looked at Snape who appeared in the restaurant, the expression on the latter's face had once again returned to the old bat look before. Although in the face of Professor Flitwick, regarding the content of the Christmas gift, he just casually said, "It's a very good magic potion. It has great research value." However, when Romon heard this answer, the smile on his face was like that of a predator that saw its prey entering its hunting ground and could no longer escape. Joking, bad humor, and full of ridicule. Professor Snape seemed to have had a very good Christmas Eve night, but I wonder if he had any dreams that made people blush and make their hearts beat excited. Romon's teasing drew an eye roll from Professor McGonagall, who had returned to his youth. Professor Flitwick and others around him also laughed, thinking that Romon was just making fun and sarcasm of Snape as usual, not taking it seriously at all. However, Snape, who had just picked up a spoon, trembled violently in the hand holding the spoon. Involuntarily, the words "dear" echoed in my mind again. His eyes were involuntarily looking towards the Gryffindor dining table, where Harry Potter and the others had just finished their meal and were standing up, preparing to go out and find a place to practice their latest spells and Christmas gifts. Snape's reaction once again caught Romon's gaze. Also seeing here was Draco, who had just gone to look for Snape. As if he thought of some interesting game, the corners of Romon's lips raised slightly. He glanced in the direction of Slytherin. Draco, who was originally looking at Snape cautiously and struggling with a certain idea in his mind, moved his eyes. Noticed Romon's gaze at this moment. With just a look from Romon, Draco looked in the direction of his gaze, and when his eyes fell on Harry Potter, he immediately understood what Romon was implying. Seeing Romon nodding to himself imperceptibly, Draco, who was still a little nervous at first, instantly seemed to have a backbone. His pale face turned rosy with excitement. He grabbed the two followers who were not sure what was going on next to him and hurried towards the door of the restaurant, chased towards Harry Potter and others. After finishing breakfast, he said goodbye to the beautiful Professor McGonagall with a smile, and glanced at Snape, who was absent-mindedly enjoying his breakfast. Romon's eyes were full of satisfaction with his current life. With fairies like Miss Wednesday and Elizabeth filling his nights, Snape is his best friend who provides him with daily fun, and now role beauties like Professor McGonagall, who has taken on most of the tasks that the headmaster of Hogwarts has to deal with. Affairs. Romon suddenly felt a little elated. Sure enough, he had to feel comfortable outside. He had no intention of going back to a ghost place like Azkaban for a second time. I had just returned to the Palace of Truth after wandering around, and was preparing my consciousness to enter the Dharma Temple to continue studying the recent new projects when Oriana, the palace's great housekeeper, suddenly appeared. In a cold and mechanical voice, he spoke slowly. "Master, your experimental subject in the Special Magic Energy Laboratory has a new reaction, please go and take a look for yourself." Romon was startled, and then he disappeared on the sofa in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the Acromantula's cultivation room. Seeing that there is no trace of dark energy left, even the magic power production device developed by Romon's independent research at this moment is running at full capacity and cannot provide any trace of surplus dark energy in the magic shield. There was a hint of surprise in Romon's eyes. "I saw that among the 4 Acromantula eggs that should have been there, let alone eggs, there was only one solitary, large purple-red spider that was constantly groping in the small space. How long has this been going on?" Oriana rushed over and answered immediately. "No more, no less, just one day. By the time it was discovered, the remaining 3 experimental bodies had all been swallowed up by it. And according to your magic power evaluation standards, the magic power level contained in it has already reached D+. D+. That is to say, it is almost at the same level as today's Harry Potter and Draco. However, this does not mean that the spider-shaped magical creature in front of him, which is obviously very different from the Acromantula, is not strong in itself. After all, Oriana also said that only one day had passed since the formal magic incubation was completed for the guy in front of her. And the original transformation plan that Romon had prepared for these little guys has just started. Master, are you planning to add some new members? Isn't it enough to have me and Wednesday's hybrid vampire? Elizabeth's resentful voice came from behind Romon at some point, and those familiar jade arms wrapped around her shoulders again. Romon has long been used to it. If you feel dissatisfied, you can also bring over the little girl named Hermione, and by the way, the rejuvenated professor." Snapped. A crisp slap sounded softly from behind, and Elizabeth's body became even softer. As her eyes moved, a pair of snake eyes were filled with Romon's reflection. Romon ignored this snake demon who had been thinking about that thing all day long. He looked at the black spider in the magic shield and judged the other person's gender just by looking at it. Is it any wonder that it's a female again? In that case, I'll name you Arachne. On Romon's side, he seriously began to formulate a transformation plan for the mutated Arachne, who he temporarily named Evil Weaver Magic Spider. Outside Hogwarts Castle, Harry and others were just about to go to the charms training ground when they were overtaken by Draco, who was chasing after them. "Harry! I'm going to challenge you to a wizard's duel. If I win, you join Slytherin. If I lose, you can set whatever conditions you want. As long as I can do it." Hearing this, Harry didn't react too quickly. Hermione, who was holding a book next to her, had a puzzled look on her face. "Walter? What kind of reason is this for a fight?" Looking at the mudblood who interrupted, Draco was about to scold him for not interfering, but suddenly thought of Romon's special regard for the guy in front of him, and silently swallowed his words. Looking at Harry in front of him. "Harry, I've been advising you for a long time. Look, who are you hanging out with now?" A group of Gryffindors who would gather dust in the Demon King's arena in the academy. "You are wasting your talent. How long will it take you to resurrect your parents?" Harry's eyes changed when he heard Draco reveal his goal. However, perhaps sensing the other party's doubts, Draco took a deep breath, glanced at Neville and Shameless next to Harry, and motioned to a corner not far away. "Please give me flowers. There are some things that I can only tell you alone." As he said that, he headed that way alone. Hearing this, Harry hesitated and followed immediately. "Professor Snape has the same goal as you, do you know? Just today." Draco told Harry what happened when he was looking for Snape this morning. He looked at the other person who looked incredulous, and then looked around him worriedly. "It was Professor Romon who hinted that I should come here to win you over to Slytherin. Even Professor Romon thinks you are more suitable to go to Slytherin." "Don't go to Slytherin again," hesitated Harry. However, all Harry could think about at the moment were Draco's shocking remarks like "Professor Snape likes your mother." "Oh my god, do you want to hear what you're talking about? My purpose is to resurrect my parents and reunite the family. To join a perverted academy that wants to resurrect my mother and take over her." If Draco hadn't said this, Harry might still be a little shaken, after hearing that Snape had very strong feelings for his mother, but at the same time he hated his mother extremely. Father James Potter's moment. The decision was made immediately in his mind. "I reject." Looking at Draco, who was still preparing to continue arguing with him on this matter, Harry's face showed anger for the first time, and he didn't wait for the other person to continue to pester him. "Just speak again." "I refuse. If you want to make me compromise through the so-called wizard duel, Draco Malfoy, I will make you miserable." Draco. He opened his mouth, not understanding that he was obviously doing it for the other party to better achieve his goals, and at the same time, he could quickly improve his own strength and learn from the other party with Professor Snape. Knowledge of potions. Obviously everything is for the other person's consideration. Now Harry Potter actually has such an attitude. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became colder and more solemn as the light in their eyes gradually turned cold. The hissing sound of a venomous snake came from the cloak behind Draco, and a ferocious-looking python came out, its head wrapped around the side of Draco's cheek. Cold snake eyes stared at Harry Potter in front of him like he was sizing up prey. "It seems that, Harry Potter, you are indeed more accustomed to kneeling in front of the victor and accepting all the orders given to you than the so-called verbal persuasion. In this case, I'm waiting for you in the Demon King's arena." He looked at Draco, who was heading towards the castle in anger with a few followers. After learning the result from Harry's mouth, Hermione once again sent out a soul torture. So, why do you think that a duel can solve the problem itself? Harry didn't speak. His original spell training plan was cancelled, and he walked towards the castle angrily. Ronald, who was following closely behind him, looked at him at this time. Hermione didn't understand. It is true that a duel cannot solve the problem itself, but it can make the loser shut up and dare not raise questions. When someone with bad intentions shouted that the savior Harry Potter is going to duel with Malfoy of Slytherin, the moment the news spread, all the little wizards in Hogwarts were shocked. Excited. Today happens to be a holiday and no one has classes. Although since the rules and facilities of the Demon King's arena appeared, many young wizards have gone there to engage in wizard duels. However, the two parties who are about to start a duel now are not ordinary people. They are both existences with their own legends about the little wizards of Hogwarts. One is Harry Potter, who became the savior because he severely injured the dark wizard Mysterious Man when he was young during Dumbledore's time. On the other side is Draco Malfoy, a pure-blood descendant who has frequently shown his decisiveness and Slytherin ruthlessness since the beginning of the school year. Moreover, both of them speak Parseltongue. Just when Harry Potter had not arrived at the arena, there were already many young wizards densely surrounding them, and even several professors such as Snape heard that. When the news arrived, it was actually difficult to find even a place to stay. Snape, isn't this what you mean? Harry doesn't look like someone who would initiate a wizard duel. If the wand could turn into a hoe, I think he would. He will definitely choose to find a place to farm, he is always so unconcerned. Professor McGonagall complained. However, Snape and Professor Levy looked at each other. But somehow, there is always an illusion of expectation seen in the other person. Finally, after waiting for a while, Draco Malfoy walked out of the entrance to the arena at Slytherin Academy. On the opposite side, Harry Potter also immediately appeared at the entrance of Gryffindor. Oriana's figure suddenly appeared. Both sides are in position, the wizard checks the pills before fighting. Chapter 95. Both sides are in position, inspection before the wizard duel. Dueling wizards on both sides are not allowed to use any alchemy props, magic potions, or non-contracted magical creatures other than certified ones to fight. Oriana's cold, mechanical voice came out, and immediately on both sides, Harry and Draco also held wands in their hands and slowly walked to a circular duel platform. The two looked at each other, Harry's eyes were cold and he said nothing. Harry Potter, if you have any magic potions or alchemy items that you need to use, you need to make them public now. If the magic potions are not made by you, they will not be used in this wizard duel. Similarly, the same goes for alchemy tools. Hearing this, Harry nodded, took off a necklace with a green pendant from his neck, and handed it to Oriana. Oriana's alchemical machine eyes emitted a ray of light and swept across it quickly. Produced by the Palace of Truth, Treat Heart pendant belongs to Gryffindor, Harry Potter, and is used with permission. After taking the pendant back, looking at Harry Potter who shook his head to express that he had nothing else, Oriana looked at Draco who was standing aside. Harry, I will make you truly understand that you belong to Slytherin, and only Slytherin can allow you to realize your dreams and give you greater value. With that said, under the gaze of everyone, Draco took out 3 bottles of potion from his arms and handed them to Oriana with a confident smile. No way. Those are all potions that Malfoy made independently. When Professor McGonagall saw this scene, the expectant expression on his face suddenly froze, and his beautiful face revealed a look of astonishment that made Snape beside him feel proud. Yes, Professor McGonagall, although sometimes Mr. Malfoy lacks a certain education, it must be said that his talent in potions is still good, even though these are just some simple magic potions. In the field, Oriana glanced over. Strange text symbols suddenly appeared on the potion bottle in Draco's hand. After seeing this text symbol, Hermione and others in the audience couldn't help but mention it. Harry became nervous. Damn Malfoy, he has been waiting for this day for a long time. He even made an independent potion at the notary office early, and he still carries it with him at all times. Harry, what should I do now? Neville looked worried, and Shameless frowned beside him. Didn't Harry prepare a potion for himself? Hearing this question, Hermione sighed helplessly and told a cruel reality. It seems that you have never paid attention to our Mr. Potter's performance in potions. It's absolutely miserable. Even though he worked hard. Hermione pursed her lips and looked helplessly at Draco, who was already proudly putting away the potion. His eyes turned to Harry in front of him. Judging from the current situation, he could only hope that the other party had a strong enough magic talent. However, just when everyone thought Draco's side was completely over, they saw the latter slowly crawl out from the cloak behind him, and a blue-purple python as thick as the mouth of a bowl crawled out. Zarashay! Ah! How disgusting! Does that Malfoy guy carry something like this with him? Oh! Damn it! Some young wizards who knew Draco as a familiar introduced him to their companions who looked confused and disgusted. The Ogates poison-spotted python is a terrifying magical creature that lives deep in the jungles of South America. It has extremely powerful destructive power and is also almost destructive in its toxicity. However, what no one noticed was that Draco's Ogates poison-spotted python was not only stronger than ordinary magical creatures of the same kind, but also the patterns on its body seemed to be more evil. Harry, don't worry, Miss Oriana will definitely be able to save you in time when you give up. Draco said proudly. Slowly he drew out his wand. Harry in front of him also took a deep breath, solemnly took out his wand and got ready. As the two sides took their positions and the confirmation was completed, Oriana immediately gave an order, and her figure instantly disappeared into the arena. The duel begins. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Almost at the same time, the same magic spell collided and exploded with a bang in the center of the arena amid a burst of magic light. Draco and Harry instantly seemed like two old hunters meeting each other on a narrow road in the jungle. They surrounded each other in the arena and immediately started a fierce confrontation with magic spells. Det. Ogates poison-spotted python received the order from its master Draco, and its huge body immediately snaked around, quickly teetering from one side, trying to attack Harry Potter from the flank. Harry! Be careful! This scene frightened both Neville and Shameless, and their expressions tightened. And Harry, who was watching the terrifying python with faintly visible fangs rushing towards him, waving his wand and continuing to fight against Draco, felt nervous. Waves of Parseltongue began to come out of his mouth, and another sudden Parseltongue sound made the Ogates venom-spotted python that rushed towards him slightly stunned. With simple wisdom and limited discernment, I was a little confused for a while as to why there was another owner's voice. But at this moment, Draco looked at the hesitant and passive demon pet, with a cold look in his eyes. Fortunately, in this case, when his father gave him this guy, he had already warned himself that snakes do not have a strong ability to distinguish. They will obey the orders of Parseltongue and give some Parseltongue help. However, if two Parseltongues appear at the same time and issue different orders, there is no doubt that these magical creatures will fall into chaos. Turn around and attack the person behind you, Parseltongue. Harry's eyes were cold, and the creepy Parseltongue voice in his mouth kept repeating over and over again. Looking at the already shaken Ogates venomous python, a joyful light flashed in his eyes. However, at this moment, Draco's loud shout suddenly came. Harry! Look here! As soon as he turned his head, a matte-colored potion bottle was thrown towards him in mid-air. Without giving him any chance to react, Draco's wand clicked suddenly. The next moment, the potion bottle in mid-air exploded. A pungent grey aura instantly enveloped Harry Potter's head. Cough cough cough. Looking at Harry Potter who instantly coughed into pieces, Professor McGonagall's expression suddenly changed. Is this cough medicine? Snape nodded. A cough medicine that has been slightly modified, turning the original medicine into a gas. It is an idea that Mr. Malfoy came up with himself, and then it was the result of my improvement. As expected of Dean Snape of Slytherin, he is very skilled and talented in such dirty methods. Looking at Professor McGonagall with a look of contempt on his face, Snape could only remain silent at this moment. However, with the effect of this bottle of cough potion, the situation at the scene immediately changed significantly. Originally, he could rely on his own parcel mouth ability and Draco, who also had the ability of a parcel whisperer, to short-circuit the situation. Time formed a confrontation with Harry. Instantly coughing. The parcel mouth in his mouth, which caused confusion in the orders of the Ogates poison-spotted python, was interrupted. "Come on, damn stupid snake, I actually wasted such a precious potion on a guy like you," Draco cursed, and upon receiving Draco's angry signal, the Ogates poison-spotted python immediately spotted its target and meandered towards Harry again. The hissing sound was getting closer and closer, but Harry was coughing in pain at this moment. "Look at you, Potter. Obviously you have a strong talent for magic, the courage to take risks, and a rich family legacy. You can definitely have a more perfect future. Why? I have to stay in a place like Gryffindor. Weak, no enterprising spirit, just talking and talking every day." Draco looked like he was sure of winning, with a look of embarrassment in his eyes. He coughed violently in the audience, and while trying to stay away from the Ogates spotted python, Harry began to spray venom from his mouth like a poisonous snake. And hearing Draco's unsavory comments about Gryffindor, Snape's expression suddenly froze, and he turned his head slightly like a machine. He had already seen Professor McGonagall, who was still smiling, but there was no trace of warmth on his beautiful face. "Very well, Severus. It seems that we Gryffindors do have a lot of misunderstandings with you Slytherins. Haha, weak, unenterprising, and pretentious." Not to mention Draco's evaluation of Gryffindor in one scene, the dangerous light in McGonagall's eyes became even more intense. Until the very end, he didn't give Snape any explanation. He snorted coldly. "Severus, after Mr. Potter's duel is over, I think it is necessary for me, the head of Gryffindor, to have a real wizard duel with Professor Snape. I think that the puppet lady created by Professor Romon should be responsible for I can't do this job as a referee." Snape. He looked at Professor McGonagall who was directly away from him, without any room for turning. Snape couldn't help but look at Draco in the field. A low and melodious voice came out from between his teeth. "He is indeed an uneducated Malfoy." In the field, Draco, who had unknowingly pushed Harry Potter into a corner, was completely unaware of the gaze of his dean, who wanted to soak him in formalin. At this moment, he was still persuading Harry Potter with great pride. "Slytherin is the most powerful house in Hogwarts, the most powerful charms professor, the most powerful potions professor, and the most favorable environment for creating strong men. Harry Potter, now admit defeat and join Slytherin College. I can only think that you took the wrong medicine today to make such a stupid decision. Now, give up." Listening to Draco's voice, Harry Potter's eyes became colder and colder. He didn't know when, but the eyes under his glasses turned into cold yellow-green snake eyes. "Hiss, hiss." A parcel tongue voice came out of his mouth. Draco only thought it was this guy, and he also tried to confuse his familiar at this time, and issued a series of parcel tongue commands in his mouth. However, Ogates poison-spotted python still. Jose followed Draco's orders seriously, and once again opened his mouth to the embarrassed Harry. There was no sign of being frustrated by the order, and Draco was still wondering why there was no resistance as he imagined. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole in the void suddenly opened behind Harry, and the next moment, a hissing and blood-curdling sound came from the hole. Wow! Dozens of small snakes gathered into a ball shape and entwined with each other surged out, instantly drowning the Ogates' venomous spotted python that had already arrived in front of Harry Potter. He also fell to the ground under the ring. All of a sudden, ah! The little wizards who were standing at the edge of the ring all let out shrill screams in horror. Walter! With Oriana's timely appearance, these snakes that suddenly appeared were thrown back into the ring. Professor McGonagall and others were not in a hurry. Instead, they all looked at the scene in astonishment. In the void, snakes kept pouring out, and they saw a scene that made people's scalp numb. Very incomprehensible. On the other hand, Professor Flitwick, who cast a levitating spell to make himself fly, saw this scene and immediately thought of the spell on Harry, the spell that Romon had rewarded him with before. Magic Snake Cave. Oh my god, doesn't it mean that you need to learn how to disembodied and be proficient in summoning spells before you can cast that spell? Harry Potter, this. However, Draco in the field was also stunned by the horrifying scene in front of him. Looking at his Ogates poison-spotted python among the snakes, it looked like a small sailboat in the waves, even though the latter was frantically flapping around or spraying venom. The intense poison corroded the surrounding snakes into puddles of pus. The pungent smell attracted the little wizards who were watching, retching, and scattering around in panic. In the field, Draco also realized that the situation was not good and waved the wand in his hand. Fire is blazing! The blazing flames emitted from the wand and instantly dispersed some of the snakes on the arena. However, in the firelight, a cold parcel mouth sound came again. A fire spell that looked like a ferocious python, emitted from the top of Harry Potter's wand under everyone's stunned gaze, making a hysterical roar of flames. Even Professor McGonagall, the top wizards in the British wizarding world, looked tense. If they had not had confidence in Romon and Oriana on the edge of the ring, they would have personally stepped down to prevent this dangerous duel. However, even so, a group of professors pulled the young wizards from their own colleges further away from the arena. In the fierce collision of flames, Draco's expression changed crazily, and through the flames, he saw those eyes that seemed to be glowing green snake eyes. After a brief moment of astonishment, his eyes. He also became fierce in an instant. Harry Potter! Do you think this is all I can do? With a roar, he took out 2 bottles of potion from his arms and drank it in large gulps. The next moment, Draco's magic power fluctuation suddenly increased, but it was that. A pair of eyes that also gradually turned into snake pupils. The parcel tongue came out of his mouth, not to order his familiar, but undead torture whip. Parcel tongue. A dark green energy whip passed through the flames and struck Harry's body with precision in an instant. Ah! In an attic of Hogwarts, while everyone was attracted by the duel, Quirrell was looking for the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone when Voldemort suddenly made a piercing sound. Master! What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Quirrell was so panicked that he almost fell down the stairs. However, Voldemort on his body had no time to take care of him. He was in intense pain as if his soul was being beaten. He, who was already weak, almost collapsed on the spot. Damn! What happened? Why? Voldemort roared in pain. And at the same time, Draco tried his best to interrupt the fire curse and cast the soul curse undead torture whip, but his body flew out instantly and was hit hard on the edge of the ring. If it weren't for the magic shield on his body that protected him, he would have turned into a pile of charcoal at this moment. He looked at Harry, who was covering his forehead and was completely uninjured. How can this be? Chapter 96. Draco stared blankly at Harry, who was covering his forehead after being hit by his own spell, but was unharmed. The brain is completely unable to think. How can this be? The cheers of the Gryffindors around him rang in his ears, but Draco seemed to be stunned and fell to the edge of the ring. Even his familiar, the Ogates poison-spotted python, crawled away. Come over. There was no response for a long time. He doesn't understand. Although he knew that he was able to cast Soul Curse Undead Torture Whip this time, it was entirely due to the remaining 2 bottles of potion that he had just used. A bottle of low-level magic stabilizing potion ensures that he can cast this powerful spell invented by Romon even when his own strength is insufficient, without causing the magic power in his body to go out of control. A bottle of Heart's Eye potion can stabilize his mind and prevent him from losing his mind in front of this magic. Even though it was a trick, it still felt like the same feeling of pleasure when the magic spell was released just now. Draco was sure that his spell was definitely successful, but why? Harry in front of him looked like he had some headaches. There was no other reaction. Ha ha ha, Malfoy, now that you have lost, what else do you have to say? Wait a minute, Draco Malfoy's bet in this wizard duel, in addition to a sum of Demon King points, also has an arbitrary request that he can fulfill. Harry, you must not let this damn Slytherin go. Harry Potter belongs to our Gryffindor. As the magic power fluctuations in Harry's body gradually dissipated, these snakes that were somehow summoned finally turned from real to illusory, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, the young Gryffindor wizards around them finally could no longer contain their excitement. Although the one Harry Potter used just now seemed to be using Parseltongue to recite the spell, and the spell he cast looked like an evil wizard. However, even the senior wizards of Gryffindor had to admit that this terrifying fire curse was outstanding and powerful. Harry, who was surrounded by everyone, felt the pain from the scar on his forehead as if it had been burned by a soldering iron, making the smile on his face full of far-fetched and confused. However, as everyone gradually came closer, Harry's face gradually showed the joy caused by being praised and flattered by all kinds of praises. Although, even he himself was a little confused about how he had cast the magic curse, Snake Cave just now, and how he had cast it, the flame curse that seemed to contain the transformation curse. Seeing that the scene was under control in an instant, Professor McGonagall 567 and others also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Oriana also landed gently in the middle of the two people in the ring. He glanced at Draco, who was slumped on the ground, still unable to accept the fact that he had been defeated, and then turned his eyes to Harry Potter, who was surrounded by everyone. In the stiff mechanical sound, the result of this division duel was announced. The duel is over, the winner, the first-year Gryffindor wizard, Harry Potter. According to the rules of the duel and the agreement reached by both parties, Harry Potter, while receiving the 1.20,000 Demon King points staked by the two of you, you can also make a request to the loser Draco Malfoy that is within his ability. Hearing this, everyone now looked at Harry Potter. But Harry, who was so focused on everyone, was obviously at a loss. Well, I don't seem to want him to do anything. If anything, I hope he won't say anything to me about joining Slytherin's factory in the future. After hearing that Harry Potter was so determined to stay in Gryffindor, Draco's eyes suddenly turned cold. He endured the pain in his body and climbed up with difficulty. He gritted his teeth, but still wanted to work hard. Slytherin can make you a better wizard, you need Slytherin. However, this idea, which was purely based on considering the other's future, immediately aroused ridicule from the Sly twins beside Harry. Now it seems that we feel more that you Slytherins need our Potter more. Ha ha ha, indeed, if you have Potter, you Slytherins can brazenly say how powerful you are. Oh! Potter! Please save us, Slytherin can't live without you, how can we survive without you? Listening to the two twin brothers singing and taunting each other, as well as their funny expressions and movements. All the wizards on Slytherin's side were so angry that their noses were twisted. They all rushed to the ring in anger. However, everyone on the Gryffindor side, who had already seen Slytherin unhappy, rushed over one after another, seeing that a large-scale wizard brawl involving the two colleges was about to happen here. Oriana, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The new rules of Hogwarts, except within the scope of the Demon King's arena and where there are officially registered wizard duels, all private fighting is a violation of school discipline. Regardless of right or wrong, all members will receive a major demerit. All participants, in the next year, the reward for the Demon King's bounty mission will be halved. A calm word is 100 times more effective than any kind of dissuasion. The wizards who originally rushed to the ring and were about to take out their wands silently chose to withdraw their hands. As the two sides' eyes collided with each other, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Harry, look, these Slytherin guys must be taught a harsh lesson to make them give up those dirty thoughts that are unpalatable to their ears. Yes, Harry, take care of that arrogant Malfoy, he is just as annoying as his father. I think, why don't we let him clean the owl aviary in the college? That kind of place, really, no one wants to go in for a second time, let him clean there for a week, no, a month. Ha ha ha, a month? If you ask me, it will take at least a year for him to clean it, and he can't use magic spells. Oh my god, George, I have to say that your proposal is too damaging. However, this is how we should deal with these Slytherins. Who makes them so annoying? Everyone at the scene gathered around Harry, instigating him with words. When Draco heard that he was asked to clean the owl aviary, although a look of disgust flashed in Draco's eyes, he still had no intention of flinching at this moment. No matter how long you keep me cleaning the aviary, Harry Potter, I'm still going to say you belong in Slytherin. Seeing that Harry still refused to give up despite this, he was really a little angry. Although in Draco's view, Harry Potter could get better teachings and more good resources by joining Slytherin, helping him become stronger. However, in Harry's eyes, his behavior was no different from asking him to betray his parents whom he had never met. Moreover, his parents are Gryffindors. He shook his head slightly. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said something, and a voice came into Harry's ears. To deal with a face-loving guy like Draco Malfoy, he should be severely embarrassed. If I were Harry, I would hang him on the most popular tree in the academy. Let him get a good blow of cold air. Harry's eyes moved, and when he looked at Draco again, his eyes became strange. Malfoy, let me ask you one last question, are you still unwilling to give up your obsession with me? Draco snorted coldly, you will be grateful to me if you join Slytherin one day. This is the cradle of the true powerhouses of Hogwarts. Hearing that Draco was still stubborn, Harry Potter completely gave up and asked the opponent to stop, and turned to look at Juliana, who was in charge of the referee. Miss Oriana, I have thought about what I want Draco Malfoy to do. Draco snorted coldly, even if you ask me to clean the owl aviary for a year, you will never change my mind. On the contrary, when you actually join Slytherin on the day, you will definitely have to regret what you did to me today. Regret. Harry smiled coldly. The next moment, he said a request that made Draco's expression change wildly. From today on, for 1 month, Draco Malfoy will hang himself on the big tree in front of the college gate and sing the Hogwarts school song over and over again. Every day, at least 5 hours. Walter. Oh my god, sizzling. Draco, my god, is this guy so cruel? Well, I'm afraid it's better to let Draco Malfoy die. Ha ha ha, my god, Harry, you are simply a genius at pranks. But, do you want to add something more cruel? Let that guy Malfoy, CGDB, take off his pants and sing the school song. Ha 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 ha. The Weasley twins were laughing most wildly at this moment. What no one noticed was that Snape, who was standing behind the Slytherin wizards, happened to come over at this moment, after hearing Harry Potter's topic and the laughter of the Weasley twins. The already cold face on his face instantly became like an evil ghost, covered with frost. The painful experience that he couldn't bear to look back on, like a nightmare with claws and teeth, broke through the deepest blockade in his heart and ravaged his mind unscrupulously. Snape. Expelliarmus. Ha ha ha, well done James. Snot. Slippery. Snot. Slippery. Ha ha ha, no one wants to see me take off Snotlout Snape's pants. Potter, just do what you just said. This arrogant Malfoy will definitely be embarrassed. Let alone this year, he will never bother you again in the future. Yes, Slytherins are not good wizards. I heard from my mother that most of the dark wizards imprisoned in Azkaban are from Slytherin, and the rest are from other magic schools. The voices in his ears kept encouraging Harry. And just when Harry's eyes gradually became firmer and he was about to nod, a voice that made his heart feel as if it was being squeezed suddenly came from behind the crowd. Are you sure you want to do this? Harry Potter. Everyone looked at the sound and saw that the expressions of the little Gryffindor wizards who were still making noise around Harry froze. The Weasley twins, for example, shrank into the crowd as quickly as possible. In just the blink of an eye, most of the space next to Harry was vacant. Snape walked out of the crowd with a gloomy look on his face, looking directly into his eyes with a complex emotion that Harry Potter couldn't understand at all. Harry Potter, are you sure you want to punish Mr. Malfoy like that? Harry gritted his teeth. I just want him to give up on me. He forced all this. I don't want to join Slytherin. I like Gryffindor. Behind Snape, Malfoy wanted to say something angrily, but Snape waved his hand without looking back, and the latter's mouth immediately closed passively. Woo struggling. If this is the case, Harry Potter, then as the head of Slytherin, I can tell you responsibly. Snape slowly took 2 steps forward, and after arriving in front of Harry Potter, he slowly bent down and looked down at the other person's eyes that did not match this body, and the special emotion for him in his eyes. At this moment, he was completely crushed. Potter cannot belong to Slytherin, and will never belong to Slytherin, because Slytherin is not as dirty as he is. Slowly straightening his back and lifting the spell from Malfoy behind him, Snape gave Harry Potter one last calm look before preparing to take Malfoy away from here. Unexpectedly, at this time, Malfoy, who had just released the shut-up curse, suddenly shouted loudly. No! I will never admit defeat. Isn't it humiliating? I'll take it. Everyone looked at Draco in shock as he spoke astonishingly. Even Snape couldn't help but turn his head to look at Draco, his eyes slightly narrowed. The ups and downs of the voice came out slowly. Mr. Malfoy, do you know what you are talking about? Draco gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Harry Potter who was being admired by the stars in front of him, and repeated his decision word for word. Professor Snape, I said, I accept their humiliation of me. Whether it's cleaning the owl house, or hanging me on a tree in public. I admit it. But... With a livid face, Draco took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Harry Potter, like a completely enraged snake. You'd better stay strong, otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. The wind and snow are a bit heavy this Christmas. However, compared to the flying biting snowflakes and the cold winter wind, what made the entire Hogwarts Gryffindor wizards feel even more creepy at this moment? There was also Draco Malfoy, who hung himself on a tree in front of the college gate and sang the Hogwarts school song with a spiteful look on his face. When the already extremely unpleasant Hogwarts school song was sung in Parseltongue, the result was that the little wizards who originally wanted to see the excitement bowed their heads and left in a hurry. Ronald glanced calmly at Draco, whose wizard robe was blowing in the cold wind, and the solemn look in his eyes flashed away. Harry, you shouldn't have done this. At the same time, Professor McGonagall, who received a reply from Wednesday that Romon had something to deal with again, and requested that all actions be handled according to Draco's own wishes, stood outside the window, his good-looking face also full of sadness. When he turned around, he glanced coldly at Harry, who was standing in the corner. There was a look of hatred on his face. Palace of Truth, standing by the window, looking at the figure swaying on the tree in the snow outside. Romon couldn't help but show a little interest in his eyes. Oh? Draco Malfoy, I didn't expect that the first person to surprise me in the huge Hogwarts nursery would be you. I saw in Romon's eyes at this moment, golden mysterious words flowing from the bottom of his eyes from time to time. In the Dharma Temple, a new special keyword is slowly activated. Snake Whisperer Variant Death Curse, 0.7% completed. The snake whisperer forms an unknown magical parasite due to excessive concentration of emotional evil thoughts, causing changes in its bloodline and releasing a curse. Will have a high probability of becoming an irreversible death curse. A simple introduction made Romon's hand pause slightly while he was planning an evolutionary route for his next pet on a parchment scroll. Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter. A roar full of anger and resentment, mixed in the whirling snow, reached Romon's ears the moment he appeared. It's a refreshing and novel way to play. Mr. Malfoy, it seems that compared to your father, you can indeed bring me more novel fun. Chapter 97. It's a refreshing and novel way of playing. Mr. Malfoy, it seems that you can indeed bring me more novel fun than your father. The familiar voice startled Draco, who was roaring. When he lowered his head, he saw Romon standing under the tree, holding his chest and looking at him with a half-smile. Suddenly, all the emotions directed at Harry were withdrawn instantly. An uneasy look on his face. I'm sorry, Professor, I couldn't do what you asked me to do well. You can punish me no matter what, but please believe that next time I will let Harry. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Romon with a smile. It doesn't matter anymore, Mr. Malfoy, your performance has given me enough fun, and in exchange, I want to give you some rewards. Draco couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that Romon wasn't angry because of this. However, the next moment, when he heard that the other party actually wanted to reward him, Draco couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In the biting cold wind, Draco, dressed in a wizard's robe, was hanging on the treetop, dangling like a baby on a sunny day. It seemed as if it could fall from above at any time. And this was just like his mood at the moment. Although he was full of desire and expectation for the reward Romon said, Draco felt more and more deeply uneasy when he thought that he had not accomplished what Romon told him. Let's not talk about Draco's character who can't hide things on his face, but Romon's talent for magic inherited from his mother, the famous American legilimency master. It was to let him know Draco's inner thoughts at the moment. With a faint smile, but without any intention of putting the other person down from the treetop, Romon waved his hand. No need to think wildly, I naturally have my own purpose. This has no impact on you, but there is one thing I can reveal to you. Romon's tone paused slightly, his eyes flashing with a fiery 517 like Frankenstein. If you cooperate with my next order and grow step by step, I can guarantee that in the future, the British wizarding world, the Malfoy family will definitely be the most powerful because of your existence. Even if your talent is enough, you will be able to become a being that surpasses Dumbledore. Well, Dumbledore's level will only be your stepping stone. As for Harry Potter you care about. Romon did not continue speaking, but at this moment Draco's face was as red as a bull in heat. To a young wizard who has only been in the first year of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for only half a year, he told such a bizarre goal and even more ridiculous remarks like Dumbledore is a stepping stone. Even if the little wizard is a fool, he will definitely not believe even a letter or even a punctuation mark in these words. However, the one who said such words to Draco now was the words of the Silver Demon Lord Romon, who was a legend in the wizarding world. Then the situation is different. I do. Even though I don't know what Professor Romon is going to do to me, or what new magic theory you want to try, I am willing. Draco almost didn't hesitate and agreed on the spot. Due to his excitement, the treetops where his wizard robe was hung behind him swayed even more, shaking off a cloud of snow. Romon's face also bloomed with a bright smile at this moment. Without saying much, he just took some blood from Draco and at the same time cast an evil thoughts strengthening spell on the other person, which made Draco's evil thoughts towards Harry Potter even stronger. Chiron disappeared into the snow. Draco Malfoy, who was left alone with the fire in his heart burning more and more under the blow and stimulation of the wind and snow, was left alone. Harry Potter, Snake Lao Qiang. Draco, this kid, may have changed too much because of the appearance of Romon, even though he almost froze into a grandson every time he was rescued from the tree by his 2 pony boys. Even when his body was still feverish, he ignored Madame Pomfrey's dissuasion from the infirmary and resolutely asked his younger brother Goyle to hang him on the tree within the time he promised. Hogwarts dining room. Romon, what on earth are you thinking? Why did you let that kid Malfoy do such a ridiculous thing? This so-called bet was inappropriate from the beginning. Professor McGonagall, who had regained his youthful appearance, finally saw Romon appearing in the restaurant, and immediately came to him. Romon calmly took a sip of the black tea in his cup. His eyes first glanced admiringly at the latter's beautiful appearance, and then looked at Harry Potter and others who were sitting on Gryffindor's dining table, but under the gazes of all the Slytherin wizards. People! Professor McGonagall, what do you think I should do? Tell our Mr. Malfoy to give up? What is his fault? Have you seen Draco Malfoy's grades in various subjects? How does Mr. Harry Potter compare to our savior? Professor McGonagall was speechless. Romon didn't wait for the other party to answer this question and just nodded. There is no doubt, Professor McGonagall, I must say that Harry, who was hailed as the savior by Dumbledore, was at most equal to Draco Malfoy in all subjects, even the flying lessons that he was so proud of as for other subjects. Romon shook his head. However, Draco Malfoy, because of that trip to the Forbidden Forest, cherishes our Mr. Potter, just like our Professor Dumbledore, and the former Dark Lord Grindelwald. Don't rush to deny me, Professor McGonagall. Looking at McGonagall, who was about to interrupt him anxiously, Romon gently blocked one of his fingers in front of the other person's red lips. This small movement made Professor McGonagall shrink back on the spot. Romon, on the other hand, seemed to have not noticed his offensive behavior and looked solemn. Professor McGonagall, if some people are born and are not very close friends, then unfortunately, they will inevitably become enemies. There is no third possibility. And our savior, he is creating his future lifelong enemy. Of course, it is also possible that he can only be regarded as an enemy for a certain period of time. After all, I'm sorry, except for luck and a little courage, I don't see even a single trait in our Mr. Potter that would stand him in front of Draco Malfoy in the future. Having said this, Romon paused slightly, and then, as if he thought of something, he looked to the side. Snape, who was rare, did not even look at Harry Potter during the entire dinner. Am I right, Professor Snape? Who do you think is more likely to become a legendary wizard in the future, between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy? Hearing this sudden question directed at Snape, the professors sitting here all focused their attention on Snape. Even Professor Quirrell, who looked a bit like he hadn't been resting well these days, raised his darkened eyelids and looked towards Snape. However, just when Romon thought that Snape might do Tai Chi for him like he always did, or simply talk about him. But an answer suddenly popped out of Snape's mouth that he didn't even expect. There is no doubt that Harry Potter will have no chance of winning. Romon was startled. Among the things happening in the world today, there were really not many things that could make him express surprise. However, just today, Romon was really surprised by Snape's reaction in front of him. I saw that the other party not only gave such an answer, but when he raised his head again, he looked directly at Harry Potter at the Gryffindor table, with the same indifference in his eyes as if he were looking at an ordinary little wizard. There was no doubt that the words in his mouth were mean at this moment. Be content with the status quo. I like and even get used to being flattered and lose myself. Having big ambitions means having no tangible and clear goals in front of you. He is naive to the point of stupidity. He has fame but does not understand at all what this fame brings to him. In addition to the adulation around him, there will also be poisonous snakes hidden in the secret. Seeing Snape, who seemed to suddenly become more talkative and able to give so many unabashed negative comments about Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall and others who knew something about Harry Potter also opened their mouths slightly at this moment. As they looked at each other, Snape snorted and dropped another bombshell. I have decided to accept Draco Malfoy as my student. From now on, I will teach him everything I have learned." He looked at Harry, who was still eating dinner at the Gryffindor table with his head down. At this moment, Romon wanted to stand up, shout, and tell this savior, "Your godfather has abandoned you and has a new love." Fortunately, Romon still has some scruples about his basic image. However, when the dinner was over, Romon still leaned towards the seat next to him as he looked at Snape's leaving figure. "Professor McGonagall, I don't know if you feel it. Anyway, I feel that my stupid friend who can't hold himself up to the wall seems to have suddenly enlightened." McGonagall moved to the side without leaving a trace, ignoring Romon, an uneasy and kind-hearted guy. In Snape's dormitory. Once again, he reached out from his arms and carefully took out the bottle of magical potion. Although his mind was filled with Romon's reminder when he gave him the potion, once a week, one drop at a time, and the special words from his beloved Lily when he left the dreamland last time, "We won't see each other again until a week later." But at this moment, because Harry Potter wanted to hang Draco on a tree, it deeply stung Snape's sensitive nerves, causing him to repeat the nightmare that made him almost crazy all night long. Harry's eyes, which were carved into the same eyes as Lily's, were actually tainted by the shadow of James Potter, leaving Snape with nothing but the purest disgust for Harry. Lily. When he thought about reality, Harry Potter, the only person in Hogwarts who could let him see some shadow of Lily, was completely dead in Snape's heart following his actions. In the fantasy world, Lily, who can give her the most real feelings and emotional support, seems so precious and full of temptation. After uncorking the bottle, he carefully sucked it into the dropper, exuding bursts of refreshing medicinal fragrance. Snape couldn't help but start a war between heaven and man. "Stop! Snape! Don't forget that guy Romon's advice. That guy would never lie to you about these things. If you use this thing now, you will definitely have to bear the consequences. Don't you want to see Lily? You just want to see the one you love. In order to see her, it will be some physical torture at most. Physical or mental torture, which one do you choose? Snape. Calm down. That's all an illusion. Is fake. Tick-tock. The familiar taste of medicine blooms on the taste buds. Snape's body was trembling with excitement, but he relied on his only rationality to carefully cover the potion bottle in his hand and put it carefully into his pocket. The next moment, the familiar world spins, the familiar illusion appears, and the familiar. "Why? Severus, I told you, don't come to me within a week. Why are you?" Time seemed to have stopped at the moment it ended last time. Snape looked at Lily, who looked worried and angry in front of him. The cruel reality of the outside world made it impossible for him to stop at this moment. The law controls oneself. He suddenly took a step forward and took the other person into his arms. The familiar touch between his lips and teeth given to him in the previous illusion returned again. As if sensing Snape's helplessness and pain at this moment, Lily, who was originally complaining, hugged him gently. "Severus, I can feel that you are in pain. Can you talk to me? Maybe it will make you feel better." As gentle as ever, the simple words made Snape burst into tears instantly. "Hold each other tightly." "No, nothing. I just miss you." At this moment, time seemed to have lost its precious meaning and began to become cheap, just like the goods on the assembly line of the Muggle factory. Today's birth brings sweetness, tomorrow's birth brings joy, and the day after tomorrow there are love words that two lovers can never say enough. This time, 4 years after the fantasy, Snape and Lily graduated from Hogwarts and then, got married. "Lily, you are so beautiful, my God, my dear, you." Snape, a straight man, looked at Lily Evans standing in front of him in a wedding dress with a happy face. "Starting from tomorrow, the other person's name will become Lily Snape. General." Snape was completely intoxicated. In the first year after getting married, Snape and Lily gave birth to their first child. Dear, tell me, what should we name our child? He has such an excellent father and will surely shine in the future. He must have an unusual name. Snape, who had never thought that he would have to face this problem one day, did the stupidest thing and went upstairs to read a book. And just when he was picking and choosing among the famous names in history, or the names of wise men and brave men in the myths of various countries, there was a noise accompanied by something being knocked over. Noise suddenly came from downstairs at 5.00. Potter! What are you going to do? Stop! Ha ha ha, damn Snape, it's finally my turn to take revenge today. Master, I'm going to deal with that BD Snape. When Snape walked out of the study upstairs, the next moment he saw James Potter on the stairs, raising his wand towards him with a ferocious face. Lily's panicked scream made Snape instantly startled. With a casual spell, James Potter was knocked unconscious on the spot. However, when he rushed downstairs at the fastest speed, the scene that broke his heart and seemed like a nightmare, appeared in the most realistic state. In front of him, Avada eats the big melon. No. Avada eats a big melon. Waving the wand in his hand, dark green light bloomed in the room again. However, this time Voldemort had already dodged the attack as quickly as possible. The next moment, he dodged, smashed the window and disappeared instantly. Snape was left alone, looking collapsed in front of him, Lily Snape, who had fallen to the ground. And on the crib, his and Lily's child, who has also lost his breath and has not yet been named, is his and Lily's child. This moment. In the dormitory, Snape's desperate cries came out. When he came out of the dream again, his whole state was completely crazy. Frantically, he took out the bottle of magic potion in his pocket. At this moment, he finally understood how terrible the price that Romon would pay for violating the one-drop-per-week principle was. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door. "Professor Snape, are you there? Professor Romon said you want to take me in." "Snape, get out!" Draco outside the door. Chapter 98. Draco stood in front of the door. He was so dumbfounded that he didn't understand what happened. This was unprecedented, and he was directly scolded by Snape and told to get lost, let alone his personal experience. He has never even heard of it. "Professor Snape, Draco hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still couldn't resist. He was so tempted by Snape's official first student, especially when he was ready to knock on the door. However, the next moment... Wow! A strong breath of madness hit his face, and Snape, with tears streaming down his face and red eyes, suddenly opened the door covered in sweat, and Draco was instantly stunned. However, the next moment, Snape suddenly rushed out of the room, rudely, like a beast coming out of the gate, and directly knocked Draco in front of him with a snap. Then he rushed in one direction with a speed that Draco had only seen in his life. Looking at the wand held in Snape's hand, even though he still didn't understand what happened, he thought of Snape had broken through that secret thing. Draco was suddenly startled. Monkey shit! Professor Snape isn't going to kill Harry Potter, is he? This idea startled Draco, who got up from the ground on the spot and chased after him anxiously. "It's not that I'm worried about Harry Potter being killed, it's just... my teacher Snape. BD Harry Potter, your whole family is not a good thing." Draco broke down and cursed as he chased after him. If Snape really killed Harry Potter because of something with Harry Potter's parents, even Professor Romon, the principal, would definitely not be able to protect him, and judging from the relationship between the two, Romon would definitely be very happy to see Snape sent to Azkaban. However, fortunately, Draco later discovered that the direction Snape was headed was not Gryffindor, but... Draco's expression changed wildly. Waldfa. Snape actually headed towards the Palace of Truth. "Master, Professor Snape is here, but he doesn't look like he wants to drink tea with you." In a laboratory in the Palace of Truth, Romon is searching for the unknown magical parasite that causes the mutability of parcel tongue blood in Draco's blood through the magic microbial microscope he made through his own alchemy. Hearing Oriana's voice, he couldn't help but raise his head slightly. Just a moment's notice, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. With a thought, Snape was about to arrive at the gate of the Palace of Truth, without waiting for the other party to think about whether he should cast a spell in or knock on the door like a guest. The door to the Palace of Truth has slowly opened. Ha ha ha, Snape, your condition is quite bad, you. Avada eats the big melon. Looking at Romon, who was approaching him with a warm smile and open arms towards him, Snape's response was a killing curse with murderous intent. Boom! The fierce, ominous death energy instantly hit Romon at this moment. Owner! Damn human! I'm going to mince you! Romon! Several exclamations came from different directions. However, in the dark green light, Romon, who was clearly hit by this spell, gently raised his hand, looked calmly in front of him, and frantically shouted at himself. Great magic output! In the end, he even started shouting at the top of his lungs. Go to hell! Romon Kowalski! You devil! However, until he cast the death curse completely, Romon was still intact, standing quietly in front of him, signaling Elizabeth and others with murderous intent not to approach. Romon looked in front of him calmly, breathing heavily. Gradually, under his gaze, Severus Snape's eyes began to look timid, and he did not dare to look at him. Go on, Severus Snape, let me see how powerful our half-blood prince's trump card is. Another death curse? Sorry, I really can't judge. The death curse you cast on me is the same as Voldemort's attack on Lily Potter. The life-killing curse released, which one is weak? Romon slowly opened his arms and took a step towards Snape. Do it! Snape, use all your means to treat me as the James Potter you hate most. Oh, by the way. Romon paused, his eyes flashing with undisguised sarcasm and disdain. Perhaps I should change your name to give you a more realistic sense of belonging, Snape Dolt. A sudden loud shout made Snape, who turned pale with fright, tremble all over. Perhaps because of the real cruel blow he experienced in that illusion, the wand in his hand actually fell to the ground with a snap. Romon glanced at the wand on the ground, and the look on his face became even more disdainful. Snape shook his head slowly, speaking in a low tone as usual. Haha, Snape, poor Snape, poor Snape. So many years have passed. 13 years, even for Nick Mellor, can never be called a short time. But why are you still as unpromising as you were then? After being intimidated by James Potter and the others, you can easily be disarmed, and now, are you so frightened that you can't hold your wand even thinking about their names and figures? Snape's face trembled, and his body couldn't help but move backwards, as if he wanted to escape. However, the next moment, Romon's figure suddenly appeared behind him, a big hand like an iron pliers, instantly strangling the opponent's neck. A strong sense of suffocation surged into his brain, and Romon gritted his teeth and moved his face towards her with a cold expression. Why do you, who are like a piece of mud that can't hold up a wall, dare to unleash your murderous intent on me, the person who saved you from being bullied by James Potter and those guys? How dare you? Draco, who arrived later, stood outside the Palace of Truth and looked at Snape, who was lifted up by Romon easily by the door of the hall on the first floor, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up like a chicken. He wanted to step forward to stop him, but Elizabeth and other women around Romon immediately cast cold warning glances. Romon Kowalski, kill me! Romon narrowed his eyes when he saw Snape, whose face turned red and whose body had completely given up resistance except for the instinctive twitching. As soon as his hand was loosened, the latter fell heavily to the ground like garbage thrown into a dustbin. Looking at Snape, who was coughing in a panic, Romon's eyes were particularly cold and strange. He casually raised his foot and kicked the opponent's wand that had fallen on the ground in front of him. I don't want to dirty my hands. My hands will not be stained with the blood of cowardly people. Do it yourself. The calm words made Snape, who was lying on the ground, slowly reach out and pick up his wand after a brief silence. Looking at Severus Snape, who put the wand against his neck, slowly closed his eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears fell from the corners of his eyes, he looked like he was about to be freed. Romon spoke suddenly. Snape, do you think that if I resurrect Lily Potter and his wife after your death, will you still be able to see each other in the underworld? Snape suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Romon, who was slowly squatting in front of him with a half-smile on his face. The pupils contracted violently, and the hands that had calmed down due to the imminent release actually began to tremble uncontrollably. Romon ignored his reaction and stretched out his hands to straighten the other person's clothes with a gentle look on his face. But he said the words that made Snape feel the most chilling. If there is hope, Snape, my friend, I hope you can contribute your last bit of value to me. That is, after your death, if you do not find the resurrected Lily Potter in the underworld, can you tell me? Haha, don't look at me with that look. I don't mean anything else. It's just purely academic research. You know, the things I study are always so strange. 1. Of course, in return. There was a smile on Romon's lips, but his eyes were as cold as ice. When our classmates Lily and James have their second child, I will advise them to use your name as their child's name, as a way to commemorate your existence. Ignoring Snape, whose heart seemed to stop in anger at this moment, Romon seemed to suddenly think of something, and his medical appearance gradually became enthusiastic. If you can convince Pluto to let you be reincarnated into that child, in fact, to a certain extent, you will be with our classmate Lily, how about it? Dear Professor Snape, are you willing to help me complete this great academic research? Severus Snape. He looked at Romon, who said these words to him sincerely. At this moment, Snape finally couldn't bear it anymore. Devil! Monster! Romon Kowalski! You monster! Guys like you must go to hell forever! You must go to hell! However, looking at Snape, who was so emotionally broken, Romon slowly stood up. The eyes seemed to be looking at each other like a bird in a cage or a monkey in a cage. Severus Snape, it's time to make a wonderful choice again. You die, and then I will resurrect our Potter family. I think that boy Harry will definitely treat you kindly in the future, your brother who sacrificed himself for their family reunion. Of course, there is another way. Once a week, enjoy everything in that illusion. With that said, Romon waved his hand and prepared to go back to his laboratory. However, as soon as he took 2 steps, he seemed to think of something interesting. Turn your head slightly. Poor Snape, looking at you, you must have failed to follow Dr. Romon's advice, right? If that's the case, I have no choice but to inform you. Poor Snape, with this potion Dreamtime Rewind, if you break the order of your original dreams, I regret to inform you that your dreams will be stuck at that time point forever. Time and time again. It's okay if you continue to use that potion once a week. At least our classmate Lily Evans can still be sweet with you in dreams for a few years. If you stop taking the potion. Romon's smile gradually became ferocious, like a devil grinning at its prey. Poor classmate Lily, you will suffer terrible treatment again and again in your dreams every night, again, and again and again. He looked at the figure humming an unknown tune and disappearing before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Snape was sent out of the Palace of Truth for some unknown reason, and lay alone in the cold snow. Next to him was Draco, who didn't dare to make a sound. In the Palace of Truth, looking at the image of Fuyan outside the snow, Snape howled in despair. Even Miss Wednesday, who always likes to do evil, couldn't help but shake her head slightly and looked at Romon, who had returned to the research state he was in just now. Sigh. Poor Snape, to meet such a cold-blooded guy like you." However, she had no intention of trying to dissuade Romon. Romon was imprisoned in Azkaban in England for 13 years, and she, Romon's fiancée, had been waiting for him in the American wizarding world for 13 years. In the end, Draco chose a relatively remote way into the castle and sent Snape, who had lost all energy, back to his dormitory. Taking a careful look at Professor Snape, who was lying on the bed like a dull puppet, looking at a bottle of potion in his hand, Draco silently prepared to carefully close the door and leave. However, suddenly, a voice came from the room. "Draco, the day after tomorrow in the afternoon, after lunch break, wait for me in the pharmacy." Although he got what he wanted, Draco was not as happy as he imagined at this moment. He responded silently, and then closed the door gently. In the snow. In front of the castle gate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I don't know if it's an illusion. From that day on, the parcel tongue that came out of Draco's mouth seemed to be even more sinister and terrifying, like an evil ghost seeking life. Not only did he still have people hanging on the treetops on time every day, enduring the flying snow and the freezing cold wind, but even the 5 hours promised in the original bet were increased to 8 hours by Draco. Harry Potter, parcel tongue. In the Hogwarts dining room. Snape was absent, and Draco was sleeping in the trees outside. The atmosphere in the restaurant also became extremely strange due to the changes that took place in Draco during this period. In the Gryffindor restaurant, which is always the most lively place, everyone, Li Zhao, was in rare silence as they dealt with the dinner in front of them, and from time to time a pair of eyes glanced in the direction of Slytherin. Then the next second, he was frightened by a pair of eyes full of curses and disgust, and he backed away. Professor McGonagall looked helpless, with distress written all over his beautiful face. However, no matter how she tried to persuade her, whether it was Romon who was feasting on the meal at the moment or Draco who was drinking the northwest wind outside, they all rejected her proposal to end it there without exception. A corner of an attic in Hogwarts. Master, is this really the child of that guy Lucius? I mean, this kind of character is not something that can come from the Malfoy family. It sounded like a parcel tongue to myself, like an evil spirit breathing air conditioning behind me. Professor Quirrell's body couldn't help but tremble. However, although Voldemort in his body was also interested in Draco at this moment, his most important thing right now was to find the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. Now his situation is getting worse day by day. There is Elizabeth, a terrifying person who has long regarded the Forbidden Forest as Romon's private property. Voldemort couldn't even sneak into the Forbidden Forest to find unicorns to save his life. Let's go quickly. We don't have any extra time to waste anymore. There is still one last area. We must find the magic stone tonight. As night falls, all the little wizards go to sleep quietly. At this moment, in front of the Hogwarts library, a vague sound came, but it was impossible to see what the direction of the sound came from. Ronald nervously held on to the invisibility cloak when he came to the door of the Hogwarts library. As if he thought of something, he turned around and couldn't help but take 2 steps toward the Silver Demon King's library on the opposite side. But the next moment, everything you gain must come with a loss, sir. A sudden sound came from an alchemy doll guarding the door in front of him. Looking at the other person's glowing eyes staring directly at him, Ronald swallowed a sip of saliva. Silently retreated and stepped to the restricted area. Chapter 99. A rustling sound came from the restricted book area of the Hogwarts library. Ronald was holding an oil lamp and wearing the invisibility cloak that originally belonged to Harry, looking for something from one bookshelf to another. Although now with the new Principal Romon taking office, the books in the Forbidden Book area are no longer as forbidden books as before. They only need to complete the corresponding basic spell exam, and then complete the assessment given by the professors of the respective colleges. You can borrow it freely. But this prerequisite is not something Ronald can achieve today. Ronald's goal is very clear: To find the powerful black magic here, learn to master it, and then adapt to and become proficient in his own painful curses through the experience gained in the process of learning these black magics. Proficient in mastering the power generated when the spell is released, and at the same time controlling the evil thoughts in one's heart, one can use these strong evil thoughts as a tool for free control in one's hands. These theories were what he read from some books he borrowed from the Silver Demon King's library during this period. However, just as Ronald was seriously searching for the forbidden book he needed, a faint strange sound came from a corner of the forbidden book area. Click! There was a sound like something falling to the ground, which made Ronald nervous. Carefully put the black magic book you just picked up back into the bookshelf. Stepping cautiously, he moved toward the direction of the sound. Idiot! Be careful! If you can't do such a small thing well, what's the use of you? Amidst the strange scolding, a figure bent down in an awkward manner and hurriedly picked up the fallen books on the ground. When Ronald saw this figure, his eyes could not help but become slightly dazed. It turned out to be the professor in charge of the defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell, who stuttered, was submissive, and was even able to be stunned by a giant monster. 073 However, at this time, the latter was bending down in a panic to pick up something on the ground. He responded in a low voice full of fear. It was like he was apologizing to a big shot that scared him so much. I'm sorry, Master, I'm useless. I'll take care of it right away. The magic stone must be here. We've almost found it in other areas. Humph! Damn it, Dumbledore, where did he hide the thing? Did he carry it with him and was taken away by that guy? The weird sound came again. Ronald couldn't help but cover his mouth and hold his breath nervously. His eyes were fixed on the direction where the voice came from. There is the first coin on Professor Quirrell's head. Everything he saw tonight made him instantly realize that Professor Quirrell, who didn't even stutter when he spoke, must be hiding a huge secret. And I heard the keyword magic stone mentioned in the other party's mouth and that weird voice. Ronald couldn't help but think of a terrible conjecture in his mind. When the theft occurred in Gringotts before, he heard Harry casually say that the items originally stored in the empty vault that had been stolen had been taken out by Hagrid in advance. And the thing inside is most likely the magic stone in this weird intersection in front of you. And when he thought about the introduction of the Philosopher's Stone in some of the books he read during this period, Ronald's heart couldn't help but beat violently. A terrible fact occurred to him. Standing in front of me is the second-generation Dark Lord who has infiltrated Hogwarts. Voldemort. The legendary dark wizard who almost died in an accident at the hands of Harry Potter, the Savior. Voldemort. Almost instinctively, Ronald could not help but tremble and slowly began to retreat, his eyes filled with fear as he wanted to leave from here. However, at this time, another gloomy voice came suddenly from the other side of the bookshelf. What are you doing? Ronald was startled and turned around, only to see Snape in the darkness, dressed in black robes that had not changed for decades, with a wand casting a fluorescent spell in his hand. With a gloomy look on his face, he looked at Professor Quirrell, who was holding a dark magic book and was obviously looking for something. Nervously, he moved his body closer to the bookshelf and made way for the two of them to make way for an aisle. Ronald almost felt like he was going to die here today. Quirrell, who had never thought that Snape, who had not been on night patrol for a long time, would suddenly start patrolling today, looked at Snape, who was holding up his wand and looking gloomy. He also hurriedly threw aside the magic book in his hand in panic. Ahem, Professor Snape, good evening, I didn't expect you, you haven't slept yet. Looking at Professor Quirrell, who was obviously not stuttering, but was able to get into a state of mind the moment he was discovered, Ronald couldn't help but look at the hidden Death Eater in front of him with admiration. Seeing Snape walking slowly, Ronald was so nervous that he shrank his body to avoid being touched by him. What are you doing here? I think you'd better have a reasonable explanation, otherwise. Snape took a few steps forward, but without hesitation, he touched Quirrell's neck with the wand in his hand. Seeing the other party's unfailing expression, Quirrell immediately raised his hands nervously. When he spoke again, there was even a natural cry in his voice begging for mercy. "No. Professor Snape, please let me go. I'm really too nervous. The professor evaluation period that Principal Romon mentioned is coming soon. I really want to get a good ranking. Please let me go this time. I just want to teach some more profound knowledge about magic." Snape said nothing, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk observing something on the other person's body. However, with Voldemort's strength, even though the opponent was now seriously injured and dying. But it wasn't Snape who could find out the clues. Although I felt that there was always something weird about Professor Quirrell in front of me, but when I saw him, he was so frightened that his whole body was shaking like chaff when he was pointed at by his wand. Based on Snape's understanding of Voldemort, the other party would never find such a useless waste as a force to infiltrate Hogwarts. With a cold snort, Snape slowly put away the wand in his hand, looked at Professor Quirrell with a gloomy look for a while, and finally let him go temporarily. "Although Professor Romon has allowed you to borrow books from the restricted area. Professor Quirrell, as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, if you openly teach dark magic to the wizards at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall and I will never let you go." Without waiting for Quirrell to say anything, Snape then patrolled around for a week, and finally slowly walked out of the restricted book area under the nervous gaze of Ronald and Quirrell. The footsteps became farther and farther away until they were no longer heard at all. Ronald just breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, his whole body couldn't help but stiffen. "Damn it! Why didn't you take advantage of the opportunity just now and escape from here?" Feeling that Professor Quirrell was also relaxed and even prepared to continue searching for the Philosopher's Stone here, Ronald swallowed a sip of saliva. Carefully, he took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps towards the exit of the Forbidden Book area. Suddenly, just when Ronald was watching, he was about to leave the Forbidden Book area and escape from the shadow of the Dark Lord. The next moment, a suppressed and sharp warning suddenly came from behind him. "Who's there? Come out!" As soon as he turned around, the next moment Professor Quirrell seemed to sense something. The original timidity and hesitation in his eyes disappeared, and his body suddenly flew towards Ronald. "Damn stinky rat, come out!" Feeling the terrifying magic power emanating from the other person's body, Ronald reacted almost instinctively. Ronald's eyes changed instantly, and at the same time, he blurted out a series of obscure spells in his mouth. "Ah!" The next moment, Quirrell, who was rushing towards Ronald like a falcon hunting a rabbit, suddenly felt as if he had suddenly suffered some terrible attack in mid-air. The body suddenly straightened up and fell to the ground. His head lay on the ground, his eyes seemed to be locked, and he stared straight into the void in front of him, letting out a blood-curdling scream. However, this scream was only for a moment, but it was suddenly blocked by the turban on his head that seemed to come alive. "That's enough. You'll attract that guy Snape back." Voldemort's warning made Ronald hesitate for a moment and slowly stopped chanting the curse. However, his body instantly opened a large distance from the opponent. Quirrell looked at his body twitching, and then the hood on his head opened, revealing the terrifying face on the back of his head, although he didn't understand what was going on. However, Ronald has basically determined that the one taking over control of Quirrell's body must be the Dark Lord Voldemort. "Kid, stop hiding your head. You are not Harry Potter. Why do you have an invisibility cloak? You are not an obedient little wizard coming to a place like the Forbidden Book area at this time. I think we need to have a chat." In Voldemort's gloomy voice, Ronald's situation was instantly guessed. After hesitating for a moment, Ronald carefully took off the invisibility cloak on his body, revealing his head, but he also looked as if he was ready to flee the scene at any time. "Oh? Redhead, Weasley, I know you, the brat who quit the Weasley family. I have to say that you are very worthy of praise for this. In that kind of environment, even the seeds of natural strength will be buried in the dirt. Voldemort's flounder-like eyes stared at Ronald's face. When he looked at the other person's alert eyes and open mouth, obviously ready to cast the spell given to him by the Silver Demon Lord Romon at any time, Voldemort hurriedly spoke to comfort him. I know you, Ronald, don't be so nervous. You can also see that I am not some glorious Dark Lord now. I pose no threat to you. Relax. As he said that, as if to prove his harmlessness, he slowly turned around in front of Ronald. God knows, Ronald was extremely nervous at this moment, but Voldemort in front of him was even more cautious. For no other reason than Ronald's soul curse, painful curse just now, it was a direct blow to the soul, although this kind of blow would not cause irreversible damage to the target within a short period of time. It can only be said that it will cause the other party extreme pain and thus lose combat effectiveness. But, that's not something Voldemort can risk now. Especially after the inexplicable soul suffered another blow. Are you looking for the Philosopher's Stone, the kind of thing that can restore you to your heyday? So, Dark Lord, were you more powerful in your heyday, or are you the Silver Lord now, Professor Romon, who is more powerful? Voldemort watched Ronald calm down and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he was asked a question by the other party, which made him feel a little helpless. After thinking for a moment, he just nodded. Yes, the Philosopher's Stone, I do need that thing now, but, you have also seen that there is nothing here. As for the heyday, I can say that at the level of black magic, I can compete with the Silver Devil. Ronald, I can feel some sincerity on your part. Voldemort. Regarding Ronald's reaction, Voldemort was speechless and a little angry, but the reality was that Dumbledore, who could beat him to the point of running away, was now beaten by Romon. He was kicked out of Hogwarts in embarrassment and became a wanted criminal in the British wizarding world. How could he, Dumbledore's defeated general, brag about himself in front of Romon? However, the next moment, Ronald suddenly asked a question that confused him. Dark Lord, since you are so confident in your dark magic, do you want to try to cooperate with me? Voldemort was stunned, but at this moment, Ronald seemed to be a different person. After taking a deep breath, his eyes were full of calmness and rationality. I am a student of Hogwarts. There is no doubt that I have a greater advantage when I move around in Hogwarts. And I also have an invisibility cloak. No matter whether the Philosopher's Stone is in Hogwarts or not, I have a greater advantage. Watts, I will help you find it, it will be easier than Quirrell. Moreover, Ronald paused slightly and looked seriously at Voldemort, who was in front of him. Professor Romon must know that you are at Hogwarts, but you are still acting like this. It can only be said that Professor Romon has no intention of helping you. If you are strong enough, I can exchange it from the Palace of Truth for a magic potion that can save you. Ronald's words made Voldemort look at the red-haired Weasley in a different light. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that Roman Kowalski is indeed very good at changing a person. No one in your family can be as good as you. Such thoughts. Seeing Ronald not speaking, Voldemort suddenly asked. Aren't you worried if I find an opportunity to kill you or control you with the Dementioning curse? You know, you are only a first-year wizard. 2.9 Ronald snorted coldly, with no trace of fear in his eyes. Professor Romon not only taught me a powerful spell, but also taught me a truth. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. What I want cannot be obtained by handing your head to the Ministry of Magic. I need to take greater risks. If you think you can control me, you can. Go ahead and do it, but don't die in my hands. Voldemort. Hearing that Ronald dared to say his name so forcefully, Voldemort couldn't help but have a ferocious smile on his face. Fine. Well, Ronald, I look forward to your performance. As for what you want, someone will give it to you. After returning control of his body to Quirrell, he watched the latter stagger away. After Ronald held on for a short while, he finally fell to the ground with a snap. His pale face was covered with sweat. The crazy experience tonight, even now that Voldemort is gone, Ronald's mind is filled with his incredible experiences. Waterfaw, you are simply crazy, Ronald, for cooperating with the Dark Lord, how dare you? His body was paralyzed and his strength was exhausted. Ronald finally got up from the ground with difficulty. Until Ronald woke up from bed the next morning with dark circles under his eyes, he still hadn't recovered from what happened last night. It's a dream, Mumbling in his mouth, Ronald just got up from the bed, but his pupils shrank sharply the next moment. Beside his pillow, at some point, there was a dark magic book quietly placed. Watershit. Chapter 100. Correct answer. Mr. Ronald's answer is perfect. Regarding the question about magic properties that I talked about in this class, it has been very clear. I decided, Gryffindor, plus 10 points. Professor Flitwick was flying in the air excitedly, with the support of the new curse theory given by Romon, just a few days ago. Professor Flitwick finally completed the transformation of a new and improved version of the levitation spell. Not only can it cast spells without spells, but it can also be cast on itself, causing the effect of flying at low altitude. Under the happy gaze of all the Gryffindor wizards, a record was made on the roster. Ronald, who was praised by Professor Flitwick and seemed to be a top student, just smiled modestly and sat down slowly. Why have you made such great progress all of a sudden? I remember the last time you were in Transfiguration class, you also received praise from Professor McGonagall. Neville looked curious. He had an alchemy bracelet, Prophet's Blessing bracelet given by Romon that could enhance memory and understanding, but even so, he only received some praise. Because the professors all knew that he relied on this magic item to make rapid progress in his grades. Therefore, no bonus points were given to Gryffindor. However, no one expected that Ronald seemed to be a different person these days. No matter how complicated the content described by the professors was, he could understand it faster than others and express his own ideas. In this way, Professor Flitwick, a professor who is obsessed with the curse theory, would be so excited to accept Ronald as his direct student. Faced with the same curious looks as Neville, Ronald smiled mysteriously. Well, maybe I'm really good at this. Anyway, in my opinion, these theories are really interesting. Seeing Ronald so proud, Hermione on the side glanced at Ronald's desk with a hint of disgust. So, why did you bring your mouse into the classroom? That's weird. Ronald looked innocent. Ban came here by himself. I haven't seen it much these days. Maybe it likes to study too. And just when everyone looked at Professor Flitwick, who was giving a passionate lecture again and listened carefully to the lecture, Ronald's eyes 26 couldn't help but a strange color flashed. Although the theory of curses that Professor Flitwick was talking about was still a rudimentary theory, it was already somewhat difficult to understand. He was able to understand the content so easily. There is no doubt that nature has its own methods. Night. After confirming that Harry Potter and the others had fallen asleep, Ronald quietly climbed up from the bed, then tiptoed and put on his invisibility cloak again. Sneaked out of the Gryffindor's lounge quietly. Walking quickly in the empty Hogwarts castle, Ronald kept looking for places and islands where the magic stone might be hidden. Although it was unclear how Voldemort collected the knowledge he needed during the day's lessons and delivered it to his bedside early the next morning, Ronald was extremely satisfied with this state of affairs. In less than a month, he had already learned several low-level spells without anyone knowing, and he also had a certain self-understanding of black magic. In order to maintain this genius progress, Ronald is doing his best these days to help Voldemort search for the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the corridor around the corner, causing Ronald to hide nervously for a moment. Hiding under the invisibility cloak, the next moment, Snape's familiar figure hurried past him. The anxious look immediately aroused Ronald's curiosity. In Snape's dormitory. Although my heart is full of disgust and even hatred for Romon's despicable methods. Faced with the opponent's threat that had no bottom line, Snape finally had to take out the bottle again at the end of the week, which made him love and hate the medicine map. Love it, it allows him to truly touch and feel Lily's existence in the illusion. What I hate is naturally the end that the other person will inevitably usher in every time they are sweet. Full of nervousness, he used a dropper to drip a drop of medicine into his mouth. Different from the expectation and excitement the first time, this time, when the taste of the medicine bloomed in his taste buds. Snape's whole body couldn't help but tense up. As the familiar illusion entered before me, the spinning feeling came to my mind, and the moment my vision returned to normal again. A familiar and beautiful figure appeared in front of Snape. "Severus, why haven't I seen you all night? You look so haggard, my god." Just as Romon said, when you enter the illusion again, the time in this illusion will be stagnant. Just like the last time he entered the fantasy world, Snape couldn't help but burst into tears when he looked at Lily Evans, who was still a second-year wizard at Hogwarts just like him. Under the latter's slightly shy and nervous look around, he took the other person into his arms. "Lily, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well, it's all my fault." Looking at Snape who was sobbing, the gentle Lily immediately hugged him gently. The girl's soft body made Snape's stinging heart feel a little relieved at the same time. But there is no longer the sweetness like before, there is only a deep sense of urgency. $0. If I could protect Lily that day, the nightmare would be broken. As long as we can kill that James Potter, kill Voldemort. When he knew that the inevitable crisis would come again, even if it was Lily before dawn, her love and consideration for Snape were so real, and from this moment on, it would inevitably have a bitter taste. Snape spent year after year in a fantasy world full of tension and sweetness with Lily Evans. I don't know how Romon did it. Although they were at the same time in the illusion, what happened in these illusions was completely different from what Snape experienced last time. It actually made completely new changes based on his behavior in the illusion. This time, when Snape and Lily graduated from Hogwarts respectively, Snape's achievements had made greater progress than before, not only in the fantasy world, but also had a more prominent reputation. He also holds many honorary titles in the Ministry of Magic. With these changes in identity, this day, Godric Valley, in that familiar love nest. When I saw the bride Lily Snape wearing a white wedding dress again. Although Severus Snape's face was still smiling happily, his eyes could not help but nervously look around. At the wedding scene, an aura from the Ministry of Magic was closely guarding the surroundings that they did not understand. Work. Severus, I feel that you are very nervous and uneasy. Are you unhappy with me? When his wife Lily, who was gentle but obviously feeling disappointed, finally gave birth to a child to Snape after getting married, she finally couldn't help but ask such a question. Snape's eyes were filled with regret and guilt. Hugging each other tightly, taking a deep breath, thinking about his arrangements, he comforted himself again and again. But he didn't think about a thing at all. All of this is a false illusion, and his so-called arrangements are just some false self-deception. When the curse, like the death knell, sounded again in the Godric Valley. This time, although Snape had prepared a large number of defense personnel, the number of Death Eaters on Voldemort's side was even greater, and there was even an unknown wizard who he didn't know at all. Hold it! Hold it! Call for help from Dumbledore immediately! Hurry! Snape gritted his teeth and waved the wand in his hand wildly, creating an afterimage. He shouted at the Death Eaters who were rushing towards him like a tidal wave. However, at this moment, no matter how hoarse he screamed, struggled, and worked hard, the Death Eaters in front of him seemed to be completely inexhaustible, and they poured out from the end of the valley one after another. Ha 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 ha, Snape! You are going to die here. That BCH Evans is bound to die here too. James Potter roared like crazy, and actually took the initiative to attack Snape. One after another magic spells collided with each other. James Potter, who was knocked down by one of his own spells last time, now burst out with power that made Snape's expression change. At this time, a voice that made Snape almost lose his mind suddenly came from behind. Split into pieces. When he turned around, it was his wife Lily, waving her magic wand and rushing out. Snape's expression changed drastically. Go back. Lily. Go back quickly, I can live here. Go back quickly. However, at this moment, as an ugly evil figure walked out from among the Death Eaters, Snape's expression turned completely despairing. Looking at the other party's ferocious smile, he released the magic spell at Lily, who had not yet reacted. Snape's face instantly turned pale. Even if he tried his best, he could not get rid of James Potter in front of him. Avada has a big mouth. No. He staggered weakly from the sofa and fell to the ground, even though he used all the means at his disposal to get rid of the curse given to him by the devil Romon. However, everything in the illusion is not like reality after all and can be considered with common sense. There is absolutely no possibility of struggling before the inevitable outcome. At this moment, the pain was as suffocating as if life was worse than death, and Snape curled up weakly on the ground. Even though he knew that everything was an illusion, he still had the memory of being with Lily Evans, and even getting married and having children. But it's so real. And at this time, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from the window. When I turned my head, it was my own owl. After a while, he stepped forward slightly weakly and took out the letter from the owl's mouth. It was written by Dumbledore. Voldemort is confirmed to be hiding in Hogwarts. Snape, I have hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of East. Only I know how to get it. You spread the news quietly, and then, lure Voldemort to appear. Remember. Don't act without authorization. I know your pain, but we now have a bigger enemy than Voldemort. There was no need to read the rest of the content. The moment he saw the name in the letter, Snape almost gritted his teeth. Snape burned the letter instantly. The next moment, holding the magic wand, he was heading towards the place where the Mirror of East was stored as mentioned in the letter. A fierce rush got out. In the darkness of Hogwarts Castle, Snape's mind was filled with the tragic scenes of Voldemort killing Lily again and again. After all the twists and turns, I finally found the Mirror of East in the narrow basement where sundries are usually stored. Facing this side in front of you, you can see the magic mirror that you want to see. Snape had no intention of trying at all. Although they are all false, there is no doubt that Romon's dream of traveling back in time is more real. He tried casting several spells on the Mirror of East that might be used to hide the Philosopher's Stone, but nothing came of it. Snape's face was already ashen, and even more so. It's gloomy and terrifying. After looking around and hesitating for a while, Snape could only return to his dormitory disappointed. However, what he never expected was that shortly after Snape left, a figure appeared out of thin air in the basement. Glancing cautiously at the Mirror of East in front of him, Ronald was wondering what it was the next moment. In the mirror, his appearance began to suddenly distort and change. The next moment, he was shocked to find that he looked like the Silver Demon Lord Romon in a suit and leather suit. He had great strength and was sought after by the entire wizarding world. It only lasted for a few seconds, and Ronald was instantly addicted to it. It wasn't until an unknown amount of time passed that the improvement brought to him by studying black magic during this period of time finally made his expression change and he came back from the intoxicating dream scene. When he looked at the magic mirror in front of him again, the longing in his eyes had slowly transformed into deep horror and fear. This kind of thing can be so tempting to people. It's enough to make people fall into it in an instant. Taking 2 steps back slightly uneasily, Ronald thought about Snape's hurry just now, as if he was still looking for something on the magic mirror, and a bold guess appeared in his mind. Late at night, the door of Professor Quirrell's room, which was not very noticeable, was knocked for the first time. Weasley. You'd better call me Ronald. Professor Quirrell, who had just opened the door, looked suspiciously at Ronald, who had only one head floating in the air. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ronald gave a dissatisfied warning. Without having time to pay attention to the reaction of the guy in front of him, Ronald immediately told his purpose. Dark Lord, I should have discovered the Philosopher's Stone. Now, Quirrell, who was still a little dissatisfied with being scolded by a young wizard, suddenly changed his expression, and Voldemort on his body did not hesitate to order him to immediately set off. Impossible, you must be looking for the wrong one. I've looked in the basement here before, and there's nothing there. When Ronald came here with Quirrell, before he finished speaking, Quirrell was stunned by the mirror of Ariste in front of him. How is this possible? There were obviously no mirrors here at that time. Without waiting for him to explain, the next moment, Voldemort immediately took over control of his body. Walking to the familiar mirror in front of him, Voldemort had almost concluded that Dumbledore had hidden the Philosopher's Stone here. Otherwise, there would be nothing else in Hogwarts where it can. But how to take things out? Voldemort carefully felt the changes in the magic mirror, and Ronald stood quietly aside. In order to prevent sudden arrival, he put the entire invisibility cloak on himself. As for Voldemort, he gradually became a little helpless and acted a little irritable. Behind the reflection in the mirror, a figure slowly appeared. Voldemort, you are more anxious than I thought. Dumbledore. Not to mention Ronald, who was shocked. Even Voldemort, who was standing in front of the mirror, felt his body tremble. Don't be nervous. This is just an illusion. I think you can see that if you want the Philosopher's Stone, it's best to calm down and let us talk to each other. Talk. Voldemort was silent for a moment and narrowed his flounder eyes slightly. Tell me what you are going to do, Mr. Dumbledore. Hearing the sarcasm in Voldemort's words, Dumbledore, who was currently in the Goblin City with his eyes closed to communicate with the other party, was lifeless. Voldemort, how about the two of us working together to eliminate the silver demon Roman Kowalski now? Chapter 101. Join forces. Not to mention Ronald, who is hiding in the corner and wearing an invisibility cloak. Even the Dark Lord Voldemort, who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, was clearly stunned for a moment after hearing Dumbledore's vision in the mirror. Walter? Dumbledore, what did you say? Voldemort asked with some uncertainty. However, when he got the same answer from Dumbledore in the mirror the next moment, he was completely speechless. He glanced at the mirror of Ariste in front of him without leaving a trace, confirming that everything in front of him was not what he called what he wanted to see most shown in the mirror. But if you think about it carefully, Dumbledore's suggestion of such a union at this moment is quite reasonable. But it's one thing to be justified, and it's another thing to be able to truly accept it. Haha, union? Albus Dumbledore, are you thinking about things too simply? Is there any possibility of union between us? Not to mention anything else, Severus Snape, the guy who betrayed me back then, and those members of the Order of the Phoenix under your command. Do you know what you are talking about? Or do you think I can be treated like this by you now? Fooled. He sneered and shook his head. Voldemort had no intention of joining forces with him. However, the next moment, Dumbledore in the mirror slowly took out something from his pocket. Magic stone. Looking at Voldemort, whose face was instantly filled with greed, Dumbledore looked calm. Voldemort, that has been a long time ago. Today's Order of the Phoenix has long existed in name only. Facing an existence like the Silver Demon that will bring devastating threats to the entire wizarding world and even the world, I can't care so much. Similarly, what kind of existence do you, the Dark Lord now in Hogwarts, look like in front of the Silver Lord Romon? A parasite that bears the name of the Dark Lord, but still needs to live in the body of our Professor Quirrell. Or, a circus monkey for the Silver Devil's entertainment. Albus Dumbledore. A sharp roar came out of Voldemort's mouth in anger. However, Dumbledore showed no sign of wavering at the other party's reaction. The shadow in the mirror gently shook the magic stone in his hand that could restore Voldemort's strength. Facing the angry Voldemort, he continued to expose the tragic reality of the other party's current situation without mercy. Voldemort, I'm very curious as to why Professor Quirrell can continue to work for you in a place like Hogwarts, under the nose of the Silver Devil, but, you know how many people like this are there around? Or do you think that after some time, Professor Quirrell will still be Professor Quirrell? No. Master. Don't listen to this old BDS nonsense. I am your most loyal subordinate, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. This guy Dumbledore is provoking. Shut up. Quirrell, who had his back to the Mirror of East, heard Dumbledore say this to him. Immediately, he was anxious and hurriedly started to explain. However, before he could explain clearly, the next moment he was rudely interrupted by Voldemort on the back of his head. Voldemort stared at the Philosopher's Stone in Dumbledore's hand for a long time, and finally, "What's the difference between you and me now? The greatest white wizard of this century who is wanted by the British wizarding community. Haha, do you think the two of us will be Roman Kowalski's opponent if we join forces? Dumbledore, at least, joining forces is the only way we can get rid of him." He said this as if to show his sincerity. In the reflection of the Mirror of East, Dumbledore slowly put the Philosopher's Stone in his hand into the pocket of Quirrell's body. This scene instantly caused Voldemort to breathe heavily with excitement. But the next moment, boom! The door to the basement was suddenly pushed open violently, and the next moment, Snape held the wand in his hand, pointed it at Professor Quirrell, who had his back to the Mirror of East, and without hesitation released a dazzling and ominous light. Avada eats the big melon. Quirrell was also suddenly surprised. "Master, be careful." His body instinctively moved toward him, and he fell down in a panic, rolling on the spot. Even Quirrell himself never thought about how he narrowly avoided this move. When I saw Snape, who suddenly appeared, and his face could almost be described as ferocious. He didn't care about the fact that the other party was once a Death Eater. He raised the wand in his hand as Snape's wand turned. Avada eats the big melon. Avada eats the big melon. Amidst the two curses uttered in unison, intense magic fluctuations instantly surged in the basement of Hogwarts. Severus! Stop, now is not the time to do it. In the Mirror of East, Dumbledore tried to dissuade Snape, but at this moment he had no idea. Under the influence of Romon's bottle of dream time travel, the damn Dark Lord Voldemort in front of him had killed Snape's wife and children twice in succession. This unforgettable feeling of hatred followed Dumbledore, the White Wizard, to join forces with the other party. And he even allowed himself, who loved Lily deeply, to secretly help this top enemy regain his strength. Strong hatred and the most solid and full murderous intention flashed in Snape's eyes, and the death curse released on the wand instantly suppressed the magical energy released by Quirrell and pushed forward crazily. "Albus Dumbledore! Kill this guy, you old BD will be next. I will definitely make your life worse than death." Snape roared angrily. At this moment, he was no longer the shadow of Dumbledore's #1 general. What about the Silver Lord ruling the world, what about the Dark Lord being resurrected, and what about Dumbledore being wrongly accused? These things have already completely lost any value in his heart. The only thing he was determined in his heart and wanted to achieve was undoubtedly to resurrect Lily, prevent the final tragedy in the dream, and at the same time make Lily his true wife in reality. Compared to this, what Dumbledore said was no longer what Snape cared about. But at this moment, in the midst of this fierce battle with magic spells, Ronald, who had been hiding in the corner with an invisibility cloak on his body, was shocked by this sudden and huge change and lost the ability to react. He could only huddle in the corner almost instinctively. Make sure that the invisibility cloak can completely cover you and not be affected by the spell confrontation between the two sides. Owner. I know, don't bother. In the Palace of Truth, In the laboratory, after taking the magic bloodline strengthening potion specially prepared by him, he saw that the magic power fluctuations emanating from his body began to become stronger and stronger. Evil Weaver Arachni. Romon obviously noticed something around him, and Miss Wednesday, who came to report, took action. Although Romon basically did not strengthen or improve himself during this period. But I have accumulated a perfect alchemical transformation for more than 10 years, including the 3-piece set of Mage's Heart, Mage's Blood, and Original Magic Mark. Coupled with the dark magic gained from Tyrant's Dark Crown. Strength is automatically improving every day. Among them, the one he took later was used to gain the ability to cast magic spells on the soul, and the Grey Barrow Morning Potion he studied was under the influence of Romon's Mage Main God equipment. Romon's mental power, which can also be said to be soul strength, is improving every day. Even if you don't deliberately monitor. He was fully aware of all the goings-on in Hogwarts. Even when Romon was studying the magical creatures and magic potions in his hands, he would quietly admire Snape, who was kissing classmate Lily in the fantasy world and pouting his lips obscenely. Or look at the original characters. Some of the original characters have gradually become obsolete in their own hands. Gain a sense of pleasure akin to God's control. Sometimes I really don't understand you. Why on earth don't you nip these dangers in the cradle? Wednesday shook his head speechlessly, not understanding Romon's behavior, which seemed to her a bit suicidal, and cultivating competitors. However, when he heard the word danger from the other party's mouth, he was controlling his magic power to freshly pick some important parts of the high-grade potion in front of him. Romon was cut with precision, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curve. Danger? I think it's a surprise. It's like God suddenly gave me a treasure box that can produce surprises all the time. Romon's smile was a little weird. Miss Wednesday had no idea, let alone the 2 Hogwarts professors currently fighting fiercely in the basement, or even earlier, Ronald, the red-haired Weasley, had stolen the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter. Romon also saw something as bold as reaching a cooperation with the Dark Lord. To be honest, because of his appearance, Hogwarts has completely deviated from the original work. Romon is full of expectations every day. Whether it was what Voldemort gave to Ronald, the self-introduction knowledge he gained after learning Romon's new curse theory, or the modifications made by various professors to the curses they were good at. A large amount of proficiency is provided to Romon's Dharma Temple every day. Let alone the Dark Lord currently staying at Hogwarts, who is just a half-disabled waste. Even Tom Riddle at his true peak, Romon would definitely not mind him being in Hogwarts. Even, Romon didn't mind opening his library to the Dark Lord. For nothing else. Isn't this a proper low-end version of Dharma Temple? He shook his head slightly, looking at the 2 sides who were already fighting extremely fiercely in his perception, and not only tsked, but also let out an inexplicable exclamation. Look, how much our Professor Snape looks like a love-crazed warrior now. Of course, this strength can indeed stretch the crotch. It has been so many years, but there is still no improvement in the magic. As Romon said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed coldly. Severus, what we need to do now is to unite. We need to let go of our original prejudices together. We now have a common enemy. The Silver Demon Romon has turned Hogwarts into a coliseum for his pleasure. We must not let him turn the entire British wizarding world, or even the whole world has become like this. He's teasing us all. Severus, calm down. That's enough, Snape, stop it. In the Mirror of East, Dumbledore's voice, from the initial exhortation, gradually became more severe along with Snape's curse, and he was about to kill Quirrell on the spot. It also gradually became stricter. Until the end, he simply scolded him in a commanding tone. Zato. Dumbledore, you are indeed very adaptable to your identity now. Snape retorted coldly, and the next moment, the magic power of the wand in his hand surged more intensely. Finally, Luo also showed his expression. Idiot! Stop getting entangled with this guy here and leave. Get out of here quickly. In his pocket, Dumbledore had already handed the Sorcerer's Stone into his hands. Although it had been exposed now, it didn't matter anymore. After getting the magic stone, he will soon be able to return to his heyday. However, how could Snape give the guy in front of him, who killed his wife and son, any chance of survival at this moment? From the moment he raised his wand, the Dark Lord in front of him was bound to die in his hands. The divine edge is shadowless. The sharp magic whizzed past, like a sword blade, piercing through the opponent's chest the moment Quirrell broke free from the whirlpool of magic. Along with it, bursts of miserable howls came from the back of Quirrell's head. Ah! Snape! UBD! Looking at Quirrell, who fell to the ground, bursts of black energy emerged from his body, turned into a ghost, and rushed towards him. Snape said nothing and raised the wand in his hand again. Dark green light bloomed. Avada eats the big melon. The black energy is shattered. Suddenly, the aura of Dark Lord Voldemort that originally existed in the basement gradually faded and then disappeared. Snape looked at Quirrell, whose heart had been pierced by his blow, and at the dirty thing on the back of his head, which was slowly falling off like mud. The fierce light in his eyes gradually faded. "Oh, Severus, what on earth did you do?" Dumbledore sighed sadly, looking at Snape, who was clearly not of the same mind as him and who would definitely not be able to use him anymore. After sighing, the figure slowly walked away. Disappeared in the mirror of Air East. Soon, Snape dealt with Voldemort and walked out of the basement to inform the other professors at Hogwarts, as well as Romon, the principal of Hogwarts. Ronald, who had been hiding in the corner, shivering, even so nervous that his face turned red because he was holding his breath, finally took a deep breath. It was as if a person who was about to suffocate finally breathed in air. After taking a short breath, he immediately walked quickly towards Quirrell, who had lost all movement. A hand reaches into one of the other's pockets. Looking at the magic stone in his hand, a burning color flashed in his eyes. "I don't dare to stay here for even a second, even if I am wearing an invisibility cloak." He quickly disappeared into the basement. And when Romon, the principal of Hogwarts, received an urgent report from Snape, he led a group of Hogwarts professors to the basement and saw the tragic battle here. After the fight scene, Romon glanced calmly at Quirrell, who was still staring at the ground, and the light in his eyes flashed away. "This aura is indeed that of the Dark Lord Voldemort. It seems that our Professor Snape has been doing his best to patrol Hogwarts at night during this period. As expected. It has quite good results." Romon looked at Snape with a smile. Just like Professor McGonagall and others around him, they all had expressions of admiration and joy. "I think Professor Snape's name will appear in the Daily Prophet soon after tomorrow night." Ronald, who ran back to the dormitory in a hurry, did not calm down for a long time after getting into bed. Under the covers, he took out his wand and cast a fluorescent spell. Looking at the magic stone in his hand that wasn't very pretty. His eyes were full of fire. However, just when he was thinking about how to use this thing, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Magic, I need a lot of magic." Chapter 102. "Ronald, you look very lethargic. The dark circles under your eyes are obvious." "It's quite obvious." In the Hogwarts restaurant, Harry couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Ronald arriving late. When he left the dormitory, he specifically reminded him, but Ronald was covered in quilt at that time and didn't react at all. Looking at the other party's dark eye sockets that were so obvious that they looked like they were wearing eyeshadow, I couldn't help but ask. Simo, who was eating a sausage on the side, immediately added emphasis. After hearing this, Ronald touched his still sore eyes and just smiled reluctantly. "Too many things happened last night. First, I witnessed the legendary Philosopher's Stone, and then I witnessed the cooperation negotiations between Dumbledore and Voldemort that almost overturned their worldview. At the end, Snape suddenly appeared and a fierce battle ensued. And later, he touched his chest without leaving any trace. The magic stone that concealed the extremely weak Voldemort's soul was being carefully carried around in his lined pocket. Although Voldemort is not dead now, he is so weak that it is very difficult to even speak. However, Ronald couldn't care less at the moment. During this period, his image as a top student was probably about to collapse. Sitting in his seat, he absent-mindedly ate breakfast. Now Voldemort, does he want to hand him over, or to take over the dead Quirrell and help Voldemort regain his strength? Although Ronald has become a lot more mature than in the original work for this kind of big event, he is still in a huge tangle now. At this time, as Romon, the principal of Hogwarts, arrived in the dining hall, people from all over Hogwarts arrived one after another. However, when all the young wizards saw the figures following closely behind Romon, their expressions were 403. Only Ronald, who was sitting in the Gryffindor position, could not help but lower his head nervously. I kept praying in my heart that Harry Potter's invisibility cloak was powerful enough to prevent people from the Ministry of Magic from detecting him. That's right, the people who came were clearly several senior officials from the Ministry of Magic, headed by the now hot Conley Fudge, known as the British Wizard and Ghost Reformer. However, at this moment, the Reformer followed Romon carefully with a cautious and flattering look. It seems that he doesn't care at all that his identity as Romon Motsai is seen or cast aside by the people around him. When Professor McGonagall announced next, amidst the exclamations of all the young wizards at Hogwarts. Just last night, the head of Slytherin in charge of the Night Watch and Professor Snape of Potions successfully uncovered a hidden Death Eater in Hogwarts Castle. At the same time, the remnants of the Dark Lord were still hidden in the opponent. Strength. Perhaps even Professor McGonagall himself was not sure whether the Dark Lord was really killed by Snape last night. However, such a sentence immediately caused an uproar in the Hogwarts restaurant. Walter. Dark Lord. Oh my God, Professor Quirrell. Did Professor McGonagall just say Professor Quirrell? He could be a Death Eater like that. I remember that he was once fainted by that giant monster. To be honest, it really didn't look like he was fake at the time. Listening to the discussions among the people in the audience, the little wizards on the Slytherin side, when they heard that their dean had done all this, they all looked at the person with admiring eyes. Calmly and slowly stood up from his seat. Snape receiving an award from Minister of Magic Fudge. The click-click of the magic camera shutter and the sound of exposure. Finally, after Fudge's show work was over, as Romon smiled and motioned for everyone to take their seats, the voices in the restaurant gradually calmed down. He calmly swept over the little wizards present. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I deeply appreciate Professor Snape's dutiful and heroic behavior, and as a reward for Professor Snape, I will reward him with a spell that suits him very well. In addition, Romon looked in Slytherin's direction. If all Slytherin members participate in any Demon King's bounty mission in the next year, the reward points earned by the Demon King will be increased by 20%. Oh my God! Ha 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 ha, long live Professor Snape! Long live Professor Romon! Long live Slytherin! A loud roar of surprise first came from Draco Malfoy's mouth, instantly detonating the entire Hogwarts restaurant. And looking at the Slytherin wizards who were instantly overjoyed and overwhelmed with excitement, the young wizards who originally didn't feel much about Quirrell's incident. From this moment, everyone felt inexplicable envy, and feeling the expectant and resentful looks from the little wizards, even someone like Professor McGonagall couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed at this moment. Like Professor Flitwick and the others, they glanced slightly to the side in embarrassment. Professor Romon is really making it difficult for us. Professor Sprout also whispered distressedly beside McGonagall. Although Hufflepuff's little badgers all looked so uncontested, they must be envious. For a moment, Professor Sprout couldn't help but wish he could take back Quirrell's body, which had been taken away by the Ministry of Magic, and chop the guy up in front of the whole school and throw it into the toilet as fertilizer. Seeing the polarized crowd at the scene, Romon smiled slightly at this time. But finally today, I decided to take out what I had prepared for a long time. For this reason, he even deliberately slowed down the construction of his potion garden. Little wizards from other colleges don't have to be envious. Not everyone can encounter this kind of thing involving luck. Although good luck is indeed enviable, please believe that no one can be lucky forever. On the road of wizards, what can really support you to go further must be hard work, wisdom, adventure, and determination not to be ordinary. Seeing everyone fell silent, Romon clapped his hands gently at this time. When everyone looked at him, he suddenly smiled and said something. But now, all the little wizards of Hogwarts, I would like to sincerely congratulate you. The good luck that belongs to each of you is about to come. Under everyone's doubtful eyes, Romon waved his hand. The next moment, phantoms like mountain rivers appeared on the ceiling of the entire Hogwarts restaurant. The lush canyon is accompanied by 3 routes that divide this map into several areas. Magnificent statues stand at the same distance from each other on each of these roads. Then there are some things on both sides that no one can understand, like crystal towers. Professor Romon seems to have come up with something amazing again. Cornelius Fudge couldn't help but admire. As a power speculator, he knew very well who he had the power he had now because of him. Therefore, he has absolutely no objection to any behavior of Romon, even if it offends or violates the laws of the Ministry of Magic. On the contrary, he will be very smart to help Romon cover it up. Like the fact that Quirrell is a hidden Death Eater. In the following Daily Prophet, the content will surely be extensively discussed. The reason why Quirrell was able to hide in Hogwarts was entirely the work of the previous principal, Dumbledore, the wanted criminal who has betrayed the British wizarding community. He had secretly made some kind of deal with the Death Eaters, or maybe it was simply a dereliction of duty on his part that he didn't notice something was wrong with Quirrell. There would not be a single word of doubt about Romon. Looking at the gorgeous phantom in front of him, which seemed to be a canyon, not only Fudge, but everyone present wanted to see what new gadget Romon had. With the appearance of these phantoms, the young wizards present and the Ping Wizard's book in the hands of the professors couldn't help but light up. In the golden light, lines of text appeared in front of everyone with new content. Decisive battle in Wizard Canyon. Hogwarts large-scale Wizard Legion competition. From today on, wizards of all grades in the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts will form teams freely, with 100 people in each team, and descend on Warcraft Fortress Human in the form of alchemical projection. On the plain outside Hoeken, in the latest canyon map. With the same team of hundreds of wizards, they started fighting each other. Destroy the opponent's defense tower, battle doll summoning crystal, and alliance crystal to gain the final victory. Wizard's Book, the rules of the alliance game that were very popular in the previous life have been magically modified by Romon. It's just that in Romon's new setting, the so-called heroes on both sides have become what Romon calls a team of 100 wizards each. In this canyon showdown, there will be no real death. Even if they die in battle, everyone will still have a chance to be resurrected in the Alliance Crystal. You just need to think about using the most powerful means and as quickly as possible to kill the enemy in front of you, destroy their fortress, and win. Looking at the little wizards who all had their eyes widened and showed obvious expressions of interest, Romon couldn't help but a strange color flashed in his eyes. Just be interested, the leeks have been cultivated for a while. It's time to officially start large-scale harvesting. Outside Warcraft Fortress Puppet Village, Romon has already made all-round alchemical transformations on the map of Wizard Canyon. As long as the little wizard enters there, Romon does not even need to carry out mental monitoring. There is no need to go in and stare in person. Whether the other party releases a magic spell, uses potions, activates bloodline power, etc., all detailed data will be transmitted to Romon's Dharma Temple in fact. Like a fully automated slaughterhouse. And looking at these little leaks who were talking about each other, Romon finally dropped the next bombshell as he always did. Every semester, the college will officially hold a duel involving all wizards. The winning team will receive a bottle of high-end magic potion that I personally refined. Well, the potion used by Miss Wednesday that you have always envied is also among them. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Walter! Harry, come on, pinch me, is this really true? I didn't, ouch! You're trying too hard. Professor Romon! Oh my god, that potion is actually going to be taken out as a reward for the winner of the competition. As for Cornelius Fudge, who was sitting in the invitation seat, after hearing this bombshell news, he was originally quite calm. His calm expression suddenly turned red with excitement. He actually stood up immediately and wanted to ask Romon for details. However, looking at this figure, he did not dare to interrupt the other person's speech. He could not calm down at all. He was shaking with excitement and stared at Romon's back with his eyes. But Romon's eyes were sweeping across the entire audience at this moment, not caring about the huge sensation that his words would bring. Spoke again. In addition to potions that can instantly gain powerful magical power, there are also potions that can allow you to awaken a certain wizard bloodline, advanced alchemical weapons, wands, etc. Of course, if you are interested in a long life, I will also bring out the elixir of life. Water shit. My god, I must have heard wrong, immortality. Then, can that kind of thing really be realized? Damn. It must be true. Look at Professor McGonagall today. Oh my god, his skin is better than my sister. Fight. I will definitely participate in this competition. I which Book of Masters magic power rating is C, is there anyone who can team up with me? 6th year Gryffindor wizard. My magic rating is C+, I know almost all basic spells, and I have good grades in defense of the black cube. Hearing that there were people at the scene, he excitedly started to gather people to form a team on the spot, forming a powerful team of 100 wizards to participate in the duel Romon mentioned. Romon just snapped his fingers, and instantly everyone in the scene fell silent involuntarily. As if they were under some forced control, they all sat calmly in their seats. However, Romon's terrifying power made these little wizards who were sitting upright in their seats have red bloodshot eyes with excitement. Powerful power! Such a powerful power, Romon actually wants to share it with us. This is definitely the fastest way to become stronger. Everyone looked at each other, and the silent communication was already passed on to each other excitedly. But at this time, Romon, who was standing in front of the stage, once again dropped bombshells one after another. In the official Demon King Cup Academy competition, in addition to the top reward the winning team will receive, a certain amount of Demon King points will also be obtained by killing enemy wizards during the competition. Point. The more wizards you kill in a row, the more Demon King points you will get. In addition to the winner's team receiving a top reward of 3.0, the person who kills the most wizards during the duel will also receive a top reward that belongs only to him. As soon as these words came out, even though they were suppressed by Romon, the bodies of these little wizards were obviously shaking with excitement. Romon didn't have any thoughts about the subsequent content, he explained it, and after presenting the content in the wizard's book, he sat back in his seat, waved his hand, and said to the little wizards. Control is lifted. The next moment boom! The sound was like a floodgate opening, and it almost broke the ceiling of the entire Hogwarts restaurant. Almost immediately, the little wizards lowered their heads and looked at the wizard's book in their hands seriously. At this moment, the professors around Romon also gathered together. Come over. Professor McGonagall, Professor Romon, can you really make this thing that allows little wizards to realistically simulate combat, and be killed without actually being killed? Is it possible? Risk. Professor Sprout, Professor Romon, is it possible to actively apply for and select the top potion rewards? Professor Flitwick, Well, Romon, I mean, if the professor also participates in this duel, is it okay? Seeing the strange looks from everyone, Dean Ravenclaw and Professor Flitwick blushed, but then he stopped pretending. He snorted. Looking at what I do, Professor Snape can still bring rewards to all Slytherin members. As the head of Ravenclaw, shouldn't I do something for my students? May I? At this time, everyone's eyes lit up. On the side, Cornelius Fudge finally squeezed in and looked at Romon excitedly and expectantly. Well, Professor Romon, I wonder if your competition in Wizard Canyon can promote the entire British teaching thought. I think it could replace Quidditch. Chapter 103. Replace Quidditch. When this sentence came out of the mouth of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, several Hogwarts professors around him couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Especially Professor McGonagall, who loves Quidditch the most. When he heard such words, his first reaction was that it was impossible. However, just the next moment, my mind couldn't help but think of the information revealed in Romon's words just now, and then I turned around to see that I had already forgotten about breakfast. They all held their own wizard's book in their hands and began to communicate in twos and threes about their own strength, planning to form a team of 100 young wizards. This kind of enthusiasm is rarely seen even at Quidditch matches. And once the real Wizard's Canyon has the magical charm that Romon said, it will replace Quidditch and become the event jointly pursued by the British wizarding community and even the world's wizarding community. It's not impossible. Minister Fudge, I know what you mean, but, you know, this is not a trivial matter, and I can create such a huge alchemy magic array and arrange the Wizard Canyon. The scene has almost wiped out all the income of my potion shop in the past few months. Although I also hope that such an event, which can greatly improve the overall quality of the wizarding world, can spread and attract the attention and participation of the entire British wizarding community, this is not a simple matter. Hearing this, Cornelius Fudge's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of deep anxiety and loss. Professor Romon, is there no other way? Wait. In an instant, Cornelius Fudge seemed to have thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Romon in front of him. Professor Romon, you just said that your biggest problem now is that you don't have any available funds to build extra special places like Wizard Canyon, right? Romon immediately gave the other party an appreciative look. Although Fudge is completely useless at times, at least he is very good at sizing up situations and observing people's actions. Seeing Romon nodding slightly, Fudge's eyes lit up. Well, Professor Romon, how about I represent the Ministry of Magic and reach a cooperation with you? You provide those advanced alchemy and magic circle technologies, and our Gringotts under the Ministry of Magic is responsible for investing in you to transform some large-scale giants in the British wizarding world. A strange venue. That's how smart Fudge is. After getting a nod from Romon, Dangji immediately set off and returned to the Ministry of Magic. That night, while the Daily Prophet was still preparing to report on what happened at Hogwarts today, Gao Kong from the Ministry of Magic came to the rescue. Minister Fudge, if it is a great project developed by Professor Romon, although I have not personally checked what kind of project it is, I think it is completely worthy of our heavy investment. Now we, the Ministry of Magic, manage Gringotts. Although we have opened some gold galleons loan business like banks in the Muggle world, the results have not been much improved. Today's Gringotts is in urgent need of a huge project destined to be remembered by the world. The Ministry of Magic official in charge of Gringotts said with obvious joy and excitement on his face. Although the Silver Demon Lord Romon's devastation and influence on the British wizarding world cannot be forgotten by anyone, what is being mentioned by more people now is Romon's superb potion technology. And that magical alchemy. And all those whose families have little wizards studying at Hogwarts have learned a lot about Romon's theoretical achievements in magic from their children's mouths. Night. In the Gryffindor's lounge. Ronald waited until Harry Potter and the others finally fell asleep and their breathing gradually became calmer. He carefully took out something from under the pillow, and then covered himself completely with the quilt. Black, Dark Lord. Magic power, I need magic power. It's still the same sound. Even though he thought about the strong, motion sickness like nausea and strong feeling of weakness that left his body after the magic power was extracted last night, Ronald couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. But, once again, I thought about the upcoming Wizards Canyon Demon Cup Academy competition that Hogwarts is about to usher in. Ronald also had to follow the method suggested by the weak Voldemort last night. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pressed the magic stone in his hand between his eyebrows. Ugh! Zyraket! Damn you BD, leave some for me. I have some damn business with you. With just the effort of breathing and the familiar strong suction, Ronald felt that his magic power, which had reached the D-end level, was about to be drained out in an instant. He cursed hurriedly in his mouth. It seemed that he sensed Ronald's disgust at this moment, or that the Dark Lord's current state was indeed extremely different. Faced with such a scolding, the next moment, the power of absorbing magic power disappeared on the spot. Ronald's complexion paled slightly, and the strong sense of emptiness still gradually came over his body. Accompanied by this, there is also a strong sense of sleepiness. Fortunately, thinking that there were still important things to do today, Ronald bit his tongue, and the pain made him instantly refreshed. Professor Romon came up with a new trick today. He said that he would also reward top-notch potions that can give people great strength. There's no time, put the magic stone between your eyebrows. Ronald, who was interrupted, suddenly looked unhappy. What do you mean? I have no magic power anymore. BD, if you are so useless, Mr. Dark Lord, then maybe I should find you a place where you can truly realize your value. Just do it. Voldemort's extremely weak voice became a bit colder. After Ronald was silent for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and placed the magic stone in his hand towards his eyebrows again. However, it was a warning verbally. If you dare to extract my magic power again, I will hand you over to Professor Romon now. The next moment, when the familiar, slightly cold magic stone touched his eyebrows, Ronald's body couldn't help but tremble on the spot. In an instant, a sense of absurd exposure, as if something was being spied on, along with a strong sense of shame, flooded into my mind. However, before Ronald could react, the next moment, Voldemort's voice sounded in his mind again. However, this time, even Ronald could hear the other party's obvious excitement in his voice. You must get the best results. MVP. Ronald, if you get the MVP, I will be able to recover quickly. Within the magic stone, there is a space that looks like a void universe. Voldemort, who was already so humble and pitiful that he was in a state like a ball of black smoke, could be said to have used all of his power at this moment in every word he spoke to the outside. However, after reading Ronald's memory today, Voldemort also learned about the Wizards Canyon launched by Romon today. When hearing the memory of Ronald, the moment Romon talked about the rewards for the winners of the competition, even Tom Riddle, who was extremely talented and could even be called the pride of heaven, couldn't help but feel a little jealous of these little wizards at Hogwarts. If there was such an activity at his time, his Voldemort's achievements will definitely be even more terrifying. Rather than just jumping around in the small British wizarding world for a few times, he was F-ed like this. However, Ronald, who resisted the nausea of having his memory spied upon, heard his voice. But he snorted coldly. Winner? Lord Dark Lord, you seem to be too confident in me. It was a battle between hundreds of people, and when there was no fear of death, the intensity of the battle, why should I be the winner? Ronald's words immediately silenced Voldemort. Indeed, this kind of situation will definitely involve fighting between senior wizards. Even Ronald today is very good, but that is still excellent within a certain range. Facing the 5th and 6th grade Hogwarts wizards, that is really not enough. Maybe you can rely on the special magic spell you have to fight these people, or escape from them, but want to defeat the opponent. Disaster. I understand. I will help you get as good a position as possible. When the time comes, you can take Romon's top potion and use the Demon King points you got to exchange it for me for some potions that can restore your strength and body. Voldemort was silent for a moment and spoke calmly. And at the next moment, Ronald, who was just about to take the magic stone from his eyebrows, felt strange images suddenly pouring into his brain. And in a very short period of time, it actually gave him a strong sense of familiarity. That is a lot of knowledge about the principles of magic, as well as a brand new magic that has been strengthened and improved. Damn it! It turns out that you are completely different from what you said at the beginning, and you really have something to hide. Ronald was furious, but Voldemort no longer had the energy to pay attention to him. After weakly saying we must win the winner, he disappeared. And if someone like Ronald, faced with such a big event, the first thing he thinks of is to find his grandfather of the Philosopher's Stone, then the other little wizards at Hogwarts at this moment can also be said to be the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his magical powers. The next day, at lunchtime, an owl brought today's daily prophet over. Before the above content even had time to unfold, everyone had already seen information such as a lurking Death Eater was captured inside Hogwarts and has been killed, and Hogwarts principal Romon Coles. Professor G, in order to improve the little wizard's magic practice and combat ability, developed Wizard Canyon. Such a catchy title. However, almost the vast majority of young wizards ignored the current newspaper. The first thing he looked at was the reply from his wizard parents. Yes. After Draco saw his father's reply in the letter, the family will fully support you and is already mobilizing family resources to find ways to improve your strength. The whole person jumped up from his position on the spot with excitement. He inadvertently looked in the direction of the Gryffindor dining table, and met Harry Potter's eyes, who happened to be looking over. Snort! A cold snort came from Draco's mouth, and the undisguised hatred in his eyes made him directly make a gesture of wiping his neck towards Harry Potter. Such behavior should attract Professor McGonagall, who is currently sitting in the professor's seat. Professor Snape, I think you should really take care of that student of yours, he is so outrageous. However, in this regard, Sneege. Pu seemed not to have heard of it, and his distracted look made the look of annoyance on Professor McGonagall's face become even more intense. He made up his mind and waited until Gryffindor's wizard team was ready. She, Minerva McGonagall, had to personally lead this team into the Warcraft Fortress to participate in this fierce Wizard's Canyon duel. Teach Snape, this BD Jr., what it means to respect your seniors. Harry, we have already signed up. We are the wizard team headed by Prefect Percy Weasley and the others. It is about to be full. You should go quickly. Neville pulled Harry, who was stunned, and the latter finally reacted and hurriedly moved towards the front of the Gryffindor table. And looking at the little Gryffindor wizards lining up in front of his brother, Percy Weasley. Ronald's eyes quickly moved away, looking in other directions in the restaurant. Then, with everyone watching in astonishment, he walked towards the table on Little Snake's side. Draco Malfoy, I heard that you are planning to form a wizard team. Are you interested in leaving a place for me? The sudden question and the familiar red hair made Draco freeze in place for a moment. And it was at this time that the Slytherins around them heard the proposal of Ronald, the little Gryffindor lion. At this moment, they all looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Pansy Parkinson, who had just filled in her name on the registration form, looked disdainful. Redhead, is your brain trapped by your Gryffindor door? We are a Slytherin team here, you. Ronald shook his head calmly. The Book of Wizards does not say that wizards from different colleges cannot join the teams of other colleges. The competition is based on wizard teams, not academy. Ronald ignored the strange looks from the people around him, and instead stared calmly at Draco in front of him. Draco Malfoy, I'm waiting for your answer. If you don't agree, I won't force it, but if you agree, congratulations, you will get a very excellent helper. Greshet. Is that guy Ronald going to join the Slytherin team? Draco didn't answer yet. However, a voice suddenly sounded from Gryffindor's side, and the originally noisy restaurant fell silent for a moment. Pairs of doubtful eyes looked towards Slytherin's side of the meal. When, Wang Dezeo, everyone saw the red-haired Ronald among a group of small snakes, they suddenly looked strangely in the direction of Gryffindor. Although, as Ronald said, wizards from various colleges, Romon did not prevent the team from forming. However, this kind of thing is almost everyone's instinctive reaction. No need to look at me like that. Needless to say more about my situation in Gryffindor, and I have no intention of covering it up. That's right, I won't take the initiative to get involved in the bloody feud between brothers. To be humiliated by them. Ronald said lightly, and Draco's eyes couldn't help but look in Snape's direction. However, the latter didn't pay attention at all at this moment, sitting there quietly in a daze. Finally, after taking a look at the registration form booklet in his hand, Draco finally nodded heavily. But it was a warning. If I knew that you were dragging us back, I would never make it easy for you, and it's best not to let me know that when you are facing Gryffindor. Give me two. Show mercy. Ronald smiled and extended his hand. Draco snorted and muttered Weasley's hand but still shook it. The City of Goblins. Ribbonblatt. Boom. Dumbledore looked at the Daily Prophet in his hand, and as if he was suddenly greatly stimulated, he slapped the newspaper on the table on the spot. Curses immediately began to pour out of his mouth. Damn it, Roman Kowalski, it's only been half a year, are you finally unable to bear it anymore? Time. With a gloomy expression, he stared out the window at the busy but windy fairy city that looked like a medieval city. His eyes were full of solemnity and anxiety. It won't be long before this kind of wizard duel competition will become popular in the entire British wizarding world. Stimulated by Romon's various rewards, everyone will become a crazy fan of curse duels, and if any violence occurs later. Roman Kowalski, you devil! Chapter 104. My God, there are so many changes happening here. Is there anything else to be built over there? It's the potion garden. I heard my daughter mention it in her letter. Professor Romon is definitely the best in the world in terms of space extension spells. Even though the Warcraft fortress is as big as a Muggle stadium, it's actually bigger than the entire London will be many times bigger. London? Haha, my son specifically said that there are 4 areas dedicated to breeding magical creatures in the Warcraft fortress. In any one area, there are more than 4 or 5 London ANS. Early in the morning, silhouettes appeared at the gate of Hogwarts. The moment Filch opened the door, they walked in bustlingly. When passing by Hogwarts Castle, they saw the Palace of Truth, Warcraft Fortress and the Potion Garden that had already taken shape in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, and they all stopped and talked. Among the crowd, Lucius and several other high-level officials of the pure-blood wizarding families ignored the reactions of these wizards and walked quickly towards the interior of Hogwarts. Today is the day when Hogwarts holds its first Silver Demon Wizards Canyon Showdown competition. Early on, they had received letters from their children and invitations to watch the games at Hogwarts. As parents of the little wizards at Hogwarts, they will also be eligible to watch this game. At the same time, Romon is also doing this to allow the Ministry of Magic to go faster in the next Wizards Canyon competition promotion. Once more elite harvesters like Wizard Canyon are built, Romon's own Dharma Temple will be able to acquire various knowledge more quickly. Soon, there was an open space outside Slytherin Academy. Father! Draco, who saw Lucius arriving, ran over happily wearing a wizard's robe with a coiled snake on it. And looking at his son who was obviously stronger and the magic power fluctuations emanating from his body had obviously improved a lot, Lucius also had a rare smile of satisfaction on his face. His eyes noticed the wizard robe on the other party. This is the unifying symbol of the wizard team we formed. Because of your father and the support of several uncles, I easily formed a team of pure-blood wizards. Father, don't worry, we will definitely win this wizard duel this time. Hearing his son's confident assurance, the look of satisfaction on Lucius's face became even stronger. Jason Vincent and others standing behind him also nodded with satisfaction. Due to Draco's performance during this period, although the Malfoy family is not the most powerful among pure-blood wizarding families, now everyone has vaguely regarded Lucius Malfoy as a pure-blooded wizarding family. The leader. Very well, Draco, behave well. I already know from the invitation letter to Hogwarts. Among the rewards prepared by Professor Romon this time, there is a potion that can bring the power of blood to wizards. Even if you don't get the winner, you can still redeem it as long as you have enough demon points. And, Crabbe. When Jason spoke to Draco in the previous lesson, he still looked kind and cheerful. The next moment he looked at Crabbe, who was not actually his biological son, and his expression suddenly turned cold and serious. Follow Draco properly. With your brain, I don't expect you to do anything. You just need to protect Draco. Do you understand? Seeing his son nodding repeatedly, the expression on Jason's face softened slightly. Haha, the name of the team is good, the pure-blooded snake wizard group, haha. Lucius, my blood is actually getting a little excited. Jason smiled, suddenly, as if he noticed something. He looked towards a figure behind Draco and the others. Did I see it wrong? The red-haired brat? Is that the Weasley family? Hearing this, everyone followed each other's gaze and looked towards the back of the team. Sure enough, if it weren't for the Weasley family's hair color, which can be said to be iconic in the wizarding world, no one would have noticed Ronald's existence. Why is that boy here? Aren't all the Weasleys Gryffindors? And he is actually wearing the clothes of your wizarding group. Draco. Lucius also frowned slightly, but Draco didn't mention this in the letter. Hearing this, Draco looked a little embarrassed. To be honest, even though he was the founder of this team and the heir to the Malfoy family. After he agreed, no one said anything, but Ronald was obviously still severely isolated. It's no wonder that Jason can spot the other person from the crowd at a glance. No one around him is willing to get close to him. It's really a vacuum zone. Ronald, who seemed to have noticed Draco's embarrassment and was carefully analyzing the battle plan Voldemort had calculated for him, raised his head slightly. He was stunned for a moment, and then stepped forward under the gaze of Lucius and other high-level officials of the pure-blood wizard family. Good morning, Mr. Malfoy and all the patriarchs of pure-blood families. Rather than the Weasley who is now in the past, I would rather you call me by my first name, Ronald, just Ronald. Perhaps in the future, this name will become a family surname. Calm words came from the short Ronald's mouth. After a brief period of shock, a burst of laughter came from Jason's mouth. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, today is a day of joy and joy. Ha 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 ha, are everyone in the Weasley family really so self-righteous? My name will become the surname of a family, Bala Bala. Looking at Jason with a funny expression, Ronald's eyes suddenly turned cold. In the silence, a group of strong malice in his heart had already taken shape in an instant during his short brewing. He narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to do something, but then he pursed his lips as if he thought of something. I know that you are dissatisfied with my appearance, not only you, but also your descendants, but this competition is equally important to me. I will not intensify conflicts for so-called recognition at this time, but I can also guarantee that if you still can't change your attitude towards me after this game, I won't show mercy to you. Seeing Ronald turning around, no longer paying attention to them, and walking towards not far away, Jason, who was obviously ridiculed, suddenly became furious and was about to step forward to teach this brat a lesson. But he was suddenly stopped by Lucius on the side. Enough. This boy is completely different from Arthur's family. He is right. Don't intensify conflicts at this time. At least judging from what happened in Hogwarts during this period, he will be in our team. 10 good fighting qualities. Hearing Lucius's words, Jason snorted coldly and ignored Ronald. As for the wizard team formed by Slytherin, except for the pure-blood snake formed by Draco Malfoy and others. There are also other wizards from mixed-blood wizard families who form the Supreme Glory Wizard Group. Like Slytherin, several other colleges also formed 2 participating teams. Gryffindor. Daughter, that Professor Romon, who was a guest in our home, has really become the principal of Hogwarts today? My God, it's incredible. As Hermione's guardians, the Grangers were also invited to Hogwarts despite being Muggles. There is no doubt that the luxurious, mysterious, and classical castle like Hogwarts, coupled with all kinds of magical things in the wizarding world, directly dazzled the Grangers. But Mr. Granger's attention is on the current owner of this castle, Romon, the principal of Hogwarts. Hearing this, Hermione also had a humiliating look on her face. Okay, Dad, Professor Romon should be waiting for us in the Warcraft Fortress. You should be able to see him in a while. There are many officials from the Ministry of Magic bothering Professor Romon right now. And the other side. Harry was also looking at the 3 people in front of him blankly at this moment. Petunia, Aunt. He had a big mouth and couldn't believe that Hogwarts would actually invite his aunt's family, not just his Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon Dursley, and Cousin Lord Dursley. All of them came. Ha, look at you, Harry, just like my sister, a complete freak. What Penny said was still so harsh. However, at this moment, she was huddled in her husband's arms aggrievedly, with obvious unwillingness and tears in her eyes. She had known about the existence of the wizarding world for a long time, but her sister, Harry's mother Lily, had wizarding talents. But she didn't have it at all. This sense of disparity made her full of evil thoughts towards Harry, her sister's son. Dudley, who was standing aside and had always bullied Harry in various ways in the past, was filled with restraint for some reason. He looked at his cousin who, although still much thinner than himself, had completely changed his temperament. I don't dare to be the same as before at all. On Harry's side, when both sides were in embarrassment, a burst of angry roars suddenly came from the team not far away. What? Slytherin. You said that boy Ronald joined the Slytherin team. Fred, why didn't you tell us about this in advance? No, why didn't you stop him? Molly Weasley had an angry look on her face, and her fiery red hair seemed to turn into flames. She pulled Ginny around her, and Ginny, who would not be able to enroll in Hogwarts until next year, was shocked. But when he heard his mother's accusation, Percy, who was the leader of the Gryffindor Golden Leo Wizarding Group, looked innocent. Sorry mother, I really don't know how to tell you about this. He doesn't even use the surname Weasley now, and when he signed up, he didn't mean to come to me. Seeing her son's reaction, the fire in Molly's heart became more intense. Arthur on the side could not help but look between the twins and Percy with disappointed eyes. Please give me flowers 0. As for Ronald giving up the Weasley surname, it can be said that it is now known to the entire British wizarding world. Dumbledore had an accident some time ago, and the Weasley family is a core member of the Order of the Phoenix. They also experienced various inquiries and investigations from the Ministry of Magic that made them anxious. For a while, he forgot to deal with this matter. Until now, it seems Ronald has known about their tacit approval. The gazes from the wizarding families gathered around them, making the Weasleys feel a strong sense of embarrassment. Listen, boys. There's no way Ronald is giving up his last name. As his father, I firmly disagree with this matter. This is just a misunderstanding, and so are you are brothers. Do you understand? Arthur looked solemn, but even though his sons nodded one after another, the disinterest in that look made his heart sink. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and confused. Pictures of the younger son Ronald's past appeared in his mind. When did this thing start? Is it the bottle of Golden Galleon's law given to Percy? No, it seems to be earlier. Is it that other little wizards can go to Ollivander's wand shop to choose, but Ronald can only use the wand that his brother replaced? No, it seems to be earlier. For some reason, a memory that was still very clear after more than 10 years suddenly jumped out. Arthur, when you have the ability and opportunity to create great wealth for your family and future generations, don't give up such precious things for bullshit reasons like so-called freedom and interest. Opportunity. Making pleasure from hardship is never something worth pursuing and being proud of. When this kind of thing accumulates to a certain extent, Arthur, you will regret it. I don't know how long it took, but a heavy bell sounded. The voice of Oriana, the great housekeeper of the Palace of Truth and also the referee and host of the next Silver Demon Wizard Canyon Showdown competition, suddenly rang throughout Hogwarts. All young wizards and wizards' families, please move to Warcraft Fortress immediately and prepare to enter the competition site. All young wizards and wizards' families, please move to Warcraft Fortress immediately and prepare to enter the exhibition site. All little wizards. Accompanied by prompts. The entire Hogwarts little wizards, together with their families, gathered into a sea of people and arrived in front of the huge teleportation light door of Warcraft Fortress. Wow, this is really magical, a portal. Mr. Granger looked at his daughter with surprise in his eyes. Hermione, can such a small venue really accommodate so many of us? And Hermione smiled mysteriously, with no intention of explaining. What could be more interesting than having your father, a dentist, look as horrified as if he saw God? Professor McGonagall and other deans of several colleges stood at the front of the team. As the first few people entered, the teams behind immediately entered the halo. With a sudden spin, everyone opened their eyes again. But I found that I had arrived in a beautiful village with shining stars. Zarashe. Where is this? There are many people who have the same reaction as Mr. Granger. This experience of suddenly entering a new world makes them feel as if they are in a dream. Everyone receives a seat ticket, follows the direction signs, and enters the venue in an orderly manner. Participating wizards, please enter the preparation area from the other side. A series of harsh and cold voices came into my ears. When I turned around, I saw metal dolls handing out seat tickets to the wizards' families present. Repeating the same words over and over again. God, this is a robot, an alien. Can magic still create these things? Vernon Dursley looked curiously in front of an alchemical golem, looking around. If he wasn't still a little afraid of everything around him, he might have been unable to bear it at this moment. He reached out and touched it. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He grabbed Harry, who was about to follow the team to the preparation area, with a cunning look on his face that was familiar to Harry. Harry, let me ask you, do you know how to do this kind of thing? These are simply free labor. Harry. I don't even remember how I broke free from my furious uncle. When Harry followed the team and walked along the road out of the village to the open space outside the puppet village, the almost miraculous scene in front of him immediately made everyone gasp. Like a crater rising above a huge plain. There are stairs leading directly to the top of the mountain. Various flags were flying along the way, and the sky was filled with shadows of flying dragons and various magical creatures, which were constantly circling. Dudley held on to his mother blankly. Mom, can I learn magic? Chapter 105. Magic Coke, firecracker chips, strange flavored jumping beans, anything you need, wizard and muggle currency accepted. Magic telescope, £300 per person. Thank you for your patronage, sir. Due to the Wizarding Alchemy Products Protection Act, wizarding products are not allowed to appear in the muggle world, so you only have the right to use them on site, and we will charge you half the price. Cursing in a low voice, he exchanged £150 for the right to use a telescope. This seemed stupid to Vernon Dursley, but his son Dudley needed it anyway. He could only hold his nose and admit it. Finally, after thinking about it, we decided to just treat it as a trip and rented one for each of the 3 members of the Japanese family. Sitting on the hillside of the mountain. Although this statement sounded extremely ridiculous to Vernon Disley, this level of bullshit would definitely attract a group of people to laugh at him. But the fact is that they are really sitting on the mountainside inside a crater. Rows of spacious stone seats are neatly arranged here, and there are places like lounges around them. It is much more gorgeous than the largest stadium in London in his impression. Above the aisle, there are also exquisite patterns on the walls and handrails. Each of them is carrying a small box, and the alchemy golems that look like mountaineers are selling snacks and other things here. In front of them, in front of the broad site, were several small mountains with many mountains, rivers, and 3 roads running from north to south. At this moment, such a huge venue is filled with people. Unlike the families of these young wizards who came later, the British wizarding world and even the wizarding families from several other surrounding countries had already arrived here in advance. The inviter is naturally the current British Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Professor Romon, everything here is simply. Sorry, I have always been proud of my knowledge, but now I am embarrassed to find that I can't find a word that is enough to praise your strength. The German Minister of Magic came to Romon with a look of reverence and pushed Cornelius Fudge aside. After Romon smiled and shook hands with the other party and exchanged casual greetings. The Minister of Magic of France, the Minister of Magic of Norway, Finland, and other countries in Europe came to Romon one after another and expressed their admiration for Romon. Although this Silver Demon Wizard Canyon Finals has not started yet, everyone has been completely conquered by the interior of this Warcraft fortress created by Romon. This level of power. If a person like Romon, who has mastered countless high-level magic spells and magic theories, and has surpassed the alchemy that should exist in this world, feels that everything is just the condensation of his wisdom. In terms of knowledge reserve, these ordinary wizards are completely inferior to him. It's no different than muggles seeing wizards. This level of existence, in their narrow understanding, can no longer be attributed to the existence of magic, it is completely divine power. And Romon is undoubtedly the living god of magic in today's wizarding world, Merlin. Professor Romon, if possible, we at Beauxbatons College would like to finance and invite you to jointly build such a secret realm, okay? Like Hagrid, Madame Maxime, the principal of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France who has giant blood, squeezed through the crowd and came to Romon. Regarding the other party's behavior of calling his Warcraft fortress a secret realm, Romon just smiled lightly. There is nothing wrong with this title. Under the influence of his 5 realms demonic formation, the intensity of magic power, soil, and environmental conditions in each area of Warcraft Fortress are all optimal environments for the magical creatures active in that area. With his best planning, the reproduction speed of some magical creatures without natural enemies will definitely increase a lot. The massive increase in these magical creatures has directly led to a steady increase in the number of potions produced by his Truth Potion shop every day. And after hearing Mrs. Maxim's first request, the ministers of magic from various countries who were originally a little dissatisfied with this tall woman all had expressions on their faces. Among them, the French minister of magic hurriedly pulled Fudge behind him, who was about to say something. At this moment, his dignity was trampled under his feet, just like the Muggle homeless people crowded in front of the relief station. Professor Romon, no matter what problem you have, our French Ministry of Magic is willing to do our best to help you solve it. If there is a shortage of manpower, all the aurors of the French Ministry of Magic will obey your instructions. If the construction resources are insufficient, we can also use our strategic reserves of the Ministry of Magic. Waterfa. Bonaparte, you BD dwarf, get out of here behind me. Professor Romon is very busy at work every day, and why should he build it for you French guys first? I shouldn't have invited you guys here. Fudge was anxious and pulled everyone regardless of appearance. If Romon hadn't waved his hand gently to signal everyone to calm down, in the wizard canyon below, the little wizards who had just appeared in their respective alliance crystals would still have been there. Not turned up, The big figures from the Ministry of Magic of various countries in the stands were already fighting together. Okay, everyone, we can talk about the construction of the magic secret realm in detail later. Now I think we should focus on our little wizards. I think you will never believe that their current strength is still a group of students who are still studying at the Magic Academy. Romon's words were very effective, after a brief moment of looking at each other. The ministers of magic from various countries slowly took their seats in some seats around Romon. Professor Romon, a magical secret realm of this scale must not be given to these guys. I mean, they have bad intentions. Fudge nervously approached Romon and whispered. However, upon hearing this, Romon turned to look at him calmly. Minister Fudge, are you teaching me how to do something? A simple question, but in an instant, Cornelius Fudge felt the hairs on his hair tremble, and his back was wet with cold sweat almost instantly. Shaking his head in panic, he was about to say something to explain, but Romon put a hand gently on his shoulder, causing his body to tremble again, and his legs trembled, as if he wanted to pee his pants. But I heard Romon's voice reaching my ears again. Minister Fudge, whether you think what I'm talking about is a fence or your birdcage, I don't care, but I think I need to remind you that beyond this range, you will not be free, you will only become nothing. Look at your colleagues. If I remember correctly, Director Barty Crouch was also a strong candidate to compete for the Minister of Magic back then, right? He ignored Fudge, who was so frightened by his few words that his face turned pale, as if his own sister had died. Romon gently patted the other party's shoulder and waved casually. The latter's body stiffened, like a puppet, and headed towards the location of the representatives of the British Ministry of Magic not far away. At this time, in the field, the shadows of the giant dragon and eagle flying in the sky also exploded on the spot with a collision. With the stars falling, the audience screamed in exclamation. Above the huge crater, high in the sky above the Wizard Canyon, curtains of light appeared. Oriana's voice then sounded. Welcome to Wizard Canyon. The familiar lines made Romon, who was sitting in the stands, couldn't help but smile. The form who happened to see this scene looked at Romon who was simply hugging him, and shook his head speechlessly. Such a guy has become the principal of Hogwarts, and can also be recognized by all the little wizards. This kind of thing would have happened when Romon had just come out of Azkaban. McGonagall is unimaginable, and even absolutely unacceptable. Now. She gently stroked her smooth face, and the eyes of some women from wizard families frequently looked towards her with envious expressions. Even though she didn't have such an obsession with beauty, she couldn't help but feel some pride in her heart. Why don't you let us professors go to hell, Professor Romon? I have long wanted to learn Professor Snape's dueling skills. Professor McGonagall snorted softly. Romon heard this and smiled lightly. The other party had asked this question more than once. And he has already explained it to the other party many times on the grounds of first try, but it seems that the incident between Snape and Slytherin during this period has indeed made the beautiful dean who has returned to youth feel particularly unhappy. Looking towards the Slytherin stand area, Snape was sitting there quietly with a serious look on his face, as if he was thinking about something. Don't let strangers in. And just as he was speaking, information about both sides of this confrontation also appeared on the light curtain above the sky. Pure-blooded snake vs Golden Leo. Oriana's commentary sounded at the scene. The two sides in this confrontation are the pure-blooded snake wizard group whose main members are from Slytherin Academy, and the Golden Leo whose members are all from Gryffindor Academy. Just like Hogwarts House Cup for many years, as the two most competitive houses, this first Wizards Canyon showdown will once again take place between the two houses. Mom, is that Harry Potter? The Savior? Ginny Weasley pulled her mother, but the latter seemed not to feel it at all. His eyes were fixed on the youngest son, Ronald Weasley, who appeared in the pure-blood snake wizard group above the light curtain in the void. However, what made her heart ache at the moment was the fact that above the light screen, her youngest son was wearing a robe with the logo of the wizard group Pure-Blooded Snake. Next to the 3D light effect figure, there was an information column, with the word Ronald written clearly on it. Weasley's presence was completely missing. Ha ha ha, what a wonder, Weasley joined the pure-blooded snake. Ha ha ha, but if it weren't for this red-haired Ronald, I would have even forgotten that the Weasley family is a pure wizard family. A wanton laugh came from a few steps below the stands. Looking down, he saw that he was a standard Slytherin graduate wizard. Facing Molly Weasley's angry gaze, this man not only did not restrain himself at all, but instead smiled more and more wildly. If you can force your son to give up his surname, you have to draw a clear line with you. Ha ha ha, Arthur, how did your Weasley family do it? Looking around, the red-haired family was shaking with anger, but they didn't say anything in reply. The position was right next to Dursley, who was sitting next to them. Holmes couldn't help but look over with curious eyes. Vernon Dursley saw through the embarrassment of this wizard family at a glance, and suddenly showed an incredulous expression. Oh my god, man, how can you wizards be so bad at it? I think with this kind of power, no matter how much you fail, you shouldn't be reduced to this, right? Arthur turned his head and looked at the family in front of him who were obviously dressed as muggles. How dare they mock them like this? His face gradually became stiff. After Dudley saw Ginny looking unhappy, he handed the half-eaten bag of chips towards her. I am Dudley, Dudley Dursley. By the way, I don't know what you mean by savior, but I am Harry Potter's cousin. Seeing Dudley in front of him who looked very awesome, Ginny immediately snorted and turned her head. However, out of the corner of his eye, he briefly glanced at the things around Dudley and his family. There is no doubt that Romon's family also has huge assets in the Muggle world. There is no loss for him at all by collecting some Muggle currencies such as pounds. Therefore, even though he was covered in gold, he could not spare a single gold galleon. As a manager of a large company, Vernon Dursley was still able to buy his son the snacks and gadgets from the selling dolls on the spot. On the contrary, it was Weasley and the others who, in the opinion of the Dursleys, were extremely aggressive, powerful wizards, yet they were so miserable. Even the telescope is a gadget made by Arthur himself, and it has various problems when used. And at the same time, as contestants, Harry and others felt a burst of white light blooming in front of their eyes at the preparation table. The next moment, after their vision recovered, they were shocked to find that they had already. We came to a huge crystal building with extremely magical wind. Looking around, the huge stands and the barely visible, densely packed ant-like crowd above the stands made everyone's hair stand on end instantly. Calm down. According to our original grouping plan, we will divide into 6 groups. 3 groups will advance their defense towers according to the established routes, and the remaining 3 groups will advance from the wild area. Encircle and suppress their rear. Percy Weasley, the prefect, calmed down first and spoke immediately. Harry Potter and the others were assigned to the middle position, responsible for advancing the defensive tower. And just when all the members of Golden Leo rushed out of the Alliance Crystal, holding magic wands, they were preparing for an endless battle. Pure-blooded snake this way. Ronald walked over to Draco. My presence in any team will make you feel uncomfortable. There is no need to explain. I am not in the mood to listen to any explanation now. Malfoy, I act alone. If anything goes wrong, I will go to the rescue. With that said, before Malfoy could say anything, Ronald quickly rushed out of the Alliance Crystal. I will go to the rescue, Bala Bala. Gore curled his lips and imitated Ronald's words with a look of displeasure on his face, making a funny expression. But then he was stopped immediately by Draco's look. Don't worry about Ronald. Everyone, follow our plan and fight in groups. I just say one thing. Draco Malfoy already had a hint of a leader's temperament. Even though he was facing some senior Slytherin wizards present, he still stretched out his wand and raised his hand. Rise. The next moment, the remaining 99 pure-blood Slytherin wizards all made the same move. A loud shout came out from everyone's mouth in unison. Pure blood supreme! Draco Malfoy's eyes were cold and he took the lead in rushing towards the middle. Kill all those damn Gryffindors! In the field, with a cry from Oriana's side, the duel begins. The next moment, on the high ground of the wizard groups on both sides of the north and south, the battle doll summoning crystals located at the ends of the three roads bloomed instantly. In the sound of click click click, figures that stunned everyone appeared one after another from the light out of thin air. Is this an alchemical golem made of stone like the one at Hogwarts? Chapter 106. Ouch! A sudden sharp wolf howl, accompanied by the fierce howling wind behind him, caused Ronald's expression to change suddenly. At this moment, the stands are blessed by their own magic. The entire wizard canyon below is isolated by a magic layer, and no sound from the outside world can be transmitted to the venue. And just in time to see his son Ronald, behind him, in the grass, a few ferocious wolves suddenly jumped out, and they rushed behind Ronald without any hesitation. Molly Weasley, who was sitting in the stands, was immediately shocked. "Ronald! Watch out!" Regardless of the fact that her voice would not be heard by everyone present, Mrs. Weasley immediately stood up from her seat anxiously. Arthur, who also noticed this scene, also shrank his pupils instantly. Although they have known about this so-called Wizard Canyon showdown in advance, each little wizard is not really in it, but is similar to a magical projection that they cannot understand. Arthur was also frightened by this scene and his heart suddenly tightened. However, the next moment, wow! A burst of thick black mist suddenly dispersed from Ronald's body. The ferocious wolf bit Ronald's body with its bloody mouth, but the latter instantly turned into a mass of black mist. Blink has moved to more than 10 meters away. Split into pieces, bones shattered. A cold roar, accompanied by a spell that was heard by all the wizards present, came from Ronald's mouth. The next moment, a sharp and shrill howl came from the three wolves that were about to charge towards Ronald. Ouch! Under the stunned gazes of all the wizards present, the three evil wolves that suddenly attacked twitched, and the next moment, their limbs started to break instantly. The whole body collapsed to the ground. Although there was no death, the blood stains that had escaped from the mouth and nose could be seen. In just the blink of an eye, these three big guys were already seriously injured. Is this an advanced curse that falls apart? Professor Flitwick! I have never heard of you ever creating such a curse. Professor McGonagall looked at Professor Flitwick, who was sitting next to Ravenclaw, with a surprised look on his face, and found that the latter's face was also full of astonishment at this moment. Turning to look at him. "Walter? Isn't this your work, Professor McGonagall?" "McGonagall, I..." Everyone was stunned, but only Romon, who was sitting in the principal's seat, had a smile in his eyes. In his Dharma temple, as Ronald cast this move, a spell that he had never created before, several new precious books had already appeared in his consciousness space 540. Tom Riddle Style Curse Advanced Improvement Ideas, 17% completed. Basic Theoretical Branch of the Undead Curse Invisible Bone Crushing Curse, 100% completed. Transformation Advanced Spell Black Mist Movement Spell, 100% completed. Even though Romon learned the two magic spells instantly, it was not that he couldn't study them, but he just hadn't thought about this kind of magic spell for the time being. After all, the number of magic spells he mastered now was more than even he could count. But among these curses are Voldemort's curse theories and research ideas. But it is crucial to Romon. Just by letting his consciousness enter the Dharma Temple for a moment and sensing the newly emerging curse theories, Romon was shocked to discover some of the curse theories of this second-generation Dark Lord. Some of them can be used in my recent research on curses related to the breath of hell. Senior Tom, how many more surprises can you bring me? And it was just when Romon was muttering alone. In the field, Ronald, who had brought his own wild monster in Wizard Canyon, severely injured three heads in an instant as soon as he took action, with a gloomy face. Under the gaze of the wizards, he slowly came to the three heads, and had lost in front of the evil wolf who lost his mobility. He gently placed a hand on the head of the leader, the wolf who attacked him first. It's such a miraculous magical power that people can't tell at all whether you are real life or just created by magic. However, these are not important anymore. Ronald murmured in his mouth, and the next moment a strange, slightly eerie curse came from his mouth in a low voice. The medium redeems his body, the puppet creaks, he listens to the holy voice, and evil thoughts run rampant. While chanting the spell repeatedly, streams of black energy from Ronald's hand kept pouring out, and then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, it poured crazily into the body of the prostrate wolf. Ka-ka-ka. Amidst the bursts of bone-grinding sounds that made people feel sour, the wolf, which had just been shattered by Ronald's spell one moment, suddenly rose from the ground gloomily in a twisted posture, losing its fighting power. Stand up! Moreover, what made everyone look confused was that the latter's body seemed to have swelled. Basic theoretical branch of the undead curse, primary bone control curse, 100% completed. Romon's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head in disappointment. It turns out that it is just an advanced curse of the object control curse. It is called the undead curse. It only requires evil thoughts to be successfully cast. However, Senior Tom, even this kind of thing is given to Ronald. It seems that your situation is indeed urgent. Romon looked down at the scene like a devil. Professor McGonagall and others sitting next to him were completely startled by the spell Ronald displayed at this moment, which was obviously not like a normal spell. Professor Romon. This. Professor McGonagall turned his head in horror and looked anxiously in the direction of Romon. Although it was an unfamiliar spell, this familiar technique and effect reminded her of the recent incident at Hogwarts. There is no doubt that something is wrong with Ronald at this moment. At least, there must be a huge secret that they don't know about him. However, when she turned her head and planned to look towards Romon for confirmation, all he got was a calm look from Romon. Professor McGonagall, calm down, that's just a magic spell you don't know. Obviously, our Mr. Ronald is a rare magic genius who can create a high-level magic spell at this age. Although there are still some flaws, but I guess, as head of Gryffindor, you should be proud of him, shouldn't you? Romon's eyes that clearly knew everything already made Professor McGonagall open his mouth, but in the end he had to silently swallow back the panic in his heart. However, Romon's reaction also confirmed her. Voldemort. Not dead. The one who had the same reaction as McGonagall was Snape, who had killed the Death Eater Quirrell. At this moment, the latter's cold eyes were fixed on Ronald, who had turned over and was riding on the back of a giant wolf. I don't know what I'm thinking. Wow! Is this magic? And when they saw their son showing off his super powerful magic power, the Weasleys who were originally nervous turned into astonishment. Turning his head, he quickly looked at several other fronts in Wizard's Canyon and saw his other three sons, Percy Weasley and the twins George and Fred. At this moment, they are fighting as they remember how wizards should have fought. Under the defense towers, hiding behind the alchemy golems, while the golems were fighting fiercely in front, they were also frantically releasing spells at the pure blood snake. Beside him, Dudley Dursley let out an exclamation. The popcorn originally held in his hand was scattered on the floor because he was too immersed in watching the game. Ginny Weasley looked on to the side with a look of pity on her face. Mom, I want to learn magic, and I want to become a wizard. I also want to become a teacher. After hearing her son's request, Petunia Dursley, who had always been obedient to her son and doted on her to the extreme, had a gloomy expression on her face and stared intently at Harry, who was also active in the wild area of Golden Leo. His eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. In the field. Harry, my God, everything here is true. How on earth did Professor Romon do it? Neville just followed Harry. After this period of learning and progress, and having the bracelet Romon gave him, Neville at this moment was not at all like in the original book, looking a little stupid. A pair of eyes were still observing the surrounding vegetation somewhat uncontrollably. The magic wand in his hand is very vigilant and always ready for battle. Now is not the time to care about this. To be honest, don't you think that the plan specified by Percy Weasley is simply terrible? He divided too many people into the wild area. CGFD. Hermione looked dissatisfied, but such words caused a period of silence from Harry and others. Yes, they think so too. However, who makes the other party a prefect and has such a sensitive and conceited personality? They had no chance of persuasion. Was about to say something. The next moment, suddenly, a loud sound suddenly sounded from the sky above Wizard Canyon. First blood. Pure-blooded Snake Ronald, kill Golden Leo Brenda Joni, get Demon King points, 1000. Walter. Harry and others looked at each other and immediately exclaimed. Although they were not very familiar with Padula Joni, Harry and the others immediately thought of each other's existence. A third-year Gryffindor wizard with little reputation. Like them, he was one of the 3 wizard team members who raided the Pure Blood Snake Wild area. Unexpectedly, they had already encountered their opponents in the wild so quickly. Moreover, what surprised them even more was that the first person to attack the Wizards of Gryffindor College was one of them, Ronald Weasley. However, just when they were still at a loss, another voice suddenly came. Double kill. Pure-blooded Snake Ronald, kill Golden Leo Spearpine and get Demon King points, 1200. Walter. Pure-blooded snake in the wild area, a dozen wizards from Golden Leo vigilantly pointed at the surrounding grass with their wands in their hands. At their feet, 2 figures had fallen into a pool of blood. On one chest, a huge hole was opened with sharp claws by a giant wolf. One was simply knocked away by the evil wolf that suddenly rushed out of the grass, and his neck was directly hit by a big one at a fatal angle. On the tree. Killed on the spot. Whoa! A low threatening sound came from the throats of the 2 giant wolves in front of them, and just when these wizards were about to cast a spell to defeat them. A rustling sound suddenly frightened everyone. In the grass on the other side, a wolf that seemed larger in size slowly walked out. Zarashay. A Gryffindor wizard cursed in panic, and the next moment, 3 wolves controlled by Ronald suddenly flew towards them in a triangle surrounding posture. Go. Split into pieces. The upside-down golden bell. Collapse. The sound of the curse being released came. However, before their curse could hit the wolf still in mid-air, the next moment, a gloomy sound of chanting a curse suddenly came from the thick grass. Came. Stone rain is coming. Boo-hoo. A dense sound of breaking through the air came instantly, and the green grass was like boiling green sea water. While it was shaking violently, sharp grey after images suddenly flew out from it. Out. Next moment. Puff, puff, puff. Blood flowers bloomed in the exclamations of the wizards watching in the audience, on the wolves in mid-air, and on the Gryffindor wizards who were surrounded. Ah! Waves of screams came from the mouths of several young wizards with protective spells on their bodies. In front of them, several seniors from 3rd to 5th grade were already covered in blood. With blood all over his body and eyes wide open, he slowly fell to the ground softly. Triple kill. Pure-blooded Snake Ronald, kill Golden Leo Jim Shankit, and get Demon King points, 1400. Quadra-kill. Pure-blooded Snake Ronald, killed Golden Leo Ramsay Pitt, and obtained Demon King points, 1600. Pentakill. Pure-blooded Snake Ronald, killed Golden Leo Parson Asmund and obtained Demon King points, 1800. Killing spree. Pure-blooded Snake Ronald, kill Golden Leo York Sankis, and get Demon King points, 3000. Lulu Lu. The sound of gentle footsteps came from the grass. The little wizards were almost stunned and instinctively waved their wands in their hands. Several magic spells flew out. However, looking at the body emerging from the black mist, the figure easily escaped their curse with a few moves. The familiar red hair at this moment, and the scarlet blood stained on their bodies, seemed to form a great contrast, the color and face that they had ridiculed in the past. At this moment, after escaping their spell, he slowly raised the wand in his hand towards them. No. Ronald, no, you are also a griffin. Fire is blazing. Wow. Ah 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 ah. Several more announcements sounded in the sky above the entire Wizard Canyon, and there was no doubt that the name of the killer was Ronald. In this wave alone, Ronald has already gained about 20,000 Demon King points. Looking at the flames in front of him, he struggled for a moment and then collapsed to the ground. Then, just like the previous corpses, the little wizard, along with the blood and minced meat on the ground, turned into a burst of light spots and dissipated in the air. Ronald swallowed and took deep breaths to prevent himself from vomiting. However, the next moment, vomit. Look at the targeted shots shown above the huge light screen, especially for Ronald. Although Ronald was so ugly at this moment, and even looked a little funny, everyone at the scene was looking at the other person vomiting, as if they were about to spit out bile. But there was total silence. Everyone on the scene seemed to have been strangled by the neck, with their mouths open, staring blankly at the waterfall-like kill information on the side, as well as the replay of the kill screen. Open your mouth wide. In the middle of Wizard Canyon, he is leading a team of Slytherin pure-blood wizards, the component team, and the people from Golden Leo. Draco fights fiercely. He almost didn't miss the huge noise caused by Ronald, and was knocked down by a magic spell in front of him. But even so, everyone's expressions, without exception, were full of horror and disbelief. Chapter 107. Golden Leo Alliance Crystal. Rays of light suddenly fell from the sky, and when the light dissipated, one after another human figures fell to the ground in a panic. His body curled up, as if he had experienced something extremely terrible, and he screamed hysterically. Among them, several lower-grade Gryffindor wizards were even more pale-faced, with tears and snot flowing down their noses. They had just been resurrected and started to touch themselves anxiously in a panic. Until he discovered that he didn't appear to be injured. The nightmare-like memory finally subsided a little, and everyone was covered in cold sweat and lay limply on the ground. Damn, how can that Weasley be so strong? And why do those three wolves obey his orders? What kind of spell is this? It's so scary. That guy is a madman. Oh my god, he actually cast a fire spell on me. Woo. Under the Alliance Crystal, more than a dozen figures were in a mess, communicating with each other in fear about what had just happened. A few with slightly stronger psychological qualities wanted to stand up and provide emergency support to the front. It was an embarrassing discovery, even though the physical injuries had disappeared. Moreover, the magic power and physical strength in their bodies have been fully restored, but the huge stimulation in their minds made their bodies weak for a moment, and their legs trembled when they stood up. And at the same time, Golden Leo here, facing this situation where a team was almost directly destroyed, everyone was obviously greatly psychologically shocked. The position of the middle road. Percy Weasley was hysterically directing everyone, constantly trying to move forward, waving the wand in his hand. However, Golden Leo, which had already dispersed most of its manpower to the wild area of pure blood snake, was at a clear disadvantage in terms of numbers on the frontal front. In front of Slater's 580 Lin's tricky spells, in a short time, Draco and the others destroyed the military line in front and were squeezed under the defense tower. Calm down. Everyone, calm down. We have two other teams. As long as we withstand the attack of these Slytherins here, our people will be able to destroy their defense towers at their rear. However, such a move was only after briefly maintaining the stability of the scene. As a figure walked out of the wild area behind Draco and the others, it instantly became commotion. Ronald. Percy. It's your brother. He's coming. He's coming. Walter. Hearing this, the expressions of both parties at the scene changed. When they turned their heads, they suddenly saw a man walking out of a patch of grass with a calm face, followed by several ferocious bears. Malfoy, you'd better be faster. We don't know where their other two teams are yet. If the people on the top and bottom lanes are attacked from behind, the situation will be very serious for us. Not good. Hearing this, Draco took a deep look at the other person and snorted coldly. You don't need to say more about this. As he spoke, he turned his head again and recited a spell in Parseltongue under the horrified gazes of everyone. This extremely consuming curse had been cast for so long, but Draco didn't even use it. However, it is different now. Burning fire flame python. In an instant, a terrifying and ferocious flaming snake 7 or 8 meters high rose up from the wave of Draco's wand, amidst the exclamations of the Golden Leo little wizards on Percy's side. With a roar, he instantly rushed into the range of the defense tower. Ding! Golden Leo, the middle defense tower, is attacked by the enemy. Boom! A dazzling light shot out from the defense tower and instantly bombarded the flame python, causing the latter to shake violently and making Draco shout in shock. Everyone! Defeat these Gryffindors! Goyle and Crabbe, the two most loyal brothers, immediately waved their wands, cast a protective spell on themselves, and rushed towards the range of the defense tower. Behind the crowd, Pansy Parkinson waved the wand in her hand twice at a specific angle like a conductor's baton in the hand of a performer. The next moment, she issued a command. The wand instantly turned into an arrow burning with blue fire. Along with a ball of roaring magic bow and arrow appearing in her hand, the next moment, the latter instantly aimed at Percy Weasley, who was in the crowd. Burning curse-ending arrow. Call out! The moment the fierce sound of breaking through the air reached his ears, the sharp blue arrow was already in front of him. The moment Pansy shot the arrow, her pretty face turned pale. This move will instantly consume her normal magic power, but the effect is also quite outstanding. Once it hits the opponent, as long as the disparity in strength between the two sides is not too great, and the opponent does not have any powerful protective spells. Next moment. Percy, be careful! Fred exclaimed, and his figure instantly stood in front of his eldest brother Percy. Boom! The arrow hit his body instantly, but it did not penetrate as expected. The blue flames instantly wrapped around Fred Weasley's body like maggots on the tarsal bones. Ah! The magic power in his body was like dry wood meeting a raging fire. It instantly became violently out of control and dispersed crazily around him. The already unstable Gryffindor wizard formation was shattered into pieces by the impact. Pansy, who saw this scene, although slightly disappointed, immediately reached out and grabbed the wand that had flown back on its own. A sound, accompanied by a sudden explosion, occurred from Fred Weasley's body. Another voice sounded in the sky above Wizard Canyon. First blood. Pure-blooded snake Pansy Parkinson, killed Golden Leo Fred Weasley and obtained Demon King points, 1,700. Yes. Well done. When Mrs. Parkinson saw this scene in the stands, she became excited and shouted regardless of her image. The two active objects also jumped with joy, causing a moment of embarrassment to the husband, Mr. Parkinson. That's my daughter, ha ha ha, did you see that magic spell? That was given to my daughter by Professor Romon, and only she can do it. My dear daughter is a genius in Professor Romon's eyes. Listening to his wife praising Roman Kowalski as usual all these years, the expression on Mr. Parkinson's face was even more embarrassing. Unlike Mrs. Parkinson, who was cheering and cheering as if she had won a huge victory, she witnessed her son, Fred Weasley, explode in an instant without even leaving any residue. Despite knowing that it is all fake, Fred Weasley will soon be resurrected at the location of the Alliance Crystal. Mrs. Weasley's body still weakened and she fell directly into the arms of her husband, Arthur Weasley. Oh my God, Fred! Wizard Canyon Middle Road. Draco gritted his teeth and frantically cast spells, urging the flame snake to hit the defense tower in front of him. In the sound of boom boom boom, pieces of the ladder suddenly shattered. Percy! Withdraw! Hurry up! We can't hold this defense tower anymore! Hurry up! A senior Gryffindor wizard pulled Percy Weasley, who had clearly collapsed, and anxiously evacuated towards the second defense tower at the back. However, at this moment, the twin brother George Weasley, who had witnessed the death of his brother Fred, seemed to be going crazy. With a roar, he advanced instead of retreating, heading towards Slytherin to kill. Next moment, the wands of Goyle and Crabbe locked onto him instantly. Fainted. Split into pieces. Boom. First blood. Pure-blooded snake Crabbe Vincent, killed Golden Leo George Weasley and obtained Demon King points, 800. Damn it! I can take care of this guy alone. Hearing that his Demon King points had been reduced by half in an instant, Crabbe cursed in dissatisfaction. Obviously, Gower, as an assist, took away the other half of the Demon King points that should have belonged to him. There were scenes of wizards losing their lives one after another, and the wizard showdown, which had just started, suddenly became intense. At the scene, above the stands, even though they knew that there was a magic shield, their voices could not be heard by the young wizards dueling internally. At this moment, the wizards' families couldn't help but become anxious and intense. Well done! Just do it! Crabbe, charge forward! Don't let these Gryffindors get away! Attack! Attack! Long live Slytherin! On the Slytherin side, even the relatively reserved Lucius was holding his cane at the moment, his eyes full of excitement, and every time his son waved his wand, he controlled the flame python to crash into the defense tower. He couldn't help but wave his hands vigorously. It was as if he had already joined in it. Finally, there was a roar. Just before the flame python dissipated, the middle defense tower on the Golden Leo side finally exploded with a bang after a burst of tremors. Pure-blooded snake Draco Malfoy destroyed the Golden Leo middle defense tower and obtained Demon King points, 3000. Yes. Well done, Draco. Seeing that a defense tower on their side was destroyed, the wizard family members on Gryffindor's side became anxious one by one. Walt Falk! Why are you running? Fight them! BD, why can such an idiot still be the captain? If that redhead can do it, why can't Harry? Dudley Dursley was so angry that he almost smashed the telescope in his hand, ignoring the strange looks from his parents. He jumped up and jumped to his position, waving the Gryffindor flag he got from somewhere in his hand and shouting loudly. Harry! FK them! FK them quickly! No retreat, you cowards, are you worthy of being a wizard? Seeing the other party insulting her brother in this way, Ginny Weasley stood up in anger. That's enough! You muggle, you don't understand anything at all. Yes, I really don't understand, but your brother is definitely not as good as my cousin. Let me tell you, my cousin is not simple. He can talk to snakes. With snakes? Harry. Seeing the son who had inexplicably transformed into a solid supporter of his cousin Harry, the Dursleys could not help but become nervous following the atmosphere of the scene. It seemed that without realizing it, they had already stood behind Harry. Become the support of the other party. Bye. Vernon Dursley looked at the little wizard being chased and killed by Draco and the others in the middle, and he jumped in anger. How on earth did such a guy with no discipline and disobedience appear on the field? Damn it, fight back, fight back! Looking at the scene, which sounded like thunder, the audience was cheering and shouting wildly for both teams. Romon couldn't help but look at some of the wizards around him. Look at the layers. But it was discovered that it was not just McGonagall and the other Hogwarts professors. Even Cornelius Fudge, officials from the Ministry of Magic, and even officials from the Ministry of Magic from other countries have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to this bloody and violent. The wizard resists the minister. Looking at it like that, it seemed like I wanted to get out and participate in it on the spot. The corners of Romon's mouth curled up slightly. He understood that after today, games like Wizards Canyon Showdown would completely crush Quidditch into the dirt. And he will soon be able to build nurseries of the Silver Devil's Dharma Temple with the support of the entire wizarding world and the Ministry of Magic of various countries. And finally, Golden Leo. The consecutive losses in the middle lane also caused strong uneasiness among the teams on several other routes. Percy Weasley's original strategy of withstanding the pressure in the early stage and waiting for good news from the Jungle team has clearly fallen apart. Although the Jungle team that was previously destroyed by Ronald had already used their last life to join the defensive counterattack of the middle defense tower. Golden Leo. The pressure here is still particularly obvious. And just when everyone's attention was focused on the battle in the middle, Ronald, alone, entered the jungle for once. Soon, with the support of the improved tracing curse taught to him by Voldemort. It didn't take long for Ronald to find another Golden Leo field team. At this moment, these guys have actually touched the second defense tower of the Pure Blood Snake on the upper road, and are preparing to cast a magic spell to attack the defense tower from a distance. However, the next moment, Confusion Curse Death Fog. Waves of strong mist, accompanied by Ronald's low-pitched incantation in the grass, instantly filled the air among these little wizards in just the blink of an eye. There is an enemy. Be alert. Amidst a low cry, strong winds caused by spells began to howl in an attempt to blow away the thick fog. However, Ronald's speed is even faster. The wand in his hand was pointed at the scattered alchemy golems on the ground that had been destroyed by the other party, feeling a little empty. The next moment, the armor and weapon blades scattered on the ground, as well as large tracts of gravel, suddenly roared into the thick fog with a soft groan. Bloody light accompanied by screams resounded through the fog in an instant. And what sounded together was the name Ronald in the sky over Wizard Canyon. If the wizards in the wizarding world who were present before knew the name Ronald, it was because of his separation from the Weasley family, which caused a sensation in the British wizarding world. Looking at the light curtain, behind Ronald's name and 3D avatar, behind the words 19 kills, 0 assists, 0 deaths. All eyes in the audience couldn't help but look towards the embarrassed Weasley couple. There is no doubt that being able to have such fighting qualities and magic talents, Ronald Weasley can definitely be called a genius. However, such a genius was forced by the poor and ignorant Weasley family to give up his surname. The group can show its talents. Dudley on the side seemed to have heard something, and suddenly seemed to have seen a ghost. He stared blankly at Ginny Weasley, who was also embarrassed and blushing. Walter? That red-haired guy named Ronald, is your brother. Oh my god, you actually kicked him out of the house. You are really... My mother hated Harry so much that she didn't kick him out of our house. Isn't that Ronald your biological brother? Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley, Ginny Weasley. I really want to give this damn fat muggle brat a harsh death curse. At the same time, another jungle team suffered heavy losses due to secret attacks and powerful attacks by Ronald, the younger brother. Percy Weasley finally couldn't stand it any longer. He yelled with a crazy expression. Rush out and fight them to the death. Chapter 108. Come out. Fight them to the death. Hysterical roars came from under the middle defense tower on the Golden Leo side. They said they were under the tower, but in fact they were facing huge pressure from Slytherin at this moment. The Gryffindor wizards, led by Percy Weasley, were almost forced to retreat outside the defense tower. Seeing that this defense tower was about to be shattered under Draco Malfoy's spell. As the leader of Golden Leo, Percy Weasley was completely anxious immediately. Above Wizard Canyon, on the huge light curtain, the score between Pure Blood Snake and Golden Leo has reached a level that makes them almost crazy, 43:12. Although during their crazy counterattack, some young wizards on the pure-blooded snake side also died under their spell, this had a huge impact on the pure-blooded snake's morale and combat effectiveness. Almost zero. Rush out. After the resurrection, the Weasley twins stood beside Percy, one on the left and the other on the right. When they heard the other party's order, they were all startled. At this moment, even as Percy's brothers, Fred and George immediately realized the huge problem with each other's orders. At this time, rush out with all your strength. Of course, it can cause greater casualties to the pure-blooded snake in the middle, led by Draco. Almost half of the people present had already lost their lives in the wilderness. Once you die once, it will mean that you will be completely eliminated from this Net Master showdown. And Golden Leo will also face a real problem of attrition in combat effectiveness. This will inevitably cause a greater blow to Golden Leo, whose morale is already low. No. Percy, you need to calm down, we don't even. Shut up. However, Fred Weasley's words of persuasion were not finished yet. It was the furious Percy who interrupted him, his scarlet eyes filled with rage and collapse that everyone could see. I am the leader of this team, and I am the one who gives orders. You just need to follow my orders and use all your fighting power. Rush out, everyone, rush out. As long as we repel these Slytherins' attack, we will definitely be able to turn the tide of the war. On top of the stands. Looking at Ronald, who was like a wandering ghost at the moment, moving in the wild area of Golden Leo, looking for Gryffindor little wizards one by one. Let's look at Percy Weasley, who has been put a lot of effort into by the Weasleys and has always been proud of the fact that the other party is a Gryffindor prefect. Romon had a sarcastic smile on his lips and couldn't help but shake his head. There is really no grace or courage. This kind of person can actually become a prefect of Gryffindor. Sure enough, under the leadership of that old guy Dumbledore, Hogwarts has almost become a kindergarten. Sitting on one of Romon's legs, Miss Wednesday, who was still a little embarrassed and shy about the looks around her, couldn't help but shake her head when she saw this scene. But Elizabeth, who was sitting on Romon's other leg, didn't care about this at all. She snuggled into Romon's arms, her movements not quite honest. As for the reaction of his own Gryffindor students, Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, could not hide his anger and embarrassment at this moment. Especially for Percy Weasley, the angry look on his face was like that of a spoiled child who had absolutely no real ability to withstand pressure, but was easily defeated by the difficulty in front of him. There is no trace of the so-called leader. He shook his head slightly. No matter how unwilling he was, as there was another rumbling sound in the field, the second defense tower collapsed on the Golden Leo side, and McGonagall had to comfort himself in his heart and accept this cruel reality. Pure-blooded snake Draco Malfoy destroyed the Golden Leo middle defense tower and obtained Demon King points, 5,000. Yes. Fight in one go. Draco, fight in. At this moment, Lucius, who was sitting in the Slytherin area, finally completely let go of his previous reserve and pretense, and looked like the most enthusiastic audience in the Muggle World Cup auditorium. While waving the cane in his hand, he shouted wildly. His face was red with excitement and his neck was thick, which attracted a lot of side glances from the people around him. However, 2 defense towers were destroyed one after another. Even though Draco had improved his magic potion, he was much more powerful than an ordinary first-year wizard. At this moment, the magic power in the body has reached the point where it is completely empty. Facing the Gryffindor wizards who were panicking and collapsing towards the high ground, they decisively chose to leave. After decisively handing over the command of the scene to the original Slytherin Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, Draco immediately led several younger brothers who also had a serious consumption of magic power and returned to the headquarters Alliance Crystal. There, not only the little wizard who lost his first life can be resurrected. The little wizard who has exhausted his magic power can also quickly have his magic power restored there. Wild areas. When the sound of the second defensive tower in the middle being destroyed reached here, Harry and others were shocked. Go. We can't waste time here, we have to return to the defensive heights immediately. Harry anxiously turned around and left, but at this moment, a calm voice suddenly stopped several people. If we go back now, there won't be any help at all. Our people don't have much fighting morale anymore. Even if we go back to support now, we can only hold on for a while longer. Soon, Malfoy and his people will we are defeated. Hermione spoke calmly, and without waiting for Harry and the others to ask anything, her eyes suddenly looked at Shameless Feckagan among the group of people. Shameless, you said you could use that special magic clay to make flying birds, right? I need you to make some immediately, at least one for each person. Although he didn't know what Hermione was going to do at this moment, Shameless still nodded and rubbed his hands in the expandable pocket for a long time. Soon, he took out pieces of clay the size of basketballs. What followed was like a transformation spell, transforming into pale clay birds. And Hermione immediately took out her wand and started chanting a spell at the birds. Loud voice jumping notes. As bursts of light bloomed, Hermione did not explain what she had done, but immediately ordered Shameless, who had summoned a large clay bird that could carry one person flying. Give these birds to all of us and go immediately. Watching Simo sitting on a flying bird, leading a flock of 100 small flying birds towards the direction of his own alliance crystal. Hermione's eyes finally fell on Harry and the others in front of her. He didn't even explain his purpose to a few people, but gave the order without hesitation. Everyone, follow me, and go to the middle. At this moment, Harry and others seemed to have lost the ability to question their brains. Faced with Hermione's decisive orders, they followed each other in a daze and started taking action. And this scene was immediately seen by the entire audience. What is that little girl planning to do? Oh my god, Harry Potter actually wants to listen to her. Look! That kid is actually flying in the sky. Oh my god, didn't Professor Romon say you can't use broomsticks in Wizard Canyon? You can open your eyes and look carefully. Is that a broomstick? Amidst the mixed discussions, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but stand up nervously. But at this time, Romon's voice sounded behind her. Professor McGonagall, have you noticed that Miss Granger is very similar to you in some aspects? I think that after today, Hermione Granger's name will be remembered by most of the British wizarding community. Turning his head to look in the direction of the sound, he saw Romon hugging him from left to right, with a determined look on his face. Did you teach Miss Granger the spell just now? McGonagall asked in confusion. However, Romon nodded and then shook his head gently. Although I have already developed this small method of casting a compound transformation spell and a sound transmission spell on a specific object when I was in the 1st and 2nd grade of Hogwarts, I must say it. Professor McGonagall, I didn't give Miss Granger any individual help. At most, our Miss Wednesday recommended some of my books to her as a friend. McGonagall's eyes suddenly widened. In other words, Hermione Granger has developed a new curse on her own. Romon nodded with a smile. Watching with admiring eyes, Miss Know-It-All has led Harry to the middle position of Wizard's Canyon. There was a look of expectation in his eyes. In the original work, there are no more various savior plans created by Dumbledore to distract Miss Know-It-All, and she has her own overt and covert guidance. Romon was really looking forward to what level Hermione Granger could reach. And it was at this time. In the grass on the edge of the middle road, Hermione and the others were hiding in the dark. When their eyes moved, they saw several familiar figures running towards this side through the gaps in the grass. It's Draco and the others. Harry was so excited that he almost screamed, but after receiving a stern look from Hermione, he immediately lowered his voice. The people who retreated with Draco and planned to restore their magic power were all acquaintances. Goyle, Crabbe, Pansy, and other first-year wizards from pure-blood wizarding families enrolled this year. Damn it! Despicable Gryffindor! If you don't have the strength to confront us head-on, you can only use these underhanded methods. Fuck! Little Malfoy, be careful! The grass, damn mudblood! Dirty, dirty! It's simply a shame for wizards to stand up and fight against our people. Above the stands, in the area on the Slytherin side, the families of these little wizards were shouting in anger, and they were throwing all kinds of dirty words at the nearby Gryffindors and Hermione in the field. However, even so, it still cannot change the situation on the scene at this moment. Collapse. Split into pieces. Expelliarmus. A series of magic spells suddenly shot out from the grass. There was almost no suspense. In an instant, Gower and the others, who had no resistance at all, were knocked down. "It's you, Baichi, who should." Pansy Parkinson was caught off guard, and the wand in her hand flew out on the spot. When she turned her head, she saw Hermione and the others walking out of the grass, and immediately became angry. With a sullen face, he will spit out venom. But the next moment, split into pieces. A magic spell shot out from the wand in Hermione's hand, instantly knocking the opponent out and hitting a boulder. He twitched twice and died on the spot. First blood. Golden Leo Hermione Granger, killed pure-blooded snake Pansy Parkinson, and obtained Demon King points, 1000 degrees. Several notification sounds came from above. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, everyone except Draco, who had also been disarmed, had turned into a burst of light. He disappeared and returned to the Alliance Crystal to be resurrected. Harry Potter. Draco looked gloomy, covering his wrist that had just been hit, staring intently in front of him, pointing his wand at his figure. If looks could kill, Harry Potter would be riddled with holes at this moment. "Kill him, Harry. We don't have much time." Hermione snorted coldly and gave a decisive order, causing Professor McGonagall above the stands to burst into excitement. Obviously, Hermione Granger at this moment is only a first-year wizard. But he has a more precious quality than his prefect Percy Weasley. That is the temperament a leader should have. Faced with Hermione's order, Harry hesitated for a moment before preparing to take action to deal with Draco in front of him. However, Draco, who had clearly lost hope of survival, suddenly raised his head, with a coldness in his eyes that chilled Hermione and others. "Want to kill me? Harry Potter, with you? Fox Squid." Hiss. Suddenly, a python emerged from the collar of his robe. The next moment, without even giving Harry and the others a chance to take action, the ferocious mouth of Ogady's poisonous spotted python instantly bit its owner Draco Malfoy's neck. Under the huge biting force, only a click was heard. Above the stands, Lucius, the father, trembled, and the next moment, a loud voice sounded in the sky above the Division Canyon. "Pure-blooded snake Draco Malfoy, committed suicide. No Demon King points reward. Well done, Draco." Sitting behind Lucius, Jason, Nono Zhao, Vincent was immediately excited, his face was bloodshot, he jumped up on the spot, raised his arms and roared. "That's it. There are no softies in Slytherin. To hell with Harry Potter. Long live Slytherin." Amidst the fierce shouts, despite the fact that Hermione and the others made a sneak attack from behind and scored some points, at this moment in the Slytherin stands, these Slytherin wizards. We actually don't know who to start with. Singing the Slytherin Song of Unity that Romon was very familiar with. Romon was humming along with these people, and when he listened to the lyrics, "We are vipers who are not afraid of eagles, and we are Slytherins who are not afraid of death," there was nothing in his eyes. A flash of memory flashed through the name. "Haha, I haven't heard this song in more than 10 years. The world is really becoming more and more interesting." As if he thought of something, Romon looked at Snape, who had been silent not far away, with a strange smile. "Professor Snape, do you also feel that the world has become more interesting?" Snape looked at Romon silently and said nothing. However, Romon was not embarrassed at all about this, but his eyes became more meaningful. With the blessing of magic, a voice that only 2 people could hear came into Snape's ears. "Dear classmate Snape, are you still hesitating? It's been a while since I gave you that thing. I thought you would take action soon." Snape's expression suddenly darkened, and his hands under the black robe were clenched. Turned his head to the bottom. However, where no one noticed, one of his hands touched the inside of his clothes. There, something like a magic scroll was being carried by him. In the field. Looking at Draco's body that turned into a point of light and disappeared, Hermione's face didn't look good. Harry, if this was a war, you would be severely punished. We could have damaged their morale, but now you. Harry lowered his head in shame. Chapter 109. Harry, if this was a war, you would be severely punished. We could have damaged their morale, but now you. Hermione looked grim. Facing her expression at this moment, there was an invisible pressure that made Neville and several other Gryffindor wizards present silently choose to shut up. No one dared to plead and explain to Harry Potter. Hermione's actions were indeed very powerful. If she can finally kill everyone here according to her plan, not only can she regain some points, but she can also defeat Draco Malfoy, the leader of the pure-blooded snake. It caused a certain blow to their morale. However, in all this, Draco Malfoy not only was not killed by them, but was also able to decisively understand himself in public. This kind of extremely brave and fearless behavior by the leader will inevitably bring the already high morale of the pure-blood snake to a higher level. Fortunately, soon above the sky, with the sound of flapping wings, Seamus Finnegan flew back. Hermione, it's done. Hear the words. Hermione ignored Harry, who had his head lowered beside her. After waving the wand twice in the air, she muttered a curse, and then the tip of the wand was pressed against her throat. Next moment. I am Hermione Granger. I don't care if you know me or not. Now, I announce that I will take over the on-site command of Percy Weasley and serve as the temporary commander of Golden Leo. Those who have received this order and expressed their agreement, use your magic wands to light the birds next to you and give me a reply. Golden Leo Middle High Ground. Boo-hoo. The sharp whistling sound of magic spells, accompanied by collisions again and again, erupted here with rumbling explosions. Ha ha ha, stupid Weasley, I want to see how long you can last. Thank you for sending us Ronald. If it weren't for you idiots, we probably wouldn't have won so easily, ha ha ha. Attack. Defeat these stupid Gryffindors. Victory belongs to Slytherin. Pure blood supreme. Sure enough, despite being attacked by Hermione and the others just now and killing several people, the pure blood snake committed suicide because of the stubbornness of the leader Draco Malfoy. Not only did his momentum not waver at all, but he kept frantically attacking the defense lines of the Gryffindor wizards in front of him. Everyone get out of the way. I've prepared a big one for these guys. A shout came from behind the pure blood snake. Next moment, Marcus Flint cast a floating spell and controlled a huge stone with a diameter of more than 10 meters to fly over. With a bang, it hit the people in the highlands on the side of Golden Leo. Come over. Zarashay. Everyone is torn apart. Fred Weasley's face changed with fear, and he almost didn't even think about it. He didn't even wait for his brother Percy Weasley's order and just shouted on the spot. He was the first to raise the wand in his hand, and everyone behind him also raised their wands. The next moment, when the curse exploded, gravel flew everywhere and dust flew. Stand up, all stand up, these damn Slytherins are coming. In the messy scene, the young Gryffindor wizards present were all disgraced, looking at the Slytherin wizards who were about to rush to the high ground in the smoke and attempted to attack and destroy the defense towers on their high ground. Everyone started fighting fiercely again. Fake. What on earth are Granger and the others doing? Why haven't they come to support yet? As the leader, Percy Weasley was protected by everyone, but he was shouting crazily. He didn't even participate in the battle, and just complained there. His eyes flickered, and he turned to look at the strange clay bird on his shoulder. Percy Weasley was so angry that he was about to take it off his shoulders and slam it on the ground. However, the next moment, I am Hermione Granger. I don't care if you know me or not. Now, I announce that I will take over the on-site command of Percy Weasley and serve as the temporary commander of Golden Leo. Those who have received this order and expressed their agreement, use your magic wands to light the birds next to you and give me a reply." A sudden sound came clearly from the strange bird. Not just the one on his shoulder. The clay bird on the shoulders of everyone present made the same sound. After a brief moment of astonishment, Percy Weasley was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot when he heard the content in the voice. "Damn Granger, what are you going to do?" "BD. I am the leader, what qualifications do you have to remove my power?" Originally, everyone was astonished just like Percy Weasley. They all looked at each other when they saw the other party's ugly behavior of grabbing the clay bird on their shoulders, roaring like crazy, and seeming to eat the other party alive. The two twin brothers, who were Percy Weasley's younger brothers, were the first to look at each other. While resisting the Slytherin's attack in front of them, they all took the time to point their wands on the clay birds on their shoulders. "Fred Weasley, take your orders, Miss Granger." "George Weasley, I accept your orders." "Dean Thomas, I accept your orders." "Hermione, I'm Parvati Patil, just give me the order." "Accept the order." Seeing one after another, in just the blink of an eye, everyone abandoned himself as their original leader. The furious Percy Weasley couldn't help but look dazed. As if he had lost the strength to support his body, he staggered and sat down on the ground. He looked at his two younger brothers with disbelief, as well as the little wizards around him who had been constantly pursuing him in the past. "It's really sad." Vernon Dursley, who saw this scene in the stands, shook his head. However, there was really no hint of pity in his tone, but it was the Weasley family on the side. After hearing such comments, everyone felt a little embarrassed. Among them, Arthur, who had always been proud of his son, could not help but feel disappointed with his son Percy, who was so stupid and unfulfilled at the moment. The other parties seemed to be in addition to the Gryffindor prefect whom I got as if it was a continuation of the family. Nothing really stands out at all. Looking back at my other sons. And on Arthur's side, when he was looking for Ronald's figure in the field. Hermione, who now had the command authority agreed by everyone, had no intention of wasting time or being proud of herself. As he waved the wand in his hand, a shadow like a light curtain in the sky appeared in front of him. "Oh! It seems that I have underestimated you, Miss Know-it-all, you are indeed the person I like." Romon raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the positioning map spell that clearly showed the location of one's own personnel on the battlefield, the admiration in his eyes became more and more intense. Although the magic spell itself can only be regarded as an auxiliary gadget, it not only has extremely high use value, but can also fully demonstrate what Miss Granger has been doing in the past 6 months or so. How much effort has been made in terms of magic knowledge. Romon didn't give the other party a powerful spell like Draco Malfoy or Harry Potter, but it was the safest way to let Wednesday secretly provide it to the other party. And the most systematic foundation for learning spells. Now, it is time for the other party to show the results of half a year. Everyone on the road. Ignore the enemies in front of you, retreat immediately, go to the middle road, and cut off Slytherin's manpower from behind. It was just an order, but they were still on their way. The Gryffindor wizards who were fighting fiercely with Slytherin were stunned. As the captain, the senior Gryffindor wizard immediately asked a question through the clay bird on his shoulder. "Then what should I do when I get on the road? I really don't care at all." However, Hermione ordered immediately. "I will send other personnel to take over. We must change our battlefield thinking. Everyone should evacuate immediately. Don't let me repeat the order a third time." On the road, looking at the pure-blood snake wizard who was fighting fiercely with them under the defense tower in the mess in front of him, the captain gritted his teeth. "Withdraw. Go to the middle." But just when the movement officially started on the road, Hermione looked at Shameless beside her. "Shameless, you are the only one among us who can fly. I want to leave the road to you." You don't need to consider killing the pure-blood snake. Use your method to restrict them and don't let them while they destroyed the defense tower," the alchemy golem that protected us advanced. Hermione's voice, blessed by the magic on site, clearly reached the ears of every wizard present. After hearing the other party's words, everyone immediately understood the little girl's plan. In order to get rid of the lack of combat effectiveness on our side, we greatly increased the use of alchemy golems. There is no doubt that it is the most rational judgment. After receiving Hermione's order, Shameless immediately picked up the pile of clay he had just processed and flew into the air. Hermione's voice rang in the ears of the Gryffindor wizards in the room. In addition to the bottom lane team continuing to maintain and ensure the safety of the defense tower, everyone except the existing command personnel must gather in the middle lane immediately. We are going to launch a major counterattack. Middle Road. When Draco and the others came here again after being resurrected, the Gryffindor who was originally suppressed and beaten by them was obviously much more stable than before. There are obviously a lot more manpower, as if manpower from other areas has been mobilized. Harry Potter. Upon seeing the figure that he hated so much, Draco immediately led his men towards the front line of the battle. Hearing the voice, Harry Potter's eyes narrowed, and his eyes instantly turned into a pair of snake eyes. He grabbed his wand and wanted to go one-on-one with Draco who was coming. However, the next moment a hand grabbed his shoulder directly. *YNTT. Your spell to summon the snakes is very useful to us as a whole. Ignore Malfoy and leave it to me. I need you to release the snakes immediately to deal with these Slytherins. Without giving Harry Potter a chance to refuse, Hermione, as the current leader of the Golden Leo, stepped forward and started to dance with the wand in her hand. Get out of the way. Annoying guy, I have no interest in wasting time on you. Hermione sneered. This is not something you can decide. Boulder Awakening Giant's Wrath. A spell that had never been heard before, as the magic power on Hermione exploded, the ground pointed by the wand suddenly began to rumble, stopping Draco who was about to step forward. 0. Next moment. Boom. Pieces of huge rocks, accompanied by bursts of dust, were pulled out of the ground in the blink of an eye, and then turned into a giant rock under the stunned gaze of everyone. A rock giant with a head that is 7 or 8 meters high. The body, which is like a weight, is composed of pieces of stone. With a slight wave of his thick arms, there was a strong wind that could hit the young master. Walt. Miss Granger. McGonagall was already stunned by the scene in front of him. He opened his mouth wide and suddenly stood up without caring about the image. Beside her, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout and other Hogwarts professors also stood up in horror. However, don't say they were shocked. Even Romon looked confused at the moment. What the hell? Does this little girl Hermione also have a gold finger similar to that of the Temple of Law? Or is it that the Child of Destiny is so terrifying? 0. It is different from the armor protection mountain giant's blessing that Romon used when he took Hermione out of Diagon Alley for the first time and was attacked. The main part of the magic spell cast at that time was the protection charm. However, Romon could tell at a glance that the main body of the curse cast by Hermione was form. Perhaps it was because Romon's curse at that time left a deep impression on this little girl, which led to the present Boulder Awakening Wrath of the Giant. Likewise, Draco, who had not put Hermione in his eyes at first, was shocked by the sudden appearance of the huge thing in front of him. In disbelief, Hermione Granger looked at Hermione Granger who had been placed on the shoulder by the stone giant, and the wand in her hand was still waving as if it was not over yet. Waldfa? What kind of curse is this? However, the next moment, looking at the thick arms raised by the big guy in front of him, Draco couldn't care less about his image and immediately ordered hurriedly. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Get out of the attack range of this monster! Burning Fire Flame Serpent! In the scorching firelight, Draco stepped back, and the wand in his hand instantly summoned a terrifying giant flaming snake. However, Just when he thought Hermione was going to control the stone people to attack them, another spell came from Hermione's mouth. Along with it, the dense grass in the wild area around the middle road gathered towards the stone giant as if they had been summoned by something. The ground rumbled and trembled, and new boulders rumbled up. Spirit Thread Control Rock Terminator. As Hermione waved her wand, it gathered on the stone giant, seeming to form meridians and flesh-like vegetation, pulling and assembling more rocks into the already huge structure. On the guy. A burst of crisp applause suddenly came from one direction in the stands. The applause of Papa Papa clearly reached the ears of every wizard present. Everyone in a state of shock came to their senses and turned to look. Just saw that Romon, as the god of magic at this moment, was applauding with appreciation. Hermione, who seemed to have had the idea to complete the spell a long time ago, instinctively raised her head and looked in the direction of the stands, and saw the location through the dense magic isolation layer. On top, behind the figure applauding him, the slightly pale face could not help but instantly blush with excitement. Below, looking up at Hermione Granger, who was standing on the shoulders of a giant that had reached more than 10 meters. Pansy Parkinson, her arch-rival, thought her brain had gone crazy and everything she saw was an illusion. This Baichi, how is this possible? And as Romon took the initiative to applaud, no matter how unbelievable it was, everyone couldn't believe that what they were seeing was actually a spell that a little first-year wizard could cast. I couldn't help but applaud loudly. On top of the stands. As Muggles, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, although they didn't know exactly how powerful their current daughter was among these wizards, they were still pulled away when they saw this scene. The audience around you. That's my daughter, ha ha ha, did you see it? Look at the giant muscle lines. I'm a doctor, even though I'm a dentist, it all comes from my family background. Ha 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 ha, my baby girl will definitely become a great wizard. Chapter 110. Wizard Canyon, Middle Road. No one could have imagined that a terrifying battle between first-year wizards at Hogwarts would appear in front of everyone in such a ridiculous way. Boom. Boom. Get out of the way. Boom. Ah. Draco's face was extremely gloomy, he kept waving the wand in his hand, and the magic spell in his mouth had been replaced by Parseltongue. Even his demon pet Ogate's poison-spotted python was already activated. I want to find an opportunity to let my magic pet climb on the giant in front of me and kill Hermione. However, in front of them, in addition to Hermione Granger, who was completely beyond their expectations, another snake whisperer in Hogwarts, Harry Potter, the Parcel Mouth, was also in the middle. Hissed in a gloomy Parseltongue. Behind him, a dark pit appeared out of thin air, and large swarms of snakes poured out of it. In the blink of an eye, they were all over the place before everyone's eyes. The pure-blood snake wizards who had finally advanced to the Golden Leo Highland were forced to retreat back. As for Hermione Granger, who was the most eye-catching person on the scene at the moment, she was just controlling the stone giant and started to push forward crazily. However, in the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 wizards were already there, catching them off guard. Crushed into a pulp by the stone giant. In the sky above Wizard Canyon, Oriana's announcements sounded one after another. In just a few minutes, Hermione's Demon King points easily exceeded the 10,000 mark. She was advancing at a crazy speed and was about to arrive in front of the pure-blooded snake's middle defense tower. Seeing this scene, Draco and the others finally became completely anxious. Malfoy, we must think of a way, otherwise our defense tower will never be able to hold up this big guy in front of us. Marcus Flint looked panicked and hurriedly took a few steps back while speaking. In front of them, dense swarms of snakes had completely covered the road in front of them. There were no longer many venomous snakes that had been burned to coax by Draco, but at this moment, there were still an endless supply of them, summoned by Harry Potter. Draco gritted his teeth and winked at Pansy Parkinson who was behind the team. The latter immediately hid behind the crowd and began to prepare his own spell. And Draco roared angrily at this moment. He pointed the wand in his hand at the Ogades poison-spotted python beside him. "Get bigger quickly!" Hiss! As the venomous python in front of him expanded instantly, turning into a basilisk more than 10 meters high in the blink of an eye, Draco couldn't help but stumble. Taking a deep breath, she climbed up on top of the snake's head and pointed her wand at the top of the stone giant's head. Hermione was about to cast her strongest spell on the spot. Soul Curse Undead Torture Whip. However, at the next moment, the giant python under his feet shook, making his body unable to slide down. Seeing this scene, Romon in the stands could not help but shake his head slightly. Professor Flitwick sitting next to him also sighed. Mr. Malfoy's idea is good. Casting the transformation curse at this time is indeed the best choice, but this low-level branch of the transformation curse cannot be used on magical creatures, and it still turns into such a large extent cannot be supported by his magic foundation. Having said this, Professor Flitwick couldn't help but look at the field with appreciative eyes, waved his arms, and beat Draco's giant python until it looked like a twitching giant noodle like stone giant. He was amazed. This level of spell has been maintained for nearly 10 minutes, and it still has no intention of collapsing. Even though this stone giant was created with the blessing of 2 composite spells, Miss Granger can definitely claim this. He is a great genius. Romon nodded, with a smile on his face. Indeed, it is not difficult to implement a seemingly powerful spell, but it is not an easy task to make a powerful spell maintain a more stable posture and a longer output for a period of time. Miss Granger is now quite mature in terms of spells, especially the theory of transformation spells. She is just like our Gryffindor beauty professor of transformation spells. At the end of the sentence, Romon couldn't help but tease Professor McGonagall, who was already excited and flushed. This kind of weird compliment for her age only attracted a blank stare from Professor McGonagall at the moment. However, looking at the other party's eyes, it was obvious that he already had plans and ideas. Romon also smiled slightly. It seems that Miss Granger will be able to do even better things in the future. Lucius, where did that girl come from? How could this kind of curse be possible? Jason Vincent wanted to think about how it was possible for her to be able to perform it at her age, but the reality was coldly placed in front of them. Draco Malfoy, who had previously led the pure-blood snake wizard forcefully all the way to the high ground of the Golden Leo, could only be beaten passively in front of such a powerful curse. The enlarged Ogades poison-spotted python, let alone any counterattacks, could only stand in front of Hermione like a human shield, constantly suffering from the opponent's crazy beatings. In just a moment, it was already dripping with blood. Draco Malfoy, who was on top of the opponent, tried to find opportunities to counterattack several times. But his body was shaking, his center of gravity was unstable, and he couldn't cast the spell at all. And at the same time, hit the road. Seeing that the little wizards of Golden Leo who were fighting back and forth with them just a moment ago, they all dropped their defense towers and retreated. Although full of confusion, these pure-blood snake little wizards present seized the opportunity one after another. Taking advantage of this short gap, they frantically faced the defense tower belonging to the Golden Leo in front of them. Launched an attack. The magic spell of hit the defense tower one after another, causing earth and rocks to fly. Below, the alchemy puppets on both sides were also waving their swords wildly, slashing at each other. However, at this most intense time, when the defense tower was about to collapse, above the sky, a slightly rough voice suddenly came. Clay artist pacifist. Amidst the sound of, everyone looked up in shock, but they already saw a figure, riding on the back of a strange flying bird, above their heads. I don't know when, but a dozen pale, dove-like birds flew over. Next moment, just when these birds were about to arrive in front of them, Simo, who was in the sky, waved his wand lightly, and shouted with obvious excitement. Art is an explosion. Click. Boom. A huge explosion instantly set off among the crowd, with terrifying air waves and fire, mixed with frightened voices. In an instant, the wizard audience present was stunned. Zayre's height. What kind of curse is this? Beside Lucius, a group of Slytherin wizards stood up in horror, their expressions changing wildly. As for Lucius, looking at the figure in the sky, he immediately thought of the curse scroll he and his son, Draco Malfoy, had obtained from Romon. Clay artist, a combination of transfiguration, alchemy, and explosion. Lucius gritted his teeth. At this moment, 4 consecutive notification sounds echoed over the entire canyon. With just one move, Shameless executed 4 little wizards of the pure blood snake on the spot. Among the billowing smoke and dust, several embarrassed figures rolled out with black smoke rising from their bodies. Several senior Slytherin wizards raised their heads and looked in the direction of Shameless in shock. Just now, if they hadn't used the armor protection in advance when they were fighting the Gryffindors before, there would have been a horrific explosion. They will be sent away on the spot. Fake. What kind of black magic is this? A thunderbolt explosion. Don't worry about it, that damn guy is coming again. Everyone panicked, raised the wands in their hands, and pointed them at Shameless in the sky, and kept releasing them. However, at a height of 20 to 30 meters and still flying, everyone's attacks could not hit Zichen at this moment. Simo, don't waste time, advance the troops quickly. Hermione's voice came from the clay bird on her shoulder. Shameless nodded. He didn't have much clay left in his hand. He once again created a dozen clay birds, half of which flew towards the pure blood snake wizard who was attacking and harassing him below. The other half flew towards the alchemy puppet that had just walked out from under the opponent's defense tower. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions, accompanied by the continuous release of clay birds from Simo's side, sounded on the top road of Wizard Canyon. It only took less than a moment. Then there were a few more unlucky pure-blooded snakes who hated the Northwest because the protective spell on their bodies was broken. Following the sounds of several more killings, it wasn't long after Oriana announced it. Finally, there was a roar. After experiencing Simo's indiscriminate bombardment and the crazy siege of the alchemy golem, within a moment, a voice sounded over the Wizard Canyon. Golden Leo Seamus Finnegan, destroy the pure blood snake defense tower on the road, and get Demon King points, 5,000. Yes. That's my son. That's my son, ha 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 ha, Simo did it beautifully. On the stand, a slightly bald middle-aged man jumped up in excitement. He pulled a wizard around and shouted excitedly. Golden Leo was originally at a disadvantage, but Hermione and Seamus, 2 wizards from Muggle families, took action and instantly turned the tide of the battle. And watching his side, the advantage is getting weaker and weaker. Ronald, who had been active in the wild area for a long time but could not find the lone Golden Leo wizard, also decisively changed direction. Quickly headed towards the road. In a place of thick grass, Simo, who was hiding among them, was frantically digging the soil on the ground. At the same time, the magic power in his body surged into the small brass ball in his hand. After being processed by the brass-colored balls, the clay in his hands turned into explosive clay that could be used to cast spells. Just when Simo was talking about how he wanted to become MVP, he was digging like crazy. The sound of footsteps made Simo's body suddenly tense. As soon as he raised his head, in the grass on the opposite side, he suddenly saw Ronald, who was just passing by and heading towards the upper road. The two looked at each other. The stunned emotions condensed in each other's eyes, just for a blink of an eye. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Boom! In an instant, during the fierce magical confrontation, Ronald took 2 steps back in shock. The particularity of Simo's own magic power greatly improved the offensiveness of the spell cast by the other party. The collision of the same spell actually caused Ronald to be suppressed instantly. Ronald, you traitor! You actually met me! You will be in bad luck today. Seamus waved the wand in his hand, and under the pressure of curses, Ronald was quickly suppressed. However, faced with the other party's ridicule, Ronald's face turned gloomy for a moment before he snorted coldly. "Simo, it seems that you have a lot of opinions about me. However, to make me unlucky, I have to see if you have the strength." As he said that, a pair of eyes suddenly looked towards Simo's eyes. This small movement instantly made Seamus Finnegan look stern. Almost without hesitation, he rolled on the spot and turned around, flying onto the back of the big clay bird. With a crash sound, the wings spread. "Ronald Weasley, I already know how to guard against that curse of yours, give up." Seeing the clay bird whistling sharply and flying towards him, Ronald's expression changed, and his body suddenly began to turn into a ball of black mist, and he fled crazily around him. Boom, 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 boom. All of a sudden, the entire Wizard Canyon is full of young wizards fighting fiercely. The intensity of the fierce battle between the two sides has become more intense as time goes by. From time to time, a voice sounded in the sky, but another little wizard accidentally fell on the enemy's spell on the opposite side. And with Seamus Finnegan on his side, after destroying the second defense tower of Pure Blood Snake on the road. In the middle, the wizards on both sides, who had been struggling to support themselves, finally had their magic power almost bottomed out. Just after Draco was rescued from the hands of the stone giant by his younger brother in embarrassment, Hermione's face also paled, and the stone giant beneath her feet instantly collapsed. "Stop chasing, Harry. Leave some people who can still hold on, and withdraw the rest of the Alliance Crystal to restore their magic power." Looking at the battle, the Pure Blood Snake vs Golden Leo, the score was 86:71. The audience present were all completely nervous. Who would have thought that just a wizard showdown between Hogwarts students would become as intense as it is today under the influence of Romon, the new Hogwarts principal? The two sides come and go. Although the spells are uneven, some little wizards are not obvious and some cannot adapt. However, the level of fighting between the two sides can be regarded as a formal small wizard war. Watching the main forces of both sides urgently withdraw the Alliance Crystal to restore their magic power. At this time, people in the audience finally started to communicate with each other excitedly. "Professor Romon, so in the future development of the Kangxi world, will the curse theory be comprehensively improved? It seems that the common battle spells in the wizarding world today are not even enough to produce much battlefield value in today's wizard confrontation." Mrs. Olim Maxim from Bosbaton's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry came over again. Looking at the other party's eyes that were obviously disappointed and anxious, Romon smiled slightly. Today's Wizard Canyon showdown, in addition to being a harvest of leaks, is also an expansion of influence and deterrence. The moment when one person like him can compete with the existence of the entire British wizarding world, and now he has mastered the precious magic knowledge that is destined to shake the entire wizarding world. Fans and admirers will naturally gather around him without any action required. Mrs. Maxim, the world has been changing. Every day, some people make progress because of the changes, and some people are eliminated because they refuse to change. The little wizard in the first grade has mastered certain new magic spells. After learning the theory, you can truly develop your own magical art. Romon said with a smile, and everyone who heard his words couldn't help but look at Hermione and others. Indeed. Who would have thought that the main force in this battle would be these first-year junior masters? Chapter 111. Who would have thought that the main force in this battle would be these first-year wizards? Instead, senior wizards like Percy Weasley and Marcus Flint became their foils. Even Romon himself did not expect the performance of the young wizards today, especially Hermione. After all, under his intervention, this girl has never been in the limelight from the beginning of Hogwarts to the present. Like Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, and others, they are causing various troubles in the academy. He is obviously a Gryffindor, but he is like a Ravenclaw. He is not studying the knowledge of the heart in the classroom every day and reading the books delivered on Wednesday. It's just a person practicing magic spells, magic control and other basics in the arena of Hogwarts. Accumulate but gain little. There is no doubt that it is very obvious in Hermione, the know-it-all lady. Although this so-called deep accumulation only lasted about half a year, coupled with the luck that the other party may be a member of the original protagonist group, as well as his own intelligence. In this wizard showdown between the pure-blooded Snake and the Golden Leo, Hermione Granger's name will definitely be remembered by the entire British wizarding world. In Romon's Wizard Canyon, the little wizards will also feel tired, but the so-called fatigue here is actually more reflected in the spirit. The consumption of physical strength and magic power accompanied the little wizard's return to the Alliance Crystal. It doesn't take long to recover. Such a method is undoubtedly beyond the cognition of wizards in today's wizarding world. Even the alchemy or magic masters who came to watch with the ministers of magic from various countries. One by one, they carefully observed the Alliance Crystal with binoculars for several hours. In the end, it was obvious that the two sides were leaning towards victory, but no one could figure out why. They all reluctantly came to the side of their respective ministers of magic and whispered something. "Professor Romon, I am afraid that the entire British wizarding world will become lively because of you." On the side, Madame Maxime did not return to her position, and stood beside him like Romon's attendant, regardless of her status as the principal of France's top magic school. Whenever she speaks, she, who has some giant blood, needs to bend down slightly. Like a maid doing a salute. Regarding the other party's compliments, Romon's expression was quite dull. He heard this kind of words too much, and even when he was still studying at Hogwarts, they were already everywhere around him. Now it's just a different group of people. In the field, Wizard Canyon hit the road. At this moment, on the road, the defense tower of Pure Blood Snake is about to be pushed to the high ground. Under the cover of Simo, the number of alchemy golems in Golden Leo on the road has reached more than 100. Name. Like a medieval Western heavy armored infantry regiment armed to the teeth, after knocking down the second defense tower in a mighty manner, it headed towards the Highland defense tower of the Pure Blood Snake. Hwa hwa hwa! The fierce wind howled in his ears. However, Simo's situation at this moment could not be called optimistic. Under the dual restrictions of the on-site magic barrier and its own magic power reserves, the giant clay bird under him could not fly too high at all, only about 20 meters. This height even made him dare not approach some areas with towering trees at will. Just before, due to his complacency, he flew past a towering tree without noticing it. The next moment, Ronald was lurking on the tree without knowing when. Defeated in one move. If he hadn't had the giant clay bird, he could quickly rush to the top road from the Alliance Crystal after resurrection, and finally gather a certain size of alchemy golems, which would have been destroyed by the opponent. It is precisely because of this that although Simo seems to have completely controlled the situation on the road at this moment, his whole spirit is still tense. From time to time, you need to look down at the dense jungles and hills below, nervously looking for the missing Ronald. You know, he only has the last life left at this moment. Shut down. Pure-blooded Snake Pansy Parkinson, ended Golden Leo Percy Weasley, obtained Demon King points, 3,200. Golden Leo Percy Weasley, out. Golden Leo Percy Weasley, 0 kills, 7 assists, 2 deaths, Demon King points earned, 4,100. A sudden announcement came from the sky. In the middle, Hermione and the others were stunned for a moment as they once again cast the stone giant's spell and fought with the main force of the pure-blooded snake. The next moment, Hermione's pretty face turned gloomy. And noticing her gaze, even though they were Percy Weasley's younger brothers, the twins George and Fred didn't have the courage to explain at all at this moment. They all spoke hurriedly in embarrassment. Percy said he was going to help the other side of the road. Just now a man walked away from this side of the river. Hermione didn't speak, but behind the people in the middle of the pure-blood snake side, a figure slowly walked out of the grass, with a mocking smile on his face. He looked at Hermione, who was standing on the giant's shoulders without any politeness. Surprisingly, it was during the battle that Percy Weasley was discovered to have left the team alone. After entering the wild area, he followed quietly, and then hid in the secret and passed the burning curse-ending arrow given to her by Romon before. Kill the opponent's Pansy Parkinson with one sneak attack. Pansy, great job! Kill Harry! Draco shouted, and the Ogate's poison-spotted python under his feet, which he cast the magnification spell on, was obviously more stable when they met for the first time. Although most of the time, he was still passively enduring Hermione's attacks. But fortunately, it was able to barely stop the opponent's advancement speed. Now, the one that has the greatest impact on the pure-blooded snake is Harry Potter's spell to summon a group of snakes. On Pansy Parkinson's side, she began to prepare targeted spells, and the Weasley twins also stood in front of each other in order to protect Harry. Hit the road. The sound of his own captain, Percy Weasley, being the first on the scene to be eliminated in such a humiliating way made Shameless feel slightly distracted. The body instinctively raised its head to look at the void light curtain above its head, wanting to know something. A ghastly sound that made his soul tremble suddenly came from the side of his body. Damn it! Wow! In the thick black mist, there was a vaguely ferocious figure that looked like an evil spirit. It jumped up from the top of a towering tree, like a night devil in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, he was still in front of X-Ibo. Shameless! Be careful! Damn it! On the stands, the Gryffindor wizards who were frightened by Ronald's sudden attack stood up and didn't even have time to pay attention to their shameful prefect Percy Weasley. They all opened their eyes in horror. And under the nervous gaze of the audience, facing Ronald, who suddenly rushed out, Simo tried his best to control the giant clay bird to change direction. However, crack! A scarlet claw wrapped in black energy, like a devil's hand, poked out from the black mist and instantly pierced the body of the giant clay bird under Simo. In the black mist, Ronald looked like a different person, with a tense and ferocious face and blood-red eyes, hoarsely staring at the stunned Shameless. Shameless, you're dead this time. After hearing this, Simo's body trembled for a moment, and a strong madness suddenly burst out in his eyes. Under Ronald's narrowed gaze, the wand suddenly pierced the giant bird beneath him. Same words to you, Ronald Weasley. Art is an explosion. Click. Boom. The terrifying explosion wave instantly set off a wave of terrifying magic power near the upper road of Wizard Canyon, with fierce air waves, causing the surrounding trees and grass to fall and sway. Amidst the flying dust, under the horrified gazes of all the wizards present, Oriana's announcement came immediately after. Legendary. Golden Leo Seamus Finnegan, killed pure-blooded snake Ronald, obtained Demon King points, 4,000. Golden Leo Seamus Finnegan, committed suicide. No Demon King points reward. Shut down. Golden Leo, CGCH, Seamus Finnegan, out. Golden Leo Seamus Finnegan, 24 kills, 3 assists, 2 deaths, special record, destroyed pure blood snake top defense tower *2, obtained Demon King points, 8.3 W. One direction from the stands. In a place that looked like the entrance to a grandstand, Percy Weasley stood at the door, looking around at the dark crowd and his garbage-like record above the huge light screen. He didn't even have the courage to walk out from here and appear in the stands to watch the next game with others. But on his side, he was still fighting between heaven and man in his heart. The announcement of Seamus Finnegan's elimination, along with what was simply a crushing record for him, instantly made Percy Weasley, who was still struggling, instinctively take a step back. It seemed that if he walked out of this exit and appeared in front of these audiences, he would be beyond redemption. But at this time, Simo's voice came from behind him. Why don't you go out? Turning around, Seamus' eyes showed no trace of respect at all, which made Percy Weasley's already extremely embarrassed face completely unbearable. He snorted coldly, turned around and left through the back exit. The loss of 2 people in succession made Gryffindor Golden Leo obviously become passive. But at this time, Hermione, as the on-site conductor, gritted her teeth. When Ronald thought that he would be resurrected soon and join here, he immediately no longer hesitated and mobilized the few magic powers in his body. Waving the wand in hand. Flying sand and rocks rock ejection. There was a boom. The giant beneath him suddenly raised his arms, and the wolf smashed it to the ground. The next moment, as the ground trembled, a dense swarm of snakes that had already exceeded 1,000, summoned by Harry with all his heart, suddenly seemed to bounce off a trampoline, under the gaze of Draco and others whose expressions changed drastically. Falling from the sky. Fell into their crowd. Kill. This is our last chance. Hermione looked pale, and Harry, who had never thought that the other party could have such a trick, originally wanted to say something, but after hearing the other party's fate, Ling was also shocked. While waving the wand in his hand, the next moment, under the curse of Parseltongue, a huge flame python as big as a train suddenly erupted from the tip of his wand. On top of the stands. Seeing this scene, Romon shook his head slightly. This time, Pure Blood Snake was defeated. If Seamus Finnegan and Percy Weasley are the 2 lone men on Golden Leo's side, they only have 1 life left. So, right now, Draco Malfoy and the others are definitely the collective of all the single-lived wizards in Pure Blood Snake. Faced with a sudden breakthrough of this magnitude and a disruption to the formation, defeat is almost a certainty. Sure enough, the next moment, the surging flames on Harry's side were the first to rush into the crowd, instantly engulfing several wizards. The shrill screams were accompanied by the end announcement above the wizard canyon. Pure-blooded snake. The combat power displayed here was quickly reduced. 90,85,77,62. By the time Ronald ran all the way and rushed out from Alliance Crystal, Pure Blood Snake had completely collapsed in the middle. On the stands, Professor McGonagall, who had also clearly seen the situation of the upcoming duel, took a deep breath, and his youthful face showed no concealment. Full of joy. Turning his head, he looked at Romon and raised his eyebrows. Professor Romon, even though it's only the preliminary round, you can't be stingy in terms of rewards. After all, the little wizards are so brave and work hard for this. Romon burst into laughter. As the Golden Leo side, under the command of Hermione, made a final strategic contraction, they returned to the Alliance Crystal to replenish their magic power and physical strength. This duel officially ushered in a crushing situation for Golden Leo. Although Ronald, this guy, relied on several Voldemort's exclusive authorized spells taught to him by Voldemort, and at the last moment, he captured several little lions. In the end, he fell helplessly under the combined attack of Hermione and others. With Hermione, the Gryffindor captain who came to the rescue, she controlled the huge stone giant and wreaked havoc on the Pure Blood Snake's Alliance Crystal, smashing it into pieces. Colorful fireworks shot into the sky in an instant. Oriana's high-pitched voice attracted the entire audience. Pure-blooded snake bases destroyed. Golden Leo wins duel. The next moment, I don't know where it came from, bursts of exciting music sounded throughout Wizard Canyon, and accompanied by the transmission of this music. Under the dumbfounded gazes of all the wizards present, the Alliance Crystal originally destroyed by Hermione, as well as the canyon buildings and vegetation that had been in a mess along the way, were restored to their original appearance in the blink of an eye, as if they were traveling back in time. Before everyone could recover from such a gorgeous restoration spell, the next moment, gorgeous light curtains accompanied by silhouettes of people appeared in the sky over Wizard Canyon. Appear in everyone's sight. Ronald, who came out of the Slytherin exit, looked up nervously. One after another figures, accompanied by the achievements of these people, appeared in their eyes. Golden rays of light lit up from the light curtains of these people one after another in an order. Pure-blooded snake Draco Malfoy, 19 kills, 21 assists, 2 deaths, special record, destroyed Golden Leo Middle Defense Tower *2, obtained the Demon King. Points 7.2 W. Golden Leo Seamus Finnegan, 24 kills, 3 assists, 2 deaths, special record, destroyed Pure Blood Snake Top Defense Tower *2, obtained Demon King points. 8.3 W. Golden Leo Harry Potter, 27 kills, 29 assists, 1 death, Demon King points earned, 8 W. Golden light lingered, and then the light of a human figure bloomed into the light curtain. Ronald's face couldn't help but look happy. Pure-blooded Snake Ronald, 33 kills, 0 assists, 2 deaths, special record, destroyed Golden Leo Top Defense Tower *1, obtained Demon King points, 10. 2 W. Such a record is enough to make everyone present look at him. However, the next moment, the bright smile on Ronald's face instantly solidified on his face, and Draco, who came out from behind him, was so angry that he punched the wall 10 times on the spot. Chapter 112. The rays of light seemed to follow a certain order. Every time they lit up, it was a feat that made the wizards on the scene gasp. And Ronald's record appeared before everyone's eyes. In the golden light full of dignity, there was a picture of an ordinary red-haired boy completing seemingly impossible battles and duels one after another. It started playing in the light curtain, like a super burning clip, accompanied by the exciting music in the field. That time and again, although he looked evil like a Death Eater, extremely powerful spells were cast from his hands. Like a black ghost in Wizard Canyon. Time and again, the little wizard who was caught off guard was strangled on the spot. Although sneak attacks, confusion, and other unsightly methods made him look less glorious at the moment. However, Ronald could clearly feel that the Slytherin pure-blood wizard family patriarchs who had been full of disdain and scrutiny towards him before entering Wizard Canyon this morning had obviously changed their attitudes. Lucius Malfoy, who is now the apparent leader of the pure-blood wizard family, nodded slightly towards him, expressing his approval for him. Even the vain Ronald could not help but look in the direction of his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, out of habit. However, to his disappointment, the Weasleys did not look at him at all at this moment. As if they had heard some news, they anxiously pulled their daughter Ginny Weasley towards the exit on the side of the stands. Ronald. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Even though he had done such a thing and gave up his last name, he still longed for the respect and attention of his parents. However, the reality of the situation made his heart feel cold. Shaking his head slightly and throwing these complicated thoughts behind, Ronald raised his head again and looked at his handsome and powerful figure in the halo of 687, with pride on his face. Smile. However, the next moment, the bright smile on Ronald's face instantly solidified on his face, and Draco, who came out from behind him, was so angry that he punched the wall on the spot. Damn it! It's that Gryffindor! Ronald's expression froze, however, opposite them, at the entrance to the stands on the other side of the huge crater. A group of people walked out slowly, and the beautiful figure at the head appeared. Romon stood up slowly and gave him applause. And such a simple action immediately attracted a burst of applause from all the audience at the scene. Golden Leo Hermione Granger, 33 kills, 27 assists, 0 deaths, special record, destroyed Pure Blood Snake Middle Defense Tower *2, obtained Demon King points. 16.7 W. Golden Leo vs Pure Blooded Snake, Golden Leo wins. Overall MVP, Gryffindor House, Hermione Granger. Pure Blood Snake MVP, Gryffindor Academy Ronald. Ronald's eyes were full of anger and unwillingness, and his fists were tightly clenched. All of this was undoubtedly beyond his expectations. He turned around in disbelief and looked at Draco Malfoy on the side. The opponent was in the middle. How could Hermione Granger get such a high hit? What about the number of kills? However, Draco also looked confused at this moment. Although the giants used by Hermione were terrifying, they were basically killed by 1 or 2 every time. Draco's mind was filled with the last fire spell of Harry Potter at the moment. She never thought that Hermione would have the same number of kills as Ronald. And, since the opponent is on the battlefield, the overall command and assistance operations. The number of assists completely overwhelmed Ronald of the Mavericks. Became today's MVP. The thunderous applause lasted for 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, the excited people at the scene gradually calmed down because of Romon's signal. However, at Gryffindor College, both Professor McGonagall and the families of these young wizards were all excited. As for Muggle families, Seamus Finnegan's parents and Hermione Granger's parents were completely unable to control themselves. It is already bizarre enough that his own child has become a mysterious wizard. They were able to let their children learn magic more because of what Hogwarts said about the life-threatening danger caused by out-of-control magic dust. For the future safety of their children, they were sent to Hogwarts. But he never thought that his child would have such outstanding wizard talent. For these arrogant adult wizards, it was obvious that many people looked down upon them, ordinary people, and slapped them in the face. Everyone's eyes focused on Romon. Above the huge light curtain, Romon's figure appeared. What a wonderful showdown between wizards! What should real magic be? I don't think anyone will need me to explain that to them again. Romon looked around, with a faint smile on his handsome but cynical, gentle but sinister face. Seeing Romon like this, Hermione Granger's little face couldn't help but blush slightly. At this time, above the huge light curtain, Romon's eyes were already looking towards her. Before announcing the winner's reward for the winning team Golden Leo in this preliminary round, Miss Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger stepped forward excitedly, obviously to receive the award, but she looked at Romon's face above the light screen, which looked at her with a look of appreciation and approval. In Hermione's little mind, an idea could not help but arise that made her extremely ashamed, but also full of longing and expectation. As the MVP of this Wizards Canyon duel, no one will question your outstanding performance. Whether it is your self-innovation at the level of magic spells or your composure in combat command, there is no doubt that your courage and the 2 excellent qualities of wisdom are perfectly displayed in you. Although there are still some flaws, within half a year of enrollment, we have such strength. Hermione Granger, you can afford the reward I have prepared for you next. Romon's voice was like a devil exerting its power of temptation on people. It easily made everyone's eyes focus on him with enthusiasm and expectation. As for Ronald, who was standing on the side of the Slytherin exit, his teeth were chattering even more. Although he is also an MVP, if he is just the team MVP, he will not be able to get this special reward. I could only watch helplessly as Romon waved his hand. The next moment, bursts of starlight slowly appeared in front of Hermione Granger. In the huge light curtain, the opponent's figure also appeared on it immediately, and was stared directly at by all the wizards in the room. The light spots gathered together and turned into a bottle of strange potion. The potion bottle has a strange pattern, and inside is a yellow-brown thing that is slowly rotating on its own, with something like a round object in the center. Like a star in a bottle. Hiss. It's just that this potion-like appearance has gone beyond everyone's understanding. It instantly caused a gasp of cold air from the entire audience. The British wizards present, who still have that unforgettable night hidden deep in their hearts, have a vague understanding of Romon, the Silver Devil's potion. Just like the art that the other party has been pursuing. The more dazzling and beautiful the magic potions made by Romon are, the effects they bring will inevitably be the most deadly and terrifying. Just like the beautiful first half of that extremely silver night. The night sky in the first half of the night wrapped in silver aurorum may be a charming night that British wizards cannot forget no matter what. And with the appearance of the potion, the effect of the potion that everyone was curious about also appeared on the huge light curtain. Supreme effort of the Earthline Fairy. After taking it, it can greatly increase the user's magic power and magic recovery speed. It also improves the user's mental perception sensitivity. At the same time, the user has the wizard bloodline Earthline Fairy. When casting the earth, when casting spells on elements, or vegetation elements, the consumption is reduced and the power is increased. Hiss. Water fa. Damn it. It's actually a blood potion. Blood potion. Everyone in the stands on the Slytherin side was almost going crazy. Lucius looked horrified, his hand touching the cane was trembling violently, and his eyes were fixed on the potion above the huge light screen, which Hermione had carefully put into her hand. Swallowing wildly. Although it was only a description in words, Lucius was already very convinced that this bottle of potion was pocketed by a young wizard from a Muggle family. He must be better than his own son, who got it from Romon. The blood of Ouroboros allowed him to awaken the ability of the Snake Whisperer. Why? Why is it that he is just the MVP of the preliminary round and dares to give out such a terrible reward? Crazy, this guy is simply crazy. Why don't you keep such a top-notch potion for yourself? Damn, this is just the first game. This is just a duel between the two teams of Slytherin and Gryffindor. To come up with such a reward. There are still 6 teams that have not yet competed. Moreover, there will be the semi-finals and the finals after that. I am going crazy, why not let me study at Hogwarts? To meet a principal like Silver Demon King. People no longer care about image. At this moment, even these big shots who are ministers of magic in various countries are beating their chests, scratching their heads, and swaying back and forth in their positions. Some people's eyes were full of fire, even as if believers had seen God, looking at Romon with pleading faces. Some people stared intently at Hermione Granger, who had received such a reward. A pair of twinkling eyes clearly had some intention. Some people completely ignored the scene. Romon was still there and had already rushed towards the exit of Gryffindor. Miss Granger, Miss Granger. Hello, are you willing to sell this bottle of potion? Our family is willing to pay a high price. 200,000 gold galleons, Miss Granger, give me this opportunity. This price is enough for you to become a rich man in the wizarding world. No. Don't listen to him, Miss Granger. On behalf of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, I am willing to bid 300,000 gold galleons. Our Chilean Ministry of Magic gives out 320,000. Haha, just increase the price by 20,000? Go away. Miss Granger, I'll do it for you. To the German Ministry of Magic, I bid you 500,000 gold galleons. And we can also give you national status that is absolutely respected in the Muggle world. Looking at the wolf-like wizards around them, their eyes filled with greed and desire were staring at the supreme effort of the Earthline Fairy in their arms. This kind of battle really made Hermione jump. However, when he saw Romon, who was always smiling at him on the light screen, the tension in his heart dissipated instantly. She didn't believe that these guys would dare to do anything bold to her in the presence of her Professor Romon. There was no hesitation at all. Looking at the fiery gazes of the wizards around her, Hermione would never give this potion to them, and at the same time, she would not leave this potion until the next day. Puff! There was a sound of a bottle cork being opened, and all the wizards in the room looked at him with eyes wide open. Hermione, a little girl, raised her head, closed her eyes and started blowing on the bottle. No! Oh God! My heart is broken! Ah! Kill me, kill me! Why don't you give such a precious medicine to me for me to study? Various roars full of despair and anger sounded in the field. Among them, there are many wizards who have almost lost their minds and have issued their own wands. However, that is without waiting for them to take any concrete action. Next moment, there was a boom. These people all felt as if they had been subjected to a terrible force of gravity. When the ground in the stands beneath their feet cracked into a large spider web, they all rolled their eyes and felt like they were 7 orifices on the spot. He passed out bleeding. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Jason Vincent, who was about to lose his mind, instantly stood on end. Lucius and others beside him also shuddered. All clear. Wake up! looking into the light curtain, always smiling. As for Romon, who was standing in the stands without even moving a finger, everyone swallowed in horror. Here, Lucius, how strong is this guy Romon now? When Jason Vincent spoke, his voice trembled. However, faced with such a problem, Lucius could only remain silent at this moment. Just for today's miraculous wizard canyon, and this huge Warcraft fortress that they have not even seriously understood. How strong Romon is, Lucius can only silently use a white wizard who is currently wanted by the British wizarding community, 4.6 as the basic unit to measure this standard. 5 Dumbledores? 10? Or 100? Lucius tried his best to think in an exaggerated direction, but in the end, even he felt a little unconfident. 100 Dumbledores added together can only be called powerful Dumbledores. However, now that Romon is standing here, what kind of existence is he? God? Lucius didn't know. And if Lucius and the others, after Romon's simple threat, they all wisely gave up their unrealistic ideas. Looking at the light curtain, in the blink of an eye, Hermione Granger, Ronald, the pure-blooded snake drank up all the magic potion that was originally one's own. MVP. He was so angry that he almost fainted. At such a young age, he was already cursing a certain dirty word starting with F through gritted teeth. And just as Hermione had just downed a whole bottle of potion and couldn't help but let out an unladylike burp, she still didn't have time to feel embarrassed. The next moment, the circles of magic ripples on his body spread out again and again. As this energy dispersed, the aura on the opponent's body also gradually and rapidly became stronger. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, green young plants appeared. Seedlings gradually emerged from the ground at her feet. In the blink of an eye, it actually grew to a height of about 1 meter. What made everyone even more unbelievable was that Hermione's ears under her fluffy hair were slowly becoming as pointy as an elf in mythology. His skin is fair, and even his height has grown significantly. An ethereal and intelligent temperament faintly emanated from the other party's body. Elizabeth, standing next to Romon, blinked. Master, you are very good at raising children. Chapter 113. Develop? I heard Elizabeth, the fairy, whispering softly and jokingly in my ears. The corner of Romon's eye twitched without any trace. What a pity. His concern for Hermione Granger was really just a concern and curiosity about the characters in the original work. How could she, a little girl, have such thoughts? But such thoughts only lasted for less than half a second, after looking at Hermione Granger, who became dazzling and quite agile after the supreme effort of the leyline fairy. Romon couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. As the configurer of this potion, he naturally knows that this potion can improve the user's strength and obtain the blood of elves. But the acceleration of physical development and growth was something he had not expected. Looking at Miss Hermione Granger, who had undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment, Romon coughed twice. Although she was still a little girl, she could obviously be called a graceful young girl. As the effect of the medicine was quickly absorbed by the other party, Hermione's pointed elf ears, which had originally alarmed her, slowly returned to their normal appearance. This made her breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, after feeling the changes in her body, she suddenly burst into a bright smile like a lily after the rain. Thank you, Professor Romon. Romon smiled slightly when he heard the girl's sincere gratitude without any utilitarian thoughts. His eyes swept over the wizards who were present as if they were dead mothers, and then he spoke slowly under the expectant gazes of all the little wizards of Golden Leo. As the MVP of the game, Miss Hermione Granger has received her reward, so what happens next? Romon waved casually. The light curtain above the sky changes. As the winner of this preliminary competition, I will give you Golden Leo Wizard Group a chance to choose a reward. You have 2 choices. All members will each receive a bottle of Golden Galleon's Law Magic Potion worth 10,000 gold galleons, or, ignoring the low-pitched exchanges among the people present, Romon raised the corners of his mouth slightly, just like his usual style. You can choose to give up this reward and continue to participate in the next round of the Four Powers tournament. If you win, your reward will be increased by 1 level. If you fail, you will not get any reward. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions suddenly changed slightly. Professor McGonagall, who was still looking forward to it, suddenly lost his expression on his beautiful and intellectual face, and stared at Romon with a malicious look on his face. Professor Romon, this kind of teasing of the little wizard should not happen from a person with high moral standing, but it should not happen from a powerful person like you. McGonagall said angrily. When he mentioned high moral character, he felt that Romon was definitely not worthy of such a great word, so he immediately changed his tune. As for McGonagall's reaction, Romon's expression was particularly exciting. A rogue-like smile bloomed on his face, and he spread his hands. Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry, I am the initiator of this competition and an investor in all projects, so, the final right of interpretation belongs to me personally. You. McGonagall was furious, but faced with the cheating Romon, there was nothing he could do. Indeed, just as he said, he was the one responsible for this duel in Wizard Canyon. The venue here, as well as the various magic circles that they could not understand, were also completed by him alone. The rewards were given by him himself, and even the improvement in the strength of the young wizards participating in the competition was entirely due to Romon himself. And what can Romon get from it? A sudden question suddenly appeared in Professor McGonagall's mind, instantly making her look stunned. Yes. Romon paid so much, so what did he get? For a moment, McGonagall couldn't help but recall everything Romon had done since he was released from Azkaban. Except for the absurd and terrifying challenge to the entire British wizarding world at the beginning, announcing the arrival and terror of the Silver Devil to the entire British wizarding community. It seems that he is deliberately creating people's awe and fear towards him. He just crushed all the adult wizards in the British wizarding world and beat them up. In the end, he even helped these people and healed their injuries without killing any of them. And after that? When Dumbledore was still in school, Romon began to vigorously promote his magic theory and teaching style, so that the new generation of young wizards who should have received Hogwarts traditional wizarding education step by step. They all saw the power of the new magic spell, and it inspired them to have great motivation to learn. Encourage the young wizards to make progress, and do not hesitate to do any bounty missions for this purpose, and take out all kinds of things that the wizarding world had never dared to think of. As long as the little wizards work hard to become stronger and complete his bounty tasks, they can get these rewards. It not only stimulated the motivation of the little wizards to learn, but also spread his advanced new magic theory, and also tempered the minds of these little wizards, making them significantly better than the new little wizards in the past. Mature faster. The confrontation between Golden Leo and pure-blooded Snake that just ended in front of us fully explained all this. Draco Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, Ronald, Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, Seamus Finnegan, Neville. Everyone's performance can be said to be quite outstanding. Apart from anything else, in their use of magic spells and fighting ideas in the battle just now, the shadow of the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic can be vaguely seen. What exactly are you going to do? Professor McGonagall murmured in his mind, thinking about this issue absent-mindedly. As for Romon, he once said in front of the entire British wizarding community that he wanted an opponent who could kill him and give him more fun in this world. Professor McGonagall didn't believe it. It was too ridiculous and she couldn't understand it at all. When she turned her head again, Professor McGonagall didn't realize it. At this moment, her eyes were as if she had followed Dumbledore to form the Order of the Phoenix and fight against the Dark Lord Grindelwald together. Standing next to the other person, looking at him with admiration. However, the Romon in her eyes at this moment is not as glorious and upright as Dumbledore was at that time. He is a demon king, a villain with no bottom line, and a powerful devil who likes to take pleasure in the pain of others. In fact, what the devil Romon is doing is exactly what God should be responsible for, spreading wisdom and power in the world. Romon didn't notice at all that Professor McGonagall, who had returned to the peak of his appearance in his hands, had already begun to use his own brain remediation, and the effect was remarkable. He looked at Hermione, who had clearly become the backbone of Golden Leo at this moment. So, Miss Hermione Granger, what do you choose? Accept this reward, or continue to be tempted by more? Everyone's eyes were on Hermione Granger. The little girl no longer felt awkward and nervous as before. She picked up the question naturally while frowning in thought. The power of being the leader of the Golden Leo Wizard group. Didn't notice it at all, in an inconspicuous corner. A pair of eyes full of hatred were staring at her. Hermione, according to your thoughts, there is no doubt that you are an excellent leader, and we are all willing to fight with you. Fred Weasley stood up, and his words aroused the unanimous support of all Golden Leo little wizards. Yes, that's right. Hermione, do it. We will all obey your orders. General Granger. Looking at George Weasley and even doing a knight's salute to herself, Hermione's face blossomed into a smile. When she turned her head again, a look of confidence suddenly appeared on her face. Professor Romon, if we win the four-wizard tournament, you cannot fool us with 2 bottles of Golden Galleon's Law. That is not in line with His Majesty the Silver Demon King's identity. Romon smiled, as if he had seen something interesting. He didn't speak, but raised his hand gently. Hermione Granger took a deep breath and calmed down. Golden Leo, keep competing. Just a bottle of potion cannot satisfy the lion's appetite. Yes. Long live Gryffindor. We must win the Final Four. Professor Romon, just prepare good things and wait for us, ha 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 ha. Looking at the members of Golden Leo who were so happy and excited, as if they were all pumped with blood, the smile on Romon's face grew stronger. Not just them, now after seeing Romon's handiwork and the fun of the Wizard Canyon duel. The young wizards of the other 6 wizard teams who have not yet participated in the competition are already completely excited. Like Hermione Granger, winning the MVP, or leading the entire team to a miraculous victory from adversity, has become the image that all little wizards long for. The next few duels will definitely take several days. However, it was just after the first Wizards Canyon showdown at Hogwarts. On that day, the British Daily Prophet and other wizarding newspapers in many countries reported extensively on what happened in Hogwarts Fortress of Warcraft today. Among them, because Romon did not restrict their activities in Warcraft Fortress. A large number of reports about Warcraft Fortress, which is said to have used the space extension technique, can actually be called a small world, were described crazily in newspapers. In fact, perhaps a daily report is not enough to explain the situation here. On that day, Jia Daily published 3 pages in a row. One page of the newspaper reported on the exciting showdown between Golden Leo and pure-blooded Snake. One page of the newspaper was filled with interviews by newspaper reporters with Hogwarts young wizards, professors, and wizards' families. Finally, the content inside is all about Warcraft Fortress, which has exceeded the knowledge of magic and alchemy among wizards in the wizarding world. Fairy City, Ribbon Bright. Dumbledore, who was originally disconnected because of Voldemort's line and lost Snape as his internal support, has been agonizingly looking for a way to break the situation. However, the next moment, his office door here was violently pushed open by a huge force. Elder Braiti, I think you fairies should at least learn human etiquette. Shouldn't you knock on the door first? Dumbledore said dissatisfiedly, but the next moment he was interrupted by the gloomy and ugly goblin elder, Bratty. If you can remain calm after seeing these things, Professor Dumbledore, I am willing to admit my mistake to you and solemnly apologize. With a bang sound, a thick stack of newspapers was cast on Dumbledore's table under the levitating spell. Newspapers? Elder Bratty, I have been reading newspapers recently. I know that the attitude of the British wizarding community towards us is very bad, and our situation is also very difficult, but there's no need for you to bring over the old newspapers I've read. Braithai gritted his teeth, making a sharp sound like nails scratching glass. Screamed. Professor Dumbledore, I have no intention of wasting so much time with you. I regret to tell you that wizards and ghosts are about to undergo a change. These are all in today's newspapers. Just the Daily Prophet published 3 newspapers with different contents. Walter. Dumbledore hurriedly picked up the newspaper. However, when he saw the content on it, his pupils shrank instantly. He looked down and read it in a panic while holding the newspaper. His hands began to tremble violently. How is it possible? Is that volcano just an area of the Warcraft fortress? Damn it, how did this guy Silver Demon do it? Hermione Granger, lay elf blood, what is that? Hearing Dumbledore's question, Elder Bratty paced back and forth in front of his desk, his eyes also filled with disbelief. Elves of the Earth are a powerful but extinct race of elves in the ancient magic era. They can cast powerful earth magic and plant magic and have a long lifespan. And it is said that as long as the earth elves with pure bloodline stand on the ground, their magic power will continue to flow. Hiss. But since they are an extinct elf race, why can this guy Romon come up with such a blood potion? How the hell do I know? Dumbledore, you damn guy, why did you release this BD from Azkaban? Bratty was furious, but Dumbledore looked solemn as well. But he also had to show his innocence. Braithai is old, you should know that a place like Azkaban cannot trap a guy like Romon. Afterwards, Dumbledore read several copies of the Daily Prophet in his hand, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. The Ministry of Magic of various countries wants to cooperate with this guy Romon. Pure-blood wizard families from various countries will inevitably gather around Romon soon. Large-scale magical secrets like Wizard Canyon will inevitably bloom everywhere in the wizarding world of Europe soon. Dumbledore rubbed his brows, the situation was no longer just dangerous for them. Suddenly, as if he saw something, in a wizarding newspaper under the German Ministry of Magic, a magical animated picture in an inconspicuous corner attracted his attention. In the British wizarding world, Ronald Weasley, the youngest son of the Weasley family, is suspected to have received the inheritance of the Dark Lord. The self-created spell cast by him is evil and terrifying, but Professor Romon does not. There is an explanation for this. Looking at the picture, Ronald's magic is very similar to the black magic used by Death Eaters. Dumbledore couldn't help but widen his eyes, considering that he had been dealing with Voldemort for so many years. Although these magics are obviously different from the black magic of previous Death Eaters, considering the curse theories developed by Romon and the fact that Voldemort himself was lurking in Hog before. Among Watts? A bold guess. No, Dumbledore had almost concluded at this moment. 0135114226 Philo 0140100060. No matter what, there must be a certain connection between Ronald Weasley and Voldemort. It is very possible that Voldemort did not die in Snape's hands that day. Pull out another newspaper and look at Rita Skeeter's interview. Ronald, who was almost able to win the MVP of the game, had a gloomy look that seemed to kill someone. Dumbledore's thoughts that had been pent up for a long time suddenly became active. He handed the newspaper in his hand to Bulity. Elder Braithai, perhaps, I have found a new direction for our next plan. Chapter 114. The Palace of Truth. Romon no longer needs to pay much attention to the following duel competition. After leaving a pretentious magic clone in Warcraft Fortress, he stayed comfortably in the Palace of Truth. Either he is not shy with Elizabeth and Miss Wednesday, or he is immersed in his own various magic research every day. However, Hogwarts was particularly lively during this time. During the period when Hogwarts was opened to the outside world under Romon's order, especially when Warcraft Fortress and Doll Village had enough houses to accommodate so many people. The entire Hogwarts is like a stadium that held a large exhibition before time travel. Whether it's Wizards Canyon or Warcraft Fortress, or even the Hogwarts campus, you can see little wizards everywhere, as well as adult wizards from other countries who come to watch the competition. Master, Miss Granger has been very troubled these past 2 days. I don't know who started it. The little wizards at Hogwarts must have received orders from the family, and they took the initiative to gather around her. It sounds like, it's really scary. Elizabeth was like a snake demon, her graceful body rubbing against Romon's body charmingly. However, Romon was still observing calmly, recording the spider evil weaver Arachne in the magic shield in front of him. Isn't this a normal thing? Just like you standing in front of me. Excellent people always have a crowd around them. Of course, and, I think our Miss Granger can deal with these people very properly. As soon as Romon finished speaking, Oriana's figure suddenly appeared beside him. The master, Miss Hermione Granger, used magic to attack several Gryffindor wizards who tried to get too close to her. Is anyone dead? No, I just broke a few bones and are currently receiving treatment in the school infirmary. Professor McGonagall is worried that the families of the young wizards will put pressure on the Ministry of Magic because of this matter. After all, to a certain extent, Miss Granger is indeed in violation of Ministry of Magic regulations. However, upon hearing such words, Romon sneered. He put away a scroll with detailed information in his hand. Arachne was in very good condition. It could be said that she had reached the optimal state of the magical creature form. Because Romon's resources in all aspects are now much more abundant than when he was in Azkaban. It took Elizabeth nearly 7 or 8 years to reach this state. But it was accomplished easily by Arachne, a little spider that was only 2 or 3 months old. This also made Elizabeth quite unhappy. She would pester Romon to come in every day when he came here. Ministry of Magic regulations? This is Hogwarts, in that case. Romon pondered for a moment. The weird smile in his eyes flashed away. Speak slowly. As the principal, I want to issue a new school rule. The smile on Romon's face immediately made Elizabeth silently mourn for half a second for the little wizards wandering around Miss Granger. If it were said that Romon might not have cared much about this situation before. So after Miss Hermione Granger has undergone such a huge change and become more attractive, this situation is probably more serious. From today on, even young wizards in the same grade can take the initiative to ask for a duel in the Silver Devil Arena, and they will have another chance to force a duel every week. Those who are proposed cannot refuse. Hogwarts dining room. Even though it was mealtime, the number of little wizards in the restaurant at this moment was obviously much smaller than before. Among them, most of the absent ones are young wizards who have not yet competed in the Wizard Canyon duel. And on the Gryffindor side of the dining table, Hermione Granger, who has a smart temperament and outstanding appearance, is sitting in her seat, with a look of impatience clearly on her pretty face. Some of the other little wizards around him had already fled away. However, a few reckless guys were sitting around Hermione, smiling with less than polite expressions on their faces. Hermione, really, I have made it very clear about your family's situation. I have also made it very clear about our family's situation. We are not a pure-blood wizarding family, so we are not only in the wizarding world, but also in the Muggle world. They all have a pretty good impact. Join our Cape family, and you will get a status you can't even imagine. Of course, I think you should also understand what I mean. I mean, you need to marry me and be my wife. Hermione narrowed her eyes and clenched the hand she was flipping through the book slightly. I made it very clear, I'm not interested, please leave. Regarding the answer that he had heard more than once, the 6th-year Gryffindor wizard named as Cape seemed to not understand it at all. With his head propped up, he lay down next to Hermione with a greedy look like a weasel seeing a chicken. It's just that I'm stuck here and won't leave. On the side, Harry's expression was ugly. As the leader of their Golden Leo, even he couldn't bear to be so entangled by these senior wizards. A pair of eyes looked towards the other side of the Gryffindor table, and saw that Percy Weasley, as a prefect, was completely unmoved, even though the movement here was definitely not minor. Just when Harry and several other members of the Golden Leos who recognized Hermione Granger very much were about to stand up and solve all this, a gust of breeze somehow flew into the dining hall of Hogwarts, mixed with a piece of clattering paper. And by coincidence, it flew to Hermione Granger's dining table. "What's this?" Everyone was stunned, and Hermione had the same reaction. However, after seeing the words on it and the red seal covering it, a smile of joy suddenly appeared on her face that was originally full of bored expressions. "Hermione, what is this?" Harry and the others came over. Ronald, who was now wearing a wizard robe with the little lion logo on it and sitting next to Slytherin, also raised his head curiously. Without answering the other party's question, Hermione suddenly sat up from her seat. The next moment, he pulled out the magic wand in his hand and pointed it at the people in front of him. "Snape, I, Hermione Granger, will now challenge you to a forced duel. All my demon points will be put on the line." As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was shocked. But Snape, who was pointed at by Hermione's wand, his expression paused for a moment before he smiled and shook his head indifferently, his face full of amusement. "Sorry, Miss Granger, I refuse, and I have completed the number of duels stipulated by the Academy this month. That is to say, although you can force me to duel, but I also have the right to refuse. Mr. Caput, I think you are happy a little too early." Harry on the side handed the paper in his hand to the other party with a look of pity. The latter reached out to take it. After seeing the content above, his originally fearless expression suddenly froze on the spot. New rules of Hogwarts management regulations. In order to encourage young wizards to increase their practice of magic and apply the new magic theory learned in the classroom to real life and combat, additional adjustments have been made to the original Silver Devil Arena management measures. 1. The original regulation on the number of rated duels proposed by Professor McGonagall was abolished. The college no longer implements the assessment of the number of rated duels. Free duels will be conducted between wizards in the school. Little wizards who don't like duels should not keep too much on them. Get more Demon King points to avoid attracting covetous people. 2. Every young wizard will be given the opportunity to have another mandatory duel every week. The person who is proposed cannot refuse the opportunity unless he or she is severely disabled. 3. To force the challenger to a duel, you only need to pay half of the challenger's Demon King points as a bet. If you don't have enough Demon King points, you can pay in installments. The specific details can be discussed by yourself. 4. If you are disabled during battle, missing limbs, irreparable damage to important organs, please send it to the school doctor's office in a timely manner and pay the demon points required for the basic version of the alchemy prosthetic limb. You will not need to admit any legal liability of the Ministry of Magic. 5. Please pay attention to the dueling standards. Friendship comes first, dueling comes second. One of your bottomless attacks may result in a poor companion who loses his qualification to attend Hogwarts due to physical disability. Ronald Goldstein Kowalski, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This time, when the Gryffindor wizard who was not even mentioned in the original work, Snape, looked up at Hermione Granger again, his whole face turned pale. As a current 6th grade wizard at Hogwarts, he has gone through half of the training in Hogwarts Magic Kindergarten for 6 full years, and has no idea of entering any magic department. The magical strength possessed by the other party at this moment cannot be described simply as disaster. Not to mention the confrontation with Hermione Granger, who shined in the Wizards' Canyon duel. Even among the first-year wizards at Hogwarts today, they are serious in class and just pick one out. They can quickly press him to the ground and rub him. What made him feel cold all over was that this regulation was obviously the same as the regulations that had been adjusted just now. What causes disability has no legal consequences. What kind of disabled little wizard will be forced to drop out of school? Just taking one out at random is enough to make him feel extremely frightened. Well, Granger, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please spare me this time, I will never pester you again. Never again. When Wednesday was pacing and just walked into the restaurant, he saw several guys with runny noses and tears rushing out of the restaurant door. Seeing that the surroundings had returned to peace, Hermione Granger returned to her position, quietly reading a book and enjoying her breakfast. Wednesday couldn't help but shook his head slightly. I have been waiting for you at the duel field for a long time, but I didn't expect you to let them go like this. Please give me flowers. Hermione was stunned, and then when she saw that the person who came was Romon's fiancée, Miss Wednesday Addams, she stood up from her seat nervously. Do not know why. Before that, face the other person by yourself, although you will react politely. But it was the first time that I was as nervous as today. Well, I know Professor Romon did it for me. Wednesday raised her eyebrows. Her black eyebrows, paired with her dark makeup, made her expression full of sarcasm and incomprehension. Wow, Miss Granger is really amazing, can she actually see something that doesn't exist? Looking at Hermione Granger, who looked confused, Wednesday snorted coldly. Voice. His inhuman eyes looked up and down on the other person's body. He said something that caused the expressions of all the senior Hogwarts students present, especially the 6th and 7th grade wizards, to change drastically. Miss Granger is so smart, haven't you ever thought about Professor Romon, that you like perfection so much and demand perfection from everything you have in your hands? Can I tolerate that during my tenure, Hogwarts graduates a bunch of losers who can't even beat the first-year wizards today? Everyone looked dumbfounded. However, Wednesday, who had never had any scruples about the consequences of the matter, could say that he was absolutely saying what he wanted, and he was completely following his own path. Come in the mood. There was no scruple at all about the reactions of the senior Hogwarts wizards, who looked towards him with horrified expressions. Wednesday snorted. You are also those who have participated in a duel in Wizard's Canyon. In this duel, what do you think these senior Hogwarts students have left? Is it worthy of attention? I have an impetuous mind, but as a wizard, I don't even have a single spell that I'm really good at. What we talk about every day are either interesting stories about Diagon Alley or ancient legends. None of them are worthy of praise. I say without politeness that these people will be Eliminator, or... Before Wednesday finished speaking, a voice came from the Slytherin area behind him. Stepping stone. Turning his head slightly, he saw Ronald, who had a calm face but clearly had a certain light in his eyes. A rare look of approval appeared on Wednesday's face. Oh, Mr. Ronald, I can see that you are much smarter than your brothers, and even your father, the Ministry of Magic official. Professor Romon's expression on your now, very satisfied. And now it seems that you are indeed an outstanding wizard worth cultivating. Ignoring the excited and flushed Ronald, Wednesday turned his head and looked at the senior wizards present again, nodding lightly. Ronald is right. The reason why Professor Romon promulgated this new school rule is to clean up some garbage for Hogwarts. After all, you don't really think that in the future, Hogwarts will still be a place where anyone can get in if they want to, right? When Wednesday asked such a cruel question, Chiron stepped out of the restaurant with his boots on. First, the restaurant had been silent for a long time, and suddenly a familiar voice came. Percy Weasley. I am going to challenge you forcefully. Bet all my Demon Lord points. Everyone looked at the sound and instantly took a breath of cold air. However, Ronald had already stood up and walked like a hungry wolf on the hunt, arriving at the dining table of one of his brothers, Gryffindor Prefect Percy Weasley. Facing the angry and distorted gazes of the other families, there was no intention of giving in at all. This scene scared several senior Gryffindors sitting around Percy Weasley to move aside. When the two Fred brothers saw this scene, their expressions changed even more. Ronald. What on earth are you doing? Why? Percy is your brother and family, Ronald's voice was cold. To be precise, he is a good-for-nothing brother who can't afford anything. Since he can't grasp what he has, he might as well take out those things and give them to me to compare. Okay, of course. Ronald turned his head slightly. 0135114226 Fly 260. The eyes looking at Fred and George were equally cold. If you think you are more qualified to get all this, you might as well come to the next competition and give it a try. The Palace of Truth. Everything in the restaurant was naturally within the range of Romon's perception. Looking at Miss Wednesday walking back, she shook her head with a slight wry smile. Romon didn't mean to blame the other party. After all, even though she didn't express it, Miss Wednesday really guessed it right this time. You don't actually need to be this evil person. Wednesday snorted coldly and sat down directly next to Romon without ceremony. In this room with only two people, there was no such restraint as in the outside world. Hugging Romon's neck, his eyes were full of aggression. As the fiancé of the Silver Demon King, I don't want to be a good person. Romon smiled slightly. Bad girls will always be punished. Chapter 115. Master, this guy obviously thinks that you don't know that dirty thing is on his body, why are you helping him like this? In the Palace of Truth, Elizabeth looked even more beautiful and charming after enduring the storm. Unlike Miss Wednesday, who had already fallen asleep, she was still holding her head up and asked this question with a puzzled look on her face. In her perception, she was currently in an open-air arena in Hogwarts. In a gladiatorial arena that was in charge of the Alchemy Devil under Oriana's command, many people came one after another, and as several households here were surrounded, they were surrounded. Today's protagonist here, Chiron, finally appeared in front of everyone. Holding a glass of top-notch red wine sent by the French Minister of Magic, Romon stared at the quiet lake in the distance, and his attention also stayed on the farce between the brothers of the Weasley family. Although his eyes seemed to be looking at the scenery on the lake. However, the actual attention is on this sideshow after making love. Although Professor McGonagall, who heard the news, rushed back from Warcraft Fortress as quickly as possible, stopped the duel in time, and persuaded the two Ronald brothers over and over again. In the end, this duel was nothing more than postponed for one day. The next morning. Back then, Romon had brought down the entire British wizarding world, including Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, in the arena. Ronald and his brother, Percy Weasley, were holding wands and looking at each other with cold faces. Off the field. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley squeezed through the surrounding crowd and finally reached the front. Just seeing this scene, Mrs. Weasley suddenly screamed in anger. Ronald! What on earth am I going to do? Why does it have to be like this? Percy is your brother. He is family, you. Ronald's body trembled when he heard this familiar voice. Since he publicly stated that he wanted to withdraw from the Weasley family and give up this surname, he had been deliberately avoiding meeting them. Until now, it was still the first time he and his parents met after that incident. However, after hearing his mother's familiar words scolding him without even the slightest hesitation, Ronald originally had a small expectation and desire in his heart. Finally at this moment, the complete coldness collapsed. Ho ho, what a wonderful look! I think our senior Tom Riddle must be extremely satisfied with this look. Romon, who was standing by the window and quietly looking at the lake view outside, suddenly chuckled. Ronald, my son, don't go on. We just have some small misunderstandings. If there is anything we didn't do well, you can tell us and we can correct it. Arthur Weasley was also speaking sincerely at this moment. However, before he finished speaking, Ronald in the audience suddenly burst into laughter. A strong, ominous black magic power surged through his body, and there seemed to be a faint wind lingering around him. Small misunderstanding? Correction? Ha 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 ha. Ronald's eyes were full of coldness and resentment as he stared at his pair, the red hair and last name that had given him life and would be laughed at wherever he went. What else was given to him? So, my dear, kind father who tells me about our family's sweet dreams every day, how do you correct these misunderstandings? Just because you have tens of gold galleons a month, you have 6 or 7 children. I want my own wand, and I want a brand new wizarding robe that even the children of Muggle wizarding families can have. I want to have wizard snacks to eat instead of eating those damn sandwiches from takeout every time. I want everything that your good-for-nothing son deserves. Seeing his son Ronald, who looked crazy, like a wild beast ready to devour anyone at any time, not only the little wizards around the scene were shocked. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, as well as several children of the Weasley family around them, also looked at Ronald in the field with equally astonished expressions. Without waiting for their reaction, the next moment, the alchemical golem standing between Ronald and Percy Weasley suddenly stretched out his hand and made a gesture. Dual personnel from both sides are here, the duelist has been confirmed. Start the duel. And just when the golem shouted these words, Percy Weasley, who was standing in front of Ronald, looked at Ronald, who was still turning his head and losing his temper with his parents, and a sinister look suddenly flashed in his eyes. The wand in his hand was instantly raised and pointed at his brother Ronald under the gaze of everyone. Torn apart. The curse words with obvious jealousy and anger were blurted out. Seeing the bright white light blooming from the top of the wand, the little wizards at the scene were all shocked. This is a real arena. It's not like the Wizard Canyon in the Warcraft Fortress, which is similar to the character projection, or the spell that is torn apart. Once it hits the opponent, if the opponent does not die, it must be seriously injured or disabled. No one thought that Percy Weasley, the older brother, was several years older than Ronald, and he was exposed to the curse a few years earlier. At this time, as soon as he comes on stage, let alone sneak attacks, he will cast this terrible spell as soon as he comes on. It's just incredible. Outside the court, Draco Malfoy was shocked when he saw this scene. Ronald! Watch out! Boom! Intense magic fluctuations. As the curse hit Ronald hard, the strong magic fluctuations suddenly swept the entire audience. FK. Percy, what on earth are you doing? You. Fred Weasley, stunned. George Weasley on the side was so angry that he cursed on the spot. With this kind of terrifying magic power fluctuation, Percy Weasley didn't even have to make a sneak attack or use a spell that would cause him to fall apart, but he still attacked with all his strength. However, before he could finish his words, everyone present had dull eyes, looking at Ronald being hit by a curse. To be precise, it was a figure 3 to 4 meters tall behind Ronald, wrapped in a black robe. Under the black cloak, only a pair of deep purple eyes with evil light were exposed. Like the god of death, however, the other party's behavior at this moment is like Ronald's patron saint. The spell Percy cast hit Ronald just a few inches in front of him. A jet black energy shield, like an unbreakable shield, blocked Ronald's body. Water fa. God, what the hell is this? A Dementor? No. Why does this feel like the god of death? It's so cold. Why has the air become so cold? Amid the buzz around him, everyone's eyes were on Ronald. However, Ronald remained motionless throughout the whole process, staring at his parents with eyes full of disgust and sadness, even if it was their son who had used such dirty methods on him. They still didn't say anything. Ronald, what is this? Have you become a Death Eater? Why? Molly Weasley screamed, but the words she spoke were like a sharp blade, instantly piercing Ronald's heart again. Romon, who was standing by the window of the Palace of Truth, kept shaking his head after hearing this voice. Weasley, hee, what kind of family is this? There is no doubt that Molly Weasley opened this mouth at this time. Instead of trying to dissuade his son Percy, he opened his mouth to question his younger son Ronald. All I can say is that to a certain extent, Ronald and Voldemort met together and were able to reach a kind of relationship with each other, which made Romon couldn't help but sigh. Partnership. Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley's foolish wife, definitely contributed a lot of effort. Romon looked at the shadow behind Ronald, and couldn't help but smile a little. A piece of information suddenly came from his mind. Death magic factor extraction, 100% completed. Haha, dear Senior Tom Riddle, I am really happy for you to see that you are so satisfied with your current situation. Romon murmured in his mouth, but in his mind, he couldn't help but recall a few days ago, the day after the duel between Pure Blood Snake and Golden Leo ended. As the housekeeper of the Palace of Truth, Oriana brought a piece of news that made him slightly stunned. Ronald came to exchange something, but he proposed a product category that was not currently in stock. The power that can allow the remnant soul to remain in this world stably and safely. In just a moment, Romon understood what this guy wanted this thing to do. It was said that Ronald wanted it, but in fact it was entirely given to Voldemort, the Grandpa Goldfinger. After all, the other party created so many magic spells for Ronald, and also taught him a lot of magic theories, allowing him to shine and steal the show in the Wizard's Canyon duel. Isn't that what it's for? However, Romon never expected that Voldemort would make such a request. Surviving in this world in the form of a soul body, doesn't that mean that the other party has given up on the plan to truly resurrect and return to his original physical condition? Romon doesn't quite understand what the other person is thinking. However, according to the other party's request, Ronald was provided with a bottle of special magic potion that he named Citizen from the outside of the underworld, corresponding to the number of Demon King points on Ronald's body. To say it is a potion, it is better to say that it is the essence of the power of Soul Curse that is sealed in a special potion bottle and has undergone numerous complex alchemy and transformations. At this moment, I looked at Voldemort, who was like a guardian spirit in a certain anime from his previous life, protecting Ronald. Romon seemed to know what the other person was thinking instantly. It seemed that he really put a lot of pressure on Mr. Dark Lord. The ordinary resurrection has left him without any courage and confidence to fight against Romon, and he has begun to seek a new life attitude and obtain a higher degree of power. However, Romon did not have any dissatisfaction or worry about Voldemort's plan. Instead, he wished he could just find a reason on the spot and reward Ronald with a large amount of demon points. Let Voldemort speed up his ascension and self-transformation. In just the first round of soul-body transformation, Romon directly completed a golden synthesis formula. If it were faster, wouldn't he be able to be taken away by Senior Tom Riddle on the spot? Romon stood by the window with a bright smile and full of expectation. However, when Ronald heard his mother's question, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He stared at her in disbelief. Arthur Weasley, who was on the side, immediately realized his wife's recklessness. Although the other party had such a character, it was obviously inappropriate to say such words in this situation. Ahem, Ronald, your mother. Percy Weasley, is this all your power is? Is this what you, the proud Gryffindor prefect, are capable of? Ronald's sudden sharp provocation interrupted Arthur Weasley's words of explanation. When he turned his head, his body was actually already holding Percy Weasley's wand, walking towards him step by step, with black energy surging around his body, and then merged into Voldemort's shadow minister. In a daze, the shadow seemed to solidify for a moment. It also made Percy Weasley feel even greater magical pressure in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he tried hard to break through Ronald's defense. However, his body seemed to be pushed sideways. Amidst the tingling friction sounds under his feet drew a retreating friction mark on the ground. Excellent Percy! The Percy our father is most proud of, the Percy who can easily get good things that his younger brother can't even imagine. Why do you rely on me? Boom! With a wave of the magic wand in his hand, the next moment, a jet-black magic whip 7 or 8 meters long in the void struck the opponent hard. Percy Weiss screamed and rolled around on the ground several times. There was a hideous wound on the chest, and even the wizard robe on his body had been shattered. The bruise was so open that the Weasleys outside the venue instantly shouted wildly. Stop! Ronald Weasley. If you treat your brothers so cruelly, you will go to hell. Don't make the same mistake again and again. Walking in front of Percy, Ronald, who had just raised the wand in his hand, couldn't help but pause. And the next moment the Weasleys thought that the other party had listened to the persuasion. Snapped. Ah! The shrill screams caused some of the little witches at the scene to scream and close their eyes, cowering in the crowd. However, some young wizards were watching the field, beating Percy Weasley wildly, and in just the blink of an eye, they almost turned him into a bloody Ronald. Although there was fear in the eyes, there was also a hint of sympathy. Stop! At this moment, seeing Ronald about to beat Percy to death, Arthur Weasley finally couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed his wife away and rushed into the arena. However, the next moment, bump! A barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the opponent in an instant, and Arthur Weasley was instantly ejected. In the arena, Percy Weasley also let out a shrill cry for help amid his screams. Father! Save me! Save me! Ah ah ah! Arthur Weasley was thrown away by the huge magic power. His chest felt violently tight and he couldn't breathe. At this moment, when he heard his son's call for help, his face turned red and he shouted anxiously. Admit defeat! Percy! Admit defeat quickly! In the field, Percy, who was covered in blood and almost unrecognizable, heard Arthur's words, even though at that moment, infinite humiliation surged in his heart. At this moment, I had to open my mouth and shout to admit defeat. Whoa! Staring in horror, he stroked his mouth crazily with a pair of hands full of blood. The touch of the smooth surface instantly made Percy Weasley feel as if he had fallen into an endless hell. A figure standing beside him slowly squatted down. Look, what does our Gryffindor prefect have to say? It's really embarrassing. Percy Weasley, whoa! Outside the court, the Weasleys' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. Arthur couldn't help but roared angrily at the puppet. Admit defeat. He has given up defeat. Percy doesn't even have his wand in his hand now. Alchemy Golem, Professor Romon sets the standards for 6th-year wizards at Hogwarts. Casting spells without a wand is a hard and fast rule. Putting a wand in does not count as admitting defeat. Furthermore, Percy Weasley is full of magic power and still has high combat effectiveness. He also does not comply with the rules of the gladiatorial arena where he admits defeat by default. Arthur. 6th grade. Casting spells without a wand.